Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome aboard. We have an action-packed episode for you overnight. What we're going to do is start off with a few news articles and then a couple videos, and then who knows where we go after that. Probably more videos. Sorry, I'm still a little sleepy. Just woke up. Where we're going to start is this ABC News story. Basically, FBI releases timeline of the suspect in the New Orleans attack, Shamsuddin Jabbar. Hopefully I got the pronunciation right. So we'll just hop right into it. Don't have much of a monologue. I should probably start doing monologues, but I'm a let's get right to it kind of guy. So I'm gonna have, let's see here. I'm gonna go ahead and just have the our AI reader do this just to save my voice. If I can figure out how to get it going here. There we go. And here, oops. Let's see. Okay, let's go ahead and read this quick story right here.
FBI releases timeline of suspect Shamsuddin Jabbar's New Orleans attack. 14 people were killed in what the FBI has called an act of terrorism. In the wake of the deadly car ramming attack on New Orleans' bustling Bourbon Street, federal investigators have released a timeline of events surrounding the New Year's Day incident. 14 people were killed and 35 others were injured after a Ford F-150 truck plowed into pedestrians and gunfire erupted in the early hours of Wednesday morning. During a press briefing on Thursday, the FBI's Deputy Assistant Director for the Counterterrorism Division, Christopher Raya, noted that while the investigation into the attack is in its early stages, investigators believe the suspect, 42-year-old Shamsuddin Jabbar, acted alone. Shamsuddin Jabbar, 42, has been identified as the suspect in an attack that killed at least 15 people on Bourbon Street in New Orleans on New Year's Day in 2025. FBI. Jabbar, a Texas resident who FBI officials said proclaimed his support for the terror group ISIS in social media posts ahead of the attack, was killed in gunfire exchanged with New Orleans police. Additionally, an ISIS flag was recovered by authorities from the back of Jabbar's rented pickup truck following the rampage. He was a U.S.-born citizen and Army veteran who previously worked for the consulting firm Deloitte, according to court records obtained by ABC News. As a portrait begins to emerge about Jabbar and potential motivations behind the attack, federal investigators have laid out a timeline of events that led up to the incident officials have dubbed an act of terrorism. December 30th, truck rented in Houston. On Monday, December 30th, Jabbar rented a white Ford F-150 truck in Houston, Texas, through the car rental app Turo, according to officials. December 31st, Jabbar drives from Houston to New Orleans. Federal investigators said that Jabbar drove from Houston to New Orleans on Tuesday. The drive is approximately 5.5 hours, spanning over 340 miles. January 1st, Jabbar posts pro-ISIS videos to social media. During the press briefing on Thursday, Raya said that federal investigators found that Jabbar posted 5 videos to social media proclaiming his support for ISIS. The videos were posted between 1:29 a.m. Central Time and 3:02 a.m. Central Time, according to Raya. In the first video, Jabbar explains he originally planned to harm his family and friends but was concerned the news headlines would not focus on the war between the believers and the disbelievers, Raya said. In one of the videos, Jabbar noted that he joined ISIS before the summer, according to Raya. Raya called the attack a premeditated act of terrorism. January 1st, attack on Bourbon Street. At approximately 3:15 a.m. Central Time, Jabbar plowed the rented truck into a blocked-off section of Bourbon Street where pedestrians were celebrating the holiday, according to officials. The suspect mowed down dozens of people over a 3-block stretch on the world-famous thoroughfare while firing into the crowd, police said. Location of the attack left 14 people killed and 35 others injured, according to officials, who said Jabbar was killed while exchanging gunfire with police during the rampage. January 1st, explosive devices recovered. Following the attack, authorities recovered 2 improvised explosive devices left in coolers in the Bourbon Street area, Raya said. Surveillance footage showed Jabbar placing the devices in the coolers, according to Raya. Those were the only devices recovered and both were rendered safe, he said. January 1st, victims identified. A young mother teaching her son to read. A former college football player on top of the world living in New York City. An 18-year-old aspiring nurse. A father of 2 remembered as the life of the party. In the aftermath of the deadly incident, family members and friends have begun identifying the 14 people killed on Bourbon Street. Jabbar had a checkered marital history punctuated by multiple divorces and financial difficulty, according to court records reviewed by ABC News. The records also show that after his military service, Jabbar worked for Deloitte as he aimed to grow his own fledgling real estate business. As of 2022, while employed by Deloitte, documents show Jabbar was making close to $125,000 a year, a salary that was chipped away at by court-ordered payments for his children from a past marriage, while being further eroded by credit card and mortgage debt. Undated photo of in 2012, his ex-wife, Naked Charles Jabbar, successfully sued him for child support payments for the couple's 2 daughters, who were 8 and 3 years old at the time, according to court records. 4 years later, In 2016, Jabbar filed for divorce from another wife, Tiara Simone Jabbar, in DeKalb County, Georgia. In July 2020, in Fort Bend County, Texas, Jabbar filed for divorce from his third wife, Shanine Chantal Jabbar, whom he married in November 2017, according to court filings. Bomb-making materials linked to the war recovered by FBI agents and local law enforcement Thursday at the Jabbar's last known residence in Houston, Texas, sources confirmed to ABC News. The items found were also referred to as precursor chemicals by agents in the field, sources said. The items were found when agents executed a search warrant at Jabbar's home in the small community of Greenspoint, ABC.
Well, there is that. Not sure what to say other than it's definitely a tragedy. And prayers go out to all the victims' families. The next story, kind of a wrap up to the Cybertruck explosion in front of the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas.
New details emerge in Cybertruck explosion, but motive is still unclear. This article is by JC Fortin and Jesus Jimenez and read by an automated voice. It was difficult at first for the authorities to identify the driver of the Tesla truck that exploded outside the Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas on Wednesday morning. By the time the flames were extinguished, he had been burned beyond recognition. But as investigators pored over the charred remains of his ruined rented vehicle, a 2024 Cybertruck, they discovered some clues to the driver's background and his intentions: some guns, a military ID, fuel, and many fireworks. And on Thursday, the authorities said that they had found something else. The cause of death was a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the driver's head, the county coroner ruled. Am I comfortable calling it a suicide mission? Sheriff Kevin McMahill of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department said in response to a reporter's question at a Thursday news briefing. I'm comfortable calling it a suicide, with a bombing that occurred immediately thereafter. I'm not giving it any other labels. The authorities identified the driver as Master Sergeant Matthew Allen Livelsberger of the Army and a soldier with the 10th Special Forces Group. At the briefing, the authorities provided the most detailed glimpse yet into Sergeant Livelsberger's actions in the days before the truck burst into flames, but they have yet to uncover a reason for the explosion, which left 7 people with minor injuries. It's a bombing that certainly has factors that raise concerns, said Spencer Evans, the special agent in charge of the Las Vegas field office of the FBI. It's not lost on us that it's in front of the Trump building, that it's a Tesla vehicle. Elon Musk, the chief executive of Tesla, has cultivated a close relationship with President-elect Donald J. Trump. He was a top donor to the campaign to help Mr. Trump win the White House, and he has been a strident supporter of Mr. Trump on X, the social media platform Mr. Musk owns. Mr. Trump, who is set to take office on January 20th, has selected Mr. Musk to serve as a co-leader of a new government efficiency commission. Mr. Evans said that it was too soon to say anything about the driver's ideological leanings. The motivation at this point is unknown, he said. Sergeant Livelsberger was a 37-year-old man from Colorado, according to Sheriff McMahill. But he was based in Germany, where he was serving on active duty. He had served in several other countries too, including Afghanistan. His decorations included a Bronze Star for Valor. Sergeant Livelsberger's LinkedIn profile, which was taken down after the explosion, indicated that he went to Norwich University, a military college in Vermont, and graduated in 2019. Records show he bought a 4-bedroom home in Colorado Springs in 2020. He was visiting the United States on an approved leave, and he rented the Tesla truck in Denver on December 28th, Sheriff McMahill said. Over a few days, Sergeant Livelsberger drove from Colorado through New Mexico and Arizona, a route that officials traced using data from the Tesla charging stations he had visited. On the first morning of the new year, surveillance videos showed the truck making a couple stops elsewhere in Las Vegas before pulling up to the glass doors of the Trump International Hotel, a 64-story tower on Fashion Show Drive, not far from the Las Vegas Strip. At about 8:40 a.m. local time on Wednesday, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department received a report of an explosion. Witnesses said they saw the Cybertruck engulfed in flames as it sat in front of the hotel. After firefighters extinguished the blaze, they found at least 2 pieces of identification that seemed to confirm Sergeant Livelsberger's identity. Also in the Tesla were 2 semi-automatic handguns, which Sergeant Livelsberger legally purchased on December 30th, and a trove of fireworks and fuel enhancers, things that are fairly easy to find in stores. The level of sophistication is not what we would expect from an individual with this type of military experience, said Kenneth R. Cooper, the Assistant Special Agent in charge of the San Francisco Field Division of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. On Thursday, the Trump Hotel appeared to be largely unscathed. Officials are still trying to determine whether the explosion might be linked to another fatal incident. Hours before the Tesla exploded in Las Vegas, a man drove a pickup truck into crowds celebrating the New Year on Bourbon Street in New Orleans, killing 14 people. The driver of that truck rented it on the peer-to-peer rental app Turo, according to the company, and the Tesla truck was rented the same way. Additionally, both drivers had served in the military, including stints at Fort Bragg, NC, and in Afghanistan. But it was not clear whether they had ever been in the same place at the same time, and the authorities said that they had not yet found any signs of a link between the men. Reporting was contributed by Nicholas Bogle Burrows, John Ismay, Emmett Lindner, Alexandra E. Petrie, Dave Phillips, Eric Schmidt, Shannon Sims, Eli Tan, Pashtana Usufsi, and Jenny Vrentas. Kitty Bennett contributed research.
We kind of touched on this yesterday, before and after the press conference in New Orleans. The question is, could the New Orleans truck attack been prevented? This is this particular article is kind of touching on that topic deeper. So let's play this right quick. Again, going to have to use this horrible Android reader to save my voice.
Security have stopped the New Orleans terror attack. City officials were warned in 2019 that the bollards designed to block vehicles did not appear to work. They were being fixed when a truck rammed through Bourbon Street on Wednesday. 5 years before a man in a pickup mowed down dozens of New Year's revelers in New Orleans, a confidential security report warned that the iconic Bourbon Street tourist strip was vulnerable to a vehicular ramming attack. The assessment, prepared by a security firm in November 2019 for the group that manages the city's French Quarter, warned that the bollards designed to block vehicles from entering Bourbon Street did not appear to work. The New York security firm recommended fixing the barriers immediately, and said that the 2 modes of terror attack likely to be used are vehicular ramming and active shooting. The attack early Wednesday, which killed 14 people and injured dozens more, has now forced officials in New Orleans to confront whether they did enough to protect one of the country's most famed tourist spots against an attack foreseen years earlier. Police officials stressed that the city had started work to replace the old barriers in November, ahead of the Super Bowl next month, and that the work was still ongoing on Wednesday when the attack occurred. They also said that they had no way of anticipating that the attacker would jump up onto the Bourbon Street sidewalk, evading the police cruiser that was parked there as a security measure. It wasn't something that we expected to account for, said Captain L.E. John Roberts, commander of the French Quarter Police District, at the news conference after the attack. But some security experts said New Orleans had left Bourbon Street dangerously vulnerable. And they pointed to other cities, including New York and Chicago, that had used other strategies to try to ensure safety. This should be no surprise to anyone who's ever been tasked with protecting an area dense with pedestrian traffic, said Don Aviv, chief executive of the security firm Interfor International, which performed the 2019 security assessment. The French New Orleans first installed its metal security barriers along Bourbon Street in 2017, after scores of people were killed in a terrorist truck attack on a Bastille Day parade in Nice, France, a year earlier. But those bollards, which are designed to block vehicles from crashing into buildings and pedestrians, were quickly jammed with Mardi Gras beads and stopped working, said Raphael Boyanici, head of the city's Independent Metropolitan Crime Commission, a watchdog and advisory group. Rather than fix them, they just ignored it, he said in an interview. After Interpol wrote its assessment in 2019, the French Quarter Management District, which oversees the area, published a summary in August 2020. The public version focuses on long-running complaints about rowdiness and crime in the French Quarter, and makes just one reference to the threat of terrorism. The concerns about a vehicular ramming attack and malfunctioning bollards were in a confidential portion of the report that was not released publicly. The French Quarter did take steps to improve security in response to Interpol's report, including a greater police presence, said Christian Pendleton, the former chair of the French Quarter Management District. Mr. Pendleton said the city was in the process of installing a new bollard system, but even if that work had been completed in time, it might not have been enough to prevent Wednesday's attack. Evil people do evil things, Mr. Pendleton said. By Thursday afternoon, Bourbon Street had reopened with a visible, though not heavy, police presence. Knots of police officers, state and local, stood at intersections on the side streets leading to Bourbon Street, manning police cars and portable metal police barricades blocking vehicle access. Pedestrians strolled in bright sunshine past the bars where the attackers struck, and an impromptu brass band struck up a tune. I'm very surprised there's this amount of people out here, said Mary Pond, a bartender at Mango Daiquiris. It's like nothing even happened. But on the central artery leading to the Superdome, where the Sugar Bowl was being played on Thursday afternoon, police cars lined the street, blocking cars. Security experts acknowledged that it was impossible to protect every sidewalk and street party in America against a vehicle attack. And in recent years, Christmas markets in Germany, a bike path in Manhattan, a sports center in China and others. The Islamic State, which inspired the New Orleans attacker, has called for vehicle attacks against civilians. In response, cities have deployed dump trucks and fire engines to protect parades, protests and other high-profile public gatherings, or set up concrete jersey barriers or temporary plastic barriers filled with water. In Chicago, salt trucks are strategically placed to block vehicles. Both decorative and steel bollards have been installed in pedestrian zones. On the city's famed Magnificent Mile, large concrete flower pots, overflowing with tulips and other blooms, are used as security measures against cars, a practice known as crime prevention through environmental design. We want it to be aesthetically pleasing, Daniel O'Shea, a former high-ranking official for the Chicago Police Department, said on Thursday. We try and recommend measures that you wouldn't think are security measures but actually are, and perform the beautification of Michigan Avenue as well. In New York, the police use concrete blocks and police vehicles to keep cars from the streets during special events like the Thanksgiving Day Parade and New Year's Eve, said Kenneth Cordy, a former chief of department. Sand trucks are placed on larger thoroughfares like 42nd and 57th Streets and on the avenues during New Year's Eve, he said. And anyone coming into that area goes through a metal detector, Mr. Cordy said. Image. New York Police. The police also use radiation detection equipment and canines who can sniff explosives, along with thousands of officers, he said. Along Times Square, there are now permanent bollards since Bill de Blasio announced in 2018, when he was mayor, that the city would spend $50 million to build 1,500 bollards. New York police constantly evolve their security plans after attacks in other cities, Mr. Cordy said. But it is very difficult to guard against a lone wolf style of attack, he said. Washington, too, has tried to take action. The 2021 bipartisan infrastructure law created a $25 million fund for cities to install buses to protect against accidental crashes and terrorism threats. But Congress has failed to actually provide the money, said Jake Parker, Senior Director for Government Relations at the Security Industry Association. The city of Waukesha, Wisconsin, purchased bollards after a vehicular attack on a Christmas parade in 2021 that killed 6 people and injured dozens. But they are expensive to buy and maintain, said the mayor, Sean N. Riley. Since the attack in Waukesha, officials have shortened the parade to minimize the number of driveways that touch the route. The city no longer holds the parade on the Sunday before Thanksgiving, a week when many police officers, firefighters, and other city employees have headed north for deer hunting, causing a workforce shortage. Image. Crowds still come out for parades and other events, including a summer outdoor gathering called Friday Night Live, where barricades designed to stop cars have given the public some comfort. I still think that people want to be part of their community. Parades, go to events, have a good time, Mr. Riley said. We're going to be in a really bad place if the end result is that we have no gatherings of lots of people. But the New Orleans attack has rattled mayors and public safety officials around the country, and may force them to reconsider whether their safety plans could stop a determined attacker armed with the truck. Every community, Mayor Riley said, is going to be re-examining what they do now.
Yeah, not sure how to follow that up. It is going to be a different world if you have to second guess every every single public event. But you know, it's I guess the thing that really just boggles my mind is, you know, how someone born and reared in the United States gets radicalized, you know, as a lone wolf attacker. This guy born in the U.S. in Texas, U.S. Army, just a lot of things that would never make you suspect that he could be radicalized by ISIS. And, you know, I guess the only parting shot I have on the topic is I thought Trump had neutralized ISIS. So I'll leave it at that. Let's see. This next story is people, you all may remember that U.S. Steel, there was a Japanese buyer that wanted to buy U.S. Steel, and for national security reasons, it was controversial. And Biden's come out and basically said, nope, can't sell it to a foreign power. You know, it's a national security sort of asset. So here's the latest on that story.
This news story was written by Jeff Stein and David J. Lynch. Biden decides to block U.S. steel sale to Japanese buyer. Move comes after a year of political and economic drama. It leaves the future of the once iconic American business in doubt. President Joe Biden has decided to officially block Nippon Steel's proposed purchase of U.S. Steel, a once iconic American company whose sale to a foreign buyer he publicly opposed for months, according to 2 administration officials who were not authorized to speak publicly about the matter. Barring an unforeseen change of heart, which the officials do not expect, a White House announcement of the presidential finding is planned as soon as Friday. Biden opted to kill the deal despite intense efforts by some of his senior advisors to sway him in recent days, who warned that rejecting a sizable investment from a top Japanese corporation
can you pause for a minute?
relations with Japan. Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel.
Okay, I'm trying to play catch up. What was the previous story about? I just got in, man. I was listening to some other YouTuber, and this dude got all emotional. Boy, it was getting good, though. It was getting good, Stanley. It was getting good. I wish we could just, no, never mind. But what were we just talking about? The previous story. Catch me up.
It's right there on the screen. Could better security have stopped the New Orleans attack?
So what was your last article about?
Could
Just refresh me,
better,
right?
could better security have stopped the New Orleans terror attack?
Oh,
Do
okay.
you want me to have it reread?
Well, I mean, what did you take from the article?
Well, my take is they were basic. Well, it's ironic. The barriers or the bollards that they had there were being replaced, and this guy basically took advantage of the vulnerability created by replacing the weaker barriers with stronger barriers.
Oh, okay.
And the barriers were basically the schedule was to have the barriers replaced by the Super Bowl in a couple weeks. Nobody thought that, oh, hey, the Sugar Bowl is going to be something that could be attacked. So, he picked the right time, the right place. And, I guess we're trying to figure out whether he was lucky, probed, and found a vulnerability, or whether he knew, hey, they're going to be weak, let me attack. So,
but I just want to be the first to ask you, Stanley. I know it's going to sound crazy, but are you becoming a conspiracy theorist?
No.
Okay. I was just wondering. I just wanted to go and get that question out the air.
No.
It's a buzz for everybody in the chat. What up, chat? What's up, everybody in the room, man? It's me and Stanley Cross tonight. I don't know when he's going to put me in the back, but I'm going to try to stay up here as long as I possibly can so I can talk to the chat and tell everybody what up. Happy New Year if I ain't told y'all already. Just got off work. I mean, yeah, I'm kind of lit right now. I'm getting ready to get lit.
So you're forewarning everybody, huh?
Yeah, I ain't trying to piss you off tonight. Stanley, man, last night was a good one, man. We're going to have to keep that going. Shit.
Yeah, it was a doozy.
I ain't trying to piss you off, Stanley. Damn. I understand how hard it is now. I get it.
I'm glad to have you now. So let's go back to this story. I thought it would leave off. I guess I'll just restart it. Again, U.S. Steel was up on the auction block for Nippon Steel, a Japanese steel company. Biden has said, no, we can't sell U.S. Steel, mainly because it's, if not the last, one of the few U.S.-based steel manufacturers. So he's gonna keep it in the house. So actually, we will pick up where we left off.
Hey, think about this, Stanley. Think about this. The Supreme Court? One of these courts came down on Biden trying to sell the steel from the fence that Trump had paid, he paid to put up, that was unfinished. What you think about that? I think something fishy about that whole story. I can't really put my finger on it.
I knew he was trying to sell off assets. I don't really have thoughts about it, except the court said, no, you can't sell it. So I'm assuming that Trump will try and finish the wall, though I haven't heard of it.
It was really Biden that was trying to sell that wall, though? Do you think it was Biden? Because how all of a sudden would somebody from the United States buy that steel, offer to buy that steel, and then backdoor and come right to Trump and holler about, hey, we'll sell it to you for this amount on the dollar? Like, what the hell, really?
I don't really have any thoughts on it.
That's crazy, Stanley.
Yep. Well, let's go ahead and finish this story off.
What's up, Dan? What's up, Beak? What's up, David? What's up? God is real. Not God is in Israel. We say God is real. I did. DG in the house. Bot Ricks, keep doing your thing, man. Portia in the chat. That's what's up. I was trying to call in earlier, but I was on the wrong phone. Dang. Before she ended the last stream, because I could have called in and held the stream on till you got on, Stanley. I could have did that. because I wanted to run my mouth a little bit tonight. But I'm gonna hurry up and give me a computer too, so like when you be getting your rest, I can just keep everybody occupied, I guess,
Gotcha. So let's go ahead and finish this story off.
United States, CFI-US, said it was unable to reach a consensus on the risks of the Nippon Steel deal, leaving the final verdict with the White House. In its final evaluation of the transaction, the committee warned that after buying U.S. steel, Nippon Steel could reduce domestic steel output and pose risks to the national security of the United States. Among the industries hardest hit in that case would be the transportation and energy sectors, said the panel, chaired by Treasury Secretary Janet L. Yellen. Potential reduced output by U.S. Steel could lead to supply shortages and delays that could affect industries critical to national security, the panel concluded. CFI-US also said Nippon Steel's global operations meant that it might not support future U.S. government trade actions against low-cost steel imports, leaving the U.S. economy more exposed to dumping and unfair subsidization of steel. The company instead could prioritize production in countries such as Brazil, Mexico, and India. The committee said officials were not convinced that Nippon Steel could mitigate those risks with its proposal to fill key U.S. steel management jobs and a majority of the board of directors with U.S. citizens. On Monday, Nippon Steel made a desperate bid to overcome Biden's opposition, offering the government an effective veto over any reduction in U.S. Steel's production capacity. Yet even that gambit fell short. The year-long controversy over the fate of the nation's third-ranked steelmaker blended election year politics, nostalgia for a vanished era of American industrial supremacy, and contemporary concerns about global competition with China. Biden had planned in September to block the deal. But after Democratic officials in Pennsylvania raised alarms about potential economic and political costs in that critical swing state, he agreed to postpone the decision until the presidential election was finished. Biden's stance revealed contradictions within his international economic policies. The president says he values U.S. alliances and welcomes foreign investment, but the tariff barriers he maintained against foreign steel effectively encourage foreign producers like Nippon Steel to make the type of investments in the United States that he is set to ban. Biden's decision to kill the deal is likely to trigger legal challenges by the companies, which have complained about a lack of due process throughout the review. The president in March appeared to prejudge the CFI-US outcome, saying publicly that it was vital U.S. steel remained American-owned. President-elect Donald Trump also opposed the transaction and said he would rescue U.S. steel with a mix of tariffs and tax incentives. Within the government, the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative was the leading opponent of the deal. Biden's decision capped a furious final burst of bargaining that saw Takahiro Mori, Nippon Steel's vice chairman, make multiple visits to Washington, D.C. and Pittsburgh in hopes of securing support for the takeover. The collapse of Nippon Steel's proposed $14.9 billion acquisition represents a victory for United Steelworkers Union President David McCall, a fourth-generation steelworker who rose to lead the union following the 2023 death of his predecessor. McCall objected to the deal from the moment it was announced in December 2023. At the time, Nippon Steel said it wanted to buy U.S. steel to benefit from the industrial revival spurred by Biden's economic policies. The president's signature legislative achievements, the 2021 bipartisan infrastructure law, semiconductor industry subsidies, and the 2022 Inflation Reduction Act's clean energy projects, were driving steel demand higher, and U.S. tariffs made it more profitable to produce industrial metals here rather than import.
Stanley, are you listening?
Claimed that the union had not been consulted before the deal was announced.
Yes.
And he questioned Nippon Steel's promises to invest $2.7 billion.
What do you think about that, Stanley? See, that's what I be talking about. See, we sitting up here, we talking about these guys and we supporting them and everything. But do you see what they doing? They basically trying to sell our industry out from under us.
Okay, Biden blocks the deal, so it's not going to be sold.
Yeah, but why did he block that deal? At least he's trying to save, I guess, he's trying to save at least some remnants of his legacy.
He blocked that deal because he felt it was bad for national security.
But when we block, I mean, I get it, Stanley, but yeah, let the article. I told you, man, I'm angry. When I really get to understanding all this shit, and you really seeing what's really at play, and what's really at cost, and what's at stake, I just don't see an American just being like, okay, this is okay. I don't see an American saying that. I just don't see it. And I can't understand how somebody can, for this to be going on for so long, because that's just the way it is. That just seems kind of lazy to me, you know?
Okay, well, Biden blocked the deal, so you can rest easy
Well,
at least for another day.
Yeah.
Well, salute to Joe Biden for blocking that deal. You know, Trump was against it too, Stanley.
Uh-huh. How you doing there, 12th man?
Oh,
pretty good. Good to talk to you, Stanley.
You too. Let's go ahead and finish this article off.
In U.S. Steel's traditional steelmaking facilities, Nippon Steel promised no layoffs or plant closures during the term of the current union contract, which expires in September 2026. But McCall accused the Japanese company of planning to shift jobs from U.S. Steel's unionized blast furnaces in Pennsylvania and Indiana to non-union facilities in Arkansas, which Nippon Steel denies. McCall also noted that the Commerce Department had repeatedly levied steep anti-dumping and anti-subsidy tariffs on Nippon Steel products.
Hold on, Solid. Let the article finish, Solid Snake.
Well, what were you thinking about Sarah Huckabee? Hopefully,
yeah, you know, she came out against those foreigners coming in buying up land in Arkansas. What was that, like last year, 2 years ago? She been on a whole tirade about that. And I was just thinking, what would Sarah Huckabee say? I don't know why. I was like, I've been listening to her. You know, I live in the region. I get that news from Arkansas. So it's like, I ain't gonna lie, man. Sarah Huckabee might be a real one. I don't know, man. I'm looking at her.
She's a real something.
She a real one, man. I think she a real patriot. I don't think she's too much in Trump, you know, corner like that, though, be honest with you. I think I don't know, man. Sarah Huckabee a motherfucker.
Well,
I'm looking at my motherfucking state where we just had this terrorist attack, and all of a sudden all this shit was allowed to happen, and then man, I don't live in New Orleans though, you know, but I do live in Louisiana.
I was wondering what you thought about that, Solid Snake.
I mean, things like this, I give it about a marination of like a week. And then I talk about it, you know, because like I say, a lot of false news out, you know what I'm saying? Then I can talk to people that was in the area. I can get the feel of the news from that area, you know. I really wanted to bring somebody up tonight about that, but I couldn't get in touch with them today because they was actually in the area when it happened.
Solid Snake, don't you live somewhere around Lafayette or somewhere? You don't live
I'm in the northern part of Louisiana. I'm much closer to Arkansas and Mississippi, you know.
Oh yeah, you're up there in northwestern Louisiana.
Yeah, I'm in northeast Louisiana.
All right, well, let's get back to the article.
After finding that the company had improperly sold low-priced foreign steel in the U.S. market, McCall's opposition carried obvious political overtones in an election year. The Steelworkers Union had endorsed Biden in 2020 and claimed more than 1 million members, including tens of thousands in swing states such as Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Biden took his cue from McCall, repeatedly promising the steelworkers that he would have their backs. The union endorsed Biden again this year and later backed Vice President Kamala Harris when she replaced him at the top of the Democratic ticket. But in siding with the union leadership, Biden complicated relations with Japan, a staunch ally that the United States is bound by treaty to defend in combat. Even as the administration eyed potential national security risks from the tie-up with a Japanese company, independent analysts were dismissive. In April, Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba urged approval of the deal, arguing that it would increase steel production capacity and employment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
Last month, Takehiko Matsuo, Vice Minister for International Affairs with Japan's Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, wrote administration officials noting that Japan is the largest investor in the United States. Matsuo repeated Ishiba's pleas while adding a warning. If, on the other hand, the U.S. government decide to block this deal, it will send a stark message that investment from Japan, regardless of lack of security concerns, is not welcome in the U.S., he wrote. Concerns about political pressures affecting the CFI-US process were shared by business groups such as the Global Business Alliance, which represents foreign-based multinationals with U.S. operations, and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Prominent lawmakers from both parties, including Senator John Fetterman, Democrat Pennsylvania, and Senator J.D. Vance, Republican Ohio. Now the vice president-elect also called for the deal to be blocked. U.S. Steel's next step is not clear. The Pittsburgh-based steelmaker could resume its search for a buyer. Previous bidders include Cleveland-Cliffs, the second-largest domestic steel producer, which offered $7.3 billion to acquire the company in 2023. U.S. Steel also could opt to proceed as a standalone company. But CEO David Burritt already has warned that it lacks the financial resources needed to reinvigorate some of its aging blast furnaces in Pennsylvania's Mon Valley and in Gary, Indiana. CFI-US acknowledged the company's continued struggles, saying it has a history of inadequate attempts to improve its competitiveness with frequently changing operational priorities. Many of those who objected to U.S. Steel's sale cited its storied history. The company was formed in 1901 by business legends including Andrew Carnegie and J.P. Morgan. It was the nation's first billion-dollar corporation, and its output shaped landmarks like the Empire State Building, the Superdome in New Orleans, and San Francisco's Bay Bridge. During World War II, U.S. Steel's mills forged many of the tanks, ships, and aircraft that defeated the Nazis. The steelmaker's glory days, however, were long gone by the time Nippon Steel came calling. U.S. Steel employed 21,803 workers at the end of last year, fewer than half as many as 20 years ago. Its 2023 sales of $18 billion fell 14% from the previous year. Profits of $895 million were down by almost two-thirds over the same period, according to securities filings. The company's annual output ranks 27th in the world, according to the World Steel Association. Nippon Steel's ranks 4th.
Oh, any...
Hey, Stanley, did you drop that article? Could you drop that article in the back chat for me? I want to pick up some things out of that article right quick.
Okay.
Let's pick up some things out of that article. Because I hear a lot of people in the chat, and they really buying into the conspiracy theory part of it, I guess, you know?
Oh, I had no idea there were conspiracy theories around it.
Hey, think about that Tesla truck. Okay, I ain't gonna lie, man. I don't know if that was actually, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm still puzzled about that. Because like Mello said earlier, I was listening to the stream when I was at work, and I don't know why, but it kept sticking in my head, the Tesla truck. And you know what I think about that? Autopilot. You know, I always had this little theory with cars that drive themselves. You know what I'm saying? And how ironic, this guy had fireworks still left in his truck. And how many people do you know in your community still got fireworks left over from the 4th of July? But ironically, the Tesla truck has been going in, has had a secret or a private recall on those trucks as far as the battery's concerned. And I wonder, could you hack that system to where you could short that battery or actually just control it and trigger the battery like that movie, Don't Look Up?
Or just
I mean, I'm being honest. It's almost like they showed you that in a movie, and it actually can probably be implemented in real life.
Or just go
But hit
rent
that like
one.
button. Here for the tea in the house. Yeah, man. Oh,
Hey,
shit.
T.
Tea in the house.
Everybody
My
in the
bad,
chat,
Stanley. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
make sure that you hit the like button, please. And if you're new to the channel, subscribe to the channel and share the wealth that you are experiencing tonight on this panel with your friends.
Because we family in this motherfucker, man. We family.
I'm sorry.
We family. If I see you out there in them YouTube streets, I'm finna holler at you.
Stanley, I'm sorry
But I
Georgia
didn't
didn't
know.
win.
Hey, what up?
Well, that's all right.
Sorry
We'll survive.
Georgia didn't win, Stanley.
Yeah, well, what do you say? You win some, you lose some.
Oh,
Yeah,
wait a
that's
minute.
the way it is.
Hold on, guys. I missed it. I'm trying to find that article, Stanley.
Which article?
The one you just playing about the Nippon still being trying to be bought off or auctioned off.
Well, I put it in the back chat.
Cause that'll be a nice little conversation pickup piece right there, man.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear your pickup line involving U.S. Steel.
No, it's just when you think about it, they're taking away production from the United States. That's what it seemed like the big argument is about.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean,
think
glad
about it, Stanley. You having all your high-tech jobs being taken over by H-1B visas. Okay, but you look at all those little illegal immigrants that's coming over the border. They dealing with people right now from their culture that's actually established within our network of the United States. So you have to know that there's going to be an implication on the amount of jobs that's going to be available to the average American citizen. It's a complete, come on, man, it's a complete goddamn silent takeover.
You got anything to add to that, 12th man?
Yeah, I'm just glad that Joe Biden didn't sign off on the American steel takeover.
Well,
a lot of people were afraid
I
he
just
was
hope January
going
20th actually happens at this point. I'm a black man, and I know I shouldn't say that with Trump in office, but I'm probably a Pookie or a Ray Ray in a lot of people's mind. But you know, like I say, being a felon, but I'm also an American citizen. But I'm a black man first that had two parents. So at the same time, I see what culture is, and I see what stability is, and I know what it look like. But what I'm saying is right now, man, January 20th can't come fast enough.
Yeah.
I want to see these motherfuckers. Hold on, 12 man. I want all these motherfucking heads on a stake on the side of I-20, I-40, I-10. I want to make sure motherfuckers know you play with this country wrong, nigga, you gotta suffer. The tree of liberty need to be fed.
Well, that's true.
But that's my bottom line.
So the
and I'm telling you,
goes.
But all this goddamn motherfuckers over here killing motherfucking Americans, and it's probably being noticed that, hey, they had their eyes on that guy for a whole long time. They knew he was capable of doing it. They knew the plan. Come on, man. I got an algorithm to tell me what I'm thinking about eating. All of a sudden, I'm thinking about a hamburger. Boom, Sonic pop up. Boom, Wendy's pop up. Boom, Burger King or whatever the fuck app I got on my phone. It'll pop up and say, hey, we got a special today. Come on, you telling me you don't know this motherfucker's in the plan on doing some shit? Come on, man, stop.
Yeah, you know what the most annoying ad is, and they're already doing it all across YouTube, is Monopoly, that white guy with a really big mustache, and he's
the only thing that's still allowed, Stanley, is the Democrats and the liberals.
Really annoys me. Yeah, and I do not like the Monopoly ads, so I bought YouTube Premium, and now they still play it on Fox News. And so, like, your phone is listening.
So
Your
You gotta be
opponent's
questioning about their
listening to
content at this
everything
point.
you do, and so if you're watching a show and it plays a Monopoly ad, then your phone's gonna pick it up. It literally listens to everything you do or
All right.
watch or anything.
Well, so
There's
happens
nothing you can do about it.
so happens today. The House of Representatives is going to vote on
Yeah.
House Speaker. So here's a quick article on that topic.
Yeah, that's the one I
This
wanted
news
to
story
talk
was
about.
written by Mariana Sotomayor. Mike Johnson's House Speaker bid looks shaky despite Trump endorsement.
I
Friday's
told you.
close speakership vote could signal legislative chaos to come. With less than 24 hours to go, Speaker Mike Johnson is still working to win over a handful of Republican lawmakers who are skeptical of his leadership, raising the
told you.
prospect of a close and contentious vote on Friday, and increasing the risk that the intra-GOP battles that define the 118th Congress will continue into the 119th. Johnson, Republican Louisiana, has spent the week working the phones and met with lawmakers in the Capitol through Thursday evening to try to better understand the concerns of roughly half a dozen hardliners whose support he needs in the speakership election, which begins at noon. Many of the skeptics come from the ultra-conservative House Freedom Caucus, which has spent the last year pushing their leaders to curtail government spending, or else. To win the gavel on Friday, Johnson needs 218 votes if all House lawmakers are present and voting for a speaker candidate by name. Because of the resignation of Representative Matt Gaetz, Republican Florida, last month, House Republicans will start the year with just 219 seats, meaning Johnson can afford to lose just one GOP vote. Representative Thomas Massey, Republican Kentucky, has said he'll definitely vote against Johnson, so the speaker would need every other Republican vote. If Johnson cannot get the necessary votes, the House keeps voting until a speaker is elected.
Yeah, what's up, Twerp? What you was thinking? Why Massey saying? Damn.
I already sent Congressman Tommy Massey an email because I've been kind of on his side since the Tea Party in 2009, and I hope he's not the person. Don't be that guy.
What did Mike Johnson do, though? That's what I want to know, 12 man. What happened? What did Mike Johnson do to piss off Thomas Massey? What happened?
Well,
Thomas Massey is a very strict conservative, and that's kind of what he is, but I've been supporting that guy since the Tea Party, back under Ron Paul and all of them, but I told him, man, I sent him a message on X. I say, you got to get on board. Other words, it's going to thwart the whole agenda, the Make America Great Again agenda. So you got to get on board, man.
Well, what's your thoughts, Stanley? Because I'm still trying to figure it out.
If he doesn't get on board, then we can only afford to lose one more vote.
Oh man!
So then it's gonna be.
So anybody, I hate to say this.
Cluster,
hold on, 12. Anybody in the chat got any comments on this, or do y'all want to join the panel and come and? Well, wait a minute. Hold on. Hold that thought. Hit that like button. Hey, Stanley, what's your thought on that?
My thought is that the Republicans look mighty shaky.
Yeah, they're looking like they can't govern. Almost, if you can't even decide.
That's what I'm looking at. It's almost like all of a sudden now, nobody want to communicate, don't nobody want to cooperate.
It's going to be destructive to the Make America Great Again agenda if Republicans can't even stick together. I mean, get it the fuck together. then they're not even gonna be able to pass any. They're not gonna be able to pass anything if they can't even.
But it don't look like they're gonna be able to nominate Trump. It seems like what I'm saying to it, man. It seems like they won't be able to solidify and elect Trump into the office.
What? The election happened in November. He's
okay.
president.
Yeah. But you still got to have the electoral vote count today.
Okay, the electoral. Yeah. Come on, dude.
Stanley, he's talking about the.
I'm trying to tell you, Stanley. I'm telling you, it's a game of foot.
What you're trying to do is.
I don't trust it.
Yeah. Okay.
They're gonna pull some shit today. They're gonna pull some shit.
Who is they?
The deep state.
Okay, let's go ahead and finish this.
My bad. I'm in a character. I'm just working on a character. That's all. I'm being honest.
Because without one, lawmakers cannot be sworn in to begin voting. In a Fox News interview Thursday, Johnson said conversations have focused on process reforms in the House.
Ooh, damn,
Two people familiar with the discussions, who spoke on the condition of anonymity to outline private, ongoing negotiations, said the Speaker was referencing efforts to ensure House Republicans can quickly pass conservative legislation while also cutting spending. After meeting with holdouts Thursday afternoon, Johnson predicted again on Fox that he would receive maybe one no vote and remained hopeful that he can win back the gavel on the first round of voting. President-elect Donald Trump this week threw his weight behind Johnson, arguing he is best equipped to implement conservative reforms. Ahead of his New Year's Eve party at his Mar-a-Lago club, Trump told reporters he believes the holdouts will ultimately support Johnson because he is the only House Republican who can clinch enough votes to win the gavel. He's the one who can win right now. People like him. Almost everybody likes him, Trump said. Though there are others who would be very good, he added, they have 30 or 40 people that don't like them. So that's pretty tough, he said, without naming names. Asked if he was calling to pressure the holdouts, Trump said he would, if necessary, but that he believes Johnson has the votes. Really, we're going to have a great time and get a successful vote. Johnson's a good man, he's a very wonderful person, and that's what you need. Trump's endorsement earlier this week seemed to sway some lawmakers. Representative Josh Brashear, Republican Oklahoma, who voted against Johnson's stopgap funding bill last month, posted after Trump's endorsement that he believes Johnson and Trump are the winning combination to deliver results within our window of opportunity. But other members of the House Freedom Caucus remain undecided about whether to support Johnson. They want to know how Johnson will cut spending while also pushing forward Trump's agenda. Representative Chip Roy, Republican Texas, a key holdout who has been in conversations for several weeks about possibly replacing Johnson, said Wednesday that Johnson's mishandling of the latest government funding bill cannot happen again. The reason I am still undecided on the Speaker vote, as opposed to hard no, is it's not all the fault of its Speaker Johnson, and my desire is to give him grace and at real Donald Trump room to deliver on a strong agenda for which we were elected. But something must change, he wrote. Congress must first address the debt ceiling, which could require the federal government to take extraordinary measures if it is not lifted as soon as January 14th, according to Treasury Secretary Janet L. Yellen. Shortly after Trump's inauguration on January 20th, the incoming administration wants the GOP-led Congress to pass policies addressing border security and energy-related reforms before working on reauthorizing Trump's 2017 tax law. Johnson and his leadership team released a 32-page document on New Year's Day that outlines their legislative priorities and how the chamber should operate. While all 12 bills expected to be passed in the coming weeks are core conservative priorities Republicans campaigned on, they do not address all of Trump's agenda. Johnson and his allies argue that getting all that done will be possible only if the party sticks together, starting with unifying around re-electing him as Speaker. As the Republican leadership in Congress, we have prepared an aggressive plan to remove any roadblocks and provide a glide path for President Trump's reforms and policy agenda, Johnson and 3 of his deputies wrote in a joint op-ed Wednesday. To implement that vision, We must remain united.
All righty.
Oh, okay. I was trying to figure out what that noise was in the background.
Well, I think it's you. Oh, it was probably me. I was folding up a bag. By the way, that the House vote for Speaker of the House happens today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I bet you're hoping that they will not confirm Mike Johnson because as a
But
Democrat,
you know what I want everybody to think about? Everybody
Okay,
knew Biden was.
hold on before you get too
Why
far.
did we have this in
Let
2020?
Let me address 12th man right quick. I don't care who wins. It's going to be a Republican Speaker of the House.
Liberal.
This stage of the game, to kind of touch on a point you made earlier, 12th man,
yes,
the
sir.
Republicans have the legislature, they have the executive branch, and they have the judicial branch. They must govern. They have no excuses. The filibuster is pretty much the only roadblock they have. They better govern. They have all three branches.
Well,
So
that's one thing.
whoever is leading, I don't care. They just need to govern.
That's one thing I've always respected about Democrats is they stick together, unlike some of these Republicans, and they're always wanting to breaking up. And they can't be a part of the
Hold on, guys. I was just seeing a very interesting comment that Abiola made. Imagine Snake as a Fox News co-host. Hey, did you know that Solid Snake was a member of Fox Sound? No, let me stop playing. All right, never mind.
That's one thing I always really liked about the Democrats is they do stick together. And
hey, you know what's so otherworldly ironic? When I look at where that video game took place in Alaska, it's pretty much damn near where 12 man lives.
But let me ask you two a question. Would you consider yourselves typical Trump voters?
No.
I don't know about typical.
Nah, I don't know what typical is. When I think of America, I think of all us as being varied individuals. We vary. I mean, our life, our spaces, but our mentality, you know, I'm going to say it like this. It's not so much as being a Trump voter. We vote on policies, not the person. The policy is the most important thing. We don't care about who the person is. I mean, yeah. Hey, guess what? If Kanye West came out talking like Trump,
Lord.
I'm just saying, I'll vote for Kanye West. But because I'm voting for my interests at the end of the day, I'm not voting for somebody else's ideology at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to tell you the dumbest thing I ever seen in my life. It's like a sports fan. You ever seen that motherfucker say, I'm a Cowboy fan, I'm a ride or die Saint fan? But what you fail to realize is teams adjust every fucking year. So the team that you rooted for in 2006 ain't the same in 2007. They got a whole different playbook. They got a whole new scheme of players, maybe, backups, route runners, whatever. But you gotta pay attention to the way the game is played. You can't play the game like that. That's not a way to play politics.
That's the way they play it in the goddamn
But that's the dumbest
store.
thing I've ever heard, to just say, I'm going to only vote Democrat the rest of my life. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, that I'm only going to vote Republican. This is what's hurting America. This two-party system needs to die. We need to start having conversation and having policy based on our interests and our benefit, not based on party lines or ideological beliefs, because that's stupid.
one thing I always liked about the Democrats is they stick together. They're not.
The
Oh
thing I hate
no,
about both parties is that they are
we're not.
predictable.
We're not gonna vote
It
on
became
this
a TV show a
person or
long
that
time ago.
person.
The American citizen does not exist. The only thing
They
that
always
exists
stick
is
together.
their
And
fucking goddamn pocket.
Hakeem Jeffries did say that there'll be no Democrat votes for Mike Johnson. So, like, all the Democrats are sticking together, and the Republicans are trying to fuck each other.
That's what I'm talking about. It's almost like they've been pigeonholed into a philosophy that just don't work for progressive. And a progressive American society, a moving forward American society, don't no party exactly accelerates.
Well, that's what Stanley has been saying for a long time. Are they going to prove they can govern?
Why Bill Gates ain't just said, you know what, fuck
they
my work,
govern?
man. I'm just going to start my own political party, and we're going to call it Microsoft.
Can they govern or no?
Yeah, America going to have the blue beam.
The Democrats, they have shown that they can govern. I mean, they stick together and everything.
All right.
Republicans evidently aren't sticking together or anything like that.
Each and every one of them got their own financial interests. They all being endorsed by different lobbyists.
I don't think Thomas
The only thing that matters to them is RNC and the DNC. That's it.
That's right. The only one we can afford to lose is Thomas Manchin. Like I said, I've been with him since the Tea Party, man.
Man, you know the sad part is we talking about all this immigration and visa talk, and they steadily trying to promote and push our children into war because they got a fucking social security number at the end of the day. You think they finna go and hunt down a goddamn illegal immigrant to go to work or go to war? Hell no. But you got a social security number. We can track you, motherfucker. We can do what we want to with you. That's at the end of the day because accountability is dead in America.
All right.
Okay.
Well, the next
got a
story.
whole political party gonna keep it that way.
The next story, Trump appears to blame Biden border policy for New Orleans attack by U.S. citizen. This definitely
he didn't really.
This news story was written by Marianne Levine and Kat Zakarzewski. Trump appears to blame Biden border policy for New Orleans attack by U.S. citizen. President-elect Donald Trump appeared to blame the Biden administration's border policies for the vehicular attack that killed 14 people in New Orleans on Wednesday morning, even though authorities have identified the assailant as a native-born U.S. citizen. With the Biden open borders policy, I said, many times during rallies and elsewhere, that radical Islamic terrorism and other forms of violent crime will become so bad in America that it will become hard to even imagine or believe, Trump said in a social media post Thursday. That time has come, only worse than ever imagined. The FBI has identified Shamsuddin Jabbar as the man who drove a truck with an Islamic State flag into a crowd on Bourbon Street early on New Year's Day. Jabbar, who was killed at the scene, was an Army veteran from Texas and a U.S. citizen. Although Trump didn't explicitly say he was referring to the New Orleans attack, the timing of his Thursday post and his mention of radical Islamic terrorism suggest he was making the connection. President Joe Biden said Wednesday that Jabbar's attack appeared to have been inspired by ISIS. President Trump rightfully highlighted that criminals crossing the border have committed some of the most heinous crimes this country has witnessed in its history, said Stephen Chung, Trump communications director. That is a factual statement, and it is a big reason why Americans overwhelmingly voted for him and gave him a massive mandate. It is also true that radical Islamic terrorism and its warped ideology have crossed into our country and infected those looking to spread hate and violence. In social media posts that appeared related to the attack, Trump sought to blame migrants for crime in the United States, reprising a central theme of his presidential campaign. In one particularly notable episode in September, the Trump campaign and its allies distorted Homeland Security statistics on undocumented immigrants with criminal records, claiming that the migrants entered the country during the Biden administration. In fact, most did not enter during Biden's White House tenure. The statistics span the past 4 decades, and many of the migrants in question entered the country during Trump's first term. Jabbar was born in the United States during President Ronald Reagan's administration. His mother was born in Texas, according to Texas public records. Trump has proposed curtailing birthright citizenship, the constitutional provision that grants automatic citizenship to almost all people born on U.S. soil. But even under Trump's proposal, children who have at least one U.S. citizen parent, as Jabbar did, would still become U.S. citizens. Legal scholars have said that restricting birthright citizenship would require changing the Constitution, an unlikely scenario. There is no evidence that undocumented immigrants commit crimes at a higher rate than U.S. citizens. The vast majority of those arrested at the southern border do not have criminal convictions. Illegal border crossings reached the highest levels ever recorded during the first 3 years of Biden's terms, but those numbers have dropped significantly in recent months. Hours after the New Orleans attack, Trump claimed on social media that the criminals coming in are far worse than the criminals we have in our country, and said, "Our hearts are with all of the innocent victims and their loved ones, including the brave officers of the New Orleans Police Department." Trump's message suggesting a tie between criminals coming in and the New Orleans attack took off on social media Wednesday after Fox News reported that the suspect drove a truck with a Texas license plate across the border in Eagle Pass, Texas, on December 30th. The news network later clarified that new reporting revealed that the truck crossed the border on November 16th, and the ID of the driver did not appear to be Jabbar's. Officials have said that Jabbar rented the car he drove into the crowd, a white Ford F-150 Lightning, through Turo, an online marketplace that allows people to rent out their personal vehicles. In a Fox News interview on Thursday morning, Representative Michael Waltz, Republican Florida, Trump's incoming national security advisor, brought up the border when asked about how to prevent further attacks. "We've got to take a hard look at our defenses, first and foremost. Close our border," Waltz said. In addition to appearing to blame the attack on the Biden administration's border policies, Trump also reprised his claim of a weaponized justice system in a social media post early Thursday, and claimed that the United States is a laughingstock all over the world. "This is what happens when you have open borders, with weak, ineffective, and virtually non-existent leadership," Trump said. "The DOJ, FBI, and Democrat state and local prosecutors have not done their job. They are incompetent and corrupt, having spent all of their waking hours unlawfully attacking their political opponent, Maine." Tom Homan, Trump's incoming White House border czar, told Fox News on Thursday that the country is in grave danger. "We need to secure that border." Homan also predicted that a connection would be found between the New Orleans attack and a separate Cybertruck explosion outside Trump's Las Vegas hotel, citing a gut feeling. The FBI said Thursday that there was no definitive link between the two explosions. Merrill Cornfield and Aaron Schaffer contributed to this report.
Yes, sir.
Well, it was found out earlier that the guy in New Orleans and the guy in Las Vegas both served at Fort Bragg and in Afghanistan, so I'm not so sure they're not connected.
They are not connected.
Are you sure about that, Stanley?
Yes.
How?
What do you
How
mean?
are you sure about that?
Okay, number one, it doesn't appear they served at Fort Bragg at the same time.
Yeah, they did. It's
Number
already
two-
been confirmed.
Number two, the New Orleans guy was home on leave. He committed suicide.
No.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. I'm not going to sit here and go back and forth over this topic. You asked me. I answered. I'm not going to debate.
Okay, but
Okay, listen to what I'm saying, 12th man.
Stanley, you're spreading
Listen
false
to what?
information.
Listen to what I am saying, 12th man. You asked, I answered. I am not going to debate this back and forth.
Yeah, of course you're not. You can't handle the truth.
The next story, in a blow to Democrats, federal appeals court strikes down net neutrality. It's a little bit of a change of pace.
Is that like the FCC and
Yes.
all that? Well, there's fixing to be a whole new change in administration. And
This news story was written by Eva Du. In blow to Democrats, federal appeals court strikes down net neutrality. The Biden administration's FCC had considered its reinstatement of the rules on internet service providers a signature accomplishment. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit struck down the FCC's net neutrality rules governing internet service providers Thursday in an early policy win for Republicans seeking to reverse Biden-era industry regulation. Democrats at the Federal Communications Commission had considered the reinstatement of net neutrality a major accomplishment under the Biden administration. The reversal is a glimpse of the years ahead, during which President-elect Donald Trump's team has vowed to broadly undo his predecessor's regulation of private sector companies. The net neutrality issue revolves around how heavily federal regulators should control the companies that build and operate the internet. Democrats favor heavier oversight along the lines of how traditional telephone networks are regulated, while Republicans have argued for a lighter touch. Net neutrality was adopted by the FCC under the Obama administration, reversed under Trump, then reinstated under President Joe Biden. I think that net neutrality is going to have a long respite, said Mark Martin, a partner at Perkins Coie and a former FCC official, adding that he sees the prospect of the Supreme Court overruling the Sixth Circuit as slim. It would have to take future bad acts that get a lot of attention to maybe bring a different Congress to act and give the FCC authority. Short of that, I think it's over. The Sixth Circuit said in its decision Thursday that internet service providers were not just dumb pipes, as the FCC has contended, and for that reason, internet service cannot be regulated as a mere utility service like power, water, and traditional telephone lines. The FCC's reading is inconsistent with the plain language of the Communications Act of 1934, the court in Cincinnati said, referring to the law outlining the FCC's authority. The court cited a major Supreme Court ruling in June, in Loper Bright Enterprises v. Raimondo, that struck down the principle known as Chevron deference, a 40-year-old legal precedent that had broadly allowed federal agencies to set technical regulations for industries in the absence of detailed federal law. A three-judge panel of the Sixth Circuit said that, by applying Loper Bright, it could end the FCC's vacillations. More court challenges against federal regulations based on the Supreme Court's June ruling are in the pipeline. A conservative-led FCC under the second Trump administration was widely expected to move to overturn net neutrality if court challenges failed. On Thursday, the FCC declined to say whether it would appeal the court decision, with Chairwoman Jessica Rosenworcel calling instead for Congress to take action. Consumers across the country have told us again and again that they want an internet that is fast, open, and fair, she said in a statement. With this decision, it is clear that Congress now needs to heed their call, take up the charge for net neutrality, and put open internet principles in federal law. Brendan Carr, Trump's pick for FCC chairman, praised the court Thursday for striking down what he called President Biden's internet power grab and promised more deregulatory moves for his tenure as head of the agency. The work to unwind the Biden administration's regulatory overreach will continue, he said. Advocates of net neutrality have long argued that such rules are necessary to keep internet service providers from abusing their power against consumers, for instance by slowing down access to certain websites or types of content. Opponents say that there is limited evidence that internet service providers choose to discriminate against content this way, and that heavier oversight would weigh on innovation. For a decade, I've argued that so-called net neutrality regulations are unlawful, not to mention pointless. Ajit Pai, who was FCC chairman during Trump's first term, wrote on X, "It's time for regulators and activists to give up on this tired non-issue once and for all and focus on what actually matters to American consumers, like improving internet access and promoting online innovation." In recent years, amid rising concerns about hacking from China and Russia, net neutrality proponents have highlighted that these rules, formerly called Title II authority, also give the FCC more power to protect networks against foreign hackers. Andrew J. Schwartzman, senior counsel at the Benton Institute for Broadband and Society, said Title II authority would allow the FCC to revoke authorizations of certain foreign-owned internet service providers deemed national security risks, to mandate cybersecurity standards for broadband providers, to prohibit interconnection between broadband providers and data centers controlled by non-U.S. owners where a national security threat is found, and to better address outage reporting. This is bad for consumers, for businesses that rely on the internet, and for protecting broadband networks from intrusions by nation-states, he said of the court decision. The issue of cybersecurity of telecom networks has been in the spotlight in the wake of the Salt Typhoon hacks, which lawmakers have called the worst in the nation's history. Carr has called it a priority. With the reversal of net neutrality, the FCC retains broad Title II authority to regulate phone networks, but has weaker authority over the separate, but partially overlapping, domain of internet networks.
Okay. Any thoughts on that? On net neutrality, Snake?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you like this, man.
I'm sorry, what?
You ever heard of dead internet theory?
Your mic's breaking up.
Oh, wait, hold on. I'm probably doing too much. I don't know, man. My phone's starting to mess up all of a sudden. I'm doing now.
Your mic's breaking up. Your mic's breaking up really bad.
Okay, let me restart. I don't know what's going on.
Okay.
But that was my phone starting to act all funny all of a sudden. Hold on.
This next item is a guest essay by James Carville, his post-mortem basically on the election. I scanned through it. I disagree with him, but we'll hear it and then I'll talk about it after the article is done.
James Carville. I was wrong about the 2024 election. Here's why. This article is by James Carville and read by an automated voice. I thought Kamala Harris would win. I was wrong. While I'm sure we Democrats can argue that the loss wasn't a landslide or take a little solace in our House performance, the most important thing for us now is to face that we were wrong and take action on the prevailing why. I've been going over this in my head for the past 2 months, all the variables, all the what-ifs, all the questions about Joe Biden's re-election decisions, and what kind of Democrat or message might have worked against Donald Trump. I keep coming back to the same thing. We lost for one very simple reason. It was, it is, and it always will be the economy. Stupid. We have to begin 2025 with that truth as our political North Star and not get distracted by anything else. Although the U.S. economy remains the strongest in the world, with GDP soaring and inflation subsiding, the American people did not settle for us being better than the rest, or take that as good enough. Mr. Trump, for the first time in his political career, decisively won by seizing a swath of middle-class and low-income voters focused on the economy. Democrats have flat-out lost the economic narrative. The only path to electoral salvation is to take it back. Perception is everything in politics, and a lot of Americans perceive us as out to lunch on the economy. not feeling their pain or caring too much about other things instead. To win back the economic narrative, we must focus on revving up a transformed messaging machine for the new political paradigm we now find ourselves living in. It's about finding ways to talk to Americans about the economy that are persuasive, repetitive, memorable, and entirely focused on the issues that affect Americans' everyday lives. This starts with how we form our opposition. First of all, we have got to stop making Mr. Trump himself our main focus. He can't be elected again. Furthermore, it's clear many Americans do not give a rat's tail about Mr. Trump's indictments, even if they are justified, or about his anti-democratic impulses, or about social issues if they cannot provide for themselves or their families. Mr. Trump won the popular vote by putting the economic anger of Americans front and center. If we focus on anything else, we risk falling farther into the abyss. Our messaging machine must sharply focus on opposing the unpopular Republican economic agenda that will live on past him. Vocally oppose the party, not the person or the extremism of his movement. I don't always agree with Wall Street, but Jamie Dimon was right when he said that Democrats railing against ultra-MAGA was insulting and politically tone-deaf. Denouncing other Americans or their leader as miscreants is not going to win elections. Focusing on their economic pain will, as will contesting the Republican economic agenda. There will be plenty to oppose. Our central message must revolve around opposing Republicans' tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans. It is deeply unpopular, and we know they want to do it again. And then we attack the rest. We know Republicans will most likely skyrocket everyday costs with slapstick tariffs. They will almost certainly attempt to slash the Affordable Care Act, raising premiums on the working class, and they will probably do next to nothing to curb the cost of prescription drugs. In a truly stunning display of inhumanity, the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has already lacerated healthcare funding for September 11th emergency workers and survivors. There will be much, much worse to come. But of course, opposition is only half the coin. While Democrats have next to no chance of passing a bold, progressive economic agenda in the next 4 years, what we can do is force Republicans to oppose us. We must be on the offensive with a wildly popular and populist economic agenda they cannot be for. Let's start by forcing them to oppose a raise in the minimum wage to $15 an hour. Let's make Roe versus Wade an economic messaging issue and force them to block our attempts to codify it into law. And let's take back the immigration issue by making it an economic issue and force the GOP to deny bipartisan reform that expedites entry for high-performing talent and for those who will bring business into our nation. This year, the Democratic Party leadership must convene and publish a creative, popular, and bold economic agenda, and proactively take back our economic turf. Go big, go populist. Stick to economic progress and force them to oppose what they cannot be for, in unison. Finally, Democrats must trudge headfirst with this economic agenda into the new media paradigm we now live in. I am an 80-year-old man and can see clearly that we are barreling toward a non-traditional and decentralized media environment. Podcasts are the new print newspapers and magazines. Social platforms are a social conscience, and influencers are digital stewards of that conscience. Our economic message must be sharp, crisp, clear, and we must take it right to the people. To Democratic presidential hopefuls, your auditions for 2028 should be based on 2 things. 1, how authentic you are on the economy, and 2, how well you deliver it on a podcast. The road ahead will not be easy, but there are no 2 roads to choose from. The path forward could not be more certain. We live or die by winning public perception of the economy. Thus it was, thus it is, and thus it forever shall be. James Carville is a veteran of Democratic presidential campaigns, including Bill Clinton's in 1992, and a consultant to American Bridge, a Democratic super PAC.
And of course, the economy is always going to be, number 1 or number 2. But I think the one thing that he totally missed out on in the one thing he missed out on, and then there's maybe a tertiary issue, honesty. Okay, the Democrats were not honest about Joe Biden's condition. He neglected to even include that. it is probably not that much second nature to politicians to be very forthcoming or completely transparent. I'm shocked that that didn't come up. Honesty is what the Democrats missed in basically hiding Joe Biden's condition for years, apparently. The other thing is, transparency goes to Dianne Feinstein. She basically, was totally senile, and they did not replace her. She was incapable of performing her job, and Democrats pretty much just papered over it. The tertiary issue, and he did touch on it in an economic framework. I think what Democrats totally missed is that you have to address Republicans when they pull publicity stunts. I think it was somewhat, a lot of an economic issue. Talking about immigration, they totally missed the ball. I mentioned earlier on another show that when DeSantis and Abbott shipped immigrants up to Martha's Vineyard in New York that first couple times, should have sounded a fire alarm and reacted decisively in addressing immigration. They puttered around for years, and they missed the ball.
Why do you think that is? Do you think?
I have no idea why. I think
what it is.
I really can't answer that question. The Biden thing, I have no idea why they. I mean, I guess I understand that. Hey, you don't want the president to appear, on the edge like that. It affects international politics, etc. However, in the end, it came back to bite them. Biden at a minimum should have just pledged, hey, I'm only doing one term. At a minimum, that's what should have happened. I think that was the number one issue, just basic honesty. Carville is important or is famous for that one maxim, it's the economy, stupid. Well, it's always going to be the economy. Let's just go ahead and do correct for the economy. Let's not even talk about the economy. We just assume that's always going to be the number one issue. Once we get that, we control for the economy, we got to start looking at other factors and ranking them. And in my mind, honesty was number one. Not controlling illegal immigration at the border was number two. The economy, it's always going to be important. Why even talk about it? Any quick thoughts before I move on?
Okay, that's what I wanted to be. I wanted to speak on this, Stanley. Think about what you just said. You waiting on the Democrats.
Okay, no, I'm not waiting on the Democrats. I've said what I said.
I'm not waiting on them. You voted for liberal policy, and you knew at the time you casted that vote.
Okay, let me help you out and frame this.
Hold on.
Okay, no, you hold on, Solid Snake. I want to save you some time. I'm not waiting on the Democrats. The election is over.
Okay, it's not about the election, it's about the mindset.
4 years.
Okay, but Stanley, it's about the mindset at this point. It's about
what?
Mindset. It's about a level of dishonesty that seems to dwell within your ranks. You knew all of this.
Okay, I literally
during the time you cast that vote.
Don't go back.
Voted for the woman.
Please, you're rehashing. I've already said all that.
No, but I'm saying, but why would you continue like I say with sports fans that always just vote for the same and you know they suck.
Okay, I'm not relitigating the election.
But I mean, politics ain't sport, though, Stanley.
What?
Politics are not a sport.
What does that have to do with anything I said?
No, the thing is, I'm looking at everybody's rationalization of why they vote for the party that they do, as if they don't have any political interest or no financial gain in voting for the right party. It's not like we seem like we vote for parties to have control over the community when the community should control itself, not a political party. I mean, why would I want to vote as a taxpayer citizen for the minority? Wouldn't I want to support the majority of the taxpayers that actually pay taxes?
I have no idea where this is going.
I know, me neither. I don't know where America going, Stanley. I'm just here for the ride. I ain't got nowhere else to go. It's just my theory on it, though. You know, I ain't going nowhere.
Okay, this next story, I kind of scratched my head. A missing woman investigation has been solved after 52 years, and she's alive. That's awesome. So gotta read this one.
She probably was up the road. Remember that story they had
One
out
of the
there?
UK's longest-running missing person.
This woman was missing for 20 years, and she was in the next city over. Ain't nobody know she was just in the next city over for almost, no, it was like 50 years. It happened in Texas. That had to be the craziest story last year.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and have this one read.
Investigations has come to a close after 52 years, after it was discovered that the woman is actually alive and well. Sheila Fox, from Coventry, disappeared from its city center in 1972, aged 16, and since, West Midlands police issued a number of appeals alongside a blurry black and white image they had of her, asking the public to keep an eye out. The circumstances around her disappearance were never known as she lived with her parents at the time. The most recent social media appeal was only last week, December 2024. However, it was today announced that Sheila, now 68, has been found safe and well living in another area of the UK. There was little detail given on what had happened. However, at the time, police said they thought she had gone missing by choice, suggesting she could have been in a relationship with an older man. A single photo of Sheila from around the time of her disappearance was found by officers investigating and published on our website and social media, police said in a statement. Within hours of the appeal, members of the public got in touch with information which led the team to her. Sheila was confirmed to be safe and well and living in another part of the country, finally resolving one of the longest-running missing person cases we have investigated. More than 170,000 people are reported missing each year, and just 2% of missing people aren't found after longer than a week. Another recent case saw Hannah Kobayashi disappear for over 3 weeks after claiming she wanted to step away from modern connectivity. There's now fresh hope for other families hoping to be reunited with loved ones who have also disappeared.
I don't really have any comments on that. I'm just glad she was found safe after 52 years. It took them 52 years to figure this out. And she was alive. So that story was from Britain, by the way.
You know what I've been wondering? What is everybody's allure with Britain all of a sudden? You notice everybody been thinking about Britain and Europe and the black city of Europe. I heard Portia tonight, and she was dead on point when she said that. Because you know what? Every actor, they had this one guy. Remember the guy they played in the Star Wars, the new flicks? He had like a little British movie where they was like in the neighborhood hunting monsters or something. I remember it from a while ago. But man, that guy was awesome. Boyega. That dude can act his ass off, man. I'm surprised that man, them cats can speak English better than we can speak English. It's crazy. When you be watching them flicks and you be like, let me go research this. Hold on, who this actor is? Oh, hell no, this motherfucker from the UK. And he sound like that. Sound like a motherfucker from across the street or some shit. I be like, damn, that motherfucker sounds just like my cousin. They got some damn good acting chops, but their vocal range and they languages is just crazy.
Yep. Chris writes, you know what, Mr. Stanley, some people just want to be left alone. Well, I understand that, but you know, the thing is you should always at least let your family know that you're okay. You know, having people not know where you are and worrying for no reason, that's pretty much, that's pretty cruel in my opinion.
You know what I wanted to ask? I wanted to ask about his last comment, Stanley. He had wrote that, okay, we can all do that, Mr. Stanley, but they never found JonBenet Ramsey's body. And you think we should be discussing JonBenet Ramsey? But did they ever? I thought they had her body. I thought they found her body. That's a great mystery right there, the JonBenet Ramsey case.
I don't recall.
I thought they said they had found her and she was smashed upside the head or something.
I thought they had.
I thought they never found a murderer.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Beak. I said that. But that had to been like, you know what? That had to been one of the craziest cases over my life that JonBenet Ramsey had her murder. I mean, she was a pretty little white girl. And we could talk about racism all we want, but we can always talk about inefficiency and incompetence. And that case exuberated it all right there. The JonBenet Ramsey case just showed me that we can't have too much faith in the police. You know, hell, we grew up watching Scooby-Doo thinking they can crack crimes and solve cases, but nope. JonBenet Ramsey never been solved in 2025. I don't know if I even want to go back that far and discover that case. That's a crazy case to examine, though. I tried back in 08, but oh Lord, my brain got to hurting because there was so much misinformation out there. You know, everybody had discovered the internet, and you had fake news all over the damn place.
Right.
You know.
But next story.
Didn't they seal the records to that case? They also sealed the records, didn't they?
I have no idea. The next story I'm not going to bother reading through. Just want to note that this is the first time in Patrick Mahomes' career that he's not been picked for the Pro Bowl.
Because he's too good, Stanley. He's too good.
I didn't really keep up with football this year, but Chiefs are 15-1, have clinched the top seed in the AFC, and once again look like a team poised to win a Super Bowl, thanks to a suffocating defense and just enough offense behind franchise cornerstone Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, just enough offense. Ain't that something to say in an article with a black quarterback? That's racist.
I don't think missing a Pro Bowl, is going to hurt him. Probably a future Hall of Famer. So
yeah, he's probably just trying to avoid injury, Stanley. That's his people talking, man. Listen, we don't need Patrick Mahomes because we're trying to win the Super Bowl this year. That's all it is. He don't want to get injured, and they just protecting the investment.
Okay, well, that's pretty much all the news stories. We'll shift into the video portion, and of the show.
Wow, Stanley, don't you think you just be moving too fast? We only 2 hours into the stream. We almost had like 4 hours of content right there. And you ready to move into the next stream.
Well, not into the next stream, into the next phase.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We only spent like 2 hours. We got like 12 hours, Stanley. You gotta know how to beat the clock, Stanley. You know you do that at a 9-to-5 job. I mean, you ain't really gotta be there for 8 hours, but if I gotta be here for 8 hours, I'm making it look good.
Well, you've mistaken. I don't have to be here any hours.
Well, yeah, you do, Stanley, because the motherfucking people love you.
This isn't.
This is not a debate, Stanley. I don't need you to act like you're 12 years old.
Right. Well, in any case, the next thing we're going to do is this, and I'm actually going to do something I never do. I'm going to take a quick musical break, and be right back.
Oh shit!
Even though we're gonna have to.
I wonder what they use. You know what I was thinking about the other day, Stanley, and I cannot find that song on my YouTube playlist. But that song that they use for you in your intro, the little romantic type version, I cannot think of who that guy was. I think it was Lenny Williams, but it might not be Lenny Williams. It's another singer.
Let's see here. I'm going to go ahead and play this video. There's
John be rolling these cones.
I'm not going to play the whole thing, even though I actually listened to the whole thing, but fell asleep through most of it. So I guess maybe that doesn't count as listening. But there's a portion at the very beginning, and I didn't write it down. But the little beginning portion of this I found interesting enough to want to comment on. This is a podcast called Bad Faith.
Yeah.
And Brianna Joy Gray, the lady at the bottom right-hand corner, is the showrunner. So one of the guys on there is Irami Ose Frimpong, top right corner. One of my.
Wait till you get him on our channel.
So I'll attempt that. He's hard to get a hold of sometimes, but we'll
sometimes
try.
all you gotta do is type in his comment section, Stanley. You can do that, can't you?
I'm sure I can. But in any case, the topic here is the name of this episode is called "The Woke Right Implodes Over H-1B Visa Debate." So figured I'd play a little bit of it. And what I'm looking for here, Irami actually boils down the cultural kind of philosophical argument, which in this whole H-1B thing, I'm actually more interested in the culture part of it, not so much the actual immigration part of it. But he breaks it down really nicely.
What a treat to have all of you three assembled to talk about Elon Musk's crash out. Zed Jelani, returning longtime favorite to of the show, my former colleague at The Intercept, an independent journalist. Welcome back. Irami Ose Frimpong, another recurring favorite. Irami, what's the status of your PhD program now? I realize I haven't checked in with you for a while.
I am ABD. I'm still writing.
Excellent.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. I come from a family with a matriarch who celebrates.
Just so you know, ABD stands for all but dissertation.
Her ABD status from 1980, who knows what. And she loves to talk about how you don't actually have to finish your PhD. LOL. And Q, welcome back. We have a stacked roster of favorites. Hugh, how are you identifying yourself in these internet streets these days?
I'm independent journalist. I have been inactive for a little while, just as I'm recovering from an injury that you might have heard about a little bit ago. But I'm good. I'm good. I'm actually up and walking again, and undergoing physio. But I'll be back writing in the new year.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear it. I realized as I introduced you all that this is a weirdly alphabetical group of people between Zed, Irony, and Q.
A and then B, yeah.
And B, I guess that's true. So let's get right into it. We are assembled because we have been experiencing for about a week now a really fascinating development on the right. It's very online. It involves Elon Musk and a division within conservative politics centering around this question of H-1B visas. I want to not be talking this whole episode since there's so many of you. Is one of you interested in sort of setting up how this fracture in the Republican Party, at least the online Republican Party, started to emerge?
I think that, I can lay out.
Go for it, Irby.
The land. All right. So I think there's the topography of this debate has the more nativist version of the Trump Republicans fighting the more tech-friendly version of the Trump Republicans. And the tech-friendly version of the Trump Republicans want the engineers that they want to build the quality of industrial devices that they think is going to make America great. And the more nativist version of of the Trump Republican Party thinks America's greatness is tied to its people as they are, without increases in the GDP or anything like that. So we just need to.
Ooh, wait.
I want to comment right there on Irony's. Hold on one second, please. I want to comment right there on Irony's point and the backhanded slap he gives to the Bannon crowd. Basically, he calls them nativist, which I guess that's accurate. He's basically saying that the folks, the Bannon folks think America is fine the way it is. That comment basically means these people are stagnant. And I largely agree. Conservatism isn't supposed to be stagnant. It's supposed to be slow, but slow still implies, growth. So I think Irony, it was a clever turn of phrase, in my opinion.
Okay, but where do we go from here, Stanley?
What do you mean, where do we go from here?
You had 4 years. Where do we go from here? 4 years.
Okay, well, they're not talking about.
Wait. Yes, we are, Stanley.
We're not talking.
We're talking about 4 years y'all had and not progressing.
Okay, we're not talking the last 4 years. We're talking Trump and H-1B visas. I don't know where the last 4 years comes in here directly. The show is about Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy, H-1B visas, and one part of MAGA, the tech part, versus what Irony is calling the nativist part of MAGA. This isn't about Biden.
Anybody that even think that way a rope at this point, because I got to work my ass off every day. I just hate to even hear a liberal at this point, because they don't live in reality. None of them. You got this guy, old man Free Palm. This guy is way smarter than he looks.
Solid Snake. Can you stand? The show is not about the clip is not about the last 4 years. It's about MAGA.
Why is it about MAGA? Why don't we just talk about what happened when y'all was in power? Can't we just deal with your own business? Keep your shit in house. Sweep around your own front door for a while. Stop worrying about MAGA. You just wasted 4 years talking about MAGA. So what? During the 4 years of MAGA, you're going to spend 4 years criticizing MAGA when you just had 4 years and you ain't did shit with it.
Okay, Solid Snake, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay, Stanley.
Okay, I'm just checking because I literally told you what the clip we're watching is about, and you
That's
have.
what I'm talking about. It's just 4 people talking about MAGA.
Well,
The same thing
actually,
they've been doing for 4 years, not creating any policy, not advancing their own political influence, but they're going to sit back and now they're going to pocket watch because they fucked up and failed about somebody else's victory. I mean, I don't want to watch a loser for 4 years when you had the ball in your hands and you turned it over.
Okay, I have no clue what you're talking about. Apparently, you have lost.
Right. That was deep. That was deep.
Might wanna go ahead and get some sleep. You're not.
Come on, really, Stan. It's still early. I got about 6 more hours in me.
Okay, Chris, I'm not even sure. So near as I can tell, Americans own America. So I don't know where Pakistan or Italy or Spain comes into this. So maybe if you can clarify the question for me, I can answer it. Okay, well, we'll go ahead and continue with this.
Hold on, Stanley. I got a question. Do
What's
you
that?
think this is the position you want to base your platform on as an individual? Wait, the liberals, the Democratic Party, always bashing Trump. Do you think that's going to be a legitimate process for you? Just sitting up there 4 years thinking you're going to bash Trump, and all of a sudden he dead. And so what? You're going to try to attack his policies then?
Yeah, it's called
politics. Going to still call those policies based on Trump, even though he's not here to represent those policies or implement them?
Yeah, it's
or we
called.
just going to go and just attack everybody that think they got an idea about what America should be, or just deal with a country that just literally tried to sell out America for 4 years and just complain about the guy that just won the election? I mean, what kind of political process do you see the Liberal Party running that's going to be advancing the party or the country in the next 4 years? Like going into like the 2028 election.
I have no.
Do you think y'all can win like that? I mean, is that really a political strategy?
I think what you just described is politics in general, and I guess the answer is
yes. But I don't
yes.
see the Republicans doing that at this point.
Okay, the show that we're watching is called "The Woke Right Implodes Over H-1B Visa Debate." So what we're talking about is the H-1B visa debate in the Republican Party currently. It is an Elon tech faction versus a Bannon, more populist, Irony calls it a native faction. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Focus on the American people as they are and less on necessarily
a little bit.
Without
Man, I was listening to
great.
that today, man.
And the more nativist version of America.
Okay, can you not talk over the
Trump,
video, please?
Republican Party thinks America's greatness is tied to its people as they are, without increases in the GDP or anything like that. So we just need to focus on the American people as they are and less on necessarily what will make us bigger and better tech savvy people.
This is a violation of our social contract. And it sounds good. Let's just let more H-1B workers in. But what about the 23-year-old that went to University of Washington and studied computer science at the UW Computer Science Department? Shouldn't he be given preference above someone who could do the work for far less? It is about priorities, and it's not.
Okay, the problem with what Charlie Kirk is talking about, where somebody coming out of a U.S. University should get priority because of his nationality and where he went to school versus someone who might be coming from another country with similar credentials. Number one, I'm not sure that's even legal. It might be, given that the other person isn't a U.S. citizen. Ordinarily, where someone comes from, it's illegal to discriminate against somebody from where they come from. That's basic civil law, basically. I'd have to ask Juan about that. But the bottom line is, a company, when they hire, wants the best person, not they want the best skilled person. That's the criteria. So I don't, basically what Charlie Kirk is describing is anti-capitalist. He's got a flaw in his logic that's just glaring.
Not about what Charlie Kirk wants. It's not about what other people want out there. And I have friends on both sides of this debate. It's very simple. It's what the American people wanted. And the American people overwhelmingly voted for less immigration and the prioritization of the American children and the American worker, not the American.
Yes, thank you. That's what I'm trying to tell them.
Okay,
That's what I'm trying to tell them.
Snake D, number one, you should never have a dream job. You should have a dream 2 or 3 or 4 jobs. Okay, God damn it, Snake, I will toss you off this panel if you keep cutting me off. I've had enough.
Okay.
You should never have a dream job. You should always have a dream 2 or 3 or 4 or more jobs. You should never put all your eggs in one basket. That is real life. Number two, if he's not the best candidate for the job, then he shouldn't get the job. That's how capitalism, the meritocracy, the United States works and should work. So that's my answer.
Wait. Huh? Wait, the last part. Wait. An immigrant that's less qualified.
Okay, well, that's not even a question. If the person is less qualified, then that person doesn't get the job.
But if they got the job.
Okay, I'm not going to even consider that scenario. I'm going to assume that the person is going to pick the best candidate for the job. Now, I can't tell them,
that he could
God
probably
damn
pick
it, you're
right
cutting me off.
I get what you're saying, Stanley. I agree with you. I got you.
Okay, maybe the best candidate for the job is someone they pay less for. Okay, it's too incomplete a question for me to actually give an answer to. If the best candidate for the job is the cheap candidate, then the immigrant wins.
Even though he less qualified.
It doesn't say, his question doesn't say it's, taken by an immigrant that's less qualified. I would say that's life.
Shit, me too. Hey, lie. I'm telling you, Stanley, that's what happened.
I imagine
it happens,
all
but
the
it
time.
happens. Yeah, I mean, if it happens in all forms, though, I mean, I don't even think they got anything to do with immigration. I think it's just whoever they feel like they can control better. And I mean, like, you can say I'm more qualified for the position, but you might not be a moral fit for their company. And it's like,
and Stank D, go ahead and let's go ahead and hit the link if you want to discuss this further.
That's what I said, man. I've been
There are a
asking.
lot of there are a lot less. I imagine that happens all the time. I can think of. I remember way back when I was in college, I worked at a shoe store, and the owner of the shoe store's son was pretty much a nincompoop. But you know what? That kid was an assistant manager at that store. He wasn't the best candidate for the job, but it was nepotism. There are all kinds of reasons that less
Hey,
qualified.
Stanley, can you do me a
Damn it,
favor?
can you stop cutting me off?
Okay, I just want you to ask me to. I just wanted to ask you.
I
Could
want
you
to
define
finish what I'm
nepotism?
saying, and then you ask me the question, please. There are all kinds of ways that jobs get given to less qualified candidates. The honest answer to that is he needs to take it on the chin and move on. What's your question?
What is nepotism? I mean, what's your definition of nepotism?
Well, basically, it's when it's basically picking family members or that sort of person that you're associated with. But basically, it's picking someone who's familiar to you over
Yeah.
another.
And you know what? That's the way I looked at it. Like me, I don't think of it as finding somebody that's higher qualified or more available or whatever. I think when you're an employer and you're looking for somebody to fill that role, it's all about your sales pitch. I know it don't make no sense right now, but I think sometimes it's the person with the better sales pitch that get the job, not necessarily your qualifications, because you can be in a lot of situations, you can literally be unqualified and just have no experience whatsoever. But your personality, your sales pitch can probably overwhelm a lot of like the brick walls that
Okay,
may hold you back from the position.
basically, the definition of nepotism I put up on the screen. It says it's favoritism shown or patronage granted to relatives, as in business. I tend to also, I guess technically it has to be a relative, but I think it extends to friends and associates as well, practically.
Yeah. Yeah. You think nepotism is a bad thing, though?
Doesn't have to be, but it can be. Depends on the situation.
Oh, yeah. That's a good dang. I never thought of it. Shit. That's a damn good way I can aim my argument.
Right. All right. Well, let's go on with this video. I don't think I'm going to watch the whole thing. I'm basically going to watch it till it's not interesting or relevant to my points anymore.
American oligarch.
And
well, we always got.
I think it's an interesting dichotomy between people who think America's greatness is in its culture and potential cultural progress, or America's greatness is in its industry and its potential industrial progress, which, depending on where you think American identity is, that's the merit. That's going to be the standard of what merits a great American and to chart the path forward for what makes a better America. So
yeah, Zed, would you add anything to that?
No, I think that was a pretty good summary. I do think that
I think that's pretty much the most important thing that I watched. That statement there. Basically, whatever MAGA's vision of America is, it boils down to, and as a matter of fact, I actually think that that's basically, not only works for tech MAGA versus nativist MAGA, I think it actually works for politics broadly. It's a culture versus technology argument. And I think sometimes it applies, Democrat versus Republican. Sometimes Republicans tend to be more nativist and Democrats tend to be more technocratic or technology, oriented. So anyway, any more comments on this before I move on?
I really think you cracked the egg open with that word, nepotism. I think that's something we don't have as African American as a culture. when you think about that word nepotism, go back to that word in the definition. I'm gonna show you a common theme amongst everything within that definition. Hold on, I can do it on my TV. I don't need you. Hold on, I can do it on my TV. I can define it myself. Here it is. Boom. There you go. Nepotism. Favoritism shown or patronage granted. I think that right there summed it all up.
That's literally what I put up on the screen a couple minutes ago.
Okay, but that's all that need to be shown. Favoritism shown or patronage granted to relatives as in business.
I literally just put that up on the screen, the definition.
Okay, so what we doing as an African American culture is we giving up patronage. We don't have any patronage to give.
Yep.
So what are we gonna get favoritism in?
What
if
the
we
hell
giving up all our space, if we giving up all our space, where do we become patrons?
Okay, we're talking about H-1B visas. How does this?
Yeah, but we need to try to establish patronage in this country. That's what we should be talking about. Have we established patronage?
When you want to talk about it, go ahead.
Okay, well, my bad.
Let's go ahead and do it on your show.
I don't have no show, Stanley. Your show.
Okay.
And Brianna looks pretty. Ooh, Lord.
I'm always willing to take show topics. So if you want to talk about it on another show, let me know.
Yeah. Man, Brianna do look pretty sometimes. Boy, they good be glowing.
This is a different woman. I've already moved on to the next.
Now I'm looking at. Now I had rewinded. She back on the screen again. Ooh, Lord. Jesus Christ, boy. Give me some of that Blackburn, sir. Boy. Ooh, it's gonna be some freaky moments. Let me stop. I apologize, Chad.
Okay, this next clip is related to the last clip, but it's a little bit beyond it. This is more talking about Vivek's point about American culture. Vivek said American culture venerates mediocrity, and this lady's name is Lori Daniel Favors. I think it's either Daniels with an S, Favors. Let me look at this. I can't. Yeah, Lori Daniel Favors. She is a lawyer. I first discovered her on the Karen Hunter show. Apparently she's got her own podcast, which I rarely watch, but this one looked worth listening to. I haven't listened to any of it, but I want to watch the whole thing in its entirety. Again, she's a lawyer. Well, let's just hear what she has to say, and then I'll comment. Solid, are you having fun?
Man, it seemed like it, man. I don't know what's going on with my phone. I don't know if my internet going bad. It's just dropping. It keep picking up. I don't know what's going on.
Okay.
Never mind. But yeah, man, I ain't gonna lie. I like that Vivek Ramaswamy swag he got, but you know, I was listening to a guy on another podcast, and I think he bringing in that level of energy, and I be having to watch what I say now. Listening to you, thinking about what you say, I think about it, you know. A lot of things I just can't help those.
It's always encouraging when people think about what they say.
Yeah, man. I think about it. So it's like, but I listen to what Vivek Ramaswamy, God damn, how I pop up on the panel twice? Seriously? What the hell?
I've already gotten rid of What on earth is going on here? Are you still there?
Yeah, but how the hell I get on two? Wait a minute, man. I think I've been hacked, man. Oh shit. That's fucked up. Somebody hacked me, bro. I think somebody don't hack me, man.
Well, let's hope not. Okay, so anyway, we'll go ahead and listen to Lori Daniel Favors here. She's talking about Vivek's comments on American mediocrity, American culture's mediocrity. Now, she frames it as white American culture. Well, the question is white American culture mediocre? Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk say yes. MAGA demands preferences. That's self-explanatory. So let's go ahead and listen to what she has to say.
Where to begin? WEI concerns rocketing MAGA world. Welcome back. You're listening to Lori Daniel Favors on SiriusXM's Urban View, where talk empowers and becomes
She's got an XM show now.
I knew that MAGA was going to have
A serious XM
I
show.
knew that it was going to happen. I didn't know it was going to happen this early. I didn't know it was going to happen before.
Oh, Stanley, you gonna get that call in a minute.
Yep. Well, not something I'll do unless I can do it from home.
Oh, Stanley, you can run an XM radio station right from your house. You can just live stream this right here. I just stopped calling them. You're going to have to get a phone line. You got to get that thing John got set up like, you know what I'm saying? You got to be like, you know what? That's what I hate to say. Man, Tom was a great addition to our channel. And I rest in peace, Tom. I'm sorry.
I mean, rest in peace. He's still alive. I watched his show tonight.
But he say he ain't never showing up over here again, you know, and I take a nigga word for it. When a motherfucker say what they hear, believe him.
Well, he does watch from time to time. He just doesn't participate.
Yeah, that sucks, man.
Yep, well.
Anyway, because that's a lot of intelligence and knowledge we lost right there, man. That dude doesn't know a lot of shit.
Yep. Well, here we go. Let's listen to Lori here.
Daniel Favors. And I just have some concerns. I want to say, first of all, ground rules as we talk about MAGA in this moment. We kiki and mind our business. There's actually a Caribbean song, drink water and mind my business. Drink water and mind. That's what we're going to do with it. We're going to kiki and mind our business.
And actually, this is a great point she makes about minding our own business. I made this comment and it sounds flippant, and I guess it actually is flippant. This is a white fight. Okay, this MAGA H-1B visa issue is basically an Asian and white.
Hold on.
You may let me finish, please. This is, in my opinion, this is basically an Asian and white argument. These tech spaces don't really have enough Black presence for us to.
That is, Stanley.
Damn it, Solid Snake! Stop interrupting me. Save your questions for when I'm done. Blacks do not have a big enough presence. Black Americans do not have that big a presence in these tech spaces to really even have much of an opinion on. I know John his work with Indians in his development career. And yeah, you know, I've known and worked with Black developers before, but you know, the last time I worked in a for a tech company, I think there might have been 40 coders. roughly a 50-50 Indian mix. And in that whole space, there was one Black developer. He's a good guy, by the way. I haven't seen him in years. But anyway, Blacks don't generally have that big a presence. Asians and, white Americans need to hash this out. Black people should do themselves a favor and just kind of, sit in the background and eat their popcorn. And I look forward to anyone who wants to debate that.
Yeah, Stanley. Hold on, Stanley. Hold on. Wait. An idle mind is a devil's playground, right or wrong? Right or wrong?
Say that again.
An idle mind is a devil's playground. So what you think gonna happen while you just sitting back in the corner eating your popcorn?
Okay, I have no clue what you're asking.
Motherfuckers putting energy in the game, Stanley.
Okay, I didn't
They
did not say have an idle mind. God damn it, dude. Can you at least listen to what I say? Instead of listening to the voices in your head.
Sitting in the corner.
What I said is we need to sit in the background and eat our popcorn. I didn't say anything about not thinking about it or talking about it. We just need to let the other two groups who are dominant in that sector hash it out among themselves. It would help if you listen.
I saw that Karen Hunter had posted over the break. We gonna laugh at it, but we gonna mind our business and do what we supposed to do while they are combusting. We are going to do what's necessary for us, for our people, to get what we need to get done in order for us to be free and for us to have liberation for Black people. But we do need to be mindful about what is going on. So
that's my recommendation.
Stop the cap. No.
Well,
if you ain't in the game, you can't play the game. My thing is, if you ain't gonna put no energy towards your own advancement.
Solid Snake, that's literally my point. If Blacks aren't in the game, we can't play the game. I literally just suggested that.
Okay, but Stanley, my point is we need to be playing the damn game.
Separate argument, separate show.
No, it's not. It's the same argument.
It is not.
It is the argument.
WEI, white, entitled, and
it is not.
Nigga, I need money for a woman like that, man. I can't get no money playing games. I need activity in my life.
Saints preserve us.
That's what I gotta do. I gotta get some activity in my life.
Oops.
And incompetence rises again. Now
Chris, I have a question for you. Are you driving right now? I was just got the thought that you're probably listening to us while you're driving around, driving the highways of America. Let us know if you're out there driving and where you are, by the way. Just curious.
We recall that we're talking about, when it comes to the clips that we just heard here on
Chris Reed be coming through hard sometimes in that comment section.
Donald Trump said he absolutely thinks that the H-1B visa program is a problem. He says, I am a businessman. Okay. I profit from the H-1B visa program, but I think it's terrible because it allows for American business owners like me being Donald Trump in this moment, to be able to basically bring in foreign workers who we can pay lower prices to and lower fees to, lower wages to, than it would cost us if we had American workers on tap. So Donald Trump acknowledges that when left to his own devices, even though he is very America first, he said that when he was just a businessman, his America First principles did not extend to him actually considering America first when it came to the workers, because he was more concerned about his business. We also heard from Vivek Ramaswamy, who in 2016 said that the H-1B visa program is a problem.
Do you have a comment?
Oh Lord, Stanley, no. Shit, she going hard. She cooking. Shit, let her cook. My bad. I'm gonna mute my mic. That's what I'm gonna do. My bad.
Problem, not just because it does not allow Americans to have access to jobs that they are qualified for, that they go to school for, but Vivek Ramaswamy, who I prefer to call Vivacious. I saw that online. I thought it was amazing. Vivacious Ramaswamy has basically, in 2016, he said something very significant. He said that the H-1B visa program almost essentially treats brown workers as if they were indentured servants, because when they come to this country, they will not complain about poor working conditions. They will not complain about unfair wages. They will not unionize. They will not organize, because they can only be in this country if they have a job.
Okay. Everything she just said, she advocate. Stanley, are you sure you on the winning team? Stanley.
What's your comment about what she said?
Why you, okay, fair use. We watching her material. Wait, Stanley, hold on, pause. I want to discuss what she just got through talking about. I'm listening. Oh,
Did
wow,
you
fuck
notice,
it. I was just listening to her, and I'm going to discuss it. Let's talk about it for the audience.
Have you noticed that the video is paused?
Oh, on my screen is still going. What the fuck? How is this going on?
Maybe you've got a delay.
I don't know, man. This shit going crazy. Oh, man, fuck. I probably got too many devices on. Yeah, probably got too many. Yeah, I probably got too many radio signals. And hold on, let me just cut this phone off. Man, do that.
Okay, you want to discuss something?
Yeah, man. You ain't heard what she said.
Yeah,
She sounded like she like Vivacious Ramaswamy, man. Did you hear that shit?
Yes.
Don't that bother you as a black man?
No.
And that's your damn problem.
Anything else?
Nothing. Nah.
Okay.
And if you do not have a job, if you quit your job, if you threaten that you're going to walk off the job, you no longer have an H-1B visa, which means you got to go back home. And ain't nobody who actually made it to the point of actually being in a position where they can secure an H-1B visa actually wants that to happen. It's really, really, really hard to get an H-1B visa. You don't just have to pay to go to school. You got to pay for the exams. You have to be able to basically... You're the cream of the crop in your home country. That's basically how it goes. And then when it comes to your access and your capacity. So Vivacious Ramaswamy back in 2016 was like the H-1B visa program. It is a problem. You only win it by lottery. And it does not center the American worker, like MAGA people. Okay. Now, we have to back up a little bit, because there's another component to this that's really, really important.
Shut up.
Do you remember, I don't know, not too far back, but like a couple weeks ago, and going back into like 2021, 2022, when white Americans were very upset that their white children were going to these Black Lives Matter protests in 2020, even going back so far as that, after George Floyd and Ahmaud Arbery and Breonna Taylor had been murdered alongside with others, and white Americans were very upset that their white children were going to these protests and coming home and demanding to know things like, Mom, what is racism and why do we benefit from white privilege? And I went to this Black Lives Matter protest and I joined this book club and I'm very upset because we have to have a conversation. And remember how early on when this show first started, we would air video clips of white children who were filming their white parents trying to have conversations about racism and trying to be better as white people and take on responsibility as a part of the sort of righteous. Well, remember what the response to that was? And how all of those white mothers who were very horrified that their white children were coming home making demands about fairness and equity. And those white mothers did what their ancestors, the daughters of the Revolution and the daughters of the Confederacy, did. They organized and they began groups like Moms for Liberty and other organizations that would allow them to organize under the pseudo flag of wanting to make sure their children were only learning positive things.
Hey, I'll change. You ever seen that movie Black Snake Moan? Yeah, just chain her up in the backyard. Yep. Put her in the doghouse. Give her a she shed. Yeah, that's what she need. She need her own little she shed.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
She need a she shed.
What?
A she shed. In the back of the house. A she shed.
What about she sheds?
Yeah, that's what she gonna be. With her vivacious Ramaswamy ass. You'll put a ring on that, Stanley?
She's already married.
I don't know.
Stank D,
Probably
I
already
have.
got a husband.
Okay, can you let me?
So she was already
address-
drafted by the other party already, though. Anyway, though, huh? Wait.
What
She
other
married to a
party?
man. She shouldn't have an opinion like this.
Why not? It's
I
America.
need to find out more about her.
Sounds like you
At the
do.
end of the day, that's what it's all gonna lead to.
Stank D, I'm not so sure where you're coming from here. The Indians coming here on H-1B visas aren't necessarily influential. People like Vivek Ramaswamy, he's an American citizen. He was literally born here and went to school here. So technically, Vivek Ramaswamy is an American with an Indian background. Technically, he's not even Indian. He's American. So I'm not
My
even
problem
sure.
is, why do we have so many so-called FDA
Can you stop
advertising
you stop over talking?
Indians?
Why are you over talking me?
I just said it.
Okay, you just said while I was saying, can you wait your
But you
turn?
so pro FBA. How you pro
Where
FBA
does
and then you
FBA
promoting Indian?
where does FBA even come into this?
Oh my God, FBA is the root cause of it. Come on, dude.
The root cause of what?
I don't know what y'all think. I don't know what y'all think.
Well, you know what?
My bad, Stanley. I thought it was more important than that, though.
You'll never know what anyone thinks if you overtalk them.
Yeah, you just think you just gonna be the minority and be all comfortable in college.
I have no
It ain't
idea.
gonna happen like that. You're gonna be a minority.
Okay,
there are billions of people that want to come to this country.
Okay.
Billions.
Do you have to work in the morning?
Okay, Stanley, keep playing the game.
Well, no, I'm asking you. You might want to be getting some sleep.
Okay.
Because you sound delirious.
Okay. I'm just telling you. The border wide open.
And we're not being unduly influenced by the black.
What do H-1B visas have to do with the border? I assume you mean the southern border.
Who cares? You got enough H-1B visas
And so
in
they
high enough
organized and they did things
administrative
like
positions
ban
to make
books.
the call for amnesty to the lobbyists. You got probably enough investments to make it happen.
They did things like end teachers' careers for trying to teach accurate information. They eradicated whole curriculums because they believe that colleges and universities are woke. And you don't want to be woke when you're at a college or university, and because wokeness is bad. And so we got to shut down entire academic departments, and we don't want our kids to know things. And in fact, it's sort of fed into this idea that those people who go on off to college, they're just a bunch of elites who look down upon us, the real Americans, who tended to be white, because nobody thinks about poor black people, working class black people as working class, because, you know, when they interview working class people, they don't ever interview black people. They only interview white people. Let me get back to the point. The point is, there was a whole
Yeah, she was
movement,
drifting there.
really a resurging of a movement that basically said, education bad. Education makes me feel bad about my privilege and my whiteness. And so they didn't like college. Remember, college is where you go to be woke. And so they had a whole thing, no college. They want to privatize education. They want to get rid of the Department of Education. They don't like learning things because learning things makes things difficult. When you learn things, you become responsible. It might trigger thoughts that are sort of in controversy with your whole notion of privilege and power. And so they didn't want their kids having thoughts. They don't like the idea of people thinking. And so they want to get rid of the Department of Education. They don't like knowing things. And they proudly proclaim this. And when the rest of the world looks at America and says, wow, not only do they not know things, as evidenced by their very poor showing in academic measures, which the entire world uses to determine rankings, and Americans rank really like not as high as they should, and really much lower than their American exceptionalism would encourage you to believe that they're located. And the rest of the world looks at Americans as like, wow, not only do they perform poor, and then over the break, let's get into how this all came up. Over the break, Donald Trump made some more appointments, or he made some more nominees. And one of his nominees was Sriram Krishnan, who is a venture capitalist. And Sriram Krishnan was named as Donald Trump's advisor on AI policy. That really pissed a lot of MAGA people off because Sriram Krishnan is, as you can tell from the name, not white. And so they've been noticing, like, wait a minute, there's something happening. You've got all these brown people. And there was this massive anti-Indian backlash that just was like all over social media. And they were very concerned because Krishnan has also supported lifting caps on green cards, which means Krishnan, who Donald Trump named as his advisor on AI policy, is also an advocate of, ding, 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 H-1B visas, an advocate of bringing in more immigrants, which to the MAGA crowd is like, we can't do that. How are we going to bring in more immigrants? We're supposed to build a wall. How are you going to build the wall when you're bringing more immigrants in, Donald Trump? And so they were very upset. They were very pissed off.
Wow.
And Vivek Vivacious Ramaswamy entered the chat. And boy, did Vivacious enter the chat. He posted. You should stop posting. But he posted the following. I'm going to read you what he posted. 866-801-8255, 866-801-TALK. He posted the following. The reason top tech companies often hire foreign-born and first-generation engineers over Native Americans, and Native Americans is in air quotes, Native Americans, isn't because of an innate American IQ deficit, a lazy and wrong explanation. A key part of it comes down to the C word, culture. Tough questions demand tough answers. And if we're really serious about fixing the problem, we have to confront the...
Yes, sir.
Can you pause right quick? Hey,
It's
what's that
paused.
channel?
It's
What's
what?
that channel? What's that channel?
Oh, I think it's called Lori Daniel Favors.
Okay. Fair use, everyone. We discussed in the video. She's a YouTuber, and Stanley,
Well,
can you...
she is a YouTuber, but this is basically
Man, I
this is
think this Roku fucking
God
with me,
damn
man.
it.
My bad.
This is basically a video of her Sirius XM show.
Okay. Everybody hit that link, man. Subscribe to that channel, man. Yeah. That's real shit. She be talking, but she cute. My bad. She just pretty to me. I don't know why. Damn it. Damn it, Stanley. I should have went to college. I ain't gonna get that on the plumber's degree. Oh yeah, she married. I know, man. Stanley?
Yes.
What you doing?
I was typing in the chat.
Oh,
the
okay.
truth. And truth is in all caps, y'all. Truth is in all caps. He goes on to say, our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long, at least since the 90s, and likely longer. And that
I wonder
doesn't
what she
start
think
in
about
college,
these
it starts
new
young.
terrorist attacks.
Now, wait a minute, Vivacious. Am I to understand from your words that you are suggesting that Americans are willfully stupid?
Oh,
Sorry.
Lord.
Vivacious continued. A culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ, or the jock over the valedictorian.
Oh, she crazy.
Let me address this comment right here. Stanley, why aren't you mad the solution isn't to put more money into our education system instead of importing people? Well, Stank D, I don't think the problem that Vivek Ramaswamy describes is a money issue. I think it's basically an issue that Americans don't value education. Frankly, I don't think Americans value education of any sort. You know, we keep talking about STEM education and we want to emphasize kids getting into STEM fields. I'm not convinced America even values STEM education. Basically, America, sometimes I actually think, and a lot of it is the experience on the John Galt or in the John Galt space. Sometimes I think Americans basically just want entrepreneurs and plumbers. If you're an entrepreneur of any sort or a plumber, that's like, you know, what America should be. So I don't know how money can fix that. Now, yesterday, Arami Ose Frimpong, I showed a video of him talking about incentivizing parents to put extra effort into making sure their kids can meet basic education requirements, you know, like giving them a certain amount of money, you know, basically as an incentive. That's the only money, you know, in the past few days that I've thought about contributing to towards education. Putting more money in schools isn't going to change hearts and minds towards education. Let's see. There are tons of people with STEM degrees. Let's see here. Tons of people with STEM degrees for jobs that can't find them. I don't believe that's true, Stank D. I think that's just false. Now, you make the assertion, so I'm definitely willing to look at any statistics you have to back up that statement you make.
I honestly do believe that, though, Stanley. I believe.
Yeah, well, believing isn't proving. There's a difference.
Well, it is. It can be proven. Targeted ads, targeted job references.
Okay, no, I'm talking like actual proof, not ads.
Culture that venerates Corey from Boy Meets World on Zach and Slater over Screech in Saved by the Bell. Even though I feel like, didn't Zach get a higher SAT score than Screech? I don't know, whatever. Or Stefan over Steve Urkel and Family Matters will not produce the best engineers. He goes on to say, I know multiple sets of immigrant parents in the 90s who actively limited how much their kids could watch those TV shows precisely because they promoted mediocrity, and their kids went on to become wildly successful STEM graduates. Oh my God. Oh my God. Vivacious has crossed the Rubicon. Vivacious said, you white people are stupid and you like stupidity. And that's why Krishnam Shrimram and all the other my immigrants are smarter than you. And they deserve to have positions that you white people are not qualified for. He goes on to say, most normal
I had
American
no idea
parents
she
look
had this
skeptically
kind of
at
sense
those
of
kinds
humor.
of parents, meaning white parents look at immigrant parents skeptically.
Oh,
And just to say, what's all that learning y'all doing over there in the Brown household, eating all that rice?
I hope she ain't drinking that Red Bull.
Who do you think you are? He says, more normal American kids view those kinds of kids with scorn. Meaning not only, it ain't just the parents who's stupid, your kids are stupid. And your kids look at smart kids who doing smart things stupidly. He says, now close your eyes and visualize which families you knew in the 90s or even now who raised their kids according to one model versus the other. Be brutally honest. Normalcy doesn't cut it in a hyper-competitive global market for technical talents. And if we pretend like it does, we'll have our asses handed to us by China. China has entered the chat. Another example of smarter people who are not white. He says this can be our Sputnik moment. So he sees possibility here. He sees possibility for the dumb Americans. This can be our Sputnik moment. We're awakening from slumber before, and we can do it again. Trump's election hopefully marks the beginning of a new golden era in America, but only if our culture That's whiteness. Fully wakes up a culture that once again prioritizes achievement over normalcy. Vivek, that ain't never been the case. Excellence over mediocrity, nerdiness over conformity, hard work over laziness. He called the whites lazy. He says that's the work we have cut for us rather than wallowing in victimhood. Rather than wallowing in victimhood and just wishing or legislating alternative hiring practices into existence, I'm confident we can do it, says vivacious Vivek Ramaswamy. He called the white folks stupid. And he said, not only are you stupid, your culture's stupid, your kids are stupid, your adults are stupid, you're just stupid. And all those brown people that you don't like are a whole lot smarter than you, which means, dear whites, they're qualified for positions that you and your children are not. And that's why Vivek Ramaswamy says we have to have the H-1B visa program, something that Donald Trump then came out and agreed with. And then child elongated musketeer, Lord have mercy, Elon enters the chat. And Elon is like, I will fight to the death over this issue, the likes of which you have never seen. I'm gonna go to war, the likes of which you have never seen. Elongated musketeer is very upset because elongated musketeer has also said at least one time or another that he entered.
So Stank D asks, if this country is so mediocre, why is everyone trying to come here? Well, two things. It's safer in this country. You know, if you're coming from a place like, I don't know, a place that's place like Iran, for instance. I guess if you're some sort of political dissident or, you know, there are gangs, you know, running around your country, Mexican cartels or what have you, might be safer here. The weather's good. You know, entrepreneurs, it's easy to make money here, but that actually, that question actually has nothing to do with H-1B visas. There is work here. There are high paying jobs here, but we are mediocre. Okay, if you go and you look at where American students are ranked in math and science, that's the mediocrity you're talking about. They're talking about. They come here for jobs. They come here for entrepreneurship. They come here because the weather's good. They come here because it's, you know, we are a nation of laws. And at least most of the time, depending on where you live, it's less dangerous than a lot of countries. But don't think people are coming here because this country is exceptional in its education system. Now, Stank D, why do you think that people come here?
He ain't gonna hit the link.
Well, he can put it in the chat.
Yeah, he can put it in the chat.
The country on an H-1B visa. Now, what we also know is that Elon Musketeer
Mr. Reed
and his
going
brother,
pretty hard too, though.
I don't know what his brother's name is, but they've been on interviews before where the brother's like, well, we were here illegally because we were not.
Okay, can you stop over talking this video, please?
My bad.
If you need me to pause it, let me know. Mela, you can have freedom and still be mediocre. So not sure where you're going with that, but yeah, freedom's one of the reasons they come here. However, you know, if you're thinking about it, if we're so uneducated and behind on everything, how long is that freedom going to last if, you know, we can't even compete with China or, you know, other big countries? That freedom might have a shelf life.
Periods of time where, and Elon's last, he's like, well, no, and the brother's like, no, we was immigrants illegally. We were here illegally. We didn't come here legally, and we didn't stay here legally, and all this, that, or the other. And I just want to, you know, basically, Elon is like, I will go to war. South Africa. He said, I, a South African American illegal immigrant, will go to war over this. And he then begins deplatforming all the
Yeah,
other
I don't know
guys.
how much more I can
All the
take of
wives who are, quite
this
frankly,
comedy routine.
we gonna kiki and mind our business because they are in an uproar. They are in an uproar. And what we also know is that this has really tapped into some senses of internal inferiority within the white populace, within the MAGA white populace particularly. Now, I've said before, if you really were
I don't understand why black people just
this has really tapped into some
put their
internal
stake in the ground
utter
on
inferiority.
MAGA.
Okay. Which part of please don't talk over the video didn't you understand?
I thought you said you was tired of.
That's why I'm skipping ahead.
Oh, I just said pause. See right there.
That I think is really at the heart of what's driving.
Stop
I don't like books. Like y'all sorts of defunding efforts, and then people don't do that to their schools. This is tapped into, I fear, some latent senses of inferiority within the white populace because y'all don't like books. Like y'all don't like learning things that make you feel uncomfortable. And I should not have to learn anything that's gonna make my little Jenny or my little
read a
Timmy
book
feel.
with that
That's
mouth
gonna
around
take
all
my
damn
mental
day.
at their proper place and rightness. Like we had a caller a couple of weeks ago, Blake, who got mad at the
What?
Yeah, that would be pretty funny, Black Manta. And I don't know that she's that liberal, to be honest with you. She's pointing out some truths, and liberal pointing out, some glaring examples of white mediocrity. I don't think that's very liberal. You've got people like Vivek Ramaswamy, who is MAGA, saying that American culture is mediocre. So why is God damn it, Solid Snake, let me finish. If Vivek Ramaswamy, a Trump voter and Trump appointee, can point out American culture being mediocre, then why is someone else doing it labeled liberal? Are you saying, Black Manta, that Vivek Ramaswamy is a liberal? If that is your answer, then I guess at least you're consistent.
Do you think Vivek Ramaswamy is a liberal? That's a question.
No, I don't.
What you think he is?
I think he is a MAGA Republican.
I don't think so. I don't think that either.
Don't think what?
That he's a MAGA Republican?
No, I do think he's a MAGA Republican.
Nah.
Okay, well, whatever.
Or pull the clip. He got mad that I was giving him a history lesson because he's like, nobody knows this. And I had to tell him, Blake, baby, we know it. Like we learn things, we study things, we read things, we approach education as something we should grapple with. We don't ban books and then get mad that the rest of the world didn't ban the book so that the rest of the world knows things we don't know. You embrace stupidity because it feels better than having to confront who you truly are. 866-801-8255. Greatest as to what's happening within MAGA world. Now, here's the thing. We can keep keen and we can spend all our time delving into that. I don't suggest that we do.
Yes.
I suggest that we.
Yes, sir.
Are you really paying attention to this woman? She really rapping. You see this?
Yes, I'm paying attention. Can't you hear me laughing?
I'm like, really, dude? She covering a lot of topics though, real quick too.
No, actually, she's not covering a lot of topics. She's just covering a lot of aspects of this topic about American culture's mediocrity.
Yeah. That shit crazy. Huh. You never know.
Let's see here. Well, this is almost over.
kiki and mind our business. We're going kiki and mind our business. Just like the song say, drink water and mind your business. We're going kiki
Oh,
and
that's
mind our
it.
business. And what that means is
Mind your
we're going to be
business.
black. We're going to cultivate our own habits of excellence, as we talked about in the moment of gratitude. We're going to make sure our kids know things. And we're going to do what we've already had a tradition of doing, because
Yep.
the black education population.
Let's see, a couple things here. Mela, let's see. It's your choice to decide your fate. Oops.
Hey, you know what I did this year again, Stanley?
Hold on one sec. It's your choice to decide your fate, regardless as to whether or not one is squandering prosperous opportunities. Yeah, I guess that's true. There remains prosperous opportunities in this nation. Yep, at least for now. Let's see. Why am I thinking you guys are watching her because of Imogene grabbing her hair to shut her up?
No.
What the fuck are you talking about, Mela?
Oh God.
An
Dude,
American man, one can't be liberal or so-called.
Oh, American
Can you
man. No.
please, motherfucker? One can't be liberal or so-called MAGA and make assessments of a country. You have to be either or to make observations. Okay, I'm not sure I understand your point. Are you saying you can't be liberal and MAGA, or you have to be one or the other? Can you
Yeah, I think that's
expand?
what he's saying.
Can you expand on that, American man?
I think you have to be biased to have an opinion. I think that's what he's saying.
Okay, you have to be biased to make an opinion. That's almost
Yeah.
that's almost
Probably
like
even worse, right?
that's almost like an oxymoron.
Yeah, no.
If you're biased, your
That's
opinion is biased, not objective. So I'm not. Can you clarify,
American man can hit the link.
American man?
Him and Mel just sitting in the back. I don't know what's going on.
Seeking out information to teach their kids with things like Jawanza Kunjufu's amazing Black History series, which is a little older, but you can make it a wonderful accompaniment to all sorts of additional supplementary materials. Black History. They schools that already don't like them having intelligent access to things. And so we got to do a whole lot of supplementary education outside. So our churches, our civic groups, our
Well, her point about, having to do a whole lot of, basically extra credit work or learning outside of school. That's one point that, I've actually, thought about before. School is basically there to teach you, kind of the basics. Learning doesn't have to stop when you cross, the threshold of the school on your way back home. The home, in my opinion, should be a fertile learning environment. Learning doesn't just occur at schools. So that point is well taken. Mela, I'm sure I've got more Jean-Pierre somewhere. I've got like almost 400 cooking videos, but I actually have a cooking video more or less at some point, but I won't be digging out any Chef Pierre tonight or this morning. So I'm pretty much done with Lori here. The one thing I need to point out is she is covering this H-1B visa point from a very I guess a very Black. I wouldn't even say progressive. Okay, can you not overtalk me? I'm trying to make a point. She's coming at it from a very Black-centered perspective, which, while hilarious, I don't know. I made the comment that Black people really need to just stay out of this. But I guess, it's okay to comment and have an opinion, but, not being in this tech sector is what Black people should actually be concentrating, asking the questions, why aren't there more Black people in this sector? That is a conversation that's separate from the H-1B visa conversation that Black people need to be having. The actual, topic of H-1B visas, American culture, that sort of thing. I actually think it's primarily an Asian and white conversation. Blacks and Latinos should have some input on the culture part of it, but we share the culture. We share some, subculture under American culture. Blacks really need to be asking, well, why don't we have more of a say in working on that issue? So, that's pretty much my comment at the end of this video. And let's see, I actually have a news story here. This is probably going to be the last, at least for this show's, at least my commentary on the H-1B visa issue. Can you, this is a story, actually a editorial that I literally just got on my phone that I want to share because it's about, well, the title is Musk's Misinformation About Tech Visas. So I'll go ahead and let's see, there is no audio for this. Tisk tisk. So I guess I'll have to use this horrible browser's reader because I'm trying to save my voice. Let's see, this just came out 23 minutes ago.
Yep. Yeah, I read that. It's something about they just laid off a bunch of employees at a company. But
okay, let me go ahead and play this, and
go ahead, read it. Yeah, put the read on.
And then we can comment afterwards.
It's a good article.
Glad you like it.
Conversations and insights about the moment. Companies' use of foreign workers frequently leads to American layoffs. January 3rd, 2025, 5:01 a.m. ET, 23 minutes ago. Elon Musk and the other tech moguls fluttering around Donald Trump claim that Silicon Valley needs more H-1B visas to bring in foreign workers because there aren't enough Americans studying science and tech. American innovation requires critical people from abroad like Musk himself, they say, because Americans just don't want.
American man, you heard me incorrectly. It was a question. I was asking a question to Solid Snake. It wasn't a statement about, it was basically saying that I was commenting that if Vivek, Solid Snake made a comment about Lori Daniel Favors talking about American culture and being worshiping mediocrity. And he either Solid Snake or someone in the chat called her a liberal for saying that. My comment is, well, if Vivek Ramaswamy comments on American mediocrity, is he a liberal? So it wasn't a statement, it was a question. And I still believe that if you're biased one way or the other, your assessment of American culture is going to be biased. And it's hard in politics to be totally neutral. I'll grant you that.
Want to learn that stuff? There's some truth to that. But what they don't tell you is that for more than a decade, Americans working in the tech industry have been systematically laid off and replaced by cheaper H-1B visa holders. I discovered this in 2013 when I reported an investigative project for the Boston Globe about widespread fraud in and abuse of the H-1B visa program. At the time, 3 companies got the largest number of visas in the H-1B lottery: Infosys, Tata, and Cognizant. All 3 used a business model that cut costs by bringing over temporary workers from India and leasing them out to American firms like indentured servants. Prominent companies were jettisoning their locally hired IT departments and outsourcing those jobs. Not much has changed. Today, those 3 companies are still among the top 5 recipients of the visas. When Americans realize they can't make a living as software engineers, they leave the industry. The H-1B program worsens the very shortages it was supposed to address. Most H-1B visa holders are lower paid labor, not top talent. In May, Musk laid off more than 14,000 Tesla workers, including many H-1B visa holders. Reddit threads filled with laments by workers who had moved to the United States from India only to be let go with no warning. They were desperate to remain in the country, but because H-1B visas are owned by the employer, they had few options for doing so. That's why these workers stay compliant and cheap. They can't leave the companies that control the visas. If they were really top talent, they should be getting green cards, not enduring 6 years of underpaid servitude. Such mass layoffs in the tech industry should make us question the premise that more H-1B visas are needed. How do they get away with mass layoffs and claim shortages? Ron Hira, a Howard University professor who has written about this issue for 2 decades, asked me. Confronted on X with evidence of relatively low pay for H-1B positions, Musk admitted what many of us already knew: the program is broken and needs major reform. Does that mean he's going to push for it to be fixed by raising the wages for temporary workers and making it based more on unique skills than on a lottery? Don't hold your breath. January 2nd, 2025, 3:35 p.m. ET Jan. 2, 2025. Senate Republicans say the terrorist attack in New Orleans has increased the urgency to approve Donald Trump's choices for top national security positions. Lives depend on it, said Senator John Barrasso of Wyoming. They're right that the attack sends an urgent message, but they don't see what the message is. The Senate needs to reject the political hacks Trump has selected and replace them with real professionals. Investigators now believe that the New Orleans attacker, Shamsuddin Baghir-Jabbar, acted alone, and there is no evidence that his rampage was connected to the explosion of a Tesla Cybertruck outside the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas. But the news on New Year's Day serves as a reminder that lone wolf terrorism, whether inspired by ISIS or some other extreme ideology, hasn't.
Let's see. Yeah, that we skipped into the next. There's several stories on this, but I wanted to, just concentrate on that first part where she's commenting on how the H-1B visa program needs reform. That goes back to something I said today with John. I mean, I think H-1B visas are necessary. However, there's major reform that needs to be done with the program. I think we need to be making moves to lessen the number of H-1B visas. If it is possible that we are excluding Americans from jobs because of H-1B visas, that's definitely a no-no. If we need to get in and reform both the education system to make more Americans eligible for these tech jobs to lessen H-1B visas, we need to be doing it. And if we're bringing people here, as John pointed out, who are just mediocre, we're bringing them here just because they are low wage as a cost cutting or cost saving measure, that needs to be addressed and cut out. Anything we can do to make it efficient the H-1B visa program, and there are other types of these visas that bring in qualified people. Anything we can do to make it more fair to American citizens, more lucrative for American citizens to want to major in STEM fields. Anything we can do to mitigate, the number of people coming into the country and staying illegally, especially, we need to fix. Sounds like there's a big overhaul that needs to be done, and I hope that's what the Trump administration does, along with dealing with the southern border. Apparently, this is a hand grenade that's just went off. I've known about H-1B visas for decades, just never thought deeply about how flawed or how much trouble this system is causing. So this needs to be a huge priority. And, instead of, I think Vivek's right about the mediocrity part, but, going strong to continue the program as is, which Elon seems to be doing, that's definitely not going to fly. And then on the other side, the Bannon side, basically, as Irami described, the nativists, thinking that America is okay, that America, fuck yeah, mentality, that needs to, that idea is a dinosaur. America does need to move forward and be competitive in a global economy. We're not going back to an America first economy. Trump should know that. So anyway, that's pretty much all I have to say for this morning, at least for now, on the H-1B conversation. And we can finally move on to Kevin Samuels and other frivolous relationship-related topics. And frivolous they sometimes are. All right. Let's see. Oops, did I share this out? Okay. This video is Kevin Samuels with dating tips for young men. Let's see what the late great Kevin Samuels has to say on dating.
And because I could keep my mouth closed, they're like, yeah, sure, I'll kick it with you. Then you see him later on, a year or two later, they married to some rich guy. You have to have the rental car mentality, guys. Because after 30, you can be that guy. But see, it becomes a different twist after that. When you're in your 30s, you got to realize you ain't going to be her first. You're going to be unless you get her when she's very young, but I don't want to get ahead of myself. Why is it important to not be mad at women in your 20s? Because they have the power. They're in a position of power, and it's human nature to use your advantages. It is human nature to use your advantage. And women at that age are going to use their advantage. You can still have fun. You can kick it with them. But man, don't think you're going to nail one down. And you would. And the thing is, it'd be stupid to try to. Even if you did nail her down, you're not going to be happy at the main upkeep cost. It'll be like getting a Rolls Royce. Getting a Rolls Royce in your 20s may sound cool, but the upkeep costs and the maintenance. And as much as guys talk about being on their purpose, being on their grind, such and so forth, one thing that tends to frustrate more men is the maintenance of their feminine companions. Because you can't make women do what you want them to do. You can't make them act how you want them to act, and you can't make them be how you want them to be. And that's what frustrates a lot of young men, and I get it, but we're modern men. And what we're going to do is, like, modern women is a different connotation than modern men. We're gonna make modern men, modern sexy savages, contemporary men, avant-garde men, elite men. I'm gonna come up with a word that denotes modern men, but you're gonna have to accept that being a modern man is different than it was for that different time. Other men had the advantage of being able to work one job and being able to provide for an entire family. It's not the same, guys. It's simply not the same. Moderators, keep putting the link in the chat room. It's not the same. So it will be better for you guys to, instead of being upset with women, understand male and female nature. I want you to do that. I don't expect you to go back to sleep. I want you to understand male and female nature. I want you to understand sexual marketplace dynamics. I want you to understand all of the tenets of everything we talk about. Then I want you to act accordingly. Act accordingly. I was talking to a young guy today, in his 20s, and his people from Belarus, and I'm like, man, I wouldn't be worried about a woman until I'm at least 35. Because you're going to need more than guys did in any other time in life. We got to just get to that point. And another thing, going out in groups. I'm not really a big fan on going out with groups of men, yes. But let me also give you guys another piece of advice. Becoming friends with women in college, beautiful women, to listen to how they think. This is where volunteering yourself for the friend zone to key women removes sex from the table and opens women up to telling you the truth. Once you hear how women really tend to think from their friend zone perspective, it'll change your game. It'll change your idea on a lot of different things. Okay? I'm bringing people in one at a time. Volunteering to be in the friend zone. Now, when I say volunteer to be in the friend zone, I mean that. Volunteer to be in the friend zone. Don't try to get your way out. You're spying. You're a double agent. Unmute yourself. Austin. You muted yourself. I didn't mute you. Oh. Okay. All right. I got to get off you. Hello? How old are you?
33.
Well, all right. What's your question?
Oh, I just I've been having a hard time finding you. I've been watching a lot of your stuff lately, and watching you, the way you talk to women and how they're they want these traditional values or modern tradition and modern values. How do you sort through that and find somebody that it aligns with what you're looking for?
What's your question? How do you find a good woman?
Yeah, pretty much. How do you find
here's what I want. Here's what I want from you guys. The watching my videos and all that other preamble, guys, please cut that part out. I don't need to know the backstory. Just get to the question. The question is, how do you find a woman that aligns with your values? For what outcome?
Marriage, long term, just somebody, because I'm trying to build myself up.
Hold on. I'm talking to the guys 18 to 29. You're in a different phase. So
sorry.
But I'll answer the question. Are you in a position to have your wife quit?
What, quit her job?
Yes.
Take care of somebody? I think so. I mean, I'm not.
Do you make enough money? Do you make enough money to hire your woman?
I make about 50,000 with bonuses or extra
No.
bonuses?
No,
that
you
on
don't.
top?
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Right.
I mean, that's just reality. You don't make enough to hire.
One thing that I appreciate about Kevin Samuels, and of course he has his, his faults and his flaws. I like that he doesn't sugarcoat shit. In that regard, he kind of reminds me of me. If my son had asked me that question, I'd have said the same thing. No, you need. It doesn't matter, even if you live in small town Georgia. 50,000, yeah, you might get by with 50,000, but probably not. And the thing is a lot of it depends on the lifestyle your wife is used to. It doesn't mean if you're a young man, you can't marry someone who's the daughter of a billionaire or a millionaire. But one of the things you have to take in mind when you're making, a decision like, hey, am I serious about her? Is she marriage material? Am I marriage material? Are we matched? You don't want to take your wife too far away from the lifestyle she grew up in. So, and that's actually something like the first time I thought about that in years. It just so happened when I got married, I was making pretty decent money, and my wife grew up, pretty much similar to how I grew up, kind of middle class. So, luckily I was able to afford to have her be a stay-at-home mom, which she wanted to do, because we talked about it, exactly what we were gonna do, if we had kids. So, yep. Never want to take a new, a potential bride or fiance too far away from how she grew up, or for that matter, her current lifestyle.
Hire your woman.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Well, no, not really.
No, I mean that's fine. Like I'm getting there, but
so if I told you where to go find them, and
Right.
you're not ready for them.
All
But this is perfect what I mean. So Austin, you're kind of where I was saying, why spend any time thinking about a wife if you're not in a position to hire her?
I agree
Knowing
with
what modern women are.
I do. I agree with that because like.
All right. But if you agree with it, really agreed with it, why would you even ask the question?
I mean, maybe it's just because I'm just like, I am working hard at getting like furthering my career, and I'm just tired of being like.
No. It's because men today are romantics, and you want love. You want love and consistent sex and somebody to rub your stomach, and you're not there yet, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, you nailed it for sure.
I know. So this is 2020. 2022 is about self-awareness. Don't lie to yourself.
Hey man, I'm right there with you.
But if you're right there with me, okay, you can't talk to me. If you're right there with me, then understand you're a modern man. You know what the dating environment is like.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, if you can't, you put yourself in the position. This is where I'm going to talk about marriage. I would not be worried about marriage. Make this clear. I would not be worried. I would not be concerned with trying to be married, guys, unless I can employ my woman. Maximum leverage.
Right.
So you're not in that position, my friend. So and no guy is in your financial position. So at best, you'd be looking for some sort of wife who was a partner, 50-50 or whatever. And that's fraught with all kind of different issues that I really don't try to address. It exists for most people, but that's not the focus of my content. But I wanted to answer your question. At 33, are you working 60 hours a week that you're getting paid for each hour?
He just said something that actually is very interesting, and I think is actually kind of a good way to put it. A stay-at-home mom, essentially when if you get married and your wife stays home, essentially you are employing her. He made the comment, can you afford to employ your woman? That's a great way of putting it. A stay-at-home mom basically is employed by the husband who can afford her. So it's a good turn of phrase.
No, I'm working. I mean, I have a salary, but I work.
You working 40
past
hours a week in your job?
More, for sure.
All right. Well, see, one of the things I say is, where's your part-time job? Are you working 60 hours a week?
Oh, I travel a lot for work, so I can't really have a steady job where I live. Okay. Like I work remote and travel.
Well,
a lot.
unfortunately, I'm gonna just be honest. Unfortunately, if you're working over 40 hours a week and you're making $50,000, you need to go get become more valuable.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is a new position. I've had this job for 2 months.
I don't
now.
care about the position. I care that you're 33 and you're making $50,000 a year.
Yeah. I'm not college educated, so like I kind of have to do what I have.
Okay.
Right.
See, this is when you guys start to, Austin.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. You're college educated or not. The fact of the matter is you want a wife and you can't afford to pay for a wife and kids on your own. I can't change the environment or the culture. Neither can you, right?
Right.
If you can't afford to buy something, it doesn't matter how much you want it. You either go do what it takes to acquire the money or you buy something else. And this is why I tell guys, a lot of guys are still wanting wives on 1950s terms. You're not in a position to have a modern wife or modern times. You can have a rental woman, a girlfriend, but that's short term. Children don't come from that. So if you're not college educated, fine. Whatever it is, I'm not going to concern myself with what you do, but whatever it is in this world, men get compensated by our competence.
Right.
Go become more competent if you want to take on the responsibility of these good women and such and so forth. Because you got to ask yourself, listen, you got to ask yourself a question. If Bob and David raised their daughter to be the kind of woman you're talking about, right?
Right.
Would those men want their daughter to go to you or to the guy standing next to you who had the similar core values and things like that, and he was making double what you were making?
Oh yeah, I mean, of course they're going to go with the more secure.
Right? So it has nothing to do with her. You're looking at women that you want, and they're going to have fathers who are going to want her to be in the most secure position, go to the highest bidder. This is why I say, guys, if you're not in a position to control the environment, your wife, such and so forth, and you want long-term relationship and a marriage, look at what's happening in this country right now. It's not a good look. So I really wouldn't be worrying about it at this point is my answer for you. You don't make enough.
Mostly, like, I wasn't really thinking of marriage until like I started listening to your podcast or your show and everything. It's because it's like the way you put it, it's like to be more successful in your career.
Well, really but the thing is, right? One comes before the other. You don't. Wives are costs, man.
Yeah.
You don't just get married. I get what you're saying, but what I think what you're saying is a wife will help me become more successful in my career.
There's an episode I was watching, and you said like,
and I need to get to somebody else too, but no, but you, and that's the problem. This is why you didn't start off strong enough. to where at
Yeah.
33 you should already be moving up the path because the guys I'm talking about are earning more.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I
Okay.
understand how you play my cards different in my life, but I'm
Well, I
trying to
mean,
get there.
and it is what it is, but I'm just telling you what I. Okay, have a good one, guys. Honestly, I would say that, and the reason I say that, I want to be clear. We know what the environment is out here, okay? And men who don't have enough leverage tend to get run over.
So, Stanley, before we go right in, there are two things that have been on my mind that I wanted to discuss with you.
Actually, I was going to show this, but I think everybody's seen it. This particular clip was my comments on why Kamala Harris lost. But if everybody's seen it, Charles basically clipped it into like a 6-minute clip. But I don't know. I'll show it some other time. Want to move on. This I just discovered. This is came out, I guess, a few minutes ago. Maggie Haberman on why she thinks Donald Trump connected the New Orleans attack to the U.S. border. People, I think I've basically heard that, oh, hey, Donald Trump just made a slip up. But I'm interested to see what Maggie Haberman has to say. And if you either recall or didn't know, Maggie Haberman and I forget her co-writer's name, they wrote like the last biography of Donald Trump, and they interviewed Donald Trump extensively, Donald Trump himself. He basically, consented to them interviewing him. Well, I said a biography. I meant it was basically like them writing on on Donald Trump's first administration. So let's hear what she has to say.
After the deadly New Year's Eve truck attack in New Orleans, when confirmed information was scarce, President-elect Trump was quick to suggest falsely that the suspect was an immigrant. As some early reporting on the attack said, the driver crossed the border from Mexico. Trump wrote on Truth Social, "When I said that the criminals coming in are far worse than the criminals we have in our country, that statement was constantly refuted by Democrats and the fake news media, but it turned out to be true." Law enforcement officials have since identified the driver as a U.S.-born citizen and Army veteran from Texas. My source on this and more is Maggie Haberman, CNN political analyst and senior political correspondent for the New York Times. Hi, Maggie. Good to see you. So, look, despite the confirmation that the suspect was born in the U.S., Trump is doubling down on his message, saying that Biden's open border policy has led to a violent erosion of safety, national security, and democracy. Now, of course, there are national security concerns about the border, but that doesn't have anything to do with this case in New Orleans. What's behind this?
Well, what's behind it, Pam, is that Trump has a pretty firm anti-immigrant box in which he fits most things, and this is no exception. They're tripling down. His communications director, Stephen Chung, sent me a statement tying, what this incident to, loosely tying this incident to examples where immigrants had crossed the border who had ISIS ties. They were relatively small in number compared to the number of border crossings there are daily, but you're going to, I suspect, see President-elect Trump continue to push this because he has said, and he said it in a speech in Arizona a couple of weeks ago, that on day one, he is going to seal the border. And I think you are going to see him use this as a reason why, even though, you don't need to be in touch with people who have come across the border to become radicalized. And there's so much we don't know about why this suspect in the New Orleans incident developed these views. People can develop these.
Yeah, well, all I have to say is, never let the facts get in the way of a good narrative. That seems to be the MAGA way of doing things, especially on this channel. I'm thinking of Solid Snake when I say that. Hopefully you're listening, Solid Snake. All right. Well, we will move on to, actually, this is related. Let me play this video. This is from Nashville. Downtown Nashville employees call for increased safety amid recent attacks. So we've got people that work in Nashville downtown that are concerned, about barriers and things like that. Terrorist attacks. And I think you're probably going to see a lot more urban areas, tourist cities. Nashville has a healthy tourist trade. You're going to see cities like Nashville, want to see if they can harden, their cities against these sorts of truck and vehicle attacks.
We're afraid that it's going to happen to us next.
Continuing coverage, downtown Nashville employees say the deadly attack in New Orleans is raising concerns for them here in Nashville, especially since Music City has a vibrant entertainment district.
Let's see here. Let's take this comment. Apparently you weren't paying attention there, Ryan. She was talking about Trump in New Orleans. The guy who did that truck attack in New Orleans was not Hispanic. He was a U.S. citizen, born in Texas, U.S. Army veteran. Not sure where Trinde Aragua comes into this. Maybe you're kidding. So I'll take it as a joke.
Fox 17 News' Caitlin Miller joining us live from Broadway after hearing their concerns. Caitlin?
Megan, Broadway and the entertainment district right behind me is always filled with people and cars, especially on weekends and for big events. Well, that's why downtown employees say that they want stricter enforcement with vehicular traffic. The deadly New Year's Day attack in New Orleans has downtown employees nervous that this could happen on Broadway. Courtney Rourke, Big Time Boots manager, has been working there for 10 years. She says Nashville is one of the main cities with high traffic, all on one main road, Broadway.
On the weekends and stuff, it's so crazy and it's still vehicle traffic. I feel like Broadway should just be pedestrian only, especially on the weekends.
Rourke would like to see Broadway closed to cars. Fox 17 News went to Metro Councilman Jacob Coupin, who represents the downtown district. He says that is open for discussion, but adds they do have a lot of good safety measures in place that make events like this year's New Year's Eve bash go smoothly.
We've got bollards on sidewalks, right? We're looking at retractable bollards for the streets right now. When we, certain days and times we have, police presence blocking off Broadway for pedestrian traffic.
Coupin explains when they expect a certain number of people downtown, they already close Broadway to vehicles. And he adds now Metro Police have a substation on Lower Broadway, enabling more of a police presence. But Rourke says she'd like to see more.
Even if they are on that corner and they are monitoring crosswalks and whatnot and controlling foot traffic, what are you doing to control the vehicular traffic that zooms up and down Broadway?
Rourke says especially with people drinking, and some drinking and driving. Broadway is a state road, so we did reach out to the Tennessee Department of Transportation to see if they're going to do anything in light of this recent attack, and we are still waiting to hear back. And before I sign off for one more time, I just wanted to thank everyone for welcoming me into this amazing community for the last 3 years and for telling these stories. It's been an honor and a pleasure, and please stay in touch over social media. Reporting live from Broadway, I'm Caitlin Miller, Fox 17 News, your Code Red station.
She has nice cheeks. All right. Well, let's see what else we have here. Man. Let's see here. You know what? I do need a haircut, don't I? Yep, I'm going to have to get the sides taken in, I think. Oh, well. Let's see. We did Maggie Haberman. Let's get rid of that. Oops. You know what? I'm going to, I think I might just hold on to these. Just get a wig? No, I don't think so, Abiola. Why cover this beautiful hair? Trying to decide. I'm going to drop the link if anyone wants to come up. I'm thinking, I'm on the fence. I can either just wander around my algorithm and pick out videos I'm interested in, or we can get structured and do pop the balloon. So put 1 in the chat if you just want to see what's in the algorithm, somewhat randomly, or 2 in the chat if you want to see a pop the balloon, which a couple people in the chat have asked me, had mentioned it. So I'm assuming they want to see a pop the balloon episode. Now would be a good time because it is 6. And I'm pretty much out of, the structured portion of what I wanted to do. Let's see, what do you have to say here? What I mean is that Trump was wrong about New Orleans and thousands of more things, but he will be believed because of the actual criminals that have crossed. Okay. If people can't separate what's happening at the border from what happened in New Orleans, that's actually not a Trump problem. That's an American voter problem. So I'll separate the two. Okay, so let's see, Dan, so far we're 2-1 for Pop the Balloon. Dan, I appreciate that you enjoy just wandering the algorithm just to see what's in. I liken the algorithm to my brain, just random stuff in there, and I just tend to pick the most interesting thing in my brain to talk about. So give it a couple more minutes. Unlucky Dan, really? Right now, Dan is my favorite. So I'm voting algorithm. Dan has voted algorithm. So that makes it 2-2. Kelvin and let's see, Beak. So it's 2-2. So we're tied, and we're looking for a tiebreaker. It's either going to be 1 for wandering the algorithm. 2 is pop the balloon. We need 1 more vote that's a tiebreaker. Wait, who's the third? I saw, let's see, Dan voted 1, Beak voted 2, Kelvin voted 2, and I'm voting 1. So that's 2-2 there, Kelvin. Keep up. You know what? That's a good idea, Ryan. As a matter of fact, maybe I'll do that this weekend. I'll do the research over the weekend, come back on Monday. Because I've read like 2 or 3 books, maybe even more, on education, the meritocracy. Because I actually, probably 2 or 3 years ago now, I actually started talking on a Discord that I'm still a member of. It's a conservative Discord, believe it or not. Started talking about meritocracy. Well, basically that it's not a meritocracy. So I'll talk meritocracy, education, and then what I think education should be. And actually, since you bring it up, you should be part of that. We'll do a panel discussion if you want, Ryan, and you and I and whoever else wants to be up on that panel. We can talk about it. No, why would I care about Asia? I know nothing about the Asian education system other than the America's not ranked very high. I would be willing to bet China and or India probably outrank us in math. All right, Synergy. There's the third vote. This is going once, going twice. Anybody want to tie it up? Synergy is basically the mermaid is saying algorithm, wandering my algorithm. Let's see what's in there, because that's who we're up against, Asia versus Russia. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay. I was thinking I don't care that much about Asia or Russia's education system. I just know that our education system can be better than theirs if we actually care enough about it. But I'll go your way. It probably would be interesting to at least look at how they're ranked, how we're ranked relative to each other. So maybe what I'll try and do is do some research this weekend, and then and it's just going to be light research. I'm not getting knee deep into it. And come back on Monday, and then maybe we can plan on doing something like that, a roundtable or something on Tuesday. Rough plan. All right. Currently, it's 3-2. Algorithm. No one else? No one else? Because we're going to do algorithm. At least, I tell you what, I'll strike, let's see. Okay, so it's 3-3. One more vote. And actually, I've got a couple from my algorithm. Yeah, 3-3, 3-3. I'll tell you what I'll do. I've got a couple from my algorithm I want to show, and then we'll do a pop the balloon. Let's see, I've got 2, one cooking, and then one called The Proposal, which is probably relationship related. That we'll look at. Give me one sec here. I need to copy and paste something. And oops. Okay. We will do this one. And then one more from the algorithm. Then we'll just do pop the balloon. It's 4-3 for pop the balloon. Is it? Well, wait, I'm counting me. I get a vote, Beak. So it's actually tied. Hopefully you're counting me, but I'll do these two, then we'll do pop the balloon. That way it's relatively fair.
Hey, we must look deeper. We're gonna make everything from scratch. Everything. Okay, so today we're making a peanut butter and jelly, but not really. It's not just about the peanut butter and jelly as it is. Of course, we have our childhood nostalgia. Especially if you're from America, you're gonna know the peanut butter and jelly very, very well. My simple argument is it better when you make absolutely everything from scratch? From the bread to the jelly to the peanut butter, does it make a big difference, or is it not really worth it? I think it's gonna be better, but we're here to put this conversation to rest, and my mom is here to help us. So with all that said, let's make this, shall we?
Alrighty tatty, folks. All right, yeah, let's not start with that. We have 3 major elements here. The bread, obviously the butter of peanuts, and the jelly. Well, in this case, we're using jam. Peanut butter and jam sandwich? Peanut butter and fruit spread sandwich? I don't know. I just want something more general sounding. Anyway, let's begin with our bread. This is the exact same recipe that's in my store-bought sandwich bread video, so if you want it broken down in more depth, the link is in the description. But I'll give you a quick lowdown anyway. Start with 175 milliliters of water. To that, you're gonna add 125 milliliters of whole milk. Heat that to 95 Fahrenheit, then mix in 9 grams of instant yeast. Let it sit, combine your 440 grams of bread flour, 8 grams of fine sea salt, and 21 grams of granulated sugar. Whisk that together, pop it on your stand mixer, begin mixing, then add your yeast juice. Mix that till elastic, and finally add 42 grams of softened unsalted butter until fully incorporated and you get a smooth, supple dough. Spank it a little, obviously, then you cover it, give it a name worthy of respect and adoration, then let it rise until doubled. Then punch its hopes and dreams down, dump it on a lightly floured work surface, roll into a nice rectangle, then roll that rectangle into a nice long voluptuous tube. Is voluptuous the right word here? And place into a greased loaf pan. Then cover it with a damp towel, let it proof till doubled, and finally pop it into an oven set to 350 Fahrenheit or 175 Celsius for 35 to 40 minutes, or until you get a beautiful little man like this. Now pop him out and let it cool in a wire rack on its side. I actually don't think I mentioned that in the original video, but resting on its side helps keep the top nice and domed. Now let's get into our peanut butter. This is yet another thing where you go, oh my gosh, is it really that easy? That's all it takes? Yes. So start off with 2.5 cups or 375 grams of raw peanuts. These Spanish ones have their skins, which are super annoying, but that's fine. Toss them onto a baking sheet and then into an oven set to 350 Fahrenheit or 175 Celsius for about 12 minutes or until they're nice and deeply toasted. Be careful not to burn them if that wasn't obvious already. Once they're done, pull them out, and if they do still have their skins, place them in a clean dish towel, rub your nuts together until all their skins come off. Now place your skinless hot nuts to the side to cool completely. Once cool, add them to a food processor and begin processing on high speed. Now look, let them grind. Don't mess with it. Now if it does cake up on the side, you can always scrape down with a spatula and continue grinding. The grind never stops.
Grind.
First it'll get crumbly.
Hey, buddy.
Up, do a little dance, and finally it will become more liquid. And at this point, you should add about a half teaspoon or 5 grams of fine sea salt. Then once it reaches the appropriate peanut buttery consistency, that's it. That's your peanut butter. Now pour that into a bowl or an airtight container and leave it covered at room temp and use when desired. Okay, next up is an ultra or 5 grams of fine sea salt. Then once it reaches the appropriate crumbly, then it'll start to ball up, down with a spatula, and continue grinding. Once cool, add them to a food processor and begin processing on high speed. Now look, let them grind. Don't mess with it. Now if it does cake up on the side, you can always scrape down with a spatula and continue grinding. The grind never stops. All right. First it'll get crumbly, then it'll start to ball up, do a little dance, and finally it will become more liquid. And at this point, you should add about a half teaspoon or 5 grams of fine sea salt. Then once it reaches the appropriate peanut buttery.
You know, I actually do make my own peanut butter. My father, he's got a friend who gives him 5-pound bags of peanuts. And so my father, will give us bags of peanuts every now and again. And I tend to, because it's just me and I don't eat that much peanut butter. But
in Georgia, I imagine it's darn good too. Isn't that like the
yeah,
capital?
Yeah. I think, believe this or not, Virginia, the Eastern Shore of Virginia, they grow a lot of peanuts out there. Georgia grows a lot of peanuts, but homemade peanut butter is way better than store-bought. It's ridiculously good. And
I'm sure.
Believe it or not, it keeps really well in the refrigerator.
Huh, that's interesting.
The taste doesn't, if you refrigerate it, the taste doesn't go off.
Can I ask a really stupid question?
What's that?
I'm gonna ask you the dumbest thing. You're probably gonna think I'm a complete idiot, but I don't know anything about it. What the fuck is a peanut? Is it a root? Is it grown on a tree?
You've never had? Oh, it's a ground nut. In Africa, I think peanuts might have actually come from Africa. They call them ground nuts. But yeah, I think it's a tuber. Basically it grows underground like potatoes.
Oh, okay. So it's under the dirt though. Interesting.
Yep. You gotta,
I've never seen that grow.
Well, it comes in shells.
I've never seen cotton grow.
Oh, really?
And well, in Maryland, we don't have we don't have cotton crops. We don't have peanut crops really. There's a lot of corn, and shit like that. But I've just never seen these crops. So it's funny because I was telling my wife, I said, I just want to go to a place where I could actually see cotton or some of these other plants that I never see. I see soybean.
If you come down to Georgia, you probably see cotton growing in South Carolina. I don't think I've ever seen it growing north of South Carolina. Tennessee, I'm not sure. Cotton tends to be grown like South Carolina. I bet they might grow it. I've never seen it, but they might grow it in Florida. Cotton takes a lot of heat.
Okay.
And
Yeah, it's
I'm
not
not
gonna be in
sure
my
that North
particular.
Carolina, even though it gets hot up there,
Yeah.
I'd be willing to bet somebody grows cotton up there. But I'm, I see a lot of it in Georgia. Like on the way to my my father's hometown. Yeah, you'll
Uh-huh.
see whole fields of it.
Yeah, you would think I'd seen what the fuck a peanut is, but I always hear,
Synergy
but
says they grow it in Arkansas also.
I drove through Arkansas and it is they grow a lot of shit in Arkansas, man. I mean, Stanley, it was you could see miles. I'm talking a soybean.
Oh
It was
yeah,
impressive. I
they
couldn't
grow a
believe
lot of
all the
soybeans in Georgia too.
yeah, that's become a really popular crop, I guess. So, but
Yeah, well, they
but
use soybeans for everything.
yeah, well, I know they put it as like they add it to a lot of shit like cheese and that fake cheese and things like that. So, but yeah, this whole thing I was going to tell you this thing with education.
Well,
You know,
tofu is made of soybeans, right?
yeah, I knew that, but I think soybean is more of an Eastern food, isn't it? Like Asian type
Used to
food.
be.
Yeah, I mean, I know that it's added to a lot of stuff now, right? And a lot of just general foods we put it in, but it's definitely a proliferated into the United States for sure.
Just so you know, you can actually buy something called edamame. That's soybeans in the grocery store.
You talking about
Looks,
those little peas, those beans or peas?
no, you're thinking wasabi, which I think wasabi is something else. I don't think it's soybeans,
I thought it
but
looked like a bean with peas in it. Almost like
that might be. Usually, I've found it in the frozen food section.
okay.
Kind of looks like small butter beans, but they're kind of rounder, more
Oh,
cylindrical.
okay. So it's like a small lima bean in a way.
Kinda, but they're more cylindrical.
Okay.
Butter beans tend to be flatter,
Yeah.
but they're okay. Um, but I was just mentioning it because you can actually eat like whole soybeans, like
Hmm.
unprocessed.
Is it any good?
Yeah, they're pretty good. I mean, they're not as good as butter beans,
I just
lima beans.
started eating cannellini beans, like
Yeah,
white
the
beans.
cannellini beans are actually really good.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I was kind of shocked by it because
Oh
I
yeah,
was,
well, shoot, cannellini beans. I mean, like think you use cannellini beans in cassoulet, the French dish. I think it's cannellini beans. But yeah,
yeah,
they're like a standard white bean, navy beans.
yeah.
Now, see, you get me started on beans. Since I've been older, I love beans. They're a really good protein substitute, and we talked about it. You probably wind up eating a lot of beans these days.
Yeah, lots of beans.
Beans are
I mean,
beans are pretty damn good.
there's a hell
Like
of a lot of variety.
yeah,
And
and you can get them dried beans. They're pretty cheap actually.
yeah, dry beans. Well, it's very much it's good for fiber, like I
Kelvin
think when
says they're
you're,
good for farts.
well, look, when you're older, man, you got to keep things moving, and beans are a part of it. You know what I mean, Stanley. You got
Oh, I know what
beans
you
are
mean.
these are,
But
you
I actually like there's something umami about beans or meaty. I was
yeah.
going to ask you, had you explored black bean burgers?
I do not the burgers per se, but I do make like just black bean. I'll have black beans as just a protein source for a meal. Like if I'm doing like a Spanish type dish or Mexican
Mhm.
dish, I mean, I could just make black bean burritos, for example.
Oh yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, and you could just do black beans and cheese. It's got protein, and I'll take black beans, put a little spice in them, throw for breakfast, throw some eggs on top, and like some of the low fat cheese on top, and
Hmm.
it's like a Southwest dish, if you add like
Hmm. Yep.
taco spice to it, so almost like a huevos rancheros type thing. But yeah, it's amazing how many friggin' beans there are from wax beans all the way over to I mean, there's Eastern beans, Western beans. It's a very, I guess there's so many mutations in beans that have been around forever, grown in all climates. So, unlike tomatoes, there's only a few different, I mean, there's 50 different breeds of tomato, but they all look about the same. There's big ones and small ones, plum to
Yeah, but
roast
they
beans.
don't
It
all
varies.
taste. They don't all taste the same.
No, but it's still a lot. There's less mutation in it, So,
Right.
I mean, they didn't have tomatoes in Italy 500 years ago. Like,
Yeah,
that
they
was the
came from.
Colombian.
Didn't they come from South America?
Yeah. Well, there was no potatoes in Ireland, no tomatoes in
Yeah,
England,
potatoes came from South America.
no coffee in Colombia. That came from Africa.
Yep.
Like this exchange it's crazy because we think about these traditional Italian foods, and Italian food's great, right? They didn't have
Mhm.
tomatoes. you know, they didn't have tomatoes for 500 years ago, right?
And
So
pasta from China.
bingo, it's crazy, right? So, but yeah, it's just and now all these foods, like I associate Ireland with potatoes, right? The
Right.
potato famine. And guess what? They didn't have them there, 500 years ago. So it's pretty
Right.
wild. But anyway, I was the whole thing with the education. I do know that we have the creative part. My daughter taught me that. But just how, like these Republicans and Democrats want to argue about this H-1B, and like how is our how are we stacking up? Are our
Well,
top kids going up
Democrats.
against?
I haven't actually heard Democrats weigh in on H-1B visas.
Well, the thing
I
is,
think I've heard.
Republic.
Well, I take that back. I've heard progressives weigh in on it, but
That's
they're
what I
going to
mean.
weigh in. They're basically going to line up with MAGA,
Actually,
because
good
they're
point.
very
Good point.
pro-worker / populist.
Well, good point, because we really don't hear from actual Republicans or actual Democrats, and we just hear from the most left-leaning or right-leaning people now in our society. Like you hear from like the far left and the far right, they're big mouth, but the MAGA people or the progressives, right? So
Well, the
Joe
thing
Biden,
is the Republican Party has pretty much been taken over, or at least the mainstream Republicans have pretty much been marginalized.
I don't
Um,
know any. There's none.
well, I think who's the guy taking over for McConnell? Thune. He's
Yeah,
pretty much a straight line or um, a straight Republican. He's not very MAGA.
yeah, yeah.
Um,
Trump wasn't happy with him, obviously. So
yeah, well, Trump's going to have to deal with him. And now the funny thing is MAGA actually has the progressive Democrats jealous because they want to do the same thing with the Democrat Party.
that's what Cenk Uger's been saying, right? Like we need to go further left. I've heard him on the Young Turks, which
Let me
it's
tell
such
you
a
something.
so weird.
Wait for the progressives to become less enthused with the black voters. That's going to happen if it hasn't already, because the only thing that's keeping the Democrat Party from being taken over by progressives. This is my opinion only. I don't have any articles or pundits to back me up on this. But the only thing keeping the Democrats from being taken over by the progressives is black people.
Who are more conservative in
Yes,
nature than
and Democrat the straight line Democrats like the Biden wing of the party,
Yeah.
they are terrified. They're going to bend over backwards to keep blacks in the Democratic Party, because if blacks kind of become, more or less enthused with the Democrats, progressives are going to take over.
I think when you have Cenk Uygur calling for it, he's calling for it. I mean, Cenk Uygur went on Charlie Kirk last week, Stanley. I'm sitting there going, what the hell? It was in my algorithm. You got Charlie Kirk and Cenk Uygur. I actually, both of them, I find interesting, some of their arguments, right? I mean, and Cenk is definitely a lefty, and Charlie Kirk is a righty, and they're hanging out. They were on a panel together, on a show together, just the two of them. And I'm going,
Okay,
what the
but
hell?
here's the
What's going
deal.
on?
The interesting thing, and I keep, I'm always talking about horseshoe theory. Both the progressives and the right parts of MAGA, like the Bannon wing, they both lean towards authoritarianism. That's the other thing they have in common. To get what they want, they're going to have to be authoritarians.
I mean, listen, when they were, so both of those people, and I totally agree. I've said that too. And both of them want to do shit like blow up the filibuster. Like whenever their party is in power, we should do this. And I mean, Trump wants to be a autocrat.
Yes.
And the progressives make the same argument when they're in power. We need to.
Well, you hear people like River of Hate on this channel, Hoodservative. They all talk about being more fascist than anything.
Yeah, I don't.
They want. Well, River of Hate is a monarchist. They want a strong man of some type, basically to force their agenda.
Only when they're in office. When they're not in office, they talk about freedom and democracy. And then as soon as their guys in, they're like, "Yep, we need to take over, get rid of any kind of checks and balances, and run the table." So,
exactly. And believe me, there's more. I would almost be willing to say that it's a 50-50 mix on this John Galt, in this John Galt space. Authoritarian. There are people who would be okay with a Viktor Orban.
Yeah, that's crazy. You can't. I mean, as soon as you have that,
it's not so crazy. I mean, if you feel strongly about your religious Christian agenda, hey, you just assume that your authoritarian is going to be pro you. And it's all great until the authoritarian finds a reason to turn on you.
Well,
and I think the Republicans are finding this out right now. Elon Musk basically declaring war on the more right-leaning MAGA people. I think that is hilarious. I'm getting a lot of joy out of this.
It's a crazy thing though with this H-1B, because it literally turned to the native, we're America citizen, and it's very few people involved in H-1B, right? You're talking about, there's not many people involved in that program. And I think both sides are right with the H-1B, but the whole thing is, it's about the wages of American workers. And that's been skipped over in this whole thing. It's been, we don't want Indians here.
I just had a New York Times short editorial talking about the actual workers. But I'm kind of surprised, because the workers usually the pro workers are more inclined to be pro blue collar worker. Most of the workers, at least, the tech workers, are more white collar. So I'm kind of surprised. I think that's actually why you don't hear more progressives.
Yeah, because it's not a blue collar job. I'm with you on that.
Yep.
which is very weird because progressives actually are mostly white collar, 90% of them. I mean, a lot of them
Yeah.
are in academia, but
Yeah,
it's like,
they tend to be PMCs.
well, and not what
Now
does that mean?
there
What's a
are
PMC? What does that mean?
a professional managerial class.
Oh, okay, you're right. You're right. Yeah, PMC.
Now there is a decent contingent of blue collar progressives, but um, I don't know how popular they actually are.
I don't even hear of them. I mean, I know a lot of the teachers are progressive, but it is a weird voting dynamic now. I still can't figure out why the wealthiest.
Well, it's funny because black teachers, like in the South, and my mother is a retired teacher, was, and my sister is a retired teacher now.
Yeah.
Black teachers tend to be fairly conservative.
Would you say that the average, like values wise, I feel like black people are more conservative than whites? I feel like that. I mean, I could be wrong. I'm guessing. I feel like they're more conservative than most white people.
Conservative what?
Well, they're just more religious typically, black folks, you know. Would you
Well,
say they're more?
religious people tend to be more conservative.
That's what I mean. And you have more black people that are involved in church and things than I think white people probably. Wouldn't you
Right.
think?
Mhm.
So I would think it would drive them to the conservative side more, But
Well, the Republican Party, you mean? It's a famous trope. Blacks would be way more Republican if the Republicans didn't support racism.
yeah. Well, only some of the
The Republicans will embrace the Nick Fuentes people.
Yeah.
And blacks, no matter how conservative they are not going to basically negotiate with racists. Blacks will not do that. Now, some will. You'll have a Shelby Steele or a Glenn Lowry, but the majority of blacks, no. They're you start talking all that IQ stuff, and they will hold they won't even vote for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't. I don't. That's a faction that I think you have to denounce it a lot more firmly than Trump did. Like in terms of the way he says it, you have to come out and really stand up against it. And I mean, in Trump's case, he takes far too long to say, "Hey, this is bad," right? He takes forever to do it, and I don't know why he does it because it seems dumb to me. So it's a pretty easy thing to do, right? Like whether you believe.
Depends. I mean, if he came out and explicitly called out people like Nick Fuentes, his base would be impacted.
But what percentage of the base is actually that? I mean, I can't imagine.
Well, in my opinion, 100%.
No, come on, man, get real. You really think that the entire MAGA base is?
I think if you vote for a racist, you are a racist.
Well, a lot of people don't think he is. I mean,
Of course they don't.
I mean, I hear him say stupid shit.
I can tell you right now, I would be willing to bet, and I don't have the statistics on paper, but I can guarantee you, if you took a poll of black people, like foundational black Americans or whatever you want to call them, it would be at least 60% think Trump's a racist, and probably higher, probably more like 80%.
But the question
Well, as a matter of fact, it's probably going to go whatever percent of blacks voted for Biden is basically going to be the percentage of people who think that Trump's a racist. Now, the thing is you make the argument that, oh, hell, well, Biden has said some racist things before, and he has. But black people have a sensitivity to racists. And you know what? Less racist is better.
Well, look,
because you're not going to find an American, black, white, Hispanic, it doesn't matter, the only people you're going to find who are totally like absent of racism, they're going to be probably under 25 years old.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Stanley. Everyone looks at other people. But if you're skinny, you look at a fat person as different, right? If you're
Well,
white,
I
you look at
literally said you're not going to find an American over 25 years old who is absent of racism. That includes black people. It includes doesn't.
yeah.
The only thing that's raceless in America is racists.
Well, no,
Because
I think
everybody probably is a racist in one way or another.
yeah, but the thing is, like, I just explained this to on another channel. I don't want to name names, but you know who he is, and that like even if
He's
you have
probably
a
listening
thought,
right now.
well, when you have a tendency to do that, right? Like you can see it. I look at jersey sales, right? I mean, I'm looking at this. I can't name a black dude that has a white jersey, a football jersey. Like if you were to look at and by the way, it's similar the other way, right?
When
So like people,
you're judging racism by jerseys.
what I'm saying is people are picking their favorites largely because of that. A lot of times when it comes to just NFL jerseys, like if you just look, I never see a black person, or rarely, that'll have like a white dude on his jersey, and most white people are picking a white player, right? So people have these base tendencies, but then you gotta, as higher thinking humans, you gotta push back against that and go, well, hold on a minute, let's just deduct.
Well, I just don't want to base my higher thinking on football jerseys.
It was an example. It was a poor one, but it's an example, right? So we have these natural tendencies. I think it's evolutionary to identify differences and threats, right? For a long 2 million year human history. But we have to push back against that internally and go, hold on a minute, am I entering into a judgment prior to knowing, right, about a
Mhm.
person, not who is a particular race, color, creed, or anything, but who is this person, And I just told us to be brave the other day. Look, man, you got to push the moral thing to do. If there is a God in heaven, which I tend to think there is to push back against it. You know, just because a guy's a Muslim doesn't make him a bomber. You know what I mean? So we got to be better than that. I want to be better than that. Um, and I, I think it's not a godly thing to do it, right? But
Yeah.
so if you have a base tendency, you got to fight it. You fight it.
Right.
So you see it in boxing picks. Oh, this guy's better. I mean, right now I like the NBA, right? Uh, Nikola Jokic is a foreign player, but he's a white dude, and this guy's a dominant player. He's incredible, but he doesn't get much support from the black community. I'm like, he's great. He's a great player. He truly is. I mean, he's ridiculously good, and I'm seeing racism there, and I don't really care that much about it. But, I mean, he's a phenomenal player, but people are like, oh, no, talking about this guy. I'm like, if you look at his numbers, man, he's fucking incredible. And I'm like, why don't they like him? What is there not to like about him? Like
Mhm.
statistics are statistics, but you'll see it in things like that, subtle thing. But who's picking which boxer? Which boxer? If it's a black and white, you know, oh, I like this guy. I like this guy. So, but you got to fight back against that and say, well, who's the individual? That's what we're supposed to do as humans, as Americans. So I don't know. I don't mean to ramble. Sorry.
Oh, that's all right.
So,
but I'm gonna go ahead and finish this video up. Oh, I thought I was still watching the peanut butter video. This girl is beautiful.
Oh, hey, can I ask you something about this? About something the other also.
What's
the whole
that?
thing with the whole thing with education. Because I'm going to read up on it a little bit too. It's a subject I just know very little about in terms of globally how we compete, and then internally, I don't know a lot about the subject matter. But if you want to do it next week, I have what the hell's today's 3rd. Is today the 3rd? Today's the 3rd.
Yes.
So my boss is in the following week actually. So maybe next week I'll be able to pull up as long as
Well, I
it's
mean,
not a
I'm not wedded to a specific day, so
okay.
just whenever you're available.
Yeah, I'll just read up on it more because I just don't. I know. I mean, my daughter's a teacher and teaches me things about teachers and education, and which I'm just clueless on, just from a subject standpoint. So, anyway,
Well, I'm going to go back and look at this, finish off this peanut butter, because I've
real quick,
actually never made jelly, because I'm not that big of jelly fan, to be honest.
it's all. They have something called cherry jelly, which you can get it at the farm store or like at a
Is it
farm.
jelly or jam? Jam tends to have like bits of fruit in it.
Yeah, it's a little bit thicker,
hmm
but the cherry is made into this jelly, and it's damn good, man. You ever been to one of these local roadside stands? They're selling fruit and other.
Oh yeah, they're
Sometimes,
all over the South.
sometimes they're selling like jellies. They'll have friggin' I mean, they got like jalapeno orange jelly,
Oh yeah,
marmalades, all
yep,
kinds of shit.
yep.
I don't even understand all the stuff in there, But
Well, when I lived up in Northern Virginia, the other side of the mountain had a couple orchards. So
mhm.
my son and I actually used to go pick apples and blueberries and stuff like that.
I'd like to have a blueberry tree.
Well, they're not
Sorry, man.
trees; they're bushes.
Or a bush. Yeah, I think you can. I think they'll grow
What?
in.
What I said, blue. I'm thinking blackberries, but blueberries are bushes too.
Yeah, I don't. I should have. I mean, I think I got too much woods and shit to really grow anything like that because I think you need a lot of
Um,
sun.
no, blackberries are going to have to. Blackberries and raspberries, they're going to have some, but I can't remember. Now, I do know that we had wild blackberry bushes all along our road. My wife
Yeah.
and son used to go pick them,
Huh.
like during the season. They come back
Yeah.
with like quarts. Now, the thing is just so you know, those blackberry type bushes,
Yeah.
they will attract snakes for some reason or another.
How about Well, I imagine the deer get to them too because it's
Birds do.
yeah.
I can't remember if deer deal with them because they've got little sticker
Oh
things.
yeah. What
So I'm
about
not sure that deer do, but birds will eat the shit out of blackberries.
I know that these damn
I
poison
mean, they will
ivy.
literally eat them and shit the blackberries everywhere.
I'm sure. Well, that spreads them. It's these animals spread these seeds everywhere, especially poison ivy. I guess they somehow eat the poison ivy because I mean every friggin' you know line of the woods, like whenever you get ready to go into a woods from a field, there's always poison ivy there, right on the edge.
Hey,
You know,
Aviola, I've actually made jollof rice before. It's not particularly hard.
what is it?
Um, yeah, and there jollof rice, and there's a Savannah thing. I don't even know that it's a Charleston thing, but it's basically tomatoes and rice. It's like Savannah tomatoes and rice or something like that. That's like a takeoff, like an American version of jollof, but it's rarely spicy.
Which jollof is that? A Spanish food or something?
No, it's a more like a West African rice dish
Huh.
with tomatoes and other stuff.
So it came from? Did it come from West
Well,
Africa
I
and
know
went down?
more Nigeria because I have that guy I did the interview with. He and I, were talking about his wife making jollof, but
But has it
it's
been
just,
here a long time? Did it come here with the slave trade, or did it come here
I
just by
imagine it came
reach?
here. It came here. A lot of things came over from Africa.
Yeah.
Rice did, indigo did, peanuts I think came. Um,
The
probably.
Smithsonian should do. The Smithsonian should do like they should, because a lot of those foods and all kinds of stuff gets lost to history. the Smithsonian should do a study on that to try to, because I'm sure
I'm
recipes.
sure in the African American History Museum there's something. Food. I
Uh,
mean, because foodways, you know, the term foodways is actually
yeah, yeah.
pretty popular. As a
Well,
matter of fact, I have a a book by an American Black authoress, and she did. I have to remember the name of it because I bought two copies, one for me and one for my mother. They were first editions, and I have to go. I forgot.
Foodways.
It's home. Maybe I ought to grab it. But anyway, those African foodways and food historians. There are actual food historians who talk and write about traditional slave like food. You know,
Is the
recipes
word
and all
ways, is that WAYZ or why? Ways?
Jollof?
Well, no, I'm
Oh,
saying you're saying
foodways?
food ways, yeah.
Yeah, it's two words, I think. Might be one
Because
word.
I'm asking because there's something called Smithsonian Folkways, which the reason I'm saying they should do it with food is because Smithsonian Folkways went into the South and Appalachia and these places, and they recorded, you know, Lead Belly and a lot of traditional blues music was from the South, from the Delta, and from Georgia. And Woody Guthrie and like hobo music and Appalachian music, right? Smithsonian Folkways is what it was called, and that's why I
You
asked
know they
about.
have a festival downtown, Stanley, Ryan. Usually they have the Folk Life Festival or something. I don't know.
Folkways.
I think they call it Folk Life. It could be Folkways or Folk Life or something downtown. I've heard of it. The
So
Smithsonian.
Foodways is just the same
Yeah.
thing, but with food.
Mm.
Foodways, interesting.
Yeah, this is the Smithsonian site right here, National Museum of African American History.
Oh, Foodways. No shit. Okay. Cool. That's cool.
Yeah, I've had jollof many times, and I've had that tomato rice you spoke of, Stanley.
Yeah,
But
down. Yeah.
I never thought
Have you
about.
been to that museum? Have you been to the museum?
Yeah, I've been to. I took my dad or somebody there. Yeah, my mother. Yeah.
Did you go, Stanley? Have you been?
I've never been. And you know what? It's a shame because I was like, out in Warren County. You know where Fauquier County is, John?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I'm the one. I was the one after that in Warren County.
Yeah, that's
So,
way out there, man. Warren's
I
shit.
didn't go throughout the whole museum, but my impression from someone like you, I'm trying to think of what my dad thought, Stanley. I think it would be kind of underwhelming, for someone like you. From what I remember, it could have changed. I've only been once or twice.
Well, I mean, if you had known my mother, I mean, I've been, into Black history because she was, since I was literally probably could read.
Yeah. And I
I
think,
mean, I knew who Du Bois was like when I was 4.
yeah. So I think for you, it may not be as hard hitting as, someone with a lesser, history or book reading appreciate, I don't know the word, but you know what I'm saying, right? Yeah. I think it was a little, from what I saw, I didn't see everything. It was a little shallow to me, where they could have gone a bit deeper on things, but it was just a little shallow to me.
I would be willing to bet that, there are you could probably go to Charleston and get, something as hard hitting, if not more hard hitting.
Yeah.
Going to one of the plantations where they paid special care to the slave quarters. Let me tell you a story. My brother-in-law. Oh wait, where'd he go? My brother-in-law got married at the John Marshall. I think they call it the John Marshall House or something like that. John Marshall, the Chief Justice.
Yeah.
And Marshall, Virginia. His estate, his manor house and all that, They turned it into like a conference center / you can get married there. So my brother-in-law and his wife got married there. I was in the wedding. I was like a groomsman, which I didn't want to do, but I did it anyway. Well, when we went to change clothes, we used the old slave quarters.
Oh wow.
To do it.
Yeah.
So it's not that big a deal, but it did strike me as hey, here I am, a black man changing in slave quarters on a slave holder's plantation, about to attend his white brother-in-law's wedding.
Yeah, there you go. It's kind of interesting. Yeah.
That is America.
Yeah. You know what's interesting again about I think it just wasn't. I think part of it is that it's political, right? So no Clarence Thomas. Yeah, I don't know how you can write.
You mean no Clarence Thomas?
I didn't see Clarence Thomas anywhere in the museum. Yeah.
Now, see, that is a shame because Clarence Thomas, I'm going to tell you right now, I told you, I literally grew up in the same parish he grew up in.
He's down your way, right?
Yeah. Now, the thing is where he's from, Pinpoint, Georgia. Pinpoint is like at least say 40 years ago, or maybe, let's say 50 years ago, because I used to go out there. It's right out in the Skidaway Island area. We used to go out there just riding around when I was a kid. You could literally imagine yourself back in the slavery days, because it's just like it looks physically, just like the Sea Islands it is the Sea Islands of South Carolina, Sea Islands of Georgia. Slaves literally grew up where Clarence Thomas was born.
And so, as I was thinking,
I just can't believe that he's not in there. That's ridiculous.
It's really like the Democrat Black History Museum. Everything is acceptable. That's what I'm saying. The political angle in it, the way I look at it.
So did they have Thurgood Marshall?
Of course.
They didn't have. See, that's some bullshit.
Now they may have added him because it's a living. Is that what they call it? Living, living museum or whatever. Right. But so they may have added it. But he should be right there as soon as you walk in the door. Him and Thurgood.
Well, you know what? It's funny. I wonder if now. See, it's a good thing I don't live in the DC area, because I'd go there just curious to see if they put Thurgood in Katanji and skipped over Clarence.
You know what else they do? To me, man, personally, this is my thoughts. Right? They had a Nene Leakes exhibit.
Really?
Here.
What the fuck has she done historical?
But the exhibit was gestures.
Oh my
God! That part I didn't have a problem with, because communication can be by hands, by clicks, by nod of the head. Every different group every group has. Man, I once had an African guy from Nigeria. Man, he said he could have a whole conversation, not say a word, not one word, just click to your phone.
Yeah, whatever.
Seriously.
I don't doubt it, but I'm trying to figure out, what does Nene Leakes?
Well, she was part of the exhibit, the gestures, right?
You know what? I've watched maybe the first 3 seasons of Real Housewives of Atlanta. I mean, other than her being tall with the bleached blonde hair, I don't remember anything that memorable she did. Gesture-wise,
she's known for gestures. Yeah, she's known for like the facial gestures. But even in America, that is, you can speak to someone, this, so they're gestures, right? And so that was an exhibit. I just don't think she should have been in there. You know what I mean? Maybe like a multimedia display of all the facial gestures over the years, and she's part of it.
Well, was it just her?
No, it wasn't just her.
Wasn't any of the other housewives?
No, she was the only housewife. Yeah. Because she's known for her facial gestures, yeah.
Because I'm gonna be honest, Candy Burris, she's the better businesswoman.
But this exhibit was about gestures, like maybe non-oral communication, something like, I can't remember exactly, but
Yeah,
facial
I know.
gestures that and I think there's something, I don't have a problem with that. I just have more of a problem with needing leaks.
Well, the African American History Museum, I was involved in the building of that building.
Really?
Okay. Well, and anytime you see Clark Construction,
Oh,
you
okay.
probably have some involvement, right? So they built it, and and I was like, all right, so the architect was a joint venture, and the lead designer was a guy called Freeline Group, his team, right? But the dude that won the fucking design, which I don't really like the exterior because I think it sticks
Yeah, I'm
out
not a big fan
more
of
than.
that.
Well, the thing is it doesn't really match the architecture of the other buildings per se, right? Um, so it's not. I'm not a huge fan of it, but either way, they gave the fucking design to a dude that's not American. He's like,
Wow.
he's from like Tanzania or one of these other. It's like from an African country. I'm like, no,
Wow.
give it to an American for the design, right? Now, the owner of the firm that did the architectural work, it was several companies, Perkins Will and Freelon. And Freelon was owned by a black dude, so I'm like, cool. He's one of the top architects around globally. Freelon Group got bought out, but great black architectural firm. But the lead designer was not a fucking American. He's from friggin' Tanzania. So it was very irritating because I'm like, you can't give it to
Well, it's like an H-1B visa thing.
more or less.
Ryan, do you remember when they built the Martin Luther King Museum, the exhibit?
Well, the monument is actually over by it's about 80 feet tall. It's Martin Luther King is overlooking the pond by the Jefferson Memorial. You talking about that?
Yeah,
The tall MLK, he's like 80 feet tall.
right. You know,
Yeah,
who did that? I think a Chinese man drew that.
I don't know.
If I'm not
I don't
mistaken, a
know.
Chinese man
I
drew
don't.
that.
It could have
Designed
been.
it or
But
sculpted it, whatever it was.
well, I'm just like, the sculptor was Chinese.
No, I'm gonna be honest with you though. I don't really have a problem with the Chinese man doing sculpture of Martin
Really?
Luther King.
If he
I mean,
does the
in a
work,
way, it
if
kind
he's
of emphasizes his international
appeal.
bona fides.
That's true.
Hmm.
But I would just think that the actual designer for the friggin' museum, right? I would think the designer would be a black American, right? Uniquely black.
I'm gonna be honest, and I'm not sure I have a problem with that.
Yeah. Well, that's. I would just. We have
I
plenty
mean,
of.
I know where you're coming from. I'm not saying you're wrong.
Yeah.
But I'm kind of like, hey, if the African, why take second best? And it kind of lines up with, the whole H-1B visa thing. I mean, you know what? If someone in the chat earlier this morning, because we were talking about H-1B visas, makes the point that, it's Charlie Kirk, makes the point about the University of Washington computer science major losing out to an H-1B visa guy. And basically he's saying that the University of Washington graduate should have preference. And, that's the same thing. That's the same civil rights argument or anti-civil rights argument.
It's affirmative action.
It's the same argument. The employer wants the best.
Yeah.
And if the best isn't, a University of Washington graduate, well, so be it.
Well, I'm going to cover that a little bit later shortly. I think the bigger issue is that, it becomes incestuous, right?
It can. It shouldn't. I mean, now there ought to be measures in place to prevent that.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, there really are no effective measures, and I'm going to explain a little bit as to why a little bit later. But just imagine you're the dean of admissions, right? Right, and I'm going to be talking about this later, but those people get paid a lot of money.
Okay, well, how
And,
do they keep universities from doing it?
well, universities do it, and that's what I'm going to be
Yeah,
discussing a little
they
later.
do. Yeah, they do big time.
They do it very well indeed. And you see a lot of fraud there as well, on both sides, because both sides have an incentive, and I think
Well,
that is that is
if
an
we
incentive.
can't prevent it, then why are we worrying about it?
I'm sorry.
If we cannot prevent it, why are we worrying about it?
Well, we can. It is very easily we can, but there are financial incentives on both sides that ultimately, win out. And that's what I think.
Okay, well, I definitely want to hear that show.
Yeah. It's very interesting.
Oh, hey, John, before I forget, I may not be able to do a show tonight because we're leaving for back home tomorrow early.
Oh, yeah.
So if I do it tonight, it may only be for a couple hours.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm
okay.
up. I may jump on.
I'll talk to Portia about maybe doing a repeat, or she may want to do
repeat is
tonight's Friday. She may want to do karaoke.
Today's Friday. Damn, I forget about that. Yeah, indeed. But yeah, man, I was reading about it last night. There's a lot of shit going on.
So who's supposed to be looking at this and going, hey, these H-1B visas are impacting U.S. jobs or labor or wages. All that stuff is supposed to be being done. It's supposed to be being done by the Department of Labor. And, I don't know if that's been hollowed out over the years. The Department of Labor, you don't hear a lot about them. Usually you hear about them in union disputes and shit, but they're the ones that are supposed to look at this thing and go, hey, they're hammering the Indian wages and it's hurting U.S. wages, or we don't have enough workers in this field. We need to attract them from other places for now and beef up our education
Well,
system.
it's also, remember, it's
Department
also
of Labor,
not,
it's their job,
Also, it's not at the higher levels. It's not necessarily a body count. It's who's best.
But they're not H-1Bs usually. Or you mean like
Yeah.
special ones for like?
Well, I think it affects some H-1Bs too. But you're right. Most like the E visas and the Ls.
Yeah, they're the super brilliant people. So, but all these countries do it. They're trying to attract U.S. workers in other countries as well. Like they all want to brain drain each other. You know what I mean? So, the Chinese are paying top dollar to U.S. specialty workers as well. And the Japanese, everyone, just all do it. So, but anyway, yeah.
Well, I'm gonna save. I'm gonna save the peanut butter and the in my other video for tonight.
So David Adaye was he's Ghanaian-born British architect who has designed National Museum of African American History in Columbus, D.C.
Well, Ghanaian isn't so bad. There's a Du Bois connection, if nothing else.
He's not American. He's not American. He's British, for Christ's sake.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Yeah, but he is. He is global. Like he's got a shitload of works under his belt. When you see major works, he's got the Moscow School of Management. He's got, so he's an international architect, basically. I heard that and I was like, I heard it years ago because Perkins and Will's a major DC architect and they were working with Freeland Group. A guy called Philip Freeland. He's American, black architect who had a firm and, but long and short of it is I heard it was not an American. And this is the dude that got the design. So this guy did Museum of Contemporary Art Denver, Moscow School, Francis Gregory Neighborhood Library, Bellevue, Lockridge, that won an award. All those are award winning. So they picked a top notch guy. we got a lot of top-notch black architects in America too, you know. So anyway, damn, this guy, actually this guy's got 1, 2. He's pretty well accredited.
Yeah.
Looking at his stuff on Wikipedia here. So, but anyway, I don't know how we got on that topic, but we can start.
Oh, I don't know. You know, wherever we wander, you know, usually the end of the show is kind of like, because I have, you know, roughly, you know, first few hours kind of structured most of the time.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Kelvin is hot for this pop the balloon. Kelvin, are you still in the chat? Let's see here.
Who's Electric Element?
Eclectic? She's the Daughters of Assassin. She goes by a couple.
Oh, okay. Who is River of Hate?
Oh, he's one of Hood Servitors folks. That's at least that's where I know him from. He's the monarchist.
Well, the only other monarchist I've ever heard in this place, YouTube, is Imperious. She's a monarchist.
They're probably the same person. I wouldn't be surprised if River of Hate was Imperious.
Ooh, he comes in hot on everything.
Oh, hey, let me tell you something. This is like maybe 2 weeks ago, maybe less. Imperious called in to hear for the tea show.
How'd that go?
Oh my God, he went after Portia. I was like, holy fuck. It was like racism and misogyny had a baby and called that baby Imperious.
That's his shtick, is just literally troll with the most over the tops imaginable.
No, this went beyond trolling. I could almost hear him spitting.
That's not good.
I could almost hear, hey, John.
Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry. I'm going to tell you a story.
No, I was saying that the other day, did Portia tell you Imperious called in to hear for the Tea show a couple weeks ago? It was late night and Portia was on Tea show.
I think she did say it. Go ahead.
Oh my God. I just made the joke that, you know, if racism and misogyny had a baby, they'd have called it Imperious. And it was beyond trolling. It was cringy and ugly.
Really? Yeah, he used to be pretty respectful of Portia. What was he cursing out?
Oh my God. It was C word this, B word that. It was just, I could not believe this dude called himself a Catholic or Christian or anything else.
That's what makes me laugh. I'm like, you want to advance Catholicism with this venom vitriol? I don't know how you're going to.
You're not going to advance much of anything with that.
No, dude would have been doing a year of penance. You know.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean,
the Pope might have excommunicated him over that.
Yeah, I would agree. He would. Yeah, if you gave a recording to his priest, he would.
Oh, you heard it, Ryan, too? You heard it?
No, not that one, but I've heard him on other channels just go in and it's just misogyny wrapped in white supremacy with religiosity times 1,000. And he's like, I'm a Catholic. All your other religions are trash and blah, blah, blah. And
this was the only way it could have been more personal is if he knew what Portia looked like, you know, had met her in person.
Yeah,
it was targeted. You know, it wasn't against like black women in general. It was about, you know, it was targeted. Oh, hell, I was shocked.
I wonder what made him do that.
I don't know. Now this is 2 weeks ago. Every now and again, Portia will, you know, stream Tea show, you know, waiting for me to come up or something. And so she was over there and I was shocked that, because I hadn't heard Imperious in months. And
so he called her.
He didn't even stop. They knew who he was because I think they knew it was Imperious, and I had never heard him go after Portia like that.
You know what's weird, man? You know about Imperious is that you know, I've seen him on other panels. Normal. You know, I think I see him on the Unreasonable Man, and he's normal. I think Unreasonable Man.
Well, see, those were white guys.
Well, I think Unreasonable Man has a lot of money or something, they say. And so maybe he's
Could be.
normal there because the guy is like an Indian respect thing. You only respect people stronger than you. And in that sense, maybe he sees that guy as bigger, stronger, more
Who's
influential.
Unreasonable Man? Is that one dude that's
It's
in the
Grid
auto?
Motorsports.
Grid, okay, yeah. He's
Yeah.
into cars and stuff, I think, or maybe he has a
Yeah.
business with that or some shit. I don't know.
But he has money, apparently, and he spends it on the internet. And
Seems like
so,
a nice guy. Seems like
yeah,
a nice
he's
guy.
nice. Yeah, I've been on the show before. Yeah, he seems like a nice guy and all, but I think that Imperius he doesn't do that shit over there on his channel. The guy probably just won't allow it either. That's for one thing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, Grid seems like he's a pretty good. He's a good actor. He's not.
I
He's a good.
can't believe that was acting. If that was acting, then dude deserves some
No, I
sort
mean,
of
Grid's a good guy. He's not going to take bullshit. And he, to me, he comes off like he manages or owns a business to where he's responsible for other people because he comes
Yeah.
off very like he's the boss a lot of times, not in a bad way, but like I run shit type of way.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, you can
yeah, I
hear
mean,
some of the conversation that he talks about. Like, he's spending, he has expensive hobbies or interests. You know what I'm saying? Like cars, planes, and shit like that. Yeah.
But it seems like he's a kind of a leader in a way, right? He has some leadership qualities. Imperius seems like he has zero leadership qualities at all. I've never heard him say. Most of the stuff he says is just. I think he's trying to get a reaction because it's so over the top. I mean, even when he's normally Imperius, not when he's being a shithead to Portia, it's like, where the hell are you getting this from? And it's very angry.
Well, I think it's just my age and kind of the way I was raised. You just don't treat women like that.
I agree with that.
You walk away, so you don't have to demean or debase yourself. If a woman is treating you like shit, you just walk away because you don't want to be like. But no,
I don't think this is a good way for a man. The way I've seen him behave, if you were to act like that in the street, just in the regular world, in the physical world, they will have you committed. If you run around screaming, hollering at people, they say, man, this guy's crazy, and he probably needs some psychiatric help. All the guns that he has, they take them from him, right? Seriously, am I wrong? Am I off base by that?
No.
I'd be concerned if I saw someone behaving the way he does online in the street, and I wouldn't want him to have a gun, anything like that. And I think, and I don't think he acts that way out in public, but
you know what, John? And again, I'm no Universal Jones by any means. But it's like I'm always thinking that you don't ever act that far out of character unless you're like a professional actor. I don't think, and maybe I'm just wrong here, but I don't know that it's possible to go so far out of your character that it's almost like a container. Okay, the container can be big, but you never go outside of it. And I think that someone acting like that, it is within them. Maybe it's suppressed. Whatever the psychological term is, but it's
I think that's what you hit it on the head when you say suppressed. And I mentioned it here before. Many people, have lived, the last 10 years or so, where they can't really say what's on their mind without some, institution or government, their job, punishing them. And that's been a fairly new way of living. And I think, so you'll see people like him that want to just lash out and get it all out. Sometimes I say, just let it.
John, that's a sign of total drowning, right? Like on a personal level, he is drowning. If he is that angry at all these other things, it's really his own. It shows how weak he is, in my opinion.
Well, I didn't say he was angry. I mean? He could be angry.
But
what I think it is,
Portia.
well, I can't speak for that. because I didn't hear it. I don't know what to say, but I'm just judging off the general and other people that jump on panels here and other places. I think that, again, that their speech has been suppressed. You read the news sometime and this car drives into building. And you're like, what the fuck?
It's crazy.
Gun shoots man. Yeah. There's really no one. You're screaming at a piece of paper or at the TV screen.
Yeah.
And along comes the internet. Now you can scream back at somebody. That person will let you get up in here and talk to him. It's totally foreign and it may be healthy.
I don't know.
Because he's going to do it anyway. He's going to be screaming at the TV if it wasn't the internet. At least he gets it out, right?
Yeah, but John,
maybe someone can combat what he thinks. Maybe someone up here on the panel may change his mind.
But he's never addressing why he feels so small, right? Why does he feel so small that he's going to lash out at the world? All these other outside things. He never deal with that. He's not going to deal with that if he's just trashing people online. Like, he's got to figure out, hey, why am I intimidated by this woman online and calling her names, right? Like, that's really what you got to deal with. It's a personal self-esteem issue that he apparently has if he's going to be that way,
I think so many people have dealt with, like psychological type warfare for the last 10 years or so in some ways that, it's hard for people to get around it. That's what I believe.
Oh, wow.
That's Stanley.
No, I was looking at my buddy Charles. He just did a what is it? He's on damn it, on what's this stupid thing called? One of those publishing services. There's Patreon and what's the other one? What is it? I want to say StreamYard, Patreon, and whatever the other one is. But he just put a clip of with me and him talking about why Harris lost.
Play it, Stanley.
Oh, he put it out on Substack.
That's Substack. That's the other
one. You can play it, right?
Huh? Well, yeah, I can play the clip, but I'm more impressed that there's a actual I can't remember my Substack, but let me find this right quick.
You're gonna be on TikTok before you know it, Stanley.
I hope not. Because I don't have a TikTok account.
I think you could do it. So you got a big personality, Stanley, and certain characters on here, like Chaotic Truth's one of them. I'm like, he's got such a I've always said he should be on like one of these shows, like I mean, he was talking about a Spotify deal. I think he could get that, man, because he got a pretty big personality.
Yeah, but I don't think he's gonna get it with his topics.
The thing is, what's interesting about Chaotic, what I'll say now? The winds are shifting in his favor where he could just come all the way out.
His what?
His what, though?
And
because I can tell you right now, that point, did you hear his point about he like African, like foundational Black Americans, basically Black Americans who have roots back into American slavery are actually mulattoes, and he being with no European genetics is really Black, which doesn't make sense because Black in Africa pretty much doesn't exist. Most Africans that I've met don't necessarily think of themselves as Black. But anyway, basically he's saying he and be brave being pure white, him being pure African heritage. We, like someone like me, are actually not Black.
Well, I can't comment on that. I don't even want to comment on that. That's not very interesting to me.
Well, no. My point is that if that is going to be, one of the topics Okay, he's not going to get very far doing that sort of thing, not in America.
Well, what I think, honestly, and this is just my, like, projecting out, looking at the lay of the land here, I think the winds are shifting in his favor. And when I say him, I'm speaking generically. He's African, right? Nigerian, I think. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think so.
It doesn't matter to me. I don't have a problem with that. But there is a lot of tension. One may even say a cold civil war among the varying shades of black here in America.
Okay, well, I can tell you right now, I don't agree that the winds are shifting his way. I don't think the winds are moving at all. I think it's doldrums.
Well, if you look online, and what I'm talking about is online, in his sphere, his ecosystem.
Yeah, well,
how he makes his living. Right?
Yeah, I agree with you online.
Right, online. And that's what I'm talking about. For him, online, I think the advantages are shifting in his favor because clearly the as we've discussed here, the immigrant Africans that come here, many of them do pretty well. Very few of them do just dog poor like we see some of the African Americans here.
Okay, but where they don't do well is culturally.
Well, if they can get big enough numbers, they can maintain their own culture within American society. So the water will be flowing.
Nigerian culture?
Yeah.
That's not going to happen.
Well, what do you mean?
You will have more Asian culture, with Buddhism and that Zen sort of stuff, meditation, yoga. No, your Nigerian culture is not going to flourish as a subculture in America.
Well, if you look, I can't agree or disagree because I don't know enough about it.
I pretty much,
you're probably right.
That's my feeling. I mean, Asian culture with the mysticism and the New Age stuff has been around for decades.
Well, here's what you may be right. It'll all play out. We'll see. Here's the thing, Nate. Are you familiar with like the Nigerians in Houston?
No.
A lot of Nigerians in Houston. Why are they there? Because of the money, the oil.
Oh,
right.
Right. But when I'm thinking, Nigerian culture taking off in America, I don't mean local. I mean, like, how you have Richard Gere, for instance, the actor was a famous Buddhist. Okay. He would go hang out with the Dalai Lama. I'm talking now that's some cultural inroads.
Well, let me give you an example of the cultural inroads down on the level that's happening, right? And forget about the names because you're not going to know the names. I barely know the names myself. I don't know anything attached to these people, but I know I can see what's going on. You have two black performers. Let's say one is named Ghana, one is named Burna Boy. Both of them kind of hood, but one's African.
I've heard of Burna Boy, but just
Burna Boy is African.
Mm-hmm.
Burna Boy can make money in Africa, and then music is big over there. And hip beats or whatever, M Life or whatever it is. And he can also come and make money here in America. There's large enough Nigerian artists. So he's going to be bigger than most American mid-sized rap artists. So Burna Boy takes Burna Boy's girlfriend. Those are the things down on the level where CT's side is starting to assert itself and win.
Okay, but CT isn't an artist.
Well, let me finish what I'm saying, right? So, and on it goes, that's an artist. If you look at many of the black doctors in America, many of them are Nigerian, African. Hell, I played a clip of a Ghanaian doctor just the other day. I know some Ghanaian doctors. Personally, I don't know much about law, but I mentioned the other day, I've seen Jamaican, and I know you said, well, it's not African. But all of those people have more or less been aligned against the FBAs or the ADOSs.
Okay, but I don't know. I'd have to think about how best to communicate this. but a doctor and a lawyer are practicing Western culture things. Law is a Western culture thing. Medicine, Western culture thing. Okay, these people are not practicing anything that's native to Nigeria.
Well, I didn't say they're going to be
Nigeria was an English colony, so there's nothing Nigerian that has permeated Western culture.
Well, I think you're right. I think it can live side by side, and it will be. If you look at it, you say, okay, well,
assimilation. I can name you something Asian that Western people do. Yoga, that's more or less South Asian. I can talk about Buddhism. That's more or less South and East Asian. I can't think of one thing Nigerian that has taken off. Now you can argue, like the Pan-Africanism and stuff like that. But the one thing Pan-Africanism isn't going to do is identify who is Black and who is not. In a Pan-African world, anybody that's part of the African diaspora is going to be included in that Pan-Africanism. CT is the diametric opposite of Pan-Africanism.
And here's one, and again, I'm not saying what his show is. I'm not talking about his show as it is today.
I'm talking about his kind of ethos.
Okay. And I'm just saying, like, if I were someone like him, right? And I wanted to do YouTube streaming and talk about those topics, right? And the Black Americans that I hear that listen to him, and I'm just giving you feedback from the Black Americans that I know. That's not all of them, right? I tend to like his show, right? But let's say, a lot of Black Americans don't want to hear criticism of Black Americans like the way that he presents it. Understand, right? And I think that kind of like Afrodamus in a way is that there probably is a big enough audience for him now to lean into, hey, I'm not Black, I'm Nigerian, I'm African, I can critique these Black Americans. And I think that would be more authentic. I think it would be more authentic. I don't know if it would work.
He is going to have a basically Thomas Sowell right-leaning Black audience, okay, which is not the majority of.
Is that his audience? Is that what you say his audience is?
CT's audience? Hell yeah.
Okay.
CT's audience? You know what? CT's audience is probably, I'm sure there are a few like me that get in there, but always, the friendly opposition. But CT is not going to get the Karen Hunters of the world, or basically he's not going to get Black Democrats. Black Democrats outnumber Black Republicans.
Well, I guess one thing is that and it's just
he will have an audience, but it won't be like a mainstream audience. I'll put it that way.
Now, this is just anecdotal, just my thoughts, and I'm not necessarily talking about him in per se, particularly, right?
Well, I know what you're saying.
Yeah. So in general, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, someone that was African talking about these issues may have to hide or suppress. They really are, right? And oftentimes he wouldn't really, and the Blacks would try to attack him by saying, "Are you African? Are you African?"
Well, they do it now.
Okay, and
Tariq Nasheed.
Does Tariq Nasheed criticize CT?
Oh my God, yes.
Okay. So, and in that sense, Tariq Nasheed represents the FBA ADOS army. Okay. And this is my, just the way I look at CT's show as an example, is that he doesn't really embrace his Africanness. He is, but the Blacks try to attack him on it. And he kind of like weasels away from it, right? With Tommy, Tariq, whoever you say is criticizing him.
Oh my God. Criticizing is too light a word. I mean, Tariq Nasheed, one of these days I'll find a clip and send it to you. I
Yeah,
mean,
we played it from there.
not all. Yeah, Tariq Nasheed is like goes farther than he probably should.
And I think it's Tariq Nasheed is the other guy. I can't remember. I get them mixed up.
Umar, no,
Yeah,
Tariq.
one of them is married to like married. One of them married.
Tariq Nasheed is actually funny. He will make you laugh.
Is that right?
Umar is not.
Okay, so one of them is married to a Caribbean or African, or has an African, and it doesn't matter to me. I don't have a problem with that. But it's going to be very difficult arguing ADOS issues when you have some dealings with non-ADOS in very close personal relationship. That's my
Just
thought.
so you know, CDOS is a thing. Caribbean.
What's CDOS?
What is Caribbean.
Oh, they got that now.
Well, no. It's not a group like ADOS is. It's not an organization, but it is a thing. Caribbean descendants of slaves, American descendants of slaves, they are kinfolk.
Well, but anyway, I think that an angle to argue against Tariq Nasheed again is Tariq Nasheed has some of these tethers alongside him doing business with him. And if you have to be frank, the tethers are doing better here in America. One could argue, and so his side is winning. And and I'm not saying him, but if someone were to lean into that side,
I don't agree that they're winning. I think they're treading water.
Well, I
They're
mean,
not tolerated, but I don't see.
Well, I
them
mean,
as-
the competition between the FBA's Foundation of Blacks, and the tethers. I think where they compete head to head, the tethers win. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong. One day we should look at the data
Probably
between.
wrong, and here's why I think you're wrong. Most Black Americans, at least the ones that I know, and I don't get out that much, but most would probably think both Tariq Nasheed's group, the FBAs, and the tethers, the CTs of the world, they would probably do a pox on both your houses. Like, all these motherfuckers are fools. They're just arguing over shit that's just, not that important. So I don't see Tariq Nasheed isn't mainstream. You're on mute, John.
I don't think any of this shit is mainstream. You're not gonna see it on the news, right?
No.
CBS News.
So, I mean, to me, they're kind of both, I won't say extremists, but they're kind of like out of the mainstream. Most people don't care one way or the other.
But within their spaces, right? Within the YouTube, social
I see
media
them both
world.
as kind of fringe, to be honest.
Well, within that fringe, right? Those tethers seem to have better, to me, they seem to have more defensible arguing points.
Really?
On social media.
What are their arguing points? Because I haven't heard CT make one.
Well, and that's the thing. I don't think that he's embraced it, because up until the last 5 years or so, he's been trying to hide. I hate to say the word because I'm not maligning anyone. He hasn't just, boldly put it out there. I had a friend mention, he was kind of confused, like, he's in a fraternity, but he's also, and the guy I know he's African. He's same heritage, probably as CT. And so he found it to be interesting that he was in a fraternity, because, as he said, and most Africans don't grow up, liking blacks. And he found it, interesting that he joined the black fraternity.
At an HBCU or a PWI?
I'm sorry?
Did he join the fraternity at a PWI or an HBCU?
I'm not sure where he went to school, so I can't say.
Because it does make a difference.
Yeah, I can't say. But anyway, so this is just one African talking about another African, one Nigerian, I should say, to be more specific. Anyway, it's interesting. I think that the tethers are gaining a lot of ground.
Well, the tethers tend to be to the right of center, and just by virtue of being right of center, they're not going to win in a large way. If you're looking at gaining audience from the Black community.
Yeah, well, I think again, like you got Burna Boy and Gunna.
Yeah, but that's music. You know,
Well,
if you
I
can
think-
dance to it, once you start dancing, it doesn't matter whether you're African or African American.
You know, I was watching Alfredamus the other night, right? And Alfredamus was talking about, you know, some African issues. And I was just listening, you know, just I didn't understand what the hell they were talking about and know what they were talking about. I listened for a few minutes. And, you know, I don't know. I think he had a pretty good audience in the crowd. And, you know, I think that, you know, there's probably more fruit in the, you know, the international. You probably get more international audience, Africans, you know, that may listen to the show. Tethers, the Tethers. He could appeal to the Tethers. And that would be very interesting, you know.
Well, have you ever listened to these guys go back and forth on Clubhouse?
Man, I can't watch that shit. That shit, you know, you never know who's talking and shit. You know, they're just screaming and shit. Yeah, but
Yeah, I haven't been on Clubhouse in probably close to a year.
Yeah,
I'm the same way. The arguments are just like they're just uncomfortable.
Yeah, I just don't know who's talking half the time. You know, and and they're just screaming and shit. But what about it? Yeah,
It gets bloody.
Yeah. I don't know why they do Clubhouse. Why do they do Clubhouse instead of, say, YouTube?
I have no idea. Probably because you can get away with more on Clubhouse. I don't know. I have friends who have Clubhouse shows, and most of them live in Britain. And one woman who's actually a lawyer, by the way, over in Britain, I catch up with her every now and again because her son is roughly my son's age. But
can you cam up on Clubhouse?
It's its own thing.
Because no one ever cams up. So if you don't cam up, you really haven't.
Can you? I didn't know you could cam up on Clubhouse.
Can you? Or I guess you can.
I've never seen anyone Clubhouse. I've seen pictures. You know, they'll put pictures as avatars. I've never seen anyone cam up.
And I saw Charleston White do a Clubhouse, and he was cammed, but I couldn't tell if he was cammed up or not, and if, he was reacting to a Clubhouse. I'm not sure, but every Clubhouse I've seen is not being cammed, so for me, it's just not a good format, to be honest with you.
It's not. I don't prefer it, but you know, every now and again, it's been almost a year. I know I had friends who, as a matter of fact, you remember Janet, Empress Janet?
Yeah.
She had a Clubhouse for a little while.
Really? Okay.
It's just not, I don't know. It's just, for some reason, YouTube is just more conducive for that.
Yeah, I remember when Clubhouse started, but I think it's outlived its usefulness right now.
I think it has. It's a shame because for a little while there, I forget how I wound up in it, but I wound up, there's something called, what is it? John Brown, what is it? Brown Blacks, or it was there was a black group that's similar to FBA, but not FBA. It was the John Brown something or another. And I had a friend who was in it or something. So, you know, I attended a few of their Clubhouse things. And yeah, of course, I'd get back and forth, you know, with someone over a book or a history or something like that. But, you know, kind of fizzled out.
Damn.
But apparently I get around.
Yeah, apparently, Stanley. Apparently. Did you hear Apple is going to pay $95 million to settle a lawsuit accusing Siri of eavesdropping? Everyone, all the conspiracy theories are being proved right here.
Yeah, I'm waiting for someone to get after Alexa.
It's probably coming next. I never got one of those things in my house. I don't like those things.
You know what? I have it in my house, but it's, you know, generally just me. there's not a whole lot of talking or much to eavesdrop on, to be honest.
I've had people cut those things on. I've gone to other people's houses and cut the things on with my voice.
Oh yeah, now there are ways you can clamp that down, but it doesn't care whose voice it is unless you actually go in there and tinker around.
Oh, you can give it just your own voice. Damn,
you can basically you can give it customized commands.
Oh, really?
Like voice commands. If you know what you're doing, you can get in there and tinker around and customize it. As a matter of fact, I think they're like, what are they, SDKs? What, the developer kits?
Oh yeah.
You can get knee deep in it if you really want to.
Oh yeah, I bet. Snow is coming. Got to get some salt, Stanley.
Yeah, I saw that. It's going to get real cold apparently. Now, when you get bad weather like that, do you have to go and salt sidewalks and all that sort of maintenance?
Yeah. I just ordered some just now. I told my partners to order some. Yeah, just now, man. Hell yeah.
Yeah, that's not going to be fun.
Man. My dad once told me a long time ago. He said, "Look at work as exercise. It should be like, I exercise a lot anyways. It's like exercise to me, shoveling snow."
Well, I just put it to you this way. I'm from Savannah. Me and snow. First time I shoveled snow, I was maybe 21 or 22 up in Newport, Rhode Island.
Yeah.
They made us do it. It's like the second day I got to OCS, we're out there shoveling 8 inches of snow. First time I'd ever shoveled snow. So, it did not make a good first impression.
Yeah. It gets better as you go along. Depends on your point of view, though, clearly.
Because I lived up in Warren County. I lived right on the Warren County, Fauquier County line, right up in the mountains. I was literally on top of one. We lived, my last house had a slope in the back. You could sled down it. And my wife and her like nieces and nephews and my son, they would all get out there. We had, the plastic sleds and all that. And you know what? I'd be watching from the inside with a cup of coffee. Like, yeah, I'll have fun. I'm not getting it. Winter sports and playing in the snow and all that shit. Nope. I'll shovel it, but I'm playing in it.
It's got an Airbnb reservation here. Checking in today. Oh, good. Man, fucking Airbnb been slow, Stanley.
Hasn't? Well, it'll pick up. Now, tell me what they're doing. Did Airbnb can't nobody can do Airbnb during the inauguration period?
It doesn't look like they're gonna pull it off this year. It's kind of like one of those things, like the wind is blowing the other way. Like they don't have the power to do it like they did last time.
Mm-hmm.
I just got an email. Hello, hope you're doing well. Blah, 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 blah. Tried reaching you, could not connect. We have multiple openings with client TCS. Who is TCS? I wonder. You guys want to know who is TCS, huh? Who is TCS? I tell you, I get these phone calls every day. I guess she tried to call me, she says. TCS. You know who TCS is, Stanley?
No.
Tata.
What?
Tata. You never heard of Tata? I'll show it to you. TCS. Who is TCS? Is Tata. Tata. You guys never heard of TCS? Tata. TCS Summit, Asia Pacific. Let's see, who is TCS? Who are we? Overview about us. It's part of the Tata Group, India's largest multinational business group. Tata. Yeah, they just call me Tata. And
Well, it sounds corporate. Maybe.
Now, the thing is, these. Let me see what company because she probably doesn't work for Tata. Right?
Does anybody ever rent like multiple rooms?
Maybe once or twice.
Yeah, like we got a convention, we'll need like 3 or 4 rooms.
Nah, I never had that. They probably just rent a hotel, something like that, or a whole house. You know what I mean? So they won't be in there with anyone else. It'd be private. But the thing is, there aren't many houses that you can rent entire houses in DC at an affordable rate. There just aren't that many. Let's see. Tata. Yeah, Tata. Oh, yeah. So the company, let me see who she actually works for. Because I don't think she works for Tata. Now, she works for, let's see who is this company here. I never heard of this company. And so she's a recruiter for Tata. So now here's how it is, right? So Tata, I'm going to show you the email. Can you see the email?
It's not on the screen. Yeah, there it is.
Here's the email, right?
Site core developer roles.
Right. Can you see it?
I can see it. You're gonna have to enlarge it a bit.
Oh, sorry. Let me.
Hope you were something. Hope you were doing well. Tried reaching you. Could not connect. We have multiple openings with client TCS in various locations. Would appreciate if you would respond to this email with updated resume and best time we can connect. And share calendar invite and take from there. Interesting.
And her name is Chiqua.
What's her last name? I can't say. Wade.
And so now you notice she works from this company.
Is this in Africa or something?
This is India.
Oh man,
Right?
that doesn't seem like an Indian name.
More than likely India because it's Tata, right? Tata.
Yeah.
Consulting,
Okay.
Right. So Shika, partner global sales of this company called Okaya Inc.
Huh.
But look, she got a Google number or something.
Yeah. Or is it?
She's probably not here.
International number, maybe.
Well, this is a DC. I mean, this is a domestic number.
Okay.
It's probably attached to a Google.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
And so then if we were to go here and look up her company, you're going to see how the scheme is being played. Okaya Infocom is our blah, blah, blah. Now let's see who their clients are, right? Let's see who their clients are. Very basic website here.
Yeah, I was about to say that. That looks like very 90s.
And then look at this. Right there on the front page.
Visa regulations reducing access to global. Interesting.
See that?
Mm-hmm. Rampant misrepresentation. So, do they do something with H-1B visas?
Right. See, now this is how the game is played.
Are they Are they like headhunters or placement?
Headhunters for H-1Bs. You understand? This is their game. They're not looking for me, right? That's why she wrote me this bullshit email. She didn't put my name on it. Just wrote it. It probably went out to a million motherfuckers because they have to do that. You understand?
Right. Gotcha.
They have to say, we look for an American, couldn't find one, so we're going to get these visa regulations and reduce access to the global talent pool. Yeah, that's on their fucking website. What?
Ooh. Very multi-Asian. Sikh, Indian. That guy looks Japanese. Interesting.
And you go, but I'm going to get into what the scheme is, the scam of it all, from the American point of view.
Do you see what Daniel says?
What is it?
Patels want John to join their team.
But John don't want to join the Patels.
That's funny. They're resume harvesting too, John.
Yeah, that's what they. Yep. That's the next part of the scheme. Who said it? Dan Nixon.
No, humble presidents.
Yeah, that's what they do. One day we may get into that. So you see here they say they out of New York.
Holbrook, New York. Interesting.
Right. Who are their clients? I don't even know if they mention any clients, do they?
I didn't see any.
They don't mention any clients. This is their clients. When y'all click on clients, this is what you see.
Mhm.
Where is it?
Oh, wait, hold it. Now, those may be, I was about to say, hey, your client, maybe it's for clients. This is what we are.
Maybe
that should probably be client services.
Right.
Somebody doesn't speak English very well.
But this isn't for English people. This is for Tata. Seriously, this is really just for Tata. Understand?
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the middleman companies that sits in between Tata, big payout, the daddy, and the scheme. This is how it all works out right here. Let's see who their leadership team. Oh, Goop.
Anil Gupta.
His inventive mind led him to induce the first ever electric signboard in India.
What?
And the genius has been unstoppable ever since.
Electric signboard.
Goop. Akshay Gupta. I used to work with Akshay. I liked him. I actually like working with Akshay.
Graduate from Yale University with a degree in computer science. Interdisciplinary particle physics, software development, entrepreneurship.
Gupta. Shay. I used to work with Akshay. I know. I'm sure.
Civil engineering, University of.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait. Goop.
Well, these are all family members, huh?
Goop. Nigga, what's that family in South Africa? They're pulling that game real good over there. What they call?
De Beers?
I ain't talking about the Jews. There's another group over there that's running shit like a motherfucker over there. I told you about them. You don't remember?
If it's not the De Beers, I don't know.
Well.
You know, Elon Musk is some sort of relative of
I learned it. The Gupta family is a wealthy and influential business family from India. With close ties.
Jacob Zuma. Interesting.
Yeah, these some corrupt motherfuckers too. Let's see. Gupta, South African. Let's see. Corruption. I only have to type on corruption. Many prominent South African politicians have been linked to the family's alleged corruption. What is the Gupta corruption in South Africa? No, along with President Zuma, I think this is Zuma's wife, or maybe this Zuma, I can't remember what his first name is, have been implicated in an attempt to improperly influence the awarding of roughly $6 billion to deliver 600 trains in South Africa. South Africa ain't got no train. They're all breaking down there. South Africa's extradition bid, so these motherfuckers ran off. Wait a minute, a tool? Didn't we just see a tool? Was that a tool? Oh no, we saw and shoe. Their names are confusing sometimes. These motherfuckers look like they ran off. You see this? They ran off. Yeah, damn. Oh, they were arrested in extradition talks but the UAE said it turned down on a technicality. Money. Money. And the brothers are no longer in custody, have been spotted in Switzerland. Not Swaziland, Switzerland. The news is a blow for South Africa's fight to bring the Goops to justice. So back to this. Again, we got Goop. Kari. Man, y'all see how the game being played. Does anyone need any more fucking explanation? The goops. What else should we look? What else? Corporate alliance. Ooh, who you think they corporate align with, Stanley? Corporate alliance. That's it.
Microsoft.
I don't tell you.
Doesn't seem to list any. Doesn't seem to list any corporations.
It probably ain't but one, Stanley. It probably ain't but one. TCS. You know what I'm saying? This is TCS's dog. They go out there and do their H-1B bidding to keep this filth off of them. Let's see what their tech solutions are. Let's see what they got. Full stack, they say. What's the full stack? They don't mention anything. Let's see. Can I click on this? Let's see. All right. You mention no skill sets. Let's see. Okay, maybe they got IBM. No. Amazon. See, a lot of this stuff is. See, remember I mentioned this yesterday. Azure, and this is an Amazon service right here.
Right.
Data visualization tool. This is it's like something that sits on top of probably a data warehouse right here.
Right.
Data bricks, all this stuff, just data warehouse type stuff. There you go. This is what an H-1B scheme looks like. Let's see web apps, what they got. No SQL, okay. I mean, look like they just copied this shit off. ChatGPT. Look at this shit. Look at this shit just copied off ChatGPT. What have you done in ChatGPT in AWS? Did it list anything?
No.
It's like informational. So you see what I'm saying, Stanley? Like all these people, they control the jobs. Many of the jobs now. You know what I'm saying? And it's not even a real solicitation. That's not real.
Hey, hold it. Virgo, what the hell are you talking about? Virgo put cereal in what bottle? It's a newborn.
But she's talking to Deacon. You know, Deacon just had a baby.
Yeah, well, is the baby's like days home from the hospital. It's not going to be eating cereal. Or, I mean, how much cereal are you talking?
Right now, much hoping. But this is what so many Americans face right here, Stanley. Seriously. You know what I'm saying? When you hear the Americans complaining about they're not getting job interviews and shit like this, because all this shit right here is fake. Imagine getting a whole bunch of fake shit in your inbox.
Well, I mean, how are people getting jobs these days? Are they going through recruiting firms? Are they doing it? I mean, are they going to corporate recruiters?
I mean, I imagine, there's still an element of all the old things that used to exist. But I would imagine the cost pressures with the technology allowing you to hire anyone, the H-1B pressures to allow you to hire anyone from anywhere. And the pressure to just use one of these companies and
at 10 days.
I'm sorry?
I'm looking at Virgo talking about giving. Okay, well, it must be a Caribbean thing. Of course, you know what? I honestly don't know what my wife did with the bottles. I remember the first time I kept my son, he was less than a week old, and she had some family thing to do, and I just told her, don't worry about it, I'll keep the baby. And she was a little nervous about it. And I'm like, come on now. My brother's 13 years younger than I am. I've been around, babies before. So I don't know. It was I don't know that maybe my wife did put Not that young, but Virgo says after 10 days, you can put like a scoop of cereal. And I know why you want to do it. It keeps the baby from getting, so hungry, putting something solid in its stomach. I didn't know you could do it that early, though. As a matter of fact, why I won't get into breastfeeding and stuff. Should a kid, are you talking expressed milk in a bottle? Oh, I don't think it's abuse, JQ. I mean, they're going to eat solid food at some point. Virgo, next time we get together, we ought to have like a baby panel, a newborn child care panel. We'll see how Hood Conservative reacts to that. It's like the gynocracy is taken over. Virgo has males up here talking breastfeeding and when you give solid food to the kids. I want to see the reaction to that.
He might lose his mind, Stanley.
He and SKC they'll just self-destruct. They'll spontaneously combust.
I ain't seen SKC in a while. Where's he been?
I don't know. I figured he was busy during the holidays. I saw Hood Conservative earlier in the week.
You gave him too much content, Stanley. He's processing it all. Give me 1 second, Stanley. I'll be right back. I'll take the phone back.
Well, Dave, don't worry. Right now, you don't need any real power. I know what you're talking about. It's that real thin. It almost looks like sugar. It's so fine. I just because I remember rice cereal. I just don't remember giving it to the baby that early. However, I don't know what my wife did. I usually I'd give the baby a bottle. I don't remember actually dealing, with making the bottles. She put them in the refrigerator, those bottles with the bladders, you put them in some water to kind of warm up the milk a little bit or the formula. Don't worry, Dave. You'll be playing catch in no time. All right. Well, you know what? While John's away, I'll go ahead and let's see, what have we here? I'm going to put this away. Hey, Virgo. Oops.
Hey.
Hey, Virgo.
Hey. Hold on.
I'm going to do some DoorDash just to leave the house. It's therapeutic. Yeah, you got to get out of the house.
Yeah, I can't stay home, but
Where are you, at the hospital?
yeah, I just put a little baby cereal. I mean,
You what?
I'm at work.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it looks like a hospital floor or something, tile floor.
Yeah, you just put a little cereal. Whether you can pump and save some of the pump milk for the last bottle, or if you're giving formula, but
I remember the rice, it's in that Gerber rice cereal in the pour box, with the little spout you pull out. I know I remember it, and I know I must have made bottles, but it's been so long ago. It's been, what, 17 years, 18 years? Because my
I
wife
mean, my
breast.
kids slept through the night. Because when you have twins, I can't afford not to sleep.
Would they put you down in the? It's a long way to get to your office.
Wait, why is everything? Hold on. Good morning.
Would they put you in an underground bunker?
No, this is upstairs. All right, I'm gonna jump off if we're busy today.
Apparently,
Later.
they're selling like government. Oh my lords, that was weird. Let's see. I was about to put on. Let me save these. We're going to save you. You're saved. We're going to, you know what? As a matter of fact, let's do this. We'll put this up and we'll play this.
So, Stanley, before we go right in, there are two things that have been on my mind that I wanted to discuss with you. Just 5 minutes, we'll talk based on those issues, and then we can move on to other things. The first is, why did Kamala Harris lose this election? So, briefly, you're going to tell me. And the second one would be, why has there been sort of a bipartisan non-sympathy for the killing of the CEO? I want to understand what's going on in US society to have that kind of response, not just from the left, but also from the right. So let's start with, why did you think Kamala Harris lost this election?
I think it was primarily two things. I think it was Joe Biden, basically that first debate he did with Trump, where he was visibly not well, not himself. And then I think ultimately it was immigration. They did not do a good job. In my opinion, they didn't take immigration very seriously. You may remember Greg Abbott, who is the current governor of Texas. He sent a load of immigrants to New York City. He basically just as a publicity stunt, hey, I got a bunch of these people crossing my border. I'm going to make the liberals feel some pain. So he sent a busload of them up to New York City. And then shortly after that, DeSantis, governor of Florida, sent a load of immigrants to Martha's Vineyard. Both of them were publicity stunts. In my opinion, that's when the Democrats should have started taking immigration seriously. It's like, hey, these guys are doing stunts on us. We need to take action, and we need to take decisive action now. They kind of let immigration kind of overwhelm them. You got immigrants in Chicago, you got more immigrants to New York City, etc. And they just never got a handle on it. And at the time, this is looking back in hindsight. At the time, I just kind of figured, well, it is what it is. The next thing is the big shock that, oh, hell, Joe Biden has good days and bad days. All of a sudden, he's pressured to drop out, and you've got Kamala with 90 days to get ready for a presidential campaign. I didn't think it was a big deal. Again, this is hindsight, but not going through a primary. Basically, Kamala Harris kind of not going through the process of a primary and the Democratic convention. The right complained about, hey, she wasn't chosen via a democratic process. I didn't think it was a big deal at the time. Turns out it was a big deal. So basically, immigration and Joe Biden not being well and it being kept from the American people. I think those were the two biggest things. And even though the Republicans have all three branches of government now, if you look at the popular vote, Trump only won by 1.5%. He did not run away with the popular vote. However, you can argue a mandate if you're a Republican or a MAGA Republican, because, hey, We got all three branches of government. Consequently, in a way, it's kind of thrilling to see that the Republicans control all three branches. Now they got to govern. Okay, they do not have Democrats except for the filibuster. They have no excuse to govern now. There's no Supreme Court that's against them. There's no Democratic president. Both houses of Congress, as of January 3rd or whenever Congress changes over, they have all three branches. They got to govern. There will be no excuses now. And as far as the CEO dude, I don't know what to think. Apparently, healthcare or insurance executives are not popular people. Why this guy, Killer's an Ivy League graduate, valedictorian of his high school class. He went to a real exclusive prep school in Baltimore. I think it's just a matter of, hey, he's a good-looking kid with a good pedigree, and girls love him, and Americans are just weird like that.
Yeah, but before his photographs was out there, the reaction was pretty spontaneous. It was instant. When things like this happen, there's usually going to be a lot of condemnation from either side or from both sides. But it seemed both sides from the jump, well, they had no sympathies. So
this guy was like under securities fraud investigation. He's the CEO of an insurance company. Not a popular job to have. And apparently he just was not sympathetic. He was an anti-hero, versus a hero. So that's the only thing I can say. You would think such a brazen, I think one of the things that kind of shocked people is the way the murder was carried out. I mean, this is like broad daylight on a New York City street. Who does that? It was just an extraordinary event, an extraordinarily bad event, shocking event, but it was just the guy had brass.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that just impresses. We are going through a populist phase. When America goes through populist phases every now and again, where the everyman, Trump being our, he says he will be the people's retribution. I think we're just in a retribution kind of mood. And, some super rich guy who is under investigation for securities fraud. People get pissed off at their insurance companies because they don't cover a lot of things people think they should be covering. I think it was just a perfect storm. Perfect guy, perfect storm. The crime was brazen. The guy who committed it should be like a Brahmin with his elite background. He wasn't some kid from the hood. So perfect storm. Yeah. That's the best I can do to explain the reaction.
Depending on where you think American identity is.
Let's see here. Well, let's do this. Haven't watched this video. Let's see what this is all about. Must be some marriage proposal video. Uh-oh. Well, I don't know. I don't want to get a music strike. Well, we'll just do the pop the balloon until John gets back then. Ooh, nice. I think you're gonna like this one, Kelvin.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. It's your host, Arlette, and we are here with another episode of Pop the Balloon or Find Love. And we've got some beautiful single ladies lined up. Make some noise.
You know, I don't know whether it's a function of age or not, but when I was me growing up, you know, I pretty much grew up in the 70s, 80s, and then I was in my 20s in the early 90s, well, early to mid 90s. Maybe back then there were more women with short hair, like short haircuts, or I don't know. Depending on the woman and depending on how the hair is done, I don't have a problem with black women with short hair. Actually, I don't have a problem with white women with really like buzz cuts. I don't know why young people had such a problem with that. Maybe I'm just more comfortable with an African beauty standard. You young people, are bleached, or is it flowered? You got a sun bunny standard. Is it sun bunny, snow bunny? You've grown up with a snow bunny standard. We older folks actually appreciated African beauty. We'll see how that lands.
Ladies, okay, you guys sound so ready. So I'm gonna be bringing out some single men when they come around this corner. If you're feeling him, you like what you see, all that good stuff, do not pop your balloon. However, if there's anything that you're really not
don't
feeling,
make excuses
says something
now.
that's crazy,
You snow
whatever it
bunny
is,
lovers.
go ahead and pop your balloon, and I'll go over to you and see why you ended up popping. You guys ready? All right. Well, with that being said, let's go ahead and bring out our first
You
single
think it's more
guy.
associated with will men liking women?
Hello,
Will?
welcome
W-I-L-L.
in. What's your name?
Is that a
My name is Sean. I'm
typo?
34.
And Sean, what do you do?
I'm the owner of Opulence Imports in South Florida, and basically we do performance parts for vehicles
No, I
that ship
don't. I
worldwide.
don't
and
think it's women
we
liking
actually do
women.
track bills as well.
Okay. What do you like to do for fun?
So, jet skis, dirt bikes.
Okay.
I like to play pool.
Okay.
Swimming, going to the beach, and I like to dance.
All right. Now, what do you look for
He
in a
looks
woman?
like Universal Jones.
I look for a caring woman, someone that's kind, considerate, someone that's kind, considerate,
Nobody's for life.
knows what she wants out of life, creative.
What's up, Richard?
Yeah.
What's up,
And a nurturer.
Aunt T?
All right. Now, what are some of your deal
What's up,
breakers?
HB?
Lack of empathy.
And Garion?
I'd say selfishness.
Okay.
Not having vision, a purpose for your life.
Okay.
And I'd say that's it for now.
Okay. No, that's good.
Really well dressed.
All
I
right.
like
So
it.
none of the ladies have popped their balloon yet. You're doing well.
Wait.
So let me go ahead and hand you a pick.
Ethiopians consider themselves black?
I
I
have you
didn't
hold
know
on
that.
to that, and I know this is the hard part, but
think
I'm going to have you
turtlenecks are
pop
cool.
2 balloons. Whenever you're ready, go ahead and pop 2 balloons.
I don't,
I
sweetheart,
know everyone
tea,
says
I
no.
don't personally, and again, it may have to do with,
You are all
hold on
beautiful
one sec
ladies.
here.
Yes, they are.
It may have to do with my age. I think maybe there were more women with, you know, short, like really short haircuts, basically back in my day. I don't necessarily associate short hair with lesbians. Now, I actually associate more how a woman dresses with being a lesbian. You know, if you're wearing like a flannel shirt and jeans and boots, you know, yeah, I'm going to think you're a little bit of a lesbian, or might be. But short hair, that's not especially if she's attractive, like really pretty. No, I don't necessarily associate it with alternative lifestyles. Consequently, I don't associate men with longer hair with, you know, being gay. A lot of it depends on how you're dressed and how you present yourself, other than the hair.
Okay, and one more.
Oh, no woman wants to be the first.
Come on, Shad. You. Okay, let's start with the first one you ended up popping. If we can have your name and age.
Hi, I'm Carmela and I'm 31.
And Carmela, what do you do?
I'm a flight attendant.
So why did you have your balloon unpopped?
I was just listening to everything that he said. He seemed very mature, so I just wanted to hear more.
Okay, is he someone that is your type?
Yes, absolutely.
So why did we end up popping her balloon?
You're a very beautiful woman. I love your locks. You did a great job with your makeup. Your lashes on fleek.
Okay.
I'd say based off of the lineup here, more of the physique, I'd be a little bit more attracted to some of the other women based on that.
Okay, no problem. Thank
But
you.
you're beautiful,
Thank you.
as I said before.
Let's go to the next one here. Let's start with your name and age.
Mimi, 28.
And Mimi, what do you do?
I'm a clinical therapist.
Okay, so why did you have your balloon unpopped?
I just wanted to hear him out. I liked
You know
the
what?
things he said about what he did for fun. Very spontaneous. So yeah.
I don't think she is, well, she is fat compared to the other women. You know, I don't have a problem, like personally, with someone being, you know, curvy, but there's such a thing as, you know, toned. I mean, you can be curvy and still look like, you know, you work out every now and again or do some sort of physical exercise. So he called her fat. Well, maybe compared to the other women, she is.
I just wanted to hear him out.
Okay. So why'd you end up popping her balloon?
Beautiful smile. I love the nose piercings. They're nice. Your attire is A1.
Tattoos.
I don't really have any complaints about you.
And gold
I'd say
shoes. Never wear
I'm
gold
just more
shoes.
physically drawn to the other women. That's you know,
No problem.
nothing
Thank
against
you.
you.
Thank you. Okay, let's
I'd have popped
head
that
on
little
back.
romper, girl.
All right,
She'd have been
so
the
we do
first to
have
go.
5 remaining ladies. Go ahead and ask them a question to help you narrow it down.
In a society that I would say glorifies extrinsic values such as wealth and
Extrinsic?
social status, what would be an intrinsic value that is important to you?
Let's start here. Name and age.
Hey, my name's Shalane. I am 32 years old.
And Shalane, what do you do?
I am an office manager for like a really big company, and I also model part-time to supplement that income.
Ooh.
All right. So if you want to go ahead and just answer his
No.
question.
I'm thinking empathy maybe would be a good answer. Like, I kind of forget the question.
Aunt T, I just think she looks like a 2-year-old in that romper. I think it's called a romper. Yeah, it's too tight. That's true, but just the outfit doesn't look like an adult, you want a woman to look like a woman. She looks like a 2-year-old or something a 2-year-old would wear. And it's probably a size 2 when it should be something bigger, I guess.
You want me to repeat it for you?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So, what would be an intrinsic value that is important to you?
Okay, yeah. So my answer stands. It would be empathy. I think navigating this society, this world with empathy is super important because it allows you to like understand people.
I
And
like her
just
accent.
you're able to kind of relate to people more, just
That's
have
good. I
more
like
compassion
her.
towards people. And I think having
Though I do
compassion
like her
towards your
outfit.
fellow humans is super important. So that's something I put high value on.
I appreciate your answer.
Your name and age.
Hi, my name is Lynn. I'm 28.
And Lynn, what do you do?
I'm a
See, I
design
kind of
engineer.
like her. She's kind of plain.
So if you want to go ahead and just answer his question.
What do you mean by
Don't trouble your
intrinsic?
pretty bald head.
Okay, so extrinsic would be in the realm of social status, popularity, wealth. So basically the opposite of that, something you can't see physically off, initial, something that's like internal.
That I value?
Yes.
Okay. For me, I would say
See, I
humbleness.
like that she's not
Just
wearing a
based off what
lot
I
of
do for
makeup.
work and how far I've come. I would say
Then maybe
that
she
I'm
should
very
put on a
humble with
little
where
bit,
I
maybe on the
am
lips.
today, and I just feel like
Take your time.
Yeah, I would say humbleness, just because like life is short and you never know the different paths that people walk. So I'd never judge a book by its cover, regardless of how much money you
She's
have
kind
or
of
how much money
plain.
you don't.
I
I
like
just
her.
feel that everyone should just be humble. And yeah, I would say humbleness. Yeah, based off like my lifestyle and and kind of like my day to
Yeah, I
day.
agree,
I don't
gang.
feel that I'm better or lesser than
But
anyone. It's kind of just like
I'd probably wind up taking her
I just view
over
everyone as
everybody.
equal, essentially. Yeah, just humbleness.
I can always slap some makeup
I
on her.
appreciate your answer and your transparency. And you say you were 28?
Yes, 28.
Beautiful.
All right, let's go over here. Your name and age.
My name
Fuck
is
it.
Waverly,
I'll
and
kiss
I'm
him
30
wet.
years old.
Okay, and Waverly, what do
I'm
you
just
do?
kidding.
I am a digital
Oh, she
marketing
is
manager
gorgeous.
and a college
Oh my
professor and
lord.
consultant.
All right. So if you want to go ahead and just
She
answer his
is
question.
the prettiest one there.
An intrinsic value that I really value is going to be my faith, just because it's taken me a long way in life. And it's something that like you can essentially hold close to you at night. Like when the money's gone, if you don't have a place to sleep, like the Father, the Holy Spirit, Yeshua is my foundation.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
perfect.
And over here, your name and age.
If they make
Ayana,
a
and I'm 27.
Ayana, what do you
she,
do?
I'm
if
a
she
personal
make a
trainer.
nice couple. This girl, I
If you
don't
want
know
to go
what
ahead
the
and just
fuck
answer
is
his
going on
question.
with her.
Okay. So what I would say is what I learned throughout my years is definitely being adaptive and being able to give yourself grace. Life is not perfect. You're going to go through things. You're going to go through ups and downs. So I feel like it's up to the person to know, okay, let me adjust or let me pivot a little bit and move forward. It's not trying to
Nope,
fit in a
not doing
box or
it for me.
fit societal
It's
norms.
like
So that's what I would say
1960s.
is the main factor that I take in is always being adaptive and giving myself grace when things don't work out the way I want.
Yeah, she needs
Perfect. I
to
love
do a little exercise.
All right. If we can have your name and age.
No, she's.
Hi,
Oh,
I'm Nia.
come
I'm
on,
32.
JQ.
And what do you do?
So I'm an insurance claims adjuster, bartender, singer-songwriter, model, overall creative.
Very busy. All right. If you want to go ahead and answer his question.
So an intrinsic value that I have is accountability. Whenever I feel as though that I've mistreated someone, I automatically
I don't know
apologize, or
about
even if
that.
they didn't state that they felt harm,
I recap things that
I
happen,
like
and
it
I
though.
reach out to them and say, "Hey, was this an issue? Like, how can we fix this? Were you okay with this?" So I would say accountability.
Wonderful. I love
She's
it.
got a nice smile.
All right, so we did get 2 pops back here. Why did we end up popping our balloon?
For me, it was just the initial attraction. It just wasn't immediate, but I liked everything you had to say, though.
Thank you.
Now, is she someone that's your type?
Yes, definitely. You know, I like her whole decorum.
Thank you.
Uh, you know, her sense of style is amazing. You know, I love women, so you know, yeah. No,
Number
I
3
say
is
that to
hotter,
say
John.
that I like.
Number 2,
I don't have many
she's
deal
hot, but
breakers when it comes to like how
next
a
to a
woman puts
made up
herself
number
together. That's what I
3,
mean by I love women.
she's kind of plain Jane.
I would never, if I see a woman that takes time and to put into her appearance, whether it's makeup, whether
Number
it's her
3, I
lashes,
think
whether it's her
that's her
hair,
real hair
you know,
also.
accessories, stuff like that. I look at that as she's putting forth the effort and trying to show me her best side, you know? So that's what I meant by your decorum. And
Thank you.
No, she's
Okay,
not
why'd you end up
perfect.
popping your balloon?
I love how you're dressed. You look good.
And
You
I'm
clearly,
wondering,
you know, take pride in your appearance. You came
that's
out here today
probably
and you look
not
good.
all her hair,
When she
by the
gave
way.
her answer about religion and she said her intrinsic value is like religion and her
She's
faith
got a
and
tattoo
all
on her
that, you
right
said that it
arm.
was your
Yeah.
response was perfect, I think. I'm not a religious person.
Nope.
So if you value
Tattoo,
that, then I'm
can't
probably
do
like
it.
not the person for you
Oh,
because I'm
number
not a
2,
religious
she's got a
person.
tattoo on her right
So
arm.
that's why I popped.
And
And
a big one
if you
at
don't mind
that.
me asking, what do you believe in?
Honestly, right now, I'm not sure. I grew up Pentecostal, like heavily Christian. But right now, I don't have any core beliefs in terms of religion.
Okay, well, I respect that.
Okay.
You know, I would never put anyone down based on their journey because we're all on a journey. You know?
Absolutely.
So I respect that. I believe that two adults could have different belief systems and still respect each other.
Okay.
You know, so I respect you.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. Now, is she someone that's your type?
Absolutely. I'm, you know, all beautiful ladies.
Thank
You know, I love the shortcut.
Oh, word.
I do. You know, the color in the hair, everything is, you know.
I
everything's
appreciate
A1.
that. Thanks.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we've got 3 ladies left. Go ahead and ask them another question.
What is a passion of yours? Say it's okay if your passion brings you money, but if you were to do something that did not pay you money and you would still find enjoyment out of that, what would that passion be?
Okay, let's start over here.
My name and age again?
Oh, just answer the
Just
question.
answer the question. Okay. A passion of mine is actually homemaking. Like I love curating an environment for my friends and family that feels warm and welcoming. So like from cooking, baking, hosting. Yeah, I love all of that. Yeah.
Cool.
I appreciate your answer.
And over here, answer this question.
Fitness. I love the gym. I live in the gym most of the time. So as long as I'm able to do that, it just makes me feel more so wholesome. Yeah.
And let's go to our last lady, your answer.
So, obviously, I would say singing, songwriting. I just really love incorporating sounds of nature in order to just really relax humanity. So,
Can I ask her a question? What genre of music do you sing?
oh, so originally I started with R&B, but I'm kind of all over the place right now. I want to dab into, I'm a piano. I also want to do a little bit of rap, a little bit of alternative. So, but mainly R&B.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, it is time to pop a balloon. Whenever you're ready, go ahead and pop one. All right. So why did you have your balloon unpopped?
Good
So
choice.
I wanted to hear him out. I think he's a well-versed person. But for me, originally I was going to pop. because he seemed very hesitant when it came to me. And then I heard him talking about like body physiques and stuff like that, which is fine. You like what you like. So me just thinking of the lineup, I'm like, okay, he has a better, stance with other beautiful women compared to me. So that's what it was. That was my thought.
Got it. So why gender popping her balloon?
Be honest with you, when I saw you do that pump fake, I was like, yeah, I didn't even have to think after that. At first it was hard because I was really examining all three exceptional options. All three of you are my type. You get what I'm saying? So I see beauty in different ways. So maybe one thing might not fit me, but maybe you might fit me. So I just popped basically because I saw you do the pump fake, like you about to pop it. So I was like, you know what?
Hey,
if you're
Gary,
hesitant
I'll be
about
right
me,
back.
then
Hey, Black
I'd rather
Knight.
go with someone else.
Yes, definitely. We're besties. We were thinking the same thing. You pump faded.
Yeah, we locked in
You
for
did it
that. Yeah.
But yes.
All right, we good.
Fair enough.
Thank you. Okay, Shad, go ahead and ask our two remaining ladies another question.
Do you value romance? And if you do, what would be a romantic date in your mind? From start to finish, what would your ideal romantic date be?
Okay, start there and then come back. All right.
So a romantic date for me would, well, I don't know. I would say I'm very easygoing. We can honestly do whatever. It really depends on how attentive we are to each other. If
All
we're
right,
actively
let's see
listening,
here.
you could even just pick an apple off the tree and just tell me to eat it. And I know it sounds real corny, but I'm someone who's real simple. Like we can just take a walk in the park, have a really in-depth conversation. So, and then in the night under the stars, maybe just sitting on a blanket. So,
Great answer. Great answer.
All right, and over here.
Piggybacking maybe on her "Don't Be Cheap Now." I like really elevated like dining experiences. So maybe
Elevated
a
dining
nice dinner, but then
experiences.
after
Hey, yo, she
like
wants to
go
be.
dancing, whether it
That
be like
means she's
salsa. I really love
expensive.
like soca
Yeah.
music. Yeah, so
Might be worth it
an
though.
activity and food
I think
combination.
these two make a good couple.
Ladies.
Great answer.
Did she show her Instagram already?
I'm gonna switch it on over to them now. So, ladies, any questions
I
for
didn't
him?
notice.
Oh, they probably did,
Yeah.
but it's all
You
right.
probably did.
Go for it.
I'll go back and find it.
My first one is: do you partake in any what's it called? Any drug use of any kind?
No, I do not.
Okay. Oh, I can keep going?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What is if you are
Let's see, what is this? 1912. Oops.
Based off like my lifestyle and and kind of like my day to day, I don't feel that I'm better or lesser than anyone. It's kind of
feel as though that I've mistreated someone.
I'm a personal trainer.
I am 30 years old.
Hey, and Waverly, what do you do?
You gotta go back like 10 seconds.
I want you to just be humble. And yeah, I would say humbleness. Yeah. Based off like my lifestyle and and kind of like my day to day, I don't feel that I'm better or lesser than anyone. It's kind of just like, I just view everyone as equal, essentially. Yeah, it's humbleness. Yeah.
I appreciate your answer.
She would be
and your
perfect except for that
transparency. You said you
tattoo.
were 28?
Yes, 28.
Beautiful.
All right, let's go over here. Your name and age.
My name is Waverly, and I am 30 years old.
Hey, and Waverly, what do you do?
I am
Oh
a
shit, she
digital
doesn't have.
marketing
Oh, there
manager.
it is.
I am
Wait,
30
dang
years
it. Dang it, only saw it for like 2 seconds.
For transparency.
That's because I got so excited.
My name is Waverly.
Hey, yo.
And I am 30
I was
years
excited that she didn't have an
Waverly, what do you do?
Instagram.
I am a digital marketing manager. I am 30 years old.
What the fuck?
Hey, and here, your name and age.
My name is Waverly, and I am 30
Oh, I
years
see
old.
what the problem
Hey,
is.
and Waverly, what do you do?
I am a digital marketing manager.
There you go. Got it?
Yeah, I got it. All right.
See, we were at, just started 19. Oops.
Yo, Stanley, her Instagram is very bland. I think you might like this one.
You said it's bland?
Yeah, it's just pictures of her in nature and
Okay,
her
so
showing off.
Good for her.
Here, I'll put it in the back. Hold
and
on.
basically, you live
I live in Dallas.
Texas. Okay, perfect. That's it.
Do you have kids, and where do you live?
I do not have any children as of yet, and I live in South Florida.
Okay.
Do you have any children?
No.
And where do you live?
I live in Dallas.
Texas. Okay, perfect.
Good.
Yes.
All right. Let's head down over here.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's
Any
nice.
questions over here?
Absolutely. Do you
I
believe in
actually
crying
think
in front of
she's
your woman?
probably the prettiest, but I kind of like this woman too.
Number 5? All right.
I don't mind short hair.
I'm not a very crying person.
Look at her. She
You know
looks
what I'm
like she
saying?
works
But
out.
I do show emotion and I do show
Hey,
vulnerability.
yo, she went to
To
Carnival.
break out crying, I'm not.
Who's that?
Number 3, she's in a Carnival outfit on her Instagram.
Brazil?
Yeah.
Nice. Does she look good?
Yeah, she does. Yeah, she does. Yes,
Hey,
she
nothing.
does. God dang. Is she Brazilian? Hold on. Is she Brazilian? It doesn't say any. No, it says Texas. She's from Texas.
Hey, we ought to all do carnival once in our lives.
Uh-huh.
Not built like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm built as I have like an intestinal fortitude inside of me. So
You should put that
if something's going bad,
Instagram in the chat for
I
Universal.
regather
I did.
myself
I did.
and I think of solutions on how I could get over that obstacle. So for me to get to the point of crying, that's never gonna happen. Or before I say never, it would rarely. Like the chances are very slim. You know what I'm saying? But I would express to you like, hey, you know, babe, something going on with me right now.
The chances of
I'm
me
not feeling,
crying
you
are
know,
nil.
certain things, and I probably
I'll
bounce some
stab you,
ideas off you,
motherfucker, you'll
and,
cry.
you know, because I like the inside of a woman as well. You know, I'm very driven, I'm very focused.
Yeah, he
and I know
looks
what I
like you,
want, But at
Universal.
the same time, I have a partner. I like to see things through her eyes, through her vision, because believe it or not, I don't know everything. My woman might see something that I can't see. You know what I'm saying?
You
So
know,
I
I
value.
have to say one thing though. The one thing I cannot stand is how guys wear their necklaces over their shirt. I fucking hate that.
Her input, her opinion, and her guidance as well.
So is it something that you're comfortable with if it were to happen to the point where you couldn't compartmentalize it anymore?
I believe in mental health. So if it gets to a point where my mental health is in danger,
Yo, this is just
then of course
Universal.
you got to let it out. You know
What?
what I'm saying? Of course, yeah, you got to let it out.
Universal want that one
Kind of
right there.
purge yourself of, you know what I'm saying? Whatever, you know, that
I
hurt,
like her
whatever it
too,
is.
but there's
You know,
several
so
that I like.
yes, if it
I
comes to
just
that
don't
point
get
where
the
my mental
necklace
health
over the
would
shirt.
be on the verge of breaking,
As a
I
matter
would
of fact,
definitely,
I
you know,
don't
have
get
that
wearing
out.
necklaces at all.
Yeah, I
Do you
think
have
if
any
Universal liked
children, and
anyone,
where
it'll
do you
probably be
live?
number
I don't
4
have any kids,
or numbers.
but I currently live in Dallas,
5?
Texas.
5.
This might be
And
the best batch I've ever seen on here.
are you okay with
No,
commuting
there's
to
better
Florida?
batches.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Really?
there's
Okay.
I love
there's
traveling.
One or
Perfect.
two, not a
Wonderful.
lot.
I mean, collectively, none of them are just terrible. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, those are two
Right.
wonderful ladies. They had a lot of great
So that
responses.
romper
I know this one's
is
going to be tough
pushing
for
it.
you, but
You
we
don't like
do
that.
have
You don't
to
like
yeah,
that.
pump
yeah,
the
yeah.
You don't like that
balloon.
plastic meat, Stanley.
I don't like that big old
No,
thing.
no, I don't like her outfit.
Oh, what's going over there? All
That's
right, where did
just
you end up
not
popping your balloon?
classic.
I just really feel like they'd be a beautiful pair for sure. So yeah.
Hey, blocking your own blessings, but is he someone that's your type?
Yeah, I'm a sucker for African men. You're African, right?
Stanley, hold on,
We're
Stanley.
all
What,
from
what,
Africa.
Understandable. Well, I
hold on.
mean,
Hold on,
yeah,
Stanley. Stanley,
it's being African.
what did she say?
You're African, right?
Is that what she said?
Yeah, I don't think he is.
All right, where did you end up popping your balloon?
I just really feel like they'd be a beautiful pair for sure. So yeah.
Hey, blocking your
Yeah,
own
women
blessings,
get
but is he
weirdly
someone that's
jealous
your
like
type?
that.
Yeah, I'm a sucker for African.
Have you noticed that? That happens a lot
What?
on these pop the balloons. She just said that, hey, she popped her balloon because the woman he was talking to, she said they would make a beautiful pair. So she just pops the balloon and
Stanley, I'm so glad Universal just came up here. I was just talking to Universal about a woman who popped her own motherfucking balloon the other day. I was talking to Universal about it. And maybe she just didn't, the lack of confidence, maybe she ain't had confidence that I can
how
win this
on
man. So
earth
she said,
could she
"Fuck it, I'm
not
out."
have confidence? She
Man,
acts like
you don't know what she done lived through, Stanley. She
Yep.
ain't the prettiest woman. There's some winners out here that they probably done taken all the men she was interested in. She like, look, I don't want to get embarrassed again. I'm out.
Yep.
You having sister.
Yep. Sam
Well,
just said it in the chat too. She's scared of being rejected, so she exited herself.
you know what? I'll tell you right now, the only woman on that panel that would beat her would be the one she just popped the balloon for. Depending on whether you handle a short haircut or not, I would take her pound for pound with the dark chick. I mean, the dark chick is better. She would be more or less my speed, but I would not cry at night dating her.
But I think what you just saw here was really she just tapped the fuck out. That's what she did. She's like, I can't
I
compete.
feel bad for her because she should have stood her ground. She might win. She could win.
And she ain't trying to get rejected up here on TV. She get rejected enough in real life. In real life.
Especially by this guy.
She gets rejected by who?
By the men she won't.
And I'll share why I think that happens. It's her one. She's kind of scattered. That's what I picked. I logged in right when she was talking about all the jobs she does. She's a creative. Like for a guy like that, it probably wouldn't work. And she probably runs into that a lot. And then also, she's not the prettiest woman with a short hairdo. She kind of looks like it depends on what she's wearing, but she kind of looks like a dude.
I think she looks better than number one.
No, hell no.
Yeah,
I wouldn't.
You know what? That colored blonde hair does not do it for me.
You know, to me, it kind of looks like a female tough guy.
You do blonde. If you bleach your hair blonde,
if y'all have actually seen Tough Guy, she kind of look like him.
She's not in the face. Number one
in the face, definitely yes.
Number one has nothing on this woman. She's good looking. She's dressed elegantly, but if you compare face to face, no comparison.
All right.
In that silly blonde Joy Reid hair color, not for me.
Or hey, out there in the streets, that blonde thing.
Yeah, it works. There's a reason why they all going blonde. It works.
I don't get out to the streets much.
Amber Rose.
Yep.
No, you know what? Amber Rose is flat out beautiful except for the hair.
Amber Rose got a billionaire out that shit.
Oh, I forgot in the face tattoo.
We're all from
Understandable.
Africa.
well, I mean,
What,
yeah.
Did she say? Hold on, Stanley. The point was,
Yeah,
did she
it's
say African here? Because I want to go somewhere, and we got a university. I'm interested in hearing this. Go ahead.
I think she's gorgeous. I could deal with her hair.
Come on, Stanley. Did she say
I just
African or
really
not?
feel like they'd be a beautiful pair for sure. So yeah.
Hey, blocking your own blessings, but is he someone that's your type?
Yeah, I'm a sucker for African men. You're African, right?
Yep, that's what she said. I'm a sucker for African men. You're African.
University this morning, Stanley and I were talking, and I said, man, it seemed like the momentum swinging in the Tether's way.
Oh yeah.
They can get the black women, they can get the Tether
women.
And they can get white women.
Professionally,
the Tethers are winning out over the black Americans, in my opinion. Right? I could be wrong.
I pretty much disagree with that.
Okay. I could be, that's what I'm saying. I could be wrong on all of these things. But I know I'm right on some of them.
Especially, I've heard I've heard a lot of complaints about once American black women marry African men, the ones that are kind of really into their Africanness. African men tend not to like American women. They're not traditional that way.
But African men and get a Black American woman. I've seen it many, many times.
Yes.
Right? I've seen it many, many shit. My woman is African, right? One of them is African, right? And
my dad and mom, yeah.
you know
Yeah,
what
well,
I'm
that's
saying?
not the
Like
same
it
thing
go
as
both
an
ways,
African.
bro. It go both ways, bro. Like I'm gonna tell you, Stanley, man, and anybody up here ever deal with them tellers. Well, and it's some simple ass shit, Stanley. I swear to you. You see all the hell I got going on in my house with these Black Americans. You see that shit, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you seen it, right? Man, when you be in the house with them motherfucking tellers, hey, them women will get in the kitchen. I don't give a damn. One from the Congo, one from the Caribbean, and one from Nigeria.
Yep.
They'll get in that motherfucking kitchen and be peeling potatoes and shit and cooking.
Yep.
And then
Well,
they
you
wash
know
dishes. Ain't nobody gonna say, who washing dishes? The women get in that motherfucker and be washing dishes.
It's all good,
Now,
but
hold on. Now in the Black American community, what do they say? Stay at mama kitchen. Stay at mama kitchen. Man, it's a different vibe. Nigga just sitting back chilling. Ain't washing their dish. Women in that motherfucker washing dishes. You sitting around drinking, watching football game. Man, like it's a different vibe.
Yeah.
You know
She'll bring you a drink too while you're watching the game.
I can live without my woman out pounding cassava root.
Well, in America, they might be peeling potatoes, cutting up some greens, whatever the hell they eat, right? And then the women get up in the kitchen and wash their shit up, and the kitchen is clean. You don't mind family coming over because the motherfuckers cook and clean up, right? You can discipline all them children. Any of them motherfuckers and jump up and down. Hey, sit your ass down. Ain't nobody gonna say
Ujamu. Ujamu.
That is the
You'll be celebrating Kwanzaa.
Now, if you're looking for something, if you're a Black woman and you're looking for a professional man, you probably can't find one. You're more like some of them Africans, they kind of be assimilated. I know some. And most of the Africans I know marry white women.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying? Like they can't.
We need to watch some African or Nigerian Pop the Balloon and see if you hold that opinion.
Well, again, like Pop the Balloon probably doesn't bring out the best of people. But I think right here, this is a decent crop of people. They may not be the all best looking, but this is a decent crop. Ain't no that many hoochie mamas up here. This girl right here got no kids.
No, I think every woman up here, is worth looking at for sure. I just don't know what the blue romper is.
Listen to what she just said. I have no kids, and I like African men. The tellers are winning, Stanley. I started out this morning. The momentum is shifted. Burner Boy versus Gunner.
Exactly. I'm glad you said that, John. Exactly.
You are dead set that you're right, and I'm sitting here chuckling, going, "What
And
the?"
Stanley, I'll tell you, in my professional career in software, I don't think there have been many Black Americans software developers. I promise you. As I think about that, and managers and shit.
Yeah.
The two I mentioned the two like product managers I've had were tellers, an African and a Jamaican with long dreads. But he was assimilated teller, probably married to a white one. You know what I'm saying? Real assimilated teller. I've worked with a couple other Africans, but I just don't see the ADOS. I think the tellers are winning. I really do believe it. Yeah.
Definitely becoming a manosphere space.
A tether sphere.
Universal.
My woman peels potatoes and washes my dishes.
That's not. That's not the whole point, Stanley.
Like you listen to what this woman saying. She said, "I like the African man."
Hey, like I said, I could deal with this woman and be happy doing it. And you know what?
And I think the reason I think all the things that you're saying and all the things that she's saying shows you why the tethers are winning and the tether like men.
You keep saying they're winning like I'm convinced. I think you are deluding yourself.
Like, let me give you an example. Let's see. Let's just talk about flesh it out a little bit.
Give me one tether besides a musician who's having a cultural influence.
Well, I'm not saying a cultural influence. Well, if
Okay,
you
well,
look at
that's
this,
what I mean.
well, okay. Well,
They
if you look
can
at this,
win. They can win
hold
all
on,
the rap
if you
battles
look
they
at this
want.
right here, she's saying, "I want to date a tether." I
Okay,
like
John,
that's cultural influence.
when you start talking dating and all that, that's culture. I'm saying they're not winning culturally, and they're not going to.
They are getting some ground.
Okay, I don't give a shit if you think they're winning too. I can go up against the both of you and say the both of you are wrong.
We're not trying to have a handicap match.
And Stanley, I think
I'm talking culture, sir.
right. And so I'm not. I'm talking from a position of professionally, financially, and apparently socially. Right.
I don't agree with the social part.
Right. But Stanley, you're not out here in the dating scene the way that some of these young men, these pop the ballooners are.
Well,
Universal,
I do watch
Miami,
Pop Balloon. I do watch TV. I do watch a lot of media. I don't even see it in the media.
When you out in the clubs or when you out at the bar,
the clubs. Oh, come on, clubs.
Well, Universal. You want to add on this?
Universal, you out in the club?
I'm with John on this. Everybody.
I'm slightly out in the club, but
you know what? I guess it's gonna be Stanley versus the world on this.
When you're on Tinder, right? When you're on Tinder, right?
Well, I don't ever get on Tinder.
But see, that's what I'm saying again, right? Like the young men that are dating, the people that are dating on Tinder, a black man, ADOS is not gonna swipe. What is it, left or right on a tether, right? They're right. So he see a fine little tether, hell yeah, I take him. But the tether may not like a ADOS. So she want her more Caribbean man. Kimmy Cakes. She's Jamaican. She a tether. She married her a Jamaican man. Ultimately, they go back home. I'm sorry.
Sweet Auntie makes a good point as well in the chat.
That's nice, but she's with John, so I don't think she's making a good point.
I'm not arguing for one or the other. I'm just looking at what I'm seeing on the ground.
Well, when you say they're winning, you're arguing for one or the other.
No, because I'm not proving what I say. I'm not saying I want them to win. I'm saying that when I look at the lay of the land on the ground, the Tethers are winning in so many areas. You know what I mean?
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. It's just one man's opinion.
When my son comes in wearing kente, I'll know.
Yeah, he's gonna be Stanley. Your son gonna be dressing like ignorant if what John's saying is the case.
Let me ask you this, right? Because it don't mean we don't extrapolate it away because I don't want to talk about your son because then things get you may respond.
No, I'm not worried.
I just want to talk generically. Even among the ADOS, there isn't that unity. There was a guy up here. I can't remember his name.
There shouldn't be.
Well, hold on. There was a guy who came up here and he was like, there was so much animosity. You're not like us, ADOS versus ADOS.
Mm-hmm.
And he started to say, well, we're going to separate and take all our accomplishments with us because I'm a mixie and you don't like mixes. We'll take our accomplishments. And then he started naming off all the mulattoes or whatever hell he called them that, that created things here in America, whatever.
Oh, you're talking about, I remember that, John. You were talking about Eric.
And so
Eric.
Darren, again, he more likely to side with the Tethers, right? Because he's not fully from the ADOS perspective. He's not fully ADOS. We watched a video the other day where the mixed women and men were saying, "I just like the hair. All the other shit I don't really like." I
mean, you could be right because I tend to see things a little bit deeper than who's at the club. And, I take someone like CT who supposedly majored in African-American history or something. When I don't think that CT, he may consider himself like the original black and, all the African-Americans, mulattoes. But being black is more than your genetics, in my opinion. There's also a cultural aspect, and CT is not black, even culturally. So I see it as deeper than your genetics and, whether you like, African women or, American women like African men. It's deeper than that.
Well, if you look at a lot of those tethers, many of them, as I said, like many Africans come
Many of
in.
the tethers don't get along with each other. So,
But here's the thing: many tether
they're
men,
mighty tribal.
but when they come here, they often get the better ones, the more affluent ones will get them a white woman, right? They'll be a little bit more successful. Even you've lauded them yourself. You say the ones that come here fairly successful, Nigerians, things
Much
like
to
that.
laud. That doesn't mean they're winning.
Well, and again, culturally maybe not, but what I'm saying is down on the ground, where the pursuit for women and resources, land, stuff like that. I think, and the ideological battles that you see on Twitter that I think will ultimately play out in the streets. I think they are winning, and I would probably argue that they have the stronger numbers.
I don't
They don't
agree.
have many men on drugs. They don't have many
Especially
men
if you've ever heard them
alcohol.
on Clubhouse, because they fight amongst themselves too.
Yeah, I mean, I was on
I'm just
Afrikaans.
not-
I was on Afrikaans the other day. They were talking about going to war with each other between Nigeria and Niger, right? But I think once they kind of get here, they seemingly align in that they want most of the same things: white women, right? Things like that. Shit. Let me take this call. Hold on. Let me take this call, please. Oh shit. Hello.
Speaking of
Yeah, who's
CT,
calling?
a tether with the tea shop is
Who?
just not going to impress me.
Jerome,
Hey, what's up, Jerome? How's it going?
how you doing, man? I'm good. So I was looking at the videos you just sent, right? So
Yeah.
the fourth one with the it looks like out of all four of the videos, that's the biggest room.
Yeah.
Does that one come with like the living room?
I can't remember which one I sent you. It really just, it may have been a basement apartment. I'm not sure which one that's. What's your name, Jerome?
Yeah, Jerome.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
You just messaged me back.
Yeah, I know. I get so many messages though. 1 second. 1 second, Jerome. Give me 1 second, Jerome. Your Facebook, right?
Yep.
Oh yeah, Jerome. Yeah, that was not going to be available in February. The last one with the private bath in there.
The last one.
The 42nd video. Yeah, that's a private bath. The first one with the brown sofa. You want that one?
I was looking at the last one, the fourth one. It looks like it's the biggest room. I was trying to see if that one had a living room area also.
Oh no, it just got a private bath in there. But that was not available until February at the earliest.
Oh, till February.
Yeah, all the other ones available.
Are all of them the same price?
Varying prices depending on what you want. We got all different neighborhoods, southeast, northwest. It's really up to you.
Okay. All right. So look. So let me keep looking. Save my number.
Yeah.
More than likely, we probably gonna go forward with this process.
All right.
I'm thinking if not the 10th, if not that paycheck, I'm thinking 24th.
All right, that's good.
So I possibly would be interested in that one that's open in February.
Yeah.
But let me skim through it again, and then I'll just shoot you a text if that's okay with you.
Yeah, we got a lot of places, man. Just it's anytime you're looking, just give me a call.
Okay.
All right. He's up early in the morning. Jerome, sorry about that. Stanley, I think that the ADOSs, man, like, just like immigration is, favorable for some groups, I think the tethers are making more of their opportunities here in America. That's just my thoughts.
Yeah, well, tether with a tea shop. That's what CT is. Not that impressive.
Oh. Hey, John, people in the chat want to know what ADOS means or what it is.
American descendants of slavery.
Okay.
It's a group, as in like an official group headed by Yvette Carnell, and it's a descriptor.
You know what's interesting about the whole ADOS thing is that I think the basis of it was reparations.
It was, absolutely.
Right. And I think with the migration of all these different African and Caribbeans here, it's so diluted the water to make the reparations argument moot. Right? Like, how you gonna argue? Who gonna get it? You be fighting like hell trying to figure out who gets it at this point.
Now, it's easy enough to figure out who gets it, but the way it becomes moot is, or the actually more apt is, the water got clouded because Caribbeans feel, that they deserve reparations.
Right.
And the argument is, well, hey, if you're originally from a Caribbean, colony or something, go to France or go to England to get your reparations. So that's where it got derailed. The waters got muddied.
Yeah. And, I think that is kind of another,
Well, I'm going to tell you my theory on that. It's basically, quote, the white man who muddied the waters. It's easy enough to do.
Yeah, I think, from a strategy standpoint, if people are demanding something from me, that would be one way to mitigate it.
Not individual, it's the government that basically, because the government existed in, from 1776 forward. But the one thing that that's going to happen is the Jim Crow generation is going to die off. And it's going to happen like probably in the next 10 years. There will hardly be anybody who lived through Jim Crow. And then that's where reparations are going to die.
Mm.
Nobody living will be owed reparations of any sort. And that's how it's going to die. And why these guys don't see that evidence of the writing on the wall, I don't know.
Well, as it dies, then these people, then the strongest of, groups will, stand up. And, and I think, again, down on the streets, listen what's happening. I like African men. Why you don't like your brothers? Why you don't like your ADOSs?
Yeah, well, you don't like African men. You don't like African men until they beat your ass.
I would love to ask her, what about African men do you like? What do you think it is? Is universal? What do you think she likes about African men universal?
She hasn't.
Go ahead, Stanley.
No. I was gonna go. I've heard stories, but
yeah, I think ultimately
she should answer. I'm wondering if she answers her own question or her own statement.
She might, but I think what African men present is they present the black male aesthetic, but they also are, like what Sweet Auntie said, reserved, ambitious. They're just stable. They're more stable than Black American men at this point.
Yeah. You know what else I did?
Oh my Lord.
You know what else I just thought about? And again, I'm not criticizing, I'm just pointing out things. I don't know if this man is
Who is the richest which Black American of African descent is in that 500 richest, the Forbes 500? Which African who lives in America is on that list?
I don't know. But again, like
nobody.
Probably nobody. But here's your bigger point though, Stanley. And again, this is down on the street. Probably not where you sit. Is that you look how this man is dressed, and they've commented on how he's dressed. Now we've seen some successful Black men.
African, by the way.
Right, I understand. We've seen some successful Black men. One was from here in DC on the Horace and Dickey's restaurant. We showed it. And how was he dressed versus how's this man dressed? This man's dressed more like traditional immigrant African Caribbean when he's going out somewhere. A Black man may have on skinny jeans, designer brand name on his shirt, on his collar. It's a different. Sweet Auntie said it more reserved.
Sweet Auntie is white. She doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about.
African man. She one of the women that may take one of these
got jungle fever. I'm talking about what black women prefer. No, I said it, and I'll stand by it.
Mm-hmm. There's no right or wrong answer. We're just batting it back and forth.
Oh, I know it was offensive, but I meant it to be.
Stanley, I understand your point, but I think with these women in this demographic, it's a social narrative. Even what you're saying may be true, I don't think they're looking at it from that type of perspective. The social narrative of Black men, and I've heard this from a African woman that I've dated recently, is that Black men, we don't have our shit together. We're not stable. We're abusive. Like we have this social narrative that prevents them from even trying to, date us.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know. I think it's my tendency not to go along with narratives. And the older I get, the less willing I am to make generalities.
Absolutely.
I've seen too many exceptions in my life.
And Stanley, if most of these women thought like you, the communities would be in a lot better shape, sir.
Mm-hmm. Probably right. So, I mean, y'all don't have to forgive me. I'm an old man. I'm just.
I'm saying that what these women are looking for are the traits that many of the Caribbean African men stand for. Like,
yes,
like, and I could go through so many, man. And I'll give you an example. It's nothing to see a 40-year-old man bopping his head to rap music, dressed like a 40-year-old, but like a 20-year-old. You're not gonna see many African men like that.
Right.
You're gonna see many Caribbean men like that. There's a little bit more maturity, right? And so you look into this woman, and she said, "I like African men." Well, she's probably talking about like the maturity. Yeah. They're not bopping around like they're 20-year-old men in the club and shit. I've heard it from my women friends, and man, listen. I was telling University Jones just the other day. I had a buddy had a birthday party, New Year's Eve, Black man.
Oh yeah,
married. 2 days later, hey, can I get some money? I'm broke.
Actually, to be honest, she looks more African than he does.
Maybe that's why she likes.
Yeah, she's Caribbean. I just was on her IG. She's Caribbean.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
So doesn't that go to prove my point again? She doesn't like Black men. She want to stay in that tether zone, right? You understand? That's what she's saying, right? I want to stay in the tether zone. I ain't fucking with these Black men. That's what she's saying. Now the Black man would date her. Now he would date her, right? He would date her. But she said, he ain't African. I give him up. I throw him back in the water. I'm starting to kind of look at her as not being so desperate. She want an African type man.
Her BBL ain't bad. She has a BBL.
Oh, absolutely.
No, not.
She got a BBL.
The one in the blue dress. The one in the blue dress does.
Well, it wasn't a dress. It's a romper.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't bad.
Let's see. This woman, no tattoos. She's actually really nice.
Yeah.
She's kind of strong in the face, though, and that goes back to our point earlier. That she probably does get some rejection. But she presents nice. She looks better with a little bit longer short hair. Based on her IG.
I cannot imagine why she would get rejected.
Let me ask you this question. The creator of this show, are they tethers?
Yes.
No.
John, just look at her last name, man.
Yes, they are.
Amuli?
I know, nigga.
Well, I know her husband is, but he's got a British accent, so
There you go. And did they just sign a big deal?
Yeah, the new blacks. The new blacks.
The tethers are winning, man. I keep telling them win behind their back, bro. Like, this is a married woman, her husband, coming together, putting the show on, trying to put people together. Now, no, the blacks can't replicate it. It's all ghetto and shit.
Yep.
Children popping the balloon and shit.
Well, I'll let your,
right?
I'll let your anti-black, your anti-black.
I'm not criticizing anyone.
You know what? As much as you protest, I'm literally sitting here listening to you. You're not fooling me.
Does anyone think I'm being anti-black?
Okay, I don't care what anyone else thinks.
Because if I'm
why would you even ask that? Like,
because if I am, listen, if you say so, I take what you're saying, and I said, well, maybe I need to tone it down a bit, or maybe I'm off. But I think that there's something to that, man. Like the fact that this couple could come together and create this show and put it on, like, and they primarily dealing with inner city shit. Detroit, Dallas.
Is Amuli an African name?
It's not American.
It's a Congolese name, if I'm remembering correctly.
Okay.
She from the Congo.
Yeah, you'll see their families in their wedding video that they posted not too long ago.
At a minimum. She doesn't have an accent at all.
Yeah, she might be second or third generation.
I mean, to be fair, neither do I.
Which further, yeah, exactly. Which furthers, I think, John's point is that these folks have technically been here for almost 4 generations now. They're Americanized enough where the accents might not even be present, but they still hold on to some of that traditional cultural value, and that is what's pushing them forward in this American society.
And the large part is they're dating, they're marrying. Yes. They don't really they if they can, they stay within it. I give them credit for that. And yes, my opinion. I think the wind is behind their back now. They have some momentum.
What does that mean? Stanley acting all confused, but he is a white baby mama. What the fuck are you talking about, Sam? I am. It's nice.
You have a.
It's
I
nice.
think he said you have a white baby mama.
Oh, you know what? Why don't you come up here and get you some?
Hey, I thought I thought a baby mama means that they're specifically not married.
I was married, so I don't know what.
Yeah,
the fuck
that's why I don't think baby mama applies to Stanley.
Stanley, you know what this is so interesting about?
I think Sam I am is trying to pluck my strings.
You know what's so interesting? And again, I hate to get off on a tangent with this tether thing. It's just kind of interesting to me. Like the other day, we were watching a video about the Indians not knowing, the concept of the word respect. Take for what it is, right? I remember once dating an African woman. She said, like, "What the hell is a girlfriend? That shit doesn't exist in our culture, right?" And it's some more seriousness about dating within their cultures. You know what I'm saying?
Intent.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
intent.
Right. Whereas Americanized culture is not necessarily dating for fun, and a lot of times just having fun.
From white culture.
I'm not pointing fingers at this. What I am saying though is that women tend to look for that. Where men, they can date for fun for a long time, right? But if you're a woman and you're looking for that you're naturally driven to want, comfort, stability, and shit like that, then you're gonna be drawn to men that look more like this guy as opposed to the skinny jeans guy. And a lot of the American men, particularly black men, will come in here with skinny jeans and designer brands on.
And a lot don't.
Well, but there are enough of them that do, and it's not just the clothing
that don't. You're not really.
Right, this guy's not one.
Right.
But he's presenting as a more mature man, which I think a lot of the tethers tend to be a little bit more mature. Like you bring Kimmy Cakes up here, any tether want to get up here. One of the guys that was filming with me when we were live streaming in Brooklyn, he owns an electrical company, Tether, Jamaican. And he was like, "Man, I grew up in Jamaica and I remember how hard it was before I came here. Many Black Americans just haven't had it hard." You know what I'm saying? And those people who are hardened, they're a little bit more mature when they get here, and I think it makes for a better match with women, a more mature, hardened man. And I think that's kind of why they tend to be winning.
Yep.
Stanley's not believe that's fine. I can't come this year. I ain't trying to go. Just telling you my point of view.
We're all from
understandable.
Africa.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's given African, but yeah, it just seems like y'all would be such a beautiful pair for sure.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that.
Apparently, these Caribbean tethers don't fight hard.
That nervous laugh at the end.
Okay, let me bring you on up here with us. Come on up here with us. Scoot that
Man,
way.
this one right here. Oh,
Stand over here.
yeah.
All right, so
Put a ring on it.
between the two of you before we determine if this
I
is
would.
Yes. How do you feel about celibacy?
Hey, yo.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Celibacy towards marriage, or
No, just answer the question.
Whoa.
So I have a response to this when you're done.
Celibacy towards marriage. Like, that's an odd question. What do y'all think of that?
It's not an odd question, Stanley. This is what these women are on, even if they're not. Even
Explain
if
what celibacy towards marriage is, because the opposite is, hey, if we're not going to get married, I'm going to fuck.
But this is where a lot of these women are today, Stanley. I've heard a lot of this. Now, the wall will come down eventually, but this is
universal. You're missing my point. I'm wondering about his question.
Her question.
What question?
His question. His question. I'm sorry. He answered her question with the question. He said,
Yes.
well, let me rewind it.
Yeah, rewind it.
You'll get my point. Because I understand her question. It makes sense. His question does not.
Or we determine if this is a match.
Yes. How do you feel about celibacy?
I'm guessing you're saying celibacy towards marriage, or?
That's the question. What is that? What does his question even mean?
What he's asking is, we're not going to have sex until we get married. That's what he's countering with. What do you mean? Are you celibate right now, and you've been celibate since the last person you've had sex with? Or are you talking about having celibacy till, we jump the broom?
Okay, well, because I interpret it as the only time he's celibate is if he's intending on getting married. Otherwise, it's on.
No, I think he's trying to figure out where she's approaching it from. Now, Stanley, do you remember a few years ago when Steve Harvey wrote the book and the big thing was that 90-day rule?
I never read it. I remember him writing a book.
So this was kind of a thing for a lot of American, I would say, black women. Steve Harvey wrote this, but I think it was like 2010, and he had this 90-day rule. You don't give a man no sex for 90 days. And a lot of women jumped on that kind of trend or thought process. This is the new version of that. I'm celibate. So so the last guy I had sex with was like maybe 6 months ago. I haven't had sex with anybody since then. I'm celibate. But and they're approaching. Hold on,
I believe she's celibate.
She's very wholesome, so she probably is. And even as I look at her IG, I bet you she's telling the truth. But a lot of these girls who they were fucking in college, a little bit afterwards, they were taking trips with dudes and shit. Now they want to be celibate because they done been ran through a little bit. They don't have to be hoes.
I'm gonna add a caveat to what Universe is saying. Is probably that the men she like.
Yep.
And dump.
Yep. That's
and
exactly.
now she's saying she's being a little more protective of her feelings by not engaging in sex until the man proves he really likes her. That's
he's worthy.
Game that she's playing in her head with him. Right?
I don't doubt that. I just, but I'm looking at it from a man's perspective. I think it's nothing.
If you look at it from her perspective, you will hear many women tell you this same line. I've been heard, I liked him, I slept with him. And then he had another woman or something like this. So she like, if you're gonna get with me, you're gonna have to, basically not have sex for a little while.
Yeah.
And prove to me that you really like me for me. Right. And that's the game she's playing. She knows she's gonna have sex.
Yeah. And I would tell any guy who hears that question, don't worry about it. You just keep doing your thing, prove you're him. Them panties is coming off.
Right. You have your woman on the side.
That biology's gonna kick in. She gonna be hot and ready. Don't you worry about that bullshit. I've heard that shit all summer.
But what she wanted to do was probably stun him into giving some kind of visceral or vocal reaction, like hell no.
Yep.
Right? And then she would have popped up balloon.
It's a weeding out tactic. Don't worry about it.
Right. Yep.
All right. Well, she hasn't answered the question yet.
The panties dropping. Don't worry.
Correct.
Okay. I mean, I'm a Christian man, so I respect that.
Good answer.
That's not a deal breaker for me because I have
dear. He's prevaricating.
Emotional intelligence.
Stop it.
And
he fucked up. He fucked up, John. He fucked up.
Why is he doing this?
Hold on, rewind it, Stanley. Rewind
it. He fucked up.
He was leading off good with the Christian shit.
No.
Yes, I have.
Okay. And was it successful?
Oh,
mean,
she
sometimes
is
it's not.
good.
I mean,
Oh,
God gives grace.
preach, sister.
Yeah, so
I
so
like
you're
this
saying, have
one.
I practiced celibacy in a relationship and was it
Oh,
successful?
he is talking
Were you
bullshit.
Fucked up. You fucked up.
Yes, I was.
Okay.
Look at that. Look at that doubt in her mind. I
Yeah,
tell
look at that.
you fucked up, man.
I think
Oh,
the hesitation at the beginning about the celibacy, and then when you were explaining like your day to
Now wait,
day,
hold it, John.
like
You gonna say you can? What are you gonna say about Black American men? Go ahead, say it.
No, I'm saying. Remember, I said, see, she wanted to see that visceral reaction from him, right?
exactly.
Are you willing to go with that pussy? Are you willing to go with that pussy? And then it stuns you so bad. You're like, hell no, what you want to say? And that's why she said his initial hesitancy.
No, I think she is totally right. But you know what? He's dumb. It would have been, I'm like, I would have instantly said yes. I'm like, look at the prize for a little bit of discipline.
Well, but look at the prize for lying.
And I don't mean
exactly. Say it again, John. Say it again, John.
To lie. She's forcing him to lie. Say, hey,
yes,
nigga, lie for this pussy.
Yes,
I'm gonna give it to you. I want to pump it just as bad as you do, right? I ain't popped my balloon yet. There's a reason for that. You know, if I'm gonna be with you, at some point I got to have sex with you. But you asked some fucking shot question. Are you willing to not have sex with me? What the fuck you think I ain't pop your balloon?
answer, and you know how you answer that question? You don't say yes or no. You just validate her perspective. I respect you that you have that perspective, and I like that, and I'm willing to go down that journey with you. The panties coming off. The panties coming off, man.
Okay, I just say, hey, you know what? And maybe I'm looking at it from his perspective. I'm like, you a little bit of discipline, and look what you get. He's crazy.
But this is not an honest question, though, Stanley. She's not asking with good intent. This is a gotcha type question.
Yep, it's a trap.
Right?
Wait,
Understand?
she-
And that's why
you saying she
judged him
didn't
not
have-
off his answer, but his response to the answer. Right? Listen, rewind what she said. His initial response is what got her.
Well, I heard, yeah, that's why I had questions about his initial response. What else? I mean, when he said, you mean celibacy towards marriage, that
No, but she's talking about his hesitancy.
Right.
In answering the question. Before he even uttered the word, she was out.
Okay. He answered her question with the question. The answer should have been yes.
Before he even uttered a word, the balloon was going pop. You can run. You listen to what
No,
she
I
said.
don't agree with that, John.
Yeah, play it back, Stanley, if you can.
Okay.
Because this is a very interesting moment right here.
Okay, because what I'm saying is if he had just not hesitated and said yes, she would be his.
That's right. And the hesitation from a shock question where you got to think, right, about the shit.
Look at this. Just look at the laughter from the other women. This is how you know it's a trap.
Yes.
Oh, come on. I think she's genuine.
No,
listen to what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
I'm saying she is asking a genuine question. I don't think she's setting a trap. I think it's a think of it as a test, not a trap.
It's not a genuine question, man. Like, you know, it's just not realistic.
Oh man, y'all have let your anti-blackness just.
I'd be like, look,
You
man, this
don't
not a
even,
legitimate
man, y'all don't even think a black woman can be good and ask a genuine question.
That's not what we're saying.
Hold on, guys.
This is a very good woman. This is a very good woman right here.
I think I think she wants a man who can be disciplined enough.
I don't disagree with you on that, but I think a lot of baggage is being brought into this question.
Yes,
right. It's not to say she's bad. We're not commenting on I'm not that she's bad or anything, but she's asking this question and using this celibacy as some kind of litmus test, and basically forcing him to lie.
A litmus test. Yes, it's
but
a
he
litmus
has to lie
test.
to pass the litmus test. He can't be honest.
Right.
He
Exactly.
can't be
Tell me beautiful lies.
She would demand honesty from him.
I actually think we're saying the same thing.
6 months down the road, they'll be laughing about this same stupid ass question if he had passed the test.
Yeah,
right?
in
Lay
bed.
up in bed one night. You
Right.
remember you asked me a stupid ass question on
Yeah.
Pop the Balloon, and here we
Well,
are.
I
We
don't
just
know
You
had-
know,
about all that.
after he finishes, so much for celibacy.
Mhm,
They lay right
No,
next to
no.
each other.
Man, y'all are so
mhm,
cynical. How can young people
And
like
she'd be like, I
yourself
just
think
wanted to
this?
know you was the right one.
Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to trust you. That's what this is. That's what this is,
She might
Stanley.
make
It's
him wait.
okay, man.
Oh,
This is
no,
what it
She
is
might
today.
make,
You know what?
she might make him wait 2
I
weeks, make him sleep in the bed with
I
her.
approve of her methods.
And you know what, Stanley? I'm not surprised at that. Based off of just your approach, that makes a lot of sense.
Oh, you know what? I
Look,
think
sweet, look what Sweet Tea says.
I don't mind being tested. I either pass or I don't.
Well, and that is the case, Stanley. You know,
I
and
don't mind it at all.
and the next time he gets asked this question, he'll pass it next time. I've been
Okay.
asked this question, I pass him.
Yeah. I gave you guys the fucking cheat code on how to answer the question. No, you don't say yes or no. You just validate why she feels that way and then move the fuck on.
I don't know. You know, I thought I was a cynical motherfucker before I became a part of this outfit.
See? Sweet Auntie knows.
Y'all, I feel like an innocent little lamb every time we watch Pop the Balloon.
But you know what, Stanley? You would actually get a lot of these women, believe it or not. If you were in their age range with your mentality, you will pull a lot of these women.
I don't know. I feel like I might get my ass beat.
No,
See, now,
you stand on principles, and that's attractive to these women.
Here's the other thing, Stanley. This is on the spot.
Yep.
Right. Oh, but you got to be prepared for on the spot.
Now, if they no, if they were out on a date, right?
Yep.
There'll be a little bit more back and forth, and not a
Right,
instant thing. Is
right.
this date is over? Pop the balloon, right?
Right.
Right.
But see,
He's sweet talking
well,
her, he's buying drinks, and you know he won't be pressed like this in a more natural setting.
Right. But John, you also have to, and y'all have to understand. One of the things I loved about the Navy is it thrills the fuck out of me when I have to think on my feet. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, that question right there, I'd have had the right answer just because it's what I do.
And definitely in person, you would have had the right answer, because once you get them in their natural environment, now they're weighing, right? They put the scales. Okay, nigga got a job, seem like decent person, I want to fuck him anyway, right?
No.
And then you know what I'm saying. And then, but right here in the moment, he pops the balloon on him. If they were in a restaurant having dinner, the balloon ain't popped. She ain't asking for the check.
Hey, Nas, I'm probably crazy enough to wait 5 years. So, you know, that's a backhanded comment.
Man.
All right. Well,
play it back, Stanley, because I think this is a great learning moment just to watch this again, because this is fascinating. And pay attention to the laughter of the other women. They know this.
Look at him right here. Look at him here.
Right here. Great still. This is the confidence. The air is out of the balloon for him, literally out of the balloon for him. And she knows at this moment he's cooked.
Is that when she asked him the question and he's about to respond?
He's about to, but yes. Rewind it a little bit. Wait till they walk up.
Damn.
She's got some baddie friends too, boy. Ooh.
Okay, let me bring you on up here with us. Come on up here with us. That way.
I don't care. I'd wait.
Stand over here.
I'm not
All right, y'all. Any?
That one right there, number 2 is for
Before we
me.
determine if this is a match.
That ponytail on number 2, Lord.
How do you feel about celibacy?
I'm guessing you're saying celibacy towards marriage, or
correct?
The fuck else would it mean? This dude is goofy.
I mean, I'm a Christian man, so I respect that.
See,
and that's not a
thought
deal
he
breaker
was
for me
all
because I have built
I think he should have stopped right there. I'm a Christian man. I respect
emotional
that.
intelligence, and
He running his mouth too much now.
you know
He's trying to appease her now.
yeah, I don't have any, I don't.
He's lost. He should know it. He should
He all right there.
So
It's a yes or no question.
he should just hang his head in shame and walk away.
You're talking too much.
Yes,
It's just, I'm a Christian man. Yeah, okay. What else?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And was it successful? I mean, sometimes it's not.
Look how they laugh.
I mean, God gives grace.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
So you're saying, have I practiced celibacy in a relationship, and was it successful?
Yes. Were you successful in the celibacy?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
The women probably like, damn.
Yep.
Can't believe the nigga.
Hey, white gender popping.
I think it was the hesitation at the beginning about the
Mhm.
celibacy, and then
Mhm.
you were explaining like your day-to-day like walk with the Lord. I think prayer is one aspect, but I'm also looking for someone who like incorporates like reading their Bible into that as well, because I think it can be hard to hear from God. Like, yes, we're praying, but it can be hard to
Oh my
hear from
God.
God if we're not also
She's a
reading
woman.
His Word. And that wasn't something that you mentioned.
You said.
So I think it's the
So because you shouldn't have said shit. That's
Okay,
why
I
you talk
respect
too
that.
much.
I mean, I do read my Bible. You know, it's just in the unconventional setting that we're in right now. It slipped my mind. I'm not gonna remember.
There you
See,
go.
he said it.
every
He
little
said it.
detail.
See what I
But
said,
if you
right?
would have asked me that, I
Unconventional
would
setting.
have.
There it is.
Okay, no, man. No. You never go somewhere unprepared. The hell
But you can't prepare for everything.
Yeah,
Stanley.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
can.
He'll be ready next time. I guarantee you. He'll be
No,
really happy.
you know what? That's why every motherfucker should go into the military. You never go unprepared. What kind of bullshit is that?
Stanley,
But
he probably
never
would.
been asked that question before either.
Yeah, he probably would do a lot better not on the show, but like in the green room. I had mentioned this a few shows back. Like for me, I probably would be in a similar dynamic and get a lot of balloons pop, but a lot of the ones that would pop, I probably could pull in the green room because I have better time and better things to connect with and better conversation. But on the spot, it's not that easy.
As he said, it would be easier for him to counter the conversation. As he said, hey, I forgot I read the Bible.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly.
He's telling the truth, right? But she ain't thinking about
He
all this shit.
forgot he read. How do you
No, no.
forget?
You're in front of a camera, there's lights all on you, and like, damn, like, how many times you get asked, do you read the Bible?
That's a fact, HB.
You know what?
The Dark Knight.
I'm just gonna say this. I hear civilians talking.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that is true. You have an advantage. You definitely do.
I don't know how you can forget how to read a book though.
No, that's not the point.
Yeah, that's a Gary.
You may forget to include that you read the book.
People who read the Bible don't forget they read the Bible.
Yeah.
I mean, now maybe
You may
that's
forget but you may forget to include it in your answer, right? You understand?
If you're a real Christian, you wouldn't.
You lead with the Bible.
Well, he said, "I'm a Christian." I respect that. And now in his follow up,
he fucked
but
up.
I mean, like, I don't, I ain't defending him. I ain't criticizing him. I'm just saying that's a, to throw it all out there in reading the Bible where that really wasn't necessarily germane to the question. I could see how he didn't include it, and now he's trying to further expound on it and say, "Yeah, I read the Bible." I just didn't include that in my answer.
I'm with you on that, kinda, John, but I do agree that this nigga did talk too much. He should have just said, "Yes, I'm a Christian. I support it," or "I agree with whatever." Yeah.
This guy is totally discombobulated. She just totally unnerved him.
Yeah.
And I know, like HB's comment, I think I'm Bruce Wayne, but I can tell you right now, I have been in situations that, that I've had to think on my feet. Now, nobody's 100%, but man, you got to learn how to slow time down and think before you speak. You can slow things down even in a split second.
Well, I think
you might have to take a deep breath before you answer.
Well, again, I think if you look back at his statement, he says, "I'm a Christian. I respect that." He could have left it right there.
He should have.
It didn't make her follow up, and that would have given him time to, get ready for the question, right? You see where she's going with it now. If you've ever encountered this, now you can gather up your experience from answering these questions. Then,
look at Tyrone.
He kept rambling, trying to, give her, some more detail. He just should have left it right there.
Yeah, you know what he should have said? He should have said the Christian thing. "I'm a Christian. I respect your perspective." And then he should have asked her, and then he should have stopped. But if he needed more time to think, he should have said, "What do you think about that?"
How about just take a breath?
No, because she did. He when he took a breath, she was like, "Look at man, you just gotta watch it." When he took a breath, she said it. He cast a doubt in her head. So you just pitch it back. You just pitch it back to her. What do you think about that? Let her say what she had to say, and then just say, "I respect that," and then you're done. Move on to the next question.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The urban Socratic method.
I hope she's smarter than that.
Oh, she's smart. He fucked up, but it's okay. This is a great lesson for those who are in the dating market currently.
You know what really amazes me though? He seems so well just put together, well thought out, and she just unnerved him.
But this is the current dating world, Stanley. Like this is what I'm saying. Like the men we're getting. This is why the red pill is so popular. We get destroyed with this type of stuff.
Okay, but Universal, I'm not on his side.
No, I know you're not.
That she could unnerve him like that. I feel sorry for him, but I don't think she was wrong to do it.
No, you know what? Honestly, man, I don't think so either. But as a man, you have to be ready for these types of things. I understand how women got to this point. They're tired of dealing with dudes who are fucking them over.
Well, they're tired of dealing with dudes like him.
No, not dudes like him. It's actually the 180 of him, the other end of the spectrum. They've been dealing with all the fuck boys.
You put this man under stress, and he's gonna fall apart just like he did.
That's most men today, Stanley. That's most men.
This isn't real stress.
No, hell no, it's not real stress. But in this dating world, it's an anxiety-provoking thing, and women have figured out a way.
If you let dating be this big a deal, then there is a problem in the dating world.
Oh, there definitely is. That's why this Stanley. That's why this show exists, because it's highlighting the problem in the dating world, the difference between male and female perspectives in relationships. That's why this show is such a success.
It got to this point.
It's worse. It's actually worse than this, Stanley. This is a breath of fresh air compared to what's really out here, man.
What happened to there are a bunch of fish in the ocean?
There's not a bunch of good fishermen. That's what happened. The fishermen is the problem. The fish are there.
Okay.
It is what it is.
Yes, don't blame the fish. Blame the fishermen.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
We'll have you head on
Man,
back.
she is gorgeous.
Okay, Shad. Well, that is all the balloons popped,
She looks
unfortunately, but we do
disappointed,
thank you
too.
so much for coming. Let's give it up for him, ladies.
Yeah, I like number 2 as well.
You know
See them
what?
hips.
I think all the women are happy that she didn't get him.
Hold up. Look at number 2's ratio. Look at the hips. Look at that lower half and that top half. Yummy, yummy, yummy. With that hair. Oh,
Hear that pony. That pony. Lord, that pony.
Y'all
I
need to
need
put
that.
those things in your pants. Jesus.
I need that pony. I
You know
want to ride
what?
that pony.
You know what?
I want to ride that pony.
She better keep exercising. She's gonna be hippie.
No, that's
Universal,
right.
are you gonna give her a car like Ben tried to do?
Oh yeah, It was, speaking of the Thorpe, salute to
Oh
the
God,
Thorpe
they're
here.
here.
Hey, zoom in on that one with that pony, man. So can I get one laugh you her before she goes?
Her IG's blocked, but if I get in, John, I'll text it to you. Ben Thorpe, salute.
Hey,
what's happening?
Oh man, Jesus Christ! Oh, this is my show. Hey, what's up, Ben?
Hey, I saw you guys did a deep dive. What's your take? I was able to bounce in and out.
This
but I didn't
couldn't wait.
A deep dive into what your mother's book yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay, again, this couldn't wait.
we can
Stanley, it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay, Stanley.
No, it's not going to be okay.
Stanley, I think you've been on this show for like 14 hours in a row.
Stanley,
I mean,
you got the
sorry.
controls. If you want to get rid of them, get rid of them.
That's bullshit. You talk on another show about your mother's book. This is Stanley versus the world, not Ben Thorpe's mother's book review. What is it, Ben?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make you don't have to talk about that. I was just trying to.
Good.
If you had any questions?
You
but
got
if
the
you don't,
message.
that's fine. But I wanted to ask John a question. If I wanted to ask John a question,
Now let's get back to the show.
I wanted to ask John a question, but I'll
go ahead and ask your question. I know
yeah,
it's
John.
going to burn your heart.
We had spoken with you earlier about this lol cow thing. Did you get a chance to look at any of that stuff?
Yeah, I took a look at. I think I maybe comment in the chat. Say what's up, Ben and Grace or something like that. Yeah,
Oh, okay. What did you make of it?
You know, I promise you, I didn't watch enough to form a strong opinion. Then I watched a little bit of the other one, the show you guys mimic off of it. I probably watched more of that one than I watched yours.
Which one? The lol cow queens?
The one with I think we were showing it here. With it was like 3 or 4 guys there.
Okay, that's
Lolo was on there
live.
When Lolo was on there, when Lolo was on there.
Keemstar.
So yeah, I saw a bit of that because Lolo was on there. So we watched that here.
Oh, okay. Now, so I just want to. This could be a great way for you to work in if you were interested. There is a woman named Lauren De Laguna. Have you ever heard of her?
Okay. Damn, someone. I swear I've heard that name somewhere.
She's bounced around the internet, so like she's very, very well known. She's very pretty. If you look up her name, DeLaguna, she's an interesting person because she always weaves herself into drama. So
like you're doing now, you're weaving into something that.
Well, I don't really think this is drama.
Okay, well, maybe you're not.
You guys are reviewing something.
Yes, and you are interrupting it.
Okay,
Would you like?
I just had
you're more than welcome. You're more than welcome to review it with us.
Oh, sure, love to.
Okay.
I think you just missed the video. A good one there.
I've seen these pop the balloon ones.
Maybe you'll find someone you.
All right, let's bring out our next.
It's kind of a dating.
guy.
It's like speed dating, right?
Hello, welcome in. What's your name?
My name Body.
Body. Okay. How old are you?
I'm 33.
And what do you do?
I'm an entrepreneur, vending machines, got a podcast, I do music, and then I franchise a dessert company in 2 malls.
Nice. All right.
Can you pause it real quick, Stanley?
Basketball, like.
Now let's pay particular attention to how the women respond to him versus the last guy. These are 2 different perspectives. He's got more of the urban edge. The other guy was more reserved, and he's American. So let's pay attention. By the way, Ben, check back to that.
The other guy was American.
Well,
and look how this guy's dressed too, Stanley.
Look how he's dressed compared to the other guy.
Did you notice what he said he did?
Yeah, he's an entrepreneur. He's got vending machines.
He's got vending machines. He's franchised some dessert, and forget what the third thing is. So I mean,
it's going to be interesting to see how they respond to this.
And he's tall. Yeah. He's tall.
And he's tall. Yep, good point.
Yeah. That gives
no one has popped a balloon.
Yep. That's very good.
It's pretty much. I mean, poker. I'm a homebody.
Okay.
I gotta go out the network, but I like to be home, watch a good series or something.
Okay.
I think his hair looks.
Okay.
Oh, I'm done.
Now, what do you look for in a woman?
Beauty. I'm one of the people like they say looks don't matter, but it mattered to me. But also being smart, loyal, because I'm sapio, so smart is real big. We can have intellectual conversations. Yes, that's pretty much. It's like from the base level.
Okay, understandable. Now, what are some deal breakers?
I don't smoke or drink, so like cigarette smoke. If you smoke cigarettes, and then multiple baby daddies.
Okay, you said you don't smoke or drink.
No, I don't smoke or
you
drink.
don't.
Or have
Okay,
kids.
and have no kids.
No.
All right. So we haven't got any pop balloons. Let me hand you a pick.
The hard part.
Yes, I'm gonna have you pop 2 balloons. 2 of them. Whenever you're ready, go ahead and pop those 2.
Let's see. That's something men don't get to do too often. They get to pop some balloons.
Yeah.
I bet he reads books too.
Yeah, he said he likes talking about intellectual things.
How you supposed to do this?
Damn, that's the second time
There we go.
you've been first.
And one more.
Oh,
yeah, I get hurt.
The bitch with the BBL. Hell yeah.
He doesn't like the real. Yeah, the big booty.
All right, we can have your name and age.
Hi, I'm
Not that
Carmela.
it's
and
big.
I'm
It's that
doesn't
it's
like
fake.
the engineered
Carmela, why
booty.
did you have your
Yeah, he don't
balloon
like that
unpop?
genetically engineered
I'm
ass.
just listening, trying to get more information.
You don't think
to
those are
learn about.
natural?
Okay. So is he someone physically your type?
Yeah.
The one in the blue is not natural.
I was a little
The
hesitant,
blue
but I'll
is
let you
not natural.
slide. All right, so why'd you end up popping her balloon?
Honestly, I thought she was older than 31.
Yeah, she looks way older.
A little older, so I popped it.
How old was she?
Interesting.
She's under 31, but she looks younger than her IG. She looks way older here. She looks like she's damn near 40.
She look like she can be his mama.
She's
Damn.
probably doing a Zora Neale Hurston.
Yeah. Thanks for the email, Ben.
We got one more pop over here. Your name and age.
Ayana, 27.
And Ayana, why'd you have your balloon unpopped?
I wanted to hear him out. He also mentioned a word that a lot of people don't understand what it means, which is sapiosexual. So I like people that actually are very intellectual and like to have deep dive conversations. Mhm.
Hell, I don't know what it is. A thinking. What is it? A thinking.
Wait, I didn't hear what she said. I was
sapiosexual.
Sapiosexual.
Yeah, that's one of those. That's one of those gender expressions. It means someone who is attracted to intelligence.
Intellectuals, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
you know what? Sapien, right?
Sapia means like from Latin means wisdom.
Yeah, Homo sapien.
Homo
Thank
sapiens, yeah. Now, why don't you think they put like a white girl or an Asian girl on these lineups? Too controversial?
Sometimes they do.
Yeah, there's been all Asian ones before, but not many of
Yeah,
them.
No, but I mean, if you had a mix, probably too controversial, right?
Yeah, they have those in like New York or Atlanta sometimes.
Because my guess is this guy likes white girls.
Interesting.
Yeah, he definitely.
Maybe, but I don't know why he would be on this one.
Or
this
at
one's
least
probably
high
more
yellow.
black one.
He probably likes a high yellow woman because
you looking to match Grace up.
Yeah, Ben.
Yeah,
Get Grace on one.
I have
Yeah,
no
get
problem.
Grace on
I
one of
have
these
no
shows.
problem with mixed race.
Yeah, would you allow Grace to bring him home?
The only thing I would say about him, I think the hair looks gross, but like that might be just a generational thing. Like to me, it looks gross. It looks like it
Why
stinks.
you think it looks like new? I do kind of think
It looks like
gross, too.
spaghetti.
Yeah, it looks like
It
noodles.
makes him look like a pickaninny.
I don't know why black guys do that. I understand why black women do that, but then they add extensions to make it look fuller. It just looks to me, it just looks to me like
It might be a
gross.
style. It might just be a
Ben
style
dripping
from
off
where
his
he's
head.
from. I think it's just a style.
Yeah, I do think it's the style.
It's a hood style right there, right? That's just hood
Yeah,
style, right?
it's urban. Ben, between the two gentlemen we just seen, if you had to pick, which one would you pick for Grace? If she
No, I
had to
didn't see the
choose
guy.
him?
I didn't
Oh,
just
you
see
can
the guy.
All right,
I didn't.
never
just see
mind.
the
Then. Never
last
mind.
guy.
Okay,
but probably it would be this guy.
Yeah, I don't think the
Nah,
last guy
you
would
didn't see
last.
the other guy.
He ain't. Yeah, he too slow.
I like this guy. He's out there trying to make it, in the world. He's not doing the like bullshit DEI thing. If you're doing vending
What did the
machines,
other
no one
guy do?
cares what color skin you have. You know what I mean? So he's out there trying to make a go of it. He likes talking about things. So yeah, I mean, he seems like.
But what did the other guy do? The other guy, he had a suit on, so he probably did something real too. What did he do?
Well, there's two types of black guys that wear suits. There's the DEI guys, the politicians, the bullshit artists, and then the actual,
Yeah, I don't think this guy was the DEI guy, the last guy. I didn't get that impression, but I didn't hear
yeah,
what he did.
I don't know what he did.
What is
Gary
it?
and Stanley were here.
What is a DEI guy?
Like you, Stanley. People who get jobs because of the color of their skin.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You know what? I guarantee you, if you and I had ever come up for a job, I would win.
Yeah, that's true. It's not fair because sometimes in a DEI environment,
it would be almost the reverse of DEI.
Stanley, you're falling for it.
They
bro.
don't like they wouldn't like the trashy white guy.
it's not fair to say that in any environment in which there are DEI hires that all of
you
the
do realize
minorities are inferior, but it is assumed.
Hey,
it is
dumb
assumed.
motherfucker. Do you know how old I am? I'm older than you. DEI didn't exist.
That's not true. That's not true.
Of course.
Can I tell you guys a funny story about affirmative action? Kind of.
Let me deal with this. Let me deal with this boob. Okay, you simply do not understand who you're dealing with, Ben. I've never done DEI, affirmative action, or anything because I always cut the mustard.
You don't do it.
It would be the
policy.
I never needed. I never, dude. I would have gotten in.
Just
I
because you
would have
never
gotten
applied
into-
for it doesn't mean you didn't benefit
I
from it.
would have gotten into William and Mary before you.
Right, because you're black.
No, because my grade point average would be higher and my SAT would be higher.
Well, I mean, literally, if when I
No,
applied to William and Mary,
literally, I wouldn't need affirmative action. I would get in under my own steam. That's
Right.
what.
but
Every
if you
single
had
time.
enough,
I
if you had
guarantee-
enough credibility to
I
get into William and Mary,
guarantee you my
when I went to William and
GRE
Mary,
was
you would have
higher.
actually
No,
gone to
you
a
can-
higher tier school
you-
because being black would have boosted you.
Bullshit around all you want and make yourself feel better. But the brutal, honest answer is there's almost nothing you would be better at than I am.
Well, Stanley, we've already gone through
You
this.
chuckle, but
We've
I
already
know.
gone through this.
No, and we're going to go through it again. You're on my turf now.
I'm smarter than you. I'm better
I
educated
am-
than you.
I
I'm
am-
taller than you.
you
I have
are
more kids
on
than
my
you. I'm
turf.
more articulate than
You
you.
are on
Yes,
my
I have better
turf.
read than you.
You are on my turf, and I'm in front of your audience embarrassing you.
Okay. Well,
Any
go ahead.
more? Any more words so I can stomp on you? some more?
DEI, it is true that prior
No,
to like the
DEI,
early 70s,
I don't
DEI
wanna
wouldn't
talk
apply.
about
But
DEI.
anything
Oh,
after
I
the
see
70s,
Grace
it
is
applies.
right next to you. Do you think Grace would need DEI to get a job somewhere?
A DEI does apply to women. Yep.
Okay.
White
Well,
women are the
you
biggest
need to be-
beneficiaries
you need
of
to be
DEI.
You need to be talking DEI to your young daughter. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm your senior. I should be talking to you about DEI, and you don't work.
You are.
So I guess DEI
You are talking
would
to me about
apply
DEI.
even if you could do DEI.
I wouldn't get DEI. That's right.
You know
I'm
what?
not a protected class.
You wouldn't know whether you get DEI or not because
Sure
you
I would.
don't work.
Sure, I would.
You don't work. What's your job?
There's no DEI on YouTube.
What's your job?
I don't think.
Okay, you don't know because when's the last time you filled out a job application?
I worked in 2018. That was the end of me being a
Doing
teacher.
what?
I was a high school teacher.
Were you really? Why
Yeah, and
aren't
we
you
had
teaching
DEI
now?
hires. They were
Why aren't-
terrible.
why
They
aren't
were
you
terrible
teaching
hires.
now? Why aren't
Because
you
in
teaching now?
education, black people can public
Okay,
school
no.
education. Black
There
people
hardly are there
are
a lot of
super
black
boosted.
People, were there a lot of black people in black kids in the school you taught?
No,
in?
because it was Irish Catholic school.
Okay, now my question to you,
But the ones that
actually,
were
I
there
went-
were terrible.
Actually, I went to Catholic schools.
Yeah.
Why aren't you teaching now? What happened?
Why aren't I teaching now?
Yes, sir.
Because I'm doing what I'm doing
Okay.
doing now. What I want to do.
So you quit?
Yeah.
Interesting. To do what you're doing now.
Well, I quit to focus on real estate, and then from there,
Why aren't you doing real estate now?
because I wanted to make money off of it and use it as a stepping stone.
So you didn't make money, so that's why you're not doing it now?
Well, I sold 10 residences for $1.2 million. I mean,
And now you're doing this.
Yeah.
Really? Living off your 1.2 million?
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, and also the money
Interesting.
that we're making doing this. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So
and you're sitting there
now-
collecting a government check.
So now you want to talk DEI.
Yeah. I don't really want to talk DEI. I'm just saying. I just use the phrase.
Well, do you
DEI
often-
exists. If you
do
don't think it exists,
often
you're
just
crazy.
Throw out phrases you don't know nothing about.
I know plenty about DEI.
Do you? How?
Well, the school I worked at, they really wanted to make it look like they were racially diverse, even though almost all the kids that were there
Were
were
you
Irish,
the
Italian,
DEI
and white.
director there or something? How do you know so much about DEI?
Well, because it's a relatively small school. I knew the administration really wanted to get black teachers. It was a big thing.
Okay,
It's a big
so
thing for
that's
the
all
image of the
you
school.
know. That's all you know about DEI. They really wanted some black teachers.
I
That's
also know that when my kids apply for college, that they're black.
Your kids
and-
applied for college.
Yeah, they're not at, most of them are not at that age, but
How
if
many
they
of
were
your
to apply
kids
for
have gone to
college,
college?
that
How many
black kids would get boosted
kids,
above them.
How many kids did that $1.2 million send through college?
None so far, but that's one of the reasons that I don't really want to spend a lot of money sending them through college, because it's just a lot of bullshit.
Because 1.2 million doesn't buy much college, huh?
I just don't think college is a really very good investment at this point. But
yeah, okay. And YouTube is.
Well, it depends. If you have, I don't think it would be for you or your kid.
Okay. You know what? All I have to say is apparently YouTube is DEI for shiftless white boys.
Yeah, for people with personalities. Yeah, that's true.
Oh, well, you do have
in a
a
sense they get
personality.
favored, but it's not DEI. It's
You
not diversity.
do have a personality.
Yeah.
So did the Barnum brothers.
Right. The entertainment industry favors people with certain skills. Yes. P.T. Barnum is one of them. Yeah, I see him as a, great marketer.
Oh my goodness. Did the title of the show change? All right. Well, I guess we'll get back to Pop the Balloon.
Sure.
So why'd you end up popping her balloon?
Be real, I don't even have a direct answer. I went with how I was feeling. I just thought that went off just feeling.
Okay.
But it wasn't like off the it was just I felt went off the feeling.
That's
Yeah.
fair. Okay.
I'll take that.
Right. Okay. So we've got 5 ladies left. Go ahead and ask them a question.
All right. So if I was let's just say I'm in a barbershop and your ex come in there and he was talking about you or his time with you or describing you, what's some of the things I probably would hear? You get the
Basically,
question?
how would your ex describe
Like
you?
if he was over, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Name and age first and then answer this question.
Sure. My name's Shalane. I am 32 years old. My ex would describe me as a very affectionate person. I also love like doing surprises. So like if it's a birthday or like any special date in our life and our relationship, I love to like plan things. I'm a very neat and clean person, and I'm low-key a control freak, so I like to know what's going on at all times. So he'd probably mention that as well.
Jamaican. She's Jamaican, right?
Your name and age and answer to this question.
Hi, my name is Lynn and I'm 28. Oh, the answer, sorry. I would say my ex would describe me as very giving and very selfless. So I like to prioritize like the people that I care about. So when it comes to like friends or family, if anyone needs me, like I'm very reliable. Yeah, I'll say I'm very, very reliable. Yeah.
Name and age and answer this question.
My name is Waverly. I'm 30. My ex would probably describe me as loving, caring, definitely a woman of God, super neat, and yeah, I think that's it.
That's good. Let's go over here. Your name and age and the answer to this question.
Mimi, 28. I would say my ex would describe me as very caring, detail-oriented. I remember the small details, he says, and also affectionate.
Name and age and answer to this question.
My name is Nia. I'm 32. And first of all, we be in a barbershop together. So he better not say nothing crazy. I'm very patient, nurturing, understanding, but also I will ghost you in a heartbeat if my standards are not met. So.
Ooh.
Well then. Thank you. Let's head back this way. So we did get a pop over here. Why'd you end up popping?
Can I ask you guys, what do you think of the natural look on these the women on the two ends?
Like,
short hair like that.
I just wasn't touching.
I like the first two.
Okay, so what?
The number one and number two. That
agree.
short hair. That short hair I can deal with. She's not, And
Do you think
number
the second girl's hair is natural, right?
It looks pretty natural. Yeah, it looks natural. I don't even think she has any extensions in it.
Yeah.
It looks like she blew it out or something. I like her.
Straighten it or something.
I don't
Number two
think
is my
that
favorite.
ponytail is natural. It looks like a different color, maybe.
Is it? I can't really tell, but if
I'm looking at the
actual
actual YouTube screen, the actual browser screen. You're looking at YouTube through the StreamYard.
Let me look at it through StreamYard. I mean through YouTube. See what she looks.
Here, I'll put the link in the back.
Yeah, that looks. How poofy it is. It looks natural to me. So.
I could be. I'm not a hairstylist.
She looks like she has less, let's say, sub-Saharan features. So I don't like. She could pass for Brazilian or something. So she might have straighter hair.
I was going to say about the short hair, I don't necessarily have a problem with it. You know, some women it looks good on, some it doesn't. I do have a problem with the bleaching though. You know, if you're going to have your hair, let it be, if you're going to wear your hair, you know, that close cut, let it be natural color.
That's just a style, right? That's not like, she could definitely grow it out, right?
Yeah, she could probably grow it. I'm assuming she can. Mm-hmm.
It's very extreme. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It brings out your features of your face more, I think.
You have to have a pretty, you know, you can't have like a, you know, real strong face with that hairstyle. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Or a funny shaped head.
That's true. That's true.
I was going to say, I actually think the one on the other end, I really would not have a problem dating her at all. I think she's gorgeous.
Oh, but did you guys catch the attitude though? Like, I'm gonna ghost you if you turn on me. I sense that's that BWA. Why would you say that straight up? Why would you say that straight up?
You know what, Ben? Why would people say a lot of things?
I know.
This show amazes me.
I noticed with black women that when I was on Tinder, I got a lot of young black women who hit me up, and you could say that's because they just wanted to like take money from me or whatever. But they would a lot of times straightforwardly, even their opening picture would be them kind of looking angry and saying like, I'm a queen, you're gonna buy me stuff. It must work with some black men that they find that appealing, the angry black woman, because I was like, what's appealing about that? You know what I mean? You're not even friendly. You're just kind of saying straight up, like, I'm an angry person and I need a lot of money from you. Must work though.
You know, I was on a panel the other day. You mentioned that. I can't remember the name of the show. If I remember, I say, and it was a black woman on there, and she kept talking about material things. Will you buy a man this? I was like, damn, like, you know, I've never been asked to get a woman nails done, but I remember her mentioning nails, and so I imagine there's an element of women that are asking men to get like granular shit done for them. Their nails.
It must work, John. Because a lot of girls on Tinder, especially black girls, they'll just come straight forward and say, like, I'm into getting things. And they'll always use this kind of language like, I'm a queen. You know, and then they'll put it in caps, which means like, you know, I'm going to take you for a ride. And I do think whether it's white, and maybe that's the type of women who hit me up because they're like gold diggers.
It means they're going to take you for a ride?
Like you serve your queen.
What does she just mean? She wants you to treat her like a queen.
Well, how do you treat a queen?
I don't know. White people have had them for years.
Black people have had queens.
How would you know? Traditionally and culturally, I would think you would know how to treat a queen more so.
Yeah, queen gets like fancy palace, tiara, like the most expensive jewelry there is. Right, that's what a queen is.
Okay, well then I guess you know how to treat her. Treat a queen.
Other than that, a queen is someone who is like born into aristocracy, but I don't think that's what they're talking about here. Or like, you know, I think it's code for like, I'm a gold digger. It's like a positive way of saying like, I want money and resources from you.
Well, that's a lot. That's a lot to read into just a little old woman, huh?
But I find it interesting that among young people in general, a lot of guys like being subordinate to women. They really do like it. It's their fantasy.
Is that right? You talk to a lot of young men?
Well, Grace gets a lot of propositions from young men, and you'd be surprised how few of them try to be dominant.
You and Grace talk boys?
Sure.
Interesting. Okay, that's fascinating.
Well, she talks about it on her channel quite a bit.
You are definitely an enlightened father.
Yes.
Interesting.
That's it.
I don't know, because his height's good, his face is okay. I just feel like if he approached me when we were out, I wouldn't really be interested. Okay.
Uh-oh.
No, is she someone that's your type?
I probably wouldn't approach her either.
Okay.
She's not a woman or nothing, but I probably wouldn't approach her either.
Okay, and why not?
Man, these women are vicious.
Just wouldn't make me say, "Let me go talk to her." Like, just
You know
looking at her
what? He's
wouldn't
about
make me
to
say,
lose
"I'm
it.
gonna go approach her." Like nothing about her stick out to me and make me like, "Oh."
He
I'm
mumbles
willing-
too much.
Okay,
He needs to be
fair
more
enough.
confident.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet he leaves with no one. I thought I had high hopes for this young man at the beginning.
He's
We
not
did get
strong
another
enough.
pop
I
down
think he's
here.
not confident enough.
All right. Why did we end up popping our balloon?
I was thinking about it. You said in the beginning that you don't drink or smoke. I know that sounds childish, but I do like to have fun. I'm very professional, but I also like to have fun. And in my experience, people
Oh, they
that don't
can
do
pop it
that
too?
are very judgmental. That's
Yeah.
fine. You can do
I
what you
get you.
want, but I like to have fun. So that's
She
what I
like to drink.
See, a
I
potty
see someone
girl.
that's your type.
You know, apparently you can't have fun unless you drink and smoke.
That helps.
She's a little overweight too, right?
Well, it helps, but I mean, surely you can have fun. How do kids have fun?
Drinking and smoking. And
He's very
fucking.
handsome.
Well, that must be a Rhode Island thing.
Nah, that's all over, Stanley.
Oh, not
You were in
when
the
I-
Navy. How did the guys on leave have fun? They drank, they smoked, and they fucked, right?
Yeah, but I'm talking like, you know, I think you can do it. Even in the Navy, you can have fun without drinking and smoking.
Yeah.
Because believe it or not, like when you're on a ship, for instance,
Yeah.
you don't drink on Navy ships, period. So,
No, yeah. And they really look down on fraternizing.
well, they
I
look
know.
down on that. They look down on a lot of things.
But it happens a lot. I've been talking to
No, actually, depends. I used to hang out with the Chiefs, but I mean, hanging out, you know, and even that was a little bit of a risk.
No, I mean fraternize. I mean sexual fraternizing. Now, I understand,
well,
like
I mean,
between ranks
now
too.
you have to forget, I'm old enough. When I was in the Navy, there were no women on ships.
Oh, is that right? Yeah. It's still no submarines, right? You can't have them on submarines.
I think they do have female supply officers. I know they have them, but it's not common.
Shenanigans. A lot of shenanigans go on.
Oh.
When you have women in there, because a certain type of woman, that's like perfect because she gets this boost to self-esteem because all the guys want to, you know what I mean?
They were on amphibs and some of the supply ships.
Isn't it about? I'm curious because we were just talking with someone. She was in the Air Force and she actually,
You know, I was stationed at Newport for a couple of years.
Yeah, that's a big base. I spent a little time there. It was fun. The guys were fun, but it was wild. They were wild. I was with the enlisted. It was called Boys State. They would host it every year. It was fun, but I was like, damn, these guys were like drunk. I mean, they were on leave or whatever. They were supposed to like be our what do you call it? Like, you know, we were high school kids. So, but these guys were trying to get us drunk.
Your counselors?
Well, whatever. You know, they were just supposed to watch over us, but they were funny and they were quite vulgar, let's say. But it was funny. Guys.
Same thing here.
She's pretty.
She's pretty okay.
Thank you.
You got a pass.
I mean,
All right.
He's
So
going
we've
to
got 3
build now.
balloons left. Go ahead and ask these ladies another question.
what's your love language?
What's your love language? Okay. What is your love language?
Jesus. Yeah.
I would say I have a giving and receiving love language. So the way I give love is acts of service, but the way I receive love, I would say it's words of affirmations and quality time. So we can just be sitting in a room together and we don't even have to be talking.
You still love her, John?
Even with all that, I wasn't even paying attention to it. I've already given her the benefit of
She
the
was
doubt.
talking about love language.
I agree with John. I
I
think she's cool.
Yeah.
I think
Acts
she
of
is
service.
too,
I don't know
but
what that means.
I do think she could spruce up a little bit in the feminine department. I mean, she's gorgeous.
She got to put her shoulders back. See how she slouched over?
Yes. And maybe a little lip gloss.
Yeah.
She may be a Jehovah's Witness. Don't
Just as long
worry.
as you're like physically there.
Little what?
She may be a Jehovah or a 7-day Adventist. They don't wear that stuff.
You think so?
Yeah,
Okay.
Well, when a woman looks good without makeup, that's a good sign.
I mean, you know what? She could pull it off.
And we just share a space. I enjoy that, as well as words of affirmations, like telling me like compliments or
Do Seventh-day Adventists get tattoos? She's got a big one on that right arm.
Yeah.
Just reassuring me if I had a long day at work and stuff like that. So yeah.
I wonder if that's why
Over
she
here,
has
what's your
her
love
arms
language?
held like
My
that.
love language is gifts, and I know that can sound like gold
What did you say is on her arm?
digger-ish, but it's in the way that
Tattoo.
like
Say that again. She said her love language is gifts.
Yeah,
The one
see,
in
that's
the
what I'm
white
talking
heavy
about.
tattoo?
She's like, oh yeah, my love language is receiving gifts from men. I
The one
sound
in the
like
white head's tattoo?
Yes, on her right arm.
that. Yeah, see right behind the watch.
That's what shocked me. I mean, she's so kind of, unadorned otherwise.
Yeah.
when you're out and about and you see something, it's like, oh, I think Waverly would really like that. Like it's the concept of you thinking about me while you're doing other things.
Nightmare.
And we got to
Like
pop
the
down
main one.
here. Let's go ahead and see why she ended up popping. Why'd you pop your balloon?
The more I just kind of studied you, I realized that you're not necessarily my type. You
Ooh.
seem just a little bit too chill. I love chill
See,
people.
lack
in
of
general,
confidence.
but it has to be like a balance for me. So
Yeah,
you know, a little more.
I'm starting to believe it.
What do you want me to do?
I can't.
It's your posture, tone of voice, the questions that you're asking. So yeah.
Got you.
Wow.
All right, now she's
Man,
someone
they-
that's your type.
He is going to
Cute.
leave.
Baby.
I can't believe that. He's going to leave with no one.
Mm.
Damn.
Well, you know what women, you know what appeals to women, not so much looks, confidence and a sense of humor. That's the number one thing. And he ain't got it.
Yeah, I have to give that to you.
You can be cute at any age.
He took sepia sapio
Sexual.
sapio
Thank you, I
horrible
appreciate
direction.
Some girls like shy guys, but
And we got to
Thinking guys
Really
have a
not.
sense of humor.
pop back here. Why'd you end up popping your balloon?
As crazy as it sounds, I'm only 5'2", so I feel like you're a little too tall.
What an
But all your answers
excuse.
are great. I think you're very attractive. It's just the height thing because I am so short.
excuse.
Sometimes I feel like when
Damn,
I
that's
have a
the
guy
one.
that's
Ooh,
towering
she
over
big.
me, I just feel like aesthetically
She
it
is
kind of
crafty.
looks a little off. Yes. So yeah, as crazy as it sounds, just
that's interesting. You almost
shorter.
never hear women say
How
that
tall are
guy's
you?
too tall.
6'4". Okay.
That's
Yeah,
that's
he is
And, I,
pretty
and,
tall.
I'm,
too
and,
tall.
I'm, and I'm 5'2", so yeah, I think it's just a tiny bit too tall.
Okay. Now,
That's good.
is she someone that's your type?
She cute.
Thank you.
Everybody cute.
I mean, yeah,
Just
you
a
know,
wee bit too tall.
All right. So, guys, any questions for each other?
I have. Can I do all my questions? Okay.
all the questions. You got a lot of them.
Oh, you mentioned you play poker. Do you play poker for money?
Yes, I play it for fun and for money.
Sorry.
That's
It's the gambling. Yeah.
Okay. You know, you said you're a woman of God, gambling. We know how that goes.
It is.
Okay. All right. So,
He's always gonna be
is she
judging
someone
him.
that's
He's
your
better
type?
off without her.
Thank you.
See,
No,
upgraded.
no
It was
one-
cute.
no one is
You
better
got
off
upgraded.
without her.
Ah, okay. Clock
That
it,
woman of
clock
God
it.
shit. That's
So
just
prior to him
that's
saying
just
that, why was your balloon
she's gonna be
unpopped?
judging you from minute one.
I definitely just
Yeah,
wanted
that's a
to be able
point.
to ask more questions. I definitely want to start with what you already shared, which was the poker thing. And I probably would have, if had it not been for money, I probably would have asked more questions after that too. So.
Okay, sounds good.
That's good.
Oh man! All right. Well, that is all the balloons popped. But we do thank you so much for coming.
Well, what
Let's
if he
give it
plays
up for
poker and makes
ladies.
money?
She's probably been with a man who gambled a lot and just didn't want to even be involved in
Okay,
that
let's
shit
bring out
anymore.
our next
But
single
there are guys like poker is
guy.
a game you can win at if you're good at it.
Hello, welcome.
Do you think she just didn't like him and just was looking for an excuse? Or do you
I think she has this like rule. She has all these rules.
And what's your name?
James.
James.
Yes.
James, how old are you?
What is that outfit?
Okay, and what do you do?
I'm a recent law school graduate, and I also do a little bit of commentary work,
Okay.
legal and political.
All right, nice. So, what do you like to do for fun?
I like to go on vacation. I like to
I
just
bet
hang
he
out with
likes to make
friends and
his own
family.
clothes.
I like to do a lot of
I kind of like that,
humanitarian
but
work.
it's
I do a
crazy.
lot of work with the homeless.
It's very
a lot of work
Jordan
with at-risk
Peterson.
youth.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
I just like to watch like crime stories, keep up with legal stories in the
Okay.
news. Yes.
All right, lawyer.
He's a
Almost,
mumbler
though, right?
too, though.
Almost.
He's
Okay,
almost.
congrats on graduating.
Thank you.
Now, what do you look for in a woman?
I like someone who is very family oriented.
Okay.
Someone who's going to put family above career. I like someone who likes to go to church and values the relationship with God. I like someone. Okay. I like someone who
There's only
maybe
one
just
woman left.
is into the things that I like to do.
No, he's got
Into
four.
like
There's more
helping
than
homeless
one.
people, into at-risk youth. Someone who's naturally nice, just a naturally kind person.
I like that.
It's not forced. Someone who's nice to the waitress, but it's also nice to the CEO of the company.
Okay, all right, that's a good one. Now, what are some of your deal breakers?
No
I don't like
attitude.
someone who
He
is
lost
just
two on
unreliable.
Mm.
Says one thing, does another. Some
What do y'all? Why do y'all think these women are popping their balloons? Is he too soft or what?
Too rigid. I
The
think.
outfit probably got some on popping.
You're right.
Well, I mean, he's dressed well, but it's a little goofy.
Yeah, that two-tone thing. Maybe if it was on a bias.
You mean like diagonal?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a risk.
Yeah. Because it literally looks like he took a blue blazer and
Yep.
some jacket that
Yeah, it's not even the same fabric.
Yeah. That's strange.
It's definitely a risk.
someone who doesn't value a relationship with God. Someone who is just has no direction in life. You
Yeah.
know?
No direction
So,
hole.
yeah,
Okay.
that would be the top two.
All right, so we did get some pop balloons. Let's go on over this. You by the ended up popping your name and age.
Hi, my name's Shalane. I am 32 years old.
Okay. Shalane, why'd you end up popping your balloon?
You said that you want somebody that values a relationship with God and that like goes to church. I'm not religious. I don't go to church. I grew up religious, but I
See,
don't
I like
practice a
her.
religion right now. And yeah, that just wouldn't align with like my life.
Proud
Basically.
atheist.
I love her jacket though. It's
Thank
fire.
you. So are you atheist?
Honestly, I'm halfway between atheist and
I
agnostic. I'm still trying to figure it out, but I know for a fact like I'm just
Oh,
not
she's
Christian right
Caribbean.
now.
That's
The
interesting.
thing is, I've dated
It's
atheists
Caribbean.
I
before,
tell you
in the
what, though,
past.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Really nice.
she wears that tube top well.
people.
You like
for
that
sure.
kind of
But
Hey, if she could just wear her natural hair color, she'd be pretty good. I mean, I'm not going to toss her out just because of her hair. You know, I just have my preference.
I would encourage her to
I would
grow it
say-
out a little bit. It seems more feminine to grow it out.
You do what?
Grow it out a little bit and like tuft it or something like that. It just seems so extreme, like just bald. But
Yeah.
it's fashion.
Well, maybe she has alopecia or something.
Mm.
She may have started her,
It's
started over a lot of times, and they cut
Yeah.
the shit short to start over.
Mhm.
Because it got fried or something with too many chemicals. Yeah.
Yeah, they started shit over.
It's a style though. I've seen women, it's kind of a
Well,
like a
what's her
fashion
name?
style.
You mentioned her earlier. The girl who spoke at the Republican convention.
Yeah, Amber Rose. Yeah.
Amber Rose, yeah.
hmm
I actually am marriage minded. I'm someone that I want to bear my children. I would say I want someone
Equally yoked.
Yes, someone equally yoked as well.
No, I got you and I respect it.
I think she
So
has a
that's the only reason
tattoo
I
on
But
her
I'm friends
back.
with atheists, and I think they're good people.
Everybody has some good in them.
His suit reminds me of like rappers in
All
like,
right,
the
now
90s.
is she someone that's your type?
Very
That kind of
pretty, very
color scheme.
attractive, very nice feet. That's actually something that's that I look at as well. And I think the
Nice
haircut is
feet.
really good on her.
Oh, thank you.
So I mean, very, very attractive person for sure.
I
Love the
appreciate-
accent too. Where you from?
I'm from Jamaica.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, I've been here
Jamaica.
a while, but the accent is still there.
Yeah.
going nowhere.
No, it's
Right.
not. I appreciate that. I think
Yes.
you're pretty attractive as well, if
Oh,
that
thank
counts
you.
for anything.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's go
Sorry,
over
I
here.
popped
Your
up.
name and age.
Hi, my name is Lynn, and I'm 28.
Lynn, why'd you end up popping your balloon?
So I like the way you dress. I think you're attractive, and I love that you mentioned humanitarianism, because that's something I value as well. It was just when you mentioned you're looking for a woman that at this point is valuing starting a family or a family over a career. Right now, I am only 28, so at this point in my career, I'm still like career focused,
Ooh, it's
and
crazy. 28.
family is kind of like the second thought. So I just feel like
You
as we go,
Aaron,
because I
thing.
am career focused.
Don't you think 28 is
it's
like,
kinda
you should be starting to think about a family?
wanting to kind of start that family. So I just don't think where I'm at right now we'd be.
When does
aligned
she
in
think
that.
she's going to
That's-
start thinking
but
about a
that's literally
family? At
just it.
35?
Well, you know, Ben, here's the thing.
I would say that.
Hold on. You know, here's the thing, man. You know, I see it a lot, and you know, I've talked about it even on this channel. You ever heard of the professional black woman's disease?
No.
You know, ever heard of that professional black
I've
woman's
never
disease?
had it. What
No,
is
but I
it?
can imagine what it is. Yeah.
What do you think it is? Tell me what you think it is.
Well, there's a white girl version of it too. Is that like you got to take care of career, you got to be independent, have your own means of things, and then you can start thinking about family. But that by that time, you hit the wall, the biological wall.
No, I mean it's actually a medical condition.
Fibroid?
Many of them have fibroids. Yeah, fibroids.
Well,
Many
let
of
me
them-
tell you know, and I don't know that much about it, but somebody wanted me to rewind to this point. If I recall, I can't remember whether it was before my brother was born or after. Maybe it was after. But my mother, you know, I don't know that she ever used the word, but you know what people might call a little accident. You know, my brother's 13 years younger than I am. But I know my mother had fibroids. It seems like she might have before. But anyway, I don't think fibroids are an impediment as long as you keep up.
What does that mean, Stanley? Fibroids?
They're like uterine cysts or something like that.
Okay.
I have to look it up. But black women, I think black women are especially prone to them, and probably other,
I think my sister-in-law had that because she had to have kids in a petri dish. You know what I mean? What's that called?
Yeah, like in vitro.
IVF.
In vitro.
Yeah, in vitro.
Something around.
But it really hampers a lot of black women from having children because they wait so late, and so you see this lady 28, and they're starting late in life. And you know, Ben, you've mentioned this a couple times, and people, if people probably blow right past it or never pick up on it, but you talk a lot of times about how a lot of times black people don't have foundations. You said something about foundation, and I remember you saying that that you kind of have to have a foundation to move to the next level. You know, if you're building a house, you start on the ground first.
Yeah.
Right. And a lot of these people really is starting at the ground. You know, the first generation is on the ground. The second generation, these people are still starting on the ground. No one's laying a foundation.
Right.
And so from that standpoint, here she is, 28, just trying to get a foundation up under her.
Yeah.
Right. She may be third generation here in America, still trying to get a foundation. No one before her has laid a foundation.
Right.
You see it on these channels all the time, on my calls all the time. The young black Americans, they're scrapping hard, if they're trying.
Yep.
Because there has not been a foundation laid by their fathers, their grandfathers. And so it's delaying having children. So she said, well, shit, I gotta get myself together. Right. And I gotta delay this childhood because the man I meet, he ain't got his shit together either. Right. So we got to delay everything until at least one of us can get ourselves together. And then by the time she's 35, she has her first child. And then the fibroids will start to, cause issues.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you a personal story. I had a friend of mine. She wanted a black female doctor. Okay, cool. But then as a software developer, one of the things that, is very, very, you just either have it or you don't. And it's called like seeing patterns because everything is a pattern, right? You go to point of sale machine, no matter where you are, it's all the same patterns. Grocery store, checkout, whatever, ATM machine, same pattern. And so the doctor, a black woman, she never recognized the pattern. Here's a black woman, unmarried, no children, sexually active, can't conceive. And by the time she finally changed to another doctor, a white doctor, who said, maybe you have fibroids, it was a little too late for her, right? They did some radical surgeries, went into her abdomen and shit like that, long rehabilitation procedure. But by that time, there really was no chance of her having children. And so
even
that's
if
why
you don't have fibroids, you're going to have a much higher chance of like Down syndrome, all
Yeah.
those kind of things.
Yeah.
The eggs get old. It's just biology.
Yeah, very true.
In a certain sense, even though I wouldn't advocate for it, like the healthiest people to get pregnant are 14, 15, 16-year-olds, just on a biological level, because everything's fresh.
Wait, they don't have hip issues? Hips fully developed by the time you're
not really. You know, there was
why, if the hips aren't fully developed, are you sure?
Well, I mean, obviously your hips
statistically.
You can't get pregnant before you hit puberty. That's not possible.
Okay, that wasn't my question. If hips are not fully formed at 14, how is that the healthiest time?
Well, how do you think biology works?
Okay, no, I know how biology works. Please keep it simple. Why is it healthy?
When you hit puberty, that's when you're ready to reproduce. Your body's ready to reproduce.
Okay, you said it's the healthiest time.
Yeah.
My question is, how is it the healthiest time if hips are not fully formed?
Well, not everything's fully. They're formed enough to get a baby through, and the bones are flexible.
Okay, I guess you need to understand who you're bullshitting to sometimes.
Well, Stanley, I'm just saying biologically.
No.
Why would your body be ready to reproduce and your hips be like an impediment to reproduction? That doesn't make any sense.
No whining.
I think the haircut looks really good on her.
Oh, thank you.
So, I mean, very, very attractive person for sure.
I
Love the
appreciate-
accent too. Where are you from?
I'm from Jamaica.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, I've been here a while, but the accent is still there.
Yeah.
No, it's
Right.
not. I appreciate that. I think you're pretty attractive as well, if
Oh,
that
thank
counts
you.
for anything.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's go on over here.
Wait,
Your
can
name
I
and
pick up on
age.
something
Hi,
that
my name
John
is
was
Lynn,
saying?
and I'm 28. Lynn, why'd you end up popping your balloon?
Sure.
Because Stanley, you're a father. I know you don't have a daughter, but I'm a father. I have 2 daughters. But John's the age where he probably has nieces and things like that. We had a young black woman. She was like 21 who came on our channel. Real interesting girl. And she was in college. And her dad it was interesting because she was like close with her dad. And I understand her dad. She was like, I'm not going to date seriously until I'm in my 30s. She was like, I'm going to stay in college, get a graduate degree. Maybe when I'm in my 30s, she was like, I'll write a book or something like that. My dad told me to put that on the back burner. And I was saying to her, don't you want to, reproduce? Don't you want to be with a man? Don't you want to dive in at that age to like everything that sexuality and romance and all that kind of stuff? But I understand that her dad is saying, well, but if it falls apart, what do you have to fall back on? Right. And it's better to have something to fall back on. But if you spend too much time having something to fall back on, you're going to miss out. And even if you are ready to get married in your late 30s, but you're a professional woman, a lot of guys don't find that very attractive because they won't be the provider and they'll always know that you have a, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I definitely know what you mean. I think in many cases, they don't have anything to fall back on. Anyone to fall forward with and lean on either.
Right.
And that is the situation these women are finding themselves in,
Yeah. And I think the experience of a lot of black women, more so than white, but like it's throughout our culture, is that a lot of men don't follow through. If you trust them, they actually don't provide, or, they cheat or whatever. They're immature. And so to jump into that world is riskier. But I was saying you should jump into that world. It's riskier, but like hedging is guaranteed to fail because of, I think, of what you're talking about there. It's like it's a catch-22. I don't know. As a father, I wouldn't know.
You make a very valid point, because effectively what they're doing is hedging, right? And hedging is, there is some basis of risk of failure built in. That's why you hedge, right? Yeah.
But if you overhedge, well, you know that as an investor, if you overhedge, then you ain't gonna make no money. You gotta take a risk.
You just all in the risk prevention at that point. And I think that I think that's what we saw with the last woman was risk prevention, right? She asked the man a very provocative question that she knew would basically she could weed him out with, and she was forcing him to lie about celibacy, right? You know, she wants to have sex, and he does too. She has to be wanting to have children. There should be a desire to speed up the process versus she's talking about delaying the process. So
Right.
that's very interesting. Yeah.
Right. I think John, I've heard you said this. Your advice to young black men is to hedge, because reproductively you can hedge longer as a man than as a woman, and still make it happen with a younger woman. So but I do think with young women and young black women in particular, because I think that the percentage chance of women that actually black women that get a ring on their finger in their entire life is something like 28%. It's really low.
Well,
so
here's the thing, babe. I'm gonna say this before I forget. I have a terrible memory. The ones that are hedging and the ones that aren't, and just jumping right in, and it's typically the lower class, right?
Yeah, like with the teenage marriage, pregnancy stuff. Yep.
Yeah, I don't even know if that's as much of a problem anymore, but you know, just the lower class that they maybe 22, right? She jump in and get her baby. Maybe she work at the gas station or the grocery store, or maybe not. They're both kind of. I'm sorry.
Just out of curiosity, why do you think that is?
What do you mean? Why do I think what is?
Why do you
that
think
they jump in younger?
Quote, lower classes are more or more prone to jump right in without pledge or hedging or whatever you call it.
Well, because you can't have really kids in college,
right? Because they're not doing much hedging, right?
Well, no, I guess what I mean is, why would they be more prone to just jump right in?
Well, you know, again, they're not doing much hedging. They're not trading off any future for today for the future type thing. They say, hell, I just jump right in right now, right?
That's interesting.
And that can work out. There are a lot of people who you can make an argument that if you fall in love, have sex with, and marry your high school sweetheart, that's a pretty good formula. But
I just never
very
knew
risky.
that class was such a
it's a huge predictor of
hell, I don't have much going on, let's get pregnant. I didn't know people actually thought that way.
Well, sure. What are you working for? Why are you doing all the work? You want something to work for. You want to work for a family. You have a job. You're going to grind in. What are you going to grind for if you don't have kids?
And, you know, the other thing really interesting about this, Stanley, is
go ahead, John.
What I was going to say is that, you know, in reality, if we all just shake it all out and say, you know, just brass tacks, many of these young black women, you know, that are preparing for sacrificing today for tomorrow in terms of having children, oftentimes, and I hate to say this, but they don't end up much better than the women who jump right in at 22.
That's true.
Well, at 56 years old, you're living on the same block. You know what I mean?
One thing, I had a friend of mine, he and his wife were both 19 when they married, and I met him, I think we were mid 40s. I worked with him, and he, they started off small, but, they ended up, doing quite well for themselves, both of them, by the way. And he actually said that he is just, glad that he had kids that young. His thing was, hey, we all got to kind of grow together. And by the time his kids were out, they were all boys, by the way, 3 of them. By the time they were out on their own, they were still young enough to enjoy it.
Yeah.
They were basically, empty nesters at like 46, 47.
Yeah.
And having old parents is tough because, like, having little kids is exhausting. If you have a big family and you start it late.
I was 41 when my son was born. So
yeah. Well, you only had one though, but what I'm saying is, if you had a bunch of kids and you're older, it's tough. It's tough. I don't know why these guys like George Clooney, they're like 60. They'll have. I mean, of course, they're not really taking care of the kids, but I mean, if they really were going to marry someone in their 20s and have a bunch of kids like that, that's exhausting. You want to be relaxing.
I don't mean to get off on a tangent, man. And since we have been up here, I'd like to run something by him. And this is kind of a dating thing, but it's kind of along the lines of what you said before about building things. with these people having all gone to college, I bet you most of these people who going to college, you probably have some student loan debt hanging on their head.
Yep.
They really don't, and many of them, let's just say they, look at all the street interviews we've done. Many of these young women doing fairly well for themselves. Someone making 6 digits, blah, 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 blah. But they got that debt, which is like a yoke on their neck, many of them. And you'll hear them express like, you got to have your shit together. I ain't willing to build shit with you. And I think, honestly, man, that is part of what makes relationships work. The struggle, the triumph.
Right.
If
Relying on each other.
If your wife were living, you probably wouldn't be talking about her as much up here, with her not being alive, because you went through that struggle. You could talk about some things.
Well, if my wife were alive, I wouldn't be on here at all.
Okay, and see, there is that too. But now you can sit here, and there is some experiences that you go through with having a child, building a business, death of friends, family members, things like that.
Yep.
That these women more or less want to jump a lot of the triumph of how that man has gotten to wherever he is, and they want him already to be like, I guess you could call it like a turnkey home.
Right.
Turnkey. Right. But we've shown like these football players, things like that. They're settling for the girl who that was with them when he tore his ACL, and she was with him. Right. He fly around the hookers and married the woman that stood by him.
Right.
When it through his lowest points, she was with him. That she proved it. Just like the woman wanted the man to prove it. The celibacy, he wanted to see you stood by me. You stood by me when my leg was torn up. And these women don't want to deal with that. They want you ready-made.
I would almost say, I'll just say back in my day, because I guess I don't really know now, but most people who, I don't know, date in high school, the chances of them sticking it out even through to marriage is fairly low.
Yeah.
I don't know. The football players that have, the high school sweetheart.
A lot of times those are good relationships, though.
Well, no, I'm not saying they're not good. I'm saying they're rare.
Yeah.
But there's at least a foundation under it. You'll see a lot of these guys, and it may be trivial triumphs that they're going through.
There's not enough of them, in my opinion, to even base a rule or an exception on. It just doesn't happen practically.
Well, John, as a Catholic, when I converted to Catholicism, right? So they have. I was interested in joining a monastery, and it's interesting. They have this rule. They used to have this rule.
Convert from?
Like kind of basically like Protestantism, but like agnosticism too. So, but they have this rule in the monastery. Even though the monasteries have very low numbers, they would never take anyone who is older than 29. And their idea was because by the time you reach 29, 30 years old, you're settled in your ways, and you're not going to be able to form, you're not going to be as supple to be part of our community. And I think that goes for marriage too. If you become too set in your ways, you learn how to make everything work as a bachelor, which is what a lot of women want. You can cook, you can clean. You're going to see that relationship as, not as interwoven, not as interdependent with the woman. So I always say
I don't know that I guess I'm the exception, because it was, I met my wife in my late 30s. So, we had both kind of had our own lives, but it wasn't too, I think there were a lot of similarities, so maybe that just made it easier. But
you can have, I'm not saying it can't work, but the idea is you become more like roommates than deeply interwoven, where if she's not around, you're just lost, and if you're not around, she's lost. It becomes more convenient, which could have a risk to it. That's all I'm saying.
Funny enough, I think maybe I was just ready at the time, because I think I pretty much said, well, I guess I'll never get married. So, I was kind of all in. But the one thing I had, I can say, and it was a rule, I would never live with a woman unless I was married with her, or married to her.
Yeah, that's a good rule.
My rule is.
No, go ahead.
My rule is always having, you know, it's always worked out for me to have my own place to live. You know, you can spend as much. I've spent a lot of time with women, but you know, you know, it maybe it's because of my position, but you know, I can always just have a place somewhere. But that has worked well for me. You know, you can be there every day, every night, but for me, just having my own place to live, I think it just kind of keeps everybody more honest.
My grandparents had separate bedrooms, and I was like, really? But you know, it's not a bad idea because you know they stayed together. They didn't get divorced, and you know, whatever, people need their own space. I think, especially when they get older. You know what I mean? You don't want to be all on
If
top
one
of
is
each
a
other.
tosser and a turner.
Yeah. Snoring, farting.
Yeah, all that shit.
It gets old. It gets old.
There is nothing that will make you more, you know, grumpy in the morning is having to sleep with someone who snores.
I think there's some things that people just don't want to experience of others. You know, you see all the time here on the channel, people call in about, you know, they want a place to live, and the first thing they ask is the bathroom private. And I think, you know, that's gonna always be a desire for people to, you know, excrete their waste privately in their own environment.
You know, one thing I would have done different, even though my marriage was a disaster, but one thing I would definitely have done different, when you have little kids that are getting up all night and crying and things like that, I think the mom should be with those kids at night so you can get a good night's sleep, and if you're working. Because this idea of coming in bleary-eyed for years, why do you have to be part of it? I can't breastfeed. Go do that. The kids are, you know, they're annoying, but moms love that. Kids love that. But go sleep you know what I mean, in a different room. If I got to get up in the morning, I would have definitely said, like, that should be the rule. Instead of, like, it's kind of charming to come in all like bleary-eyed to work, but you're not going to be able to work
I'm
very
tired
hard.
of all that,
You know, people are sympathetic, but I would just say, like, you got to prioritize your sleep if you got a full-time job.
Especially if you have to commute.
Yeah, and what good are you going to do? What are you going to help with breastfeeding? No, it's just annoying. And a lot of times I just wanted to kill those kids.
No, every
You
now
know, I was like,
and
I want to
every
throw this
now and
fucking kid out the
again.
window. I can't take it.
Yeah, but every now and again, because I know mothers get exhausted, even stay-at-home moms. Every now and again, it doesn't hurt to, you know, maybe on a weekend or something, help out. Give the old girl a night out.
That's true. I think there should be a flip side, like on the weekend, maybe she gives you some bottles and you take care of the kid, but like, it doesn't make sense for you to experience all the pain and suffering of each other all the time.
If she's a stay-at-home mom, I would agree.
Well, women take it easy during the day. If they're stay-at-home mom, they take it easy during the day. Kids take a nap. They take, you know, I mean, they should learn to like pace themselves.
I had a friend of mine who got married at 45, and his wife was like 30.
Young girl.
He had 10 kids.
Wow.
Now they were ultra Catholic.
Yeah, that's very traditional.
Started at 45. I was like, that woman was not taking it easy during the day. Not after like number 9.
Oh, no. You're wrong, because you know what happens with big families? The oldest kid starts being like, helps you with parenting.
Well, I assume
when they hit like 7, 8 years old. So then the older kids start filling in for the parents.
Yeah.
If you had 10 little kids, yeah, that's hell. But like the human body can't produce that many kids in that short a time. But usually the older daughter, that's happened with Grace from a very young age. But it's natural when kids hit 12, 13, the older daughter is going to help the mom out a lot in a traditional family, which then prepares her for marriage too. Although she might hate it.
Yeah.
I think you're attractive, and I love that you mentioned humanitarianism.
I think so. This guy's
that's something I value as well.
I don't know why.
It was just when you mentioned you're looking for a woman that at this point is valuing starting a family or a family over a career. Right now, I am only 28, so at this point in my career, I'm still like career focused, and I'm kind of a family is kind of like the second thought. So I just feel like as of now, we're not aligned because I am career focused and you're looking for someone who's got.
Okay, this confuses me. Maybe y'all can help. If family is a second thought, is she apparently she's just here to like find a date?
Well, like I said, Stanley, she's trying to get on her feet first.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm
Why
saying? She
even-
probably got,
I guess my question is, why even be on a dating show?
because she's trying to balance both worlds. You know the clock is ticking.
Okay.
Right?
Oh.
Well, she's going to say, I want to take it slow. I don't want to be talking about marriage.
How can you say family is an afterthought if you're looking at the clock? She's a walking dichotomy. I'll just say that.
Yeah. I mean, and that is the thing. You're pulled in two different directions.
Yeah.
Right. You know what I'm saying?
He's got it back.
But Stanley, don't you think our culture tells women in their 20s, like, you can just party, have a good time, have relationships. It doesn't have to be about marriage and family.
I'm gonna be honest,
because you could be on birth control. You know, you can avoid pregnancy.
I grew up very lucky, and I've tried to raise my son. Sometimes you got to resist what the culture is telling you to do.
No, yeah, especially women,
because it will pull you apart.
Well, you know, either you can resist it in whole, but I think it's hard to kind of weed out which parts you want to resist when a lot of it is kind of melded together.
I don't think it has to be. I don't think it has to be.
Like, let me give you an example of what happened during my generation, and I noticed this, Stanley. And I mentioned this the other day. You ever heard of the professional students?
Oh,
Around
yeah,
my
that was
generation.
when I was in school.
Okay, they don't have those anymore as much. But they used to have a lot of professional students who really weren't ready for the workforce.
Yeah.
You just keep on going to school. Right?
Yeah.
And laying adulthood.
But
They
weren't
keep
they
pushing
kind
you
of
more.
like mocked? I mean, I knew one or two, and you know they were kind of laughed at behind their back.
Right.
I knew a woman when I was in grad school. She had 150,000 because she first wanted to be a doctor, then she wanted to be a lawyer, and then she was in grad school with me. She's never going to pay that off. But can you imagine a guy saying, like, I'm going to take on $150,000 in debt? Because she just didn't ever want to be out of school's easy, especially these days. It's easy.
Yeah.
But see, there is no way I could rest easy at night knowingly doing that.
And
I
you
would
can't
never-
walk away from student debt. You can walk away from credit card debt. You cannot walk away from student debt. It stays with you.
And
You
the thing
can
is,
declare
I mean,
bankruptcy, it stays with you. You could lose your house, it goes. But student debt, man, it's like a ball and chain, you know, you cannot outrun it.
You know, actually, that it just occurred to me. Is running up student debt like that something that society encourages you to do?
Absolutely.
Peer pressure wise.
You know, let me go ahead, Ben.
Well, John, you know how hard it is, like especially these days, to get like a mortgage, right? If you got to have really good credit.
Right.
But student loans are guaranteed by the government. So this girl, right? She's on her third career, right? But she can still apply for student loans because the bank is the bank's risk is guaranteed by the federal government.
Right.
And so there's no downside to them lending it to her, even though you'd say like, well, how are you ever going to pay this off?
More healthy day. Here's your bigger thing, Stanley, is that this is a financial engineering product, right?
Yep.
Designed with no payments up front for 5 years or 4 years or however many years you stay your ass in college.
Right.
But you're not gonna be in college forever. And sooner or later, shit come due. And it's gonna stick with you for the rest of your life. And that is how it is allowed to happen like this. If they had to make payments on that debt, like everyone else has to make payments on their debt while they have borrowed the money, this shit would end overnight and you wouldn't be like this.
Yeah.
But they can forego making payments for years on end, pushing that shit into the future. And that's why I think that the problem
It's
is
like a drug. You want to keep taking it, even though you're racking up, or it's like a gamble, right? You keep risking and risking and risking. You just got to say like, well, maybe another 2 more years. Then when I hit but the job market is very different than the school market. You could do very little and skate by, especially in certain fields like soft fields, like Black studies. You don't really have to work that hard. And the professors don't care if you're producing good you know what I mean? It doesn't matter to them, to their pocket, whether you're writing a lousy paper or a good paper.
I didn't.
But when you get into the work world, it is a different story.
What would y'all say to, you know what, you test into college? Well, I guess you kind of do with an SAT, but there are colleges where you don't. But I have a friend of mine who lives in Czechoslovakia, and basically they like if you basically have to test into college. Like, you know what? No, take a test. I think Britain's kind of like that too.
Even into high school, they do it sometimes.
Yeah, I think Germany too. Yeah.
So, I mean, basically, the people who shouldn't go to colleges don't test into colleges.
Right.
So,
although it's free in those countries if you do test in. Usually,
if you get in.
So it's a lot easier on you. Here, we could tell everybody, okay, yeah, great, go to college. We'll give you all these loans. But then you're left with these huge loans going like, and they don't really tell you like what's the plan.
Hey, hold on, guys. Let me take a phone call. Hold on, guys. Let me take a phone call.
Sure.
See you. Hello.
Hello, Mark. Good morning.
Yeah. Hello.
Yes. Good morning.
Yeah. You looking for a room for rent?
Yeah. Yes. This is Miguel. I'm calling regarding the from job renting.
Okay. What kind? When are you looking to move?
On Monday.
Monday? Okay. And what neighborhood? Northwest or southeast?
Northwest.
Okay. We have several rooms available in Northwest. Did I send you videos of the room?
No, not yet.
What's your name? Miguel?
Miguel, yeah.
On Facebook?
Mm-hmm.
I don't see you on Facebook. Let me see if you're on the other account. Give me 1 second. You just sent a message over?
Yeah, I did send you a message.
Give me 1 minute. Let me see if I can pull up. But yeah, we have some rooms in Northwest. Miguel. Let's see. No, I don't see your message. Well, I'll send you a message right now with some videos of the room. Can I send it to this number right here?
Yeah, I do use WhatsApp.
And do you want to this WhatsApp? No, I'm gonna send it to you. You don't have a regular number?
Yes, this is a regular number.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna send you the pictures, videos, and then you just give me a call back. Let me know which one you're interested in. And and when are you looking to pay for the room?
When?
Yeah.
Like as soon as we finish, like if I like the room, I can pay right now.
My man. All right. Hey, where are you from, by the way? You got an accent. Where you from?
I got an accent. I'm from Angola.
You said from where?
Angola.
Oh, Angola. Okay, I've never been to Angola. I've been to Tanzania. That's as close as I've ever been. How did you end up in the States? How you end up here?
Long story, man.
Hey, man, this is, we don't check credit. We don't check credit. So this is like the credit check, to be honest with you. So how did you end up here?
Yeah. Like, you just send me a pictures, okay?
All right, no problem. I'm about to send it to you right now.
Yeah, I'll call you back. Thank you.
Angola.
You didn't want to get into that backstory, huh?
I don't know what that was.
He might have snuck across.
Angola calls in. Let me put that in there. So if I need to go back and find Angola calls in. Angola.
Miguel, that's a weird name for Angola.
I know,
Angola
right?
was what was Angola? Angola used to be what colonized by who? English.
Portugal.
Portugal? Oh, okay. So then Miguel makes sense. Yeah.
Okay.
It was actually one of the original places European slavery started.
That's on the west coast of Africa, right? Angola.
Correct.
You know what's so interesting, bro? It's like, I don't know where these Africans are coming from, bro. I've never had this much demand for Africans in DC, man. This is unbelievable. Like, I'm not, not saying anything negative, but something is amiss here to have this level of heavily African immigrants.
Do you know what? Do you know one reason for that, John, that I learned from having an Ethiopian restaurant? In a lot of African countries that are corrupt, the only jobs there are near the capital. You know what I mean? Like you've got to be in with the government. So I think to some degree they might have that mindset, like that's where the money's at. That's not as true in America, in countries that are less corrupt. You know what I mean? But like in a lot of these countries, like all the money is concentrated in the capital and with the government. So they might.
Well, I think that is kind of true here, though.
It is. Yeah.
Mhm.
There's a lot of freebies available,
Right.
And well, like government jobs and things like that.
Yeah,
but
government
but
jobs.
if he's in illegal, I don't think that's really true.
Well, there's so much work attached to the government jobs
I
where
see
they're
what you
looking the other way. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But people, there's support services for the government where they're looking the other way.
Yeah,
That's the only thing I can surmise, man, because it is. Yeah, he wasn't Ethiopian though. Someone said DC has a big Ethiopian community.
Yeah.
And if he were Ethiopian, he wouldn't be calling me. He'd have his people to call.
Right.
There's not a lot of Angolans.
Yeah, usually you have your crew that like gets you in. I remember the Ethiopians, they had a racket, man. In Rhode Island, they had the small community, but they had it all worked out. Someone would tell you how to get on welfare, how to get this, how to get that, how to do health care. And they even had it to where there was a guy who had a job translating the driver's license test, the written test, because they're supposed to be. I would think you'd have to take it in English, but they're like, well, okay, we'll. So he would not only tell them the question, but he would tell them the answer in their language because he knew no one else is going to catch him on it because nobody speaks this language. Amharic, you know what I mean? So,
anyone ever heard of Danny Baloo?
Nope.
No.
Was it DBG, Danny Baloo Restaurant Group?
No.
DBG.
Oh, Daniel Baloo. No, that's Baloo.
How
Is
you
it Daniel Baloo? BLUD?
Yeah, Daniel Baloo.
Yeah, he's famous.
Yeah, I know. You know what's crazy about Daniel Baloo? Do I mention him? Let me share my screen with you guys. So at one point, man, I used to get a bunch of Africans, South Africans, to come to work it. Yeah, I guess Daniel Baloo, and there was a restaurant industry bringing in Africans from South Africa. No, this is DC. I found Mason.
Really? Wait, holy
No lie.
shit. He's got a restaurant there?
Looks like it's permanently closed now. But yeah, he did at one point. But anyway, so he used to own a restaurant in DC, as you can see, Daniel Baloo. Yeah. And man, I had a house full of South Africans, man, that he brought in to work at this restaurant. And so, and I never knew the extent to what it takes to open up a restaurant.
Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, they feed at a high-end restaurant like this, they feed people for about 30 days before they ever taking in customers. Just practicing getting it right,
Right.
The best restaurant workers are Asians who are like, you get them in Chinatown because in Asia, restaurant work is the hardest work and everybody really, really scraps. So they're used to a culture that's fast like that. Africa's the opposite. Africa, everybody takes it slow, takes it easy, which is nice. But like you can't pay these people. That was my problem. If I was paying them what they were worth, I'd pay them about $2 an hour. But I had to pay them, $15, $20 an hour. Plus, I had to fake their wages so that they could still collect welfare. They made me do that. You know what I'm saying? They weren't going to work for me unless they could. I paid them everything after 20 under the table. So it was killing me to pay them cash, So, but everybody does it. But even they told me you got to get Chinese people in here. I was like, you don't even want your own people working here? They're like, no, we won't make any money.
It's very interesting, man. It's very interesting. Very interesting.
And in a lot of cultures, restaurant work is the bottom of the barrel. So here, it's kind of fancy if you own a restaurant, if you're a chef. But like in a lot of cultures, it's like, no, that's what the low classes do. So they don't respect it.
Yeah, no, that's very true.
Even though it's their own. My thing was like, well, it's your own culture. You should be proud of your own culture. You know what I mean? You get like the Italians when they came here, pizza, spaghetti and meatballs. We get to speak our language. We can decorate. They didn't care at all. They were like, whatever. I'd just rather work at a factory. So I couldn't work that angle either.
Yo, what's up, John?
Hey, Grace is here.
Oh, hey, what's up, Grace? Hey, I didn't see you. Sorry. Hey, how are you doing this morning, Grace? Are you streaming right now? I see you at the headphones. How are you doing this morning?
No, I'm just lurking. I'm listening.
Oh, are you able, you can hear through your headphones. Oh, you guys have a good setup over there.
Oh yeah, we got the whole thing. We got the big one of what you have, the Rodecaster Pro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a
That's
little duo on
nice.
that. When I travel around, I get the little duo. Do you use a Stream Deck, Grace?
I don't, but I have one. My dad got me one. I'm so ungrateful.
I bought her one. She never took it out of the
I
box.
never
6
used
months ago.
it. I
Is that
never learned
crazy?
how to use it. I'm spoiled. I'm
Man, people say
spoiled.
those things are great.
It is fun. The only thing is, though, I'm not sure you can use it with StreamYard, but maybe you can. You mean like because the main thing I see people use it for is shifting scenes. You know how you can shift from the circles to the reaction or whatever.
Right.
I'm not sure if it can be encoded with StreamYard because it's really for OBS, but maybe it can because I know that there are.
Well, you can at least use it as a soundboard, right?
Yeah.
I stream from like Streamlabs, like solo a lot of times, and so I use Streamlabs, and I guess you could use it for that. Stream Decks, it would integrate with that pretty well. Yeah.
John, did you ever see the news article about Angel, the news video?
No, I never saw that.
Angel, the Indian guy?
You never saw that? I thought it came from this. Somebody sent it to me on my Discord. Oh my god, I have to look it up.
How old is the article?
No, it's a video of him complaining about getting hit by a cyclist
How
on
old
his
is it?
local news station.
Oh,
I don't
really?
remember. Let me find it.
Was this on the bus?
It was just on the road, I think. Maybe you guys have seen it. Hold on, let me see. I'm trying to find it.
He doesn't come around anymore. Huh?
Yeah, someone said something. He was having an issue.
I think the last person to hear from him was HB.
Yeah, I think HB knows how to reach it.
You know, yeah, this is it. He told people, somebody asked him if he wanted to join my server, and he said, I don't want to be around those niggers, the Thorpes.
What's the date of the video?
It's 5 years ago.
Gotcha.
He said he knew about you 5 years ago?
No. Somebody sent this to me.
No, this is
you
just
can share my
Are we
screen.
ready to finish up this video, or are we moving on?
Let me ask Grace. Grace, I've been trying to get Lolo to rent some room for me. I need a vibrant woman personality to, what is it? Sales. What is it? Close the deal.
Yeah, women are better at
on
that.
stream.
Women are better.
I mean, you can do your marketing however you want. We could do some content closing the deals on stream as well.
How would that work? Like renting? Like you mean on Airbnb? Like how would
I have people calling in right now. They call in all the time. Let me call this guy right now.
Grace used to do Airbnbs.
Yeah, I'm a great saleswoman.
She knows the drill.
Hold on, I got this guy calling in. Hold on. Let's see. Let me know if you can hear it.
Put on speaker.
My road's not picking up for some reason. I don't know why not.
All right. Well, I suppose it's probably about time for me to.
Oh, you better roast that all.
This is taking a direction I don't necessarily want to go in.
Oh, we get back to Pop Stanley. I'm just up here.
Well, it's I don't know. I probably have things I ought to do anyway.
Well, John, I need you. If you need me, I can help you sell your Airbnb thing, but I need a Wrangler.
Wait. Can I tell
need
John?
a Wrangler
Wait, can I
real
tell John
bad.
something? His instincts are right. A young, attractive. I had a house, a beautiful house. I knew everything about it, top to bottom. I had fixed the roof. I had fixed it. Okay, so I would try to sell it myself, and I think I was trying to sell it for $410,000. It was a triple decker, beautiful house. So I'm saying I know all about it. Why don't I sell it? I could not sell it. And this woman called me up out of nowhere and she says, listen, you need me. I can get you $525 for that house. Let me come over and make a presentation. She made a presentation. I was like, there's got to be a catch because I can't sell it for $450. Because number one, I'm not a realtor, but number two, I just don't know how to sell shit. But she was beautiful. She was organized. She had everything. She sold it for $545.
Right.
You know what I mean? So she was worth every bit of her commission. Right. And it was mostly, she didn't know anything about the house. She didn't even ask me that much about the house. But selling stuff is not about the real stuff that you should ask about, because you would know, and I would know, if you're going to buy a house, you're going to ask about the roof. You're going to ask about what's behind the walls. You're going to be looking at the stuff. Most people, it's just if they meet someone who's pretty and seems like, you know what I mean?
Right,
It's
right,
amazing how superficial people are. But I endorse it all day. Young women should be attractive women should be selling everything.
That woman offered me a job.
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever heard me, Grace. A while back when you first came on with Be Brave, I was very impressed by you.
Yeah,
And
I
I said,
remember. You were very nice. Yeah.
okay. And a lot of people were like, they gave you shit, but and again, like
You said I could maybe tighten up a little bit.
That is true.
But I did say, you demonstrate a lot of qualities I think that would be good, that would be useful to a lot of people, valuable, very valuable in the real estate world, sales world in general. People will mention pharmaceutical sales, stuff like that.
Oh yeah, I'm a great saleswoman.
And I think, for me, you know what I'm saying? Most of the people that call in here, as you can see, are women. Are men, I'm sorry. And nothing sells a man like a woman's voice. And nothing sells to a woman when she may be concerned about her safety and things like that. That's usually top of mind for a woman. She's not worried about where she can fuck that or how it's going to look to get fucked. She want to make sure it's secure. And the biggest barrier there, she's hearing a man and she's in the room. Are you going to be living there? Right? Whereas she's not going to be asking you that because she's not going to be worried about if you're living there. So that's one of the questions that we get beyond that. We cross that bridge just by you dealing with all of the people, men and women, right? There's going to be an element of trust that comes in just by you talking to them as opposed to me. Yeah, I'm a little rough.
It's funny because to like the normie world, like outside of YouTube, probably people would trust me more than you. But within YouTube, like nobody will talk to me. Nobody will talk to me, which is kind of how we could help each other because.
But John would be the perfect, neutral guy.
I need a neutral person on my show to interview guests, or at least be the person behind the scenes getting them on, because everybody's like, "Oh, Grace is gonna rip me apart. Grace is gonna yell at me," which is not the vibe I want to have. But like this girl, Lauren De Laguna, my dad was talking about. I'm telling you, I'm not even saying she's a lol cow. I'm just saying that she is one of these people who has an internet history. It would be very interesting for her to be interviewed by you. She'd bring
a ton of views.
Get interviewed by me, but she's like had a relationship with Destiny. Like she's in that whole world. Could easily get like 900,000 people watching live. Easy.
900,000?
Yeah.
Oh, you said 900 to 1,000. Oh, okay.
No, not 900,000.
Damn.
No, no. What do you mean live at concurrent?
Yeah.
Yeah, 1,000 concurrent. That's
Yeah, we do a deep like the way I want to do the show is like do a deep dive on Lauren. She'll fucking meat watch.
Because a lot of people have very strong feelings about her. A lot of people have very strong feelings about Grace, but it would be hard to get her on, and she doesn't have a platform of her own.
No, she does have a YouTube channel, but she doesn't use it.
She doesn't really do it, but she comes on our channel and chats and talks shit.
Hey, give me 1 second. I'm gonna reset my routing. So my volume may dip out, but I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. I'm here though.
Yeah.
She accused me of.
I'm not.
She said that I was going to send someone to sexually assault her, pay someone like a sexual hitman.
Yeah, she told Keemstar that my dad was going to do that.
Crazy. But
she's out of her mind.
But it would be interesting for her to make that allegation. You know what I mean?
Do I pay to interview people, sweet auntie? Do I pay to interview people? What is that? Do I pay other people? I split the donos with guests, if that's what you mean. I don't pay people to let me interview them, but the problem with me is I'm a very controversial figure, so I need somebody who's more of a neutral.
Yeah, if Lauren came on and John moderated, you could go 3 ways with all of the super chats.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that at all.
Are you able to hear me now? Are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good. I had to reset my road there. Sorry about that.
Are you demonetized? I just was thinking.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck the reason is. I don't even be tripping about that shit. Some reason, I don't know. I don't even keep track of this shit. Something about February is March. I don't know. Matter of fact, let me call this person. You can kind of hear how I do the thing on the phone here. Somebody
so can I get some context? These are people who Because you get what I'm saying.
They want to rent.
I'm saying to you, I want you to be a neutral person on the show who can interview and moderate guests and fights. You're saying in real life with your Airbnbs, these are people who want to rent like short term, long term.
Yeah, daily, weekly, monthly.
Uh-huh.
So would you have Grace pretend to be the owner of the house and you're like the maintenance man or something like that?
No, she don't have to pretend to be. Then hey, I'm selling these rooms.
Oh, so just
for this
marketing.
company,
Okay.
right?
Because you said, what if they ask, like, are you going to be living there?
Sometimes they'll ask you that. Like, primarily, it's going to be a woman. She knows she's renting a room. She's talking to a guy on the phone. Are you going to be living there? Because she really wants to say, you're not going to be living there, are you?
Right.
So, but she's asking, are you going to be living there? In other words, are there men living there?
Wait, I have a question.
But Grace could probably play it off like, you know what I'm saying? Something like, well, I'm out of town right now, but yeah. You know what I mean? Just to reassure them, even though that's kind of not.
Yeah.
You could say you live there. Fuck it, but by the time they get there, they don't fucking know.
I don't
Right,
understand.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Do
yeah.
Airbnb people generally call? When we did Airbnbs, it was all
But
pretty
this
much
is
all
this
through
is like
text.
super chats, right? So this is like super chats. These are some like I get a lot of people. I throw a teaser race out on Airbnb because I know they're homeless, right?
You throw a what? Teaser
rate.
Teaser rates out on Airbnb. And I sprinkle a little crack in their neighborhood, right? Get the dope, get them hooked, and then once their teaser rate is up, I may let them book 2 days, real cheap, $30, right?
Yeah.
I know they're homeless, and then they cut out the middleman. Airbnb, they don't want to pay the middleman. They don't want to pay the super chat. They want the money to go directly to me because it's less because there's the middleman fees, right?
Right, I get that. Yeah.
And so they want to come directly to me, right? Many of these people they're living in Airbnbs, many of them, right? And they're trying to get out of the Airbnb, but there are not many people like me. And then they stumble upon someone like me that'll take their ass. And it's just a matter of closing the deal.
Yeah. Because you want to keep
remember,
those
a lot of
rooms
them are living day to day.
These are homeless people?
Well, I think the new term is unhoused.
Temporarily unhoused.
We're like that. We're like that.
Well,
Yeah,
but I mean,
that's
you
true.
have a place to live. You're not technically. Well, maybe the government would consider
We're
you
technically homeless, but
I mean, we have an apartment. We can't live in it because we had this like crazy situation. So there's a lot of people like that. Someone gets thrown out of their house, a couple who breaks up.
Domestic
Millions
violence
of things.
thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
domestic
yeah.
violence. You should take domestic violence people.
all that kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like they living with their aunt, and their aunt said, "You got to go." Well,
Right.
There's a lot of people.
If he's not in a homeless, he's not going to go to a homeless shelter. So they call him now unhoused. Make him feel better. Anything to make them feel better. So that's what we call them.
So you guys will have conversations on Airbnb, and you'll say like, "Actually, call me off this platform."
No, Airbnb is usually, it'll be out of your scope. You don't have to worry about the Airbnbs. But typically,
No, I'm just trying to figure out how you do it. I
Yeah,
get that I
well,
won't be on the Airbnb.
right. So the Airbnb people, they'll be in the Airbnb, like they'll be there today. The reservation ends tomorrow. They say, "Hey, can I extend?" I said, "Sure." You want to pay the middleman or you want to pay me? And they really don't want to pay the middleman. So that's how we close that deal. So some of these people will call. In other cases, it'll be people from Facebook, Craigslist, wherever you choose. You can advertise for yourself. And the people that call you, we just close the deal there and we pay your commission.
Yeah.
That's
A lot of it is marketing. We were just at it. We were just at a little motel. It was run by Indians, and they were scrapping. And they give us a good rate. Remember that? But they told us when we got there, it's going to be we were like 6 p.m. Right? So usually all the rooms are clean. And they're like, we got one room open, but we got to go clean it. So
I remember.
So then 15 minutes later, he's like, okay, we got the room. Now, as soon as we got in that room, we noticed there was like water coming in. And by the morning, there was a huge pond, almost like a pond on the floor.
Yeah.
And it was because they hadn't fixed something in the room. Now, he told me like, thank you so much for bringing this to our attention. He fucking knew there was a problem in there. You know what I'm saying? But he's saying for one night, by the time they realize it, they're not going to be able to like do anything.
Yep.
And he just mopped it up, I'm sure, for the next guy.
Yep.
And that's why it was ready in 15 minutes. He just threw a guy up there with a mop. They aren't fixing the problem. They're just like, and I respect that. I was like, all right, it's like waking up in a
problems, you know what I'm saying? Because, I do get a mix of people from Airbnb and you have to fix their problems.
Yeah. They're crazy.
They will there's a bunch of scammers out there that go looking for problems. That's why I don't like Airbnb. That's why I want to cut out the middleman, because they can't get their money back from me if they say, "Ooh, I found a crumb up under the bed. I want all my money back."
The worst thing on Airbnb is they say it smells like cigarettes in here, even when it doesn't.
Yeah.
And how are you going to prove what it smells like, one way or the other?
You can do about that, but off of Airbnb, without the middleman, they can't complain about that shit. They suck it up, or I come over there and deodorize their house. It's one of the two.
Well, do you have somebody to call? I want to hear. what the negotiations
we just had one. Ben just heard one. Let me see.
Oh.
Let me see what he's on. Let's see here. Hopefully, my road is connected. It looks like it's connected this time, so we call it. We're gonna call this. We call this guy.
Oh, he can call through the road.
Oh, it's connected. It's good.
I think. I don't know. What? What'd you say?
Hello.
Yeah, hey, how's it going?
All right.
Yeah, I'm returning your call. You were interested in one of the rooms I sent you an email about?
Oh, yeah, sir. Yeah, I was on the subway, yeah.
Yeah. What's your name again?
Bruce.
Bruce, okay, right. We talked about a week ago, right?
I talked to so many people you probably did.
Yeah. I want to introduce you to my assistant, Grace. She's going to be handling some of the tenants calling in. Grace, say hello.
Okay.
Hiya. How you doing?
All right. How you doing?
All right. Anyway, that's Grace and Bruce. Anyway, so when were you looking to move in?
As soon as possible, actually.
That's right, because then last time I talked to you, you said you'd be ready by this Friday or last Friday, right?
Yeah.
You ready? I got some.
Yes, sir.
I got some rooms for you. You northwest, southeast. What you want?
Probably northwest.
Northwest. All right, we got northwest. You've seen videos of the rooms, right?
Yeah.
Is it, other than the private bathrooms, is there anyone in particular that you wanted? Damn, we lost him. But see how easy that sale is, Grace? He's on there right there. He's been texting me for about a week, probably trying to get his money up. He'll probably call right back. Let me call him again.
So you're saying that if I'm involved, he's much more likely to say yes, just because I have a female voice? I'm not saying that's wrong necessarily.
Okay.
Well, what do you want me to say on the call?
Smoke and mirrors.
What do you want me to say on the call, though?
Well, John would have to send you like all the rooms, so you're familiar with it, and then you sell them on it and go like, "That's a great room."
Yeah, I'll send you all the video. I'll send you all the pictures, everything you need.
Just sell them.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, don't add me to the call this time. I don't know what to say. I haven't seen
you're not familiar with it, but he can send you his.
Get the edge off that motherfucker. It's just a woman voice. Get the edge off these motherfuckers. So look, I'm gonna show you the room I'm going to put him in. Let me see if I can find it.
All right, let's check it out.
Now you'd be able
Especially
to
get him on a video call. You know what I mean?
Yeah, FaceTime.
You were in makeup, looking good. That's what sells. That's what I say.
It is.
Everybody tells me on the internet that I'm not allowed to use my daughter's attractiveness to make money. I think it's fine.
Yes, Dad, it's fine.
Pimping ain't easy. Ask John.
Let me see if I got some video. I know I have it up here somewhere. I just got to find where they are. Give me 1 second. Room.
John, if I get invested in this, though, you got to do me a favor. You got to download Discord, my friend.
Discord. Yeah, I got it.
You got to download Discord.
It's an app.
Yeah. You can just do it on your phone if you're just scared to put it on your PC, but you've got to get Discord.
See, now, John, this is what you would have to do. You would have to, if Grace can do this, you would have to kind of not link yourself with us, but say, like, I want to do an interview with you, Lauren, about... And we could familiarize you, just like the videos. We could familiarize you with the backstory here. It's not very complicated.
No.
But she's got a beef, and she wants to have it out. But she won't have it out directly with us because she'll
she
say,
won't have a beef with you.
You know what I'm saying? So, but if you make it say like, well, I think this would be interesting. I think you know.
But if she does it on your channel, she's gonna be like, I know it's you behind this, right?
Well, that's the thing, right? You're a smart guy. So it's like what I'm saying is like, yeah, Grace asked the dumb question, like, but I don't live there, right? But it's like, well, okay, but get around it. So wherever it's done, it doesn't matter. We could do it on your channel and Grace could restream it to her channel or not. You know what I'm saying? There's a million ways to do things.
Well, obviously somebody could also clip this and send it to her. But whatever.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
I'm just saying, we're not lying. We're not lying
No,
to
shit.
her.
No. John,
We're
you don't understand.
It's exactly the same thing that John's doing with you. He's saying just like tell the truth, but through someone who might be more amenable to that person.
John, you don't understand. She's already on the LolCow Rejects chat, which is just me and my dad running that show, like getting baited by us 24/7.
Oh, she's on there.
She's not sophisticated. Yeah,
and she has come on and talked shit, but I think she wants someone. She'd rather feel like it's a 2-on-1. So if you seem like you're more sympathetic to her, and I don't even care if in the interview you're more sympathetic. Oh, nice.
This is the room we're gonna put him in. Let me call that nigga back. Give me 1 second.
How much are you trying to give him the room for?
And so here's the thing. All right, so I shouldn't even say this on air.
That's a great video.
I like to keep my rooms, my houses peaceful.
Yeah.
And there are certain groups of people that live more peacefully with each other than others. Understand?
Yeah.
And so it is really your job or my job to make sure that peaceful people live amongst peaceful people, and people that like a little conflict can live amongst each other so they can conflict with each other.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
We're trying to figure out if
race or anything
Bruce
like that
is an N-word or not.
Well, he is, right? He is. So Bruce, I don't want to put Bruce in Northwest, but if he got the money, I'll put him up there.
How much? How much a day? Is he renting by day?
He's been saving up because he's been telling me about a week. And so Bruce probably is going somewhere to human management. So Bruce is probably going to want, he probably has enough to live in Northwest. And so I have to keep these people. Someone said these live at Atlas Plumbing. Okay, that's a nice place. That's Shaw area, DC. So anyway, so the thing is like Bruce, ideally I would like him over here in the Southeast, right?
Okay.
If he got the money, he can go Northwest, but we're gonna put the terms to him where he got to pay up to stay up there.
Okay, and how much are we talking? Let's say
for
a
this
week.
room, let's say for this room, right? We're gonna make him double up at least on the payments. So if he want a month, he got to pay 2 at a time, which means I give him. Let's say I give him a room for $1,000. I give it to him for $950 if he got it. It'd be $1,900, right?
A room for $950? Goddamn.
Yeah, but he got to have the $1,900. But he got to have $1,900 up front
to live in Washington.
But he's got to have $1,900 up front. That's a lot of money.
I thought you do weekly, John.
Okay, here we go.
He does.
So let's say he does. Let's say so. What he's gonna say is, I ain't got $1,900. I said, okay, well you can pay by the week, right? And the week is we may say, we give him a deal if he got the money. We say $350 a week. You see you see how he fucked up, right? You see what happens, right? $1,900 would be the better deal if you pay every 2 months. $1,900. There is no security fees or anything. But bullshit people are unlikely to have $1,900, right?
Yeah.
Right.
But he might say, well, fuck it, I just pay every week, man. Okay, cool. $325 a week, $350 a week. So now he's paying more than the $900, which is more than
Let's
likely.
say he gives you $1,900. You have any kind of a lease with him or any kind of a contract at all? It's just
we don't talk about that. Don't mention that, and he won't ask.
Right.
Okay.
Give him a receipt.
Right, so you can get rid of him.
Okay.
But also, he's not gonna want a contract because he's not gonna have good credit and all that shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it works
No,
on both
I
sides.
get it. I get it. Yeah.
Keep it
it
under the
works.
table.
Yeah,
kind
under
of
the
info.
table.
Yeah.
But John, would you rather have someone who's, let's say, neat but like a little bit unruly and like noisy, or someone who's like you'd more likely find with an African, real polite but like third world kind of like hygiene and clean?
There are no neat and crazy people.
Man, man.
Well, like a gay dude, like like some.
Oh, you'd always prefer to have a gay dude in your area.
Man, but you can't have gays. You can't have gay men with blacks.
Oh yeah. Right.
Oh well, yeah, except for that.
And some gay dudes are crazy.
Yeah, but still, they're not like the Asians.
Let's call him back real quick.
Okay.
Give me a second. Let's call him back.
Please leave your message for.
Maybe his phone died. We got another one we got to call.
Hello.
Yeah, you called about the room for rent?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I've had so many calls. I sent you the videos, right?
Yes, you did. You did. Yeah, it is nice.
Yeah.
What is the address exactly?
Yeah, I'm going to send it to you right now, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I want to introduce you to my assistant, Grace. She helps manage our listings. You can say hello, Grace.
Hi, how you doing? What's your name?
Hello, Grace. Miguel, how are you?
Nice to meet you, Miguel.
Nice to meet you.
Yes. So, which room were you interested in? I just sent you the address right there.
Yeah. I gonna get a look.
It's in Northwest Petworth neighborhood, Northwest DC.
Yeah, Northwest.
Yeah. I got cheaper rooms in Southeast.
No, Southeast.
Well, you don't like Southeast? What's wrong with Southeast?
No, I don't like Southeast. I would like to stay in Northwest.
Have you ever lived? What's wrong with Southeast? I'm just asking because we have to.
No, actually, what jobs and other stuff, network, all here. These are not that side.
Okay. Do you work in DC or where?
Yes, I work in DC.
And where do you work?
I work in a consultancy company.
Okay.
As a financial advisor.
Okay. We don't do applications or credit checks, so I'm just asking you. How often do you get paid?
Every week.
Oh, you get paid every week. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And when are you looking to move?
On Monday.
Okay, Monday. Great. And you said you're the guy from Angola, right?
Yes, I am.
Gotcha. Okay,
Oh, Angola. That's in like Central Africa, isn't it?
No, it is Southern Africa.
Oh.
Southern
How far? I used to have a friend from Nigeria. Is it similar to that kind of culture?
Yeah, kind of.
You guys have fufu? I don't know. I don't want to sound annoying, but
No, we do.
I love that kind of food.
We do.
Oh,
we
nice.
do it.
Nice. Well, John, I give this guy my vote of approval. The family I knew from Nigeria was very, very nice. So if he's anything like those people.
Wow. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Let me get a look. Then I'll call you back.
Yeah, take a
okay?
look at the video and call me right back, man. Because remember, this is inauguration coming up. So if you really want to secure the room, you have to let us know immediately because we already have a reservation on this room, so we'd have to cancel it if you're sure about it. So the sooner you can let us know, the better. Thank you, though, Miguel.
Oh, thank you. Bye.
Grace, you look at you sold it right there. He just.
Grace gets all wet. I'm sitting
Dude,
here trying to
Angola
tell
is
her
nowhere near Nigeria. You made me look
It's
like
in
an
West
idiot.
Africa.
Made me
It
look
don't
like an
matter.
idiot, dude.
No, but you should have done your Nigerian.
Look at how far Nigeria is. No, Nigeria is a totally different area.
It don't matter. He just grinning from ear to ear.
Yeah, because no one in America knows where Angola is.
This nigger over here telling me talk to me about Nigerian food. Nigeria is nowhere near Angola.
But they have
fucking
the same
moron.
thing. They have the same. They fufu. You could have made.
He was just
jokes.
being nice. They don't have fufu.
Yes, they do. He said they have fufu.
He said everybody.
If you're gonna be marketing,
No.
you gotta get yourself out there.
I sound like a stupid white girl who's like, "Oh, are you from Africa?" Ugh.
Grace, the typical American doesn't even know what continent Angola's on.
But he does. He knows where it is because he's from there.
I
This
know,
guy.
but you don't. They're not expecting you to know like all the intricacies of Angolan culture. They just to them, it's props if you even know it's a country.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
Mhm.
All right. Fine. I
He
can
just
see
happy
that.
to hear that you carried it
He
off.
wanted me to do my Nigerian accent.
Yeah, it would have been funny. Do your Nigerian. Do it now.
Hey, what you talking about, eh? You guys come over here.
Come have some fufu.
Why you
would have thought
that would have been come across as racist.
No, it would not.
Yes, it
Oh
would.
my
Angola's
God.
nowhere near Nigeria. It doesn't even make sense. If it's a Nigerian
You
guy,
don't think
maybe
he knows Nigerian people? Of course he does. It's the biggest country, richest country in the West.
He probably
in West Africa.
he probably does. But what does a Nigerian accent have to do with Miguel?
African people are not on edge about racism. They generally don't care.
I'm not saying they're on edge about racism. I'm just
You
saying
say it's going to come across
that's
racist.
an awkward thing to say. It's like saying,
Well, all right, fine. Then you don't want to do customer service. Then don't.
no, that's not customer service.
Grace, you
are wrong.
You got paid by an African guy to call him a nigger, and you thought
That's
that was a
true.
good idea. Well, so I mean, we here to make money, or we?
I'm sitting here talking to a guy
make
named
sure you don't
Miguel
get embarrassed.
from Angola, and I'm going to do a
Angola.
Nigerian accent.
Just
you are
Let me call
retarded.
Let me call this
show
other
him you
guy.
know a
Let's see
little
if his
about his
phone's back on yet. Let me see if his phone's back on yet. Let's see.
You want me? Okay, John, you want me to do the Nigerian accent?
Yeah, he'll
No, I don't listen. I don't think he down.
You'll like it.
Now, this
Please
ain't-
leave your message
God damn,
for.
this phone-
He said, "Don't do it."
No, he's not that. This one isn't African. Maybe the African will call back. Maybe a couple. But anyway, so that's really the jig. There's more or less selling the people.
That's customer service. So
Absolutely.
So what? So if a person from Vietnam comes up, you're gonna go, "Oh, hey, honey, oh, you do pink color on nail?
No.
I like pad thai."
No, but yeah, you would say like, I love that Vietnamese. What's that stuff called?
Pho.
Pho. I love pho. It's so delicious. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
yeah,
sorry
you
we
said-
killed
Sure. Yes. Sure.
a million of your
but
people.
what if you said like, "I love Chinese food," and they're Vietnamese?
I get it, Grace. You don't want to seem like everyone who's Asian. You're like, are you a kung fu fighter?
Hey,
I
you
mean,
do
I get
karate?
it.
Oh, you see with eyes?
I get
Yeah, don't
it.
do that.
I get it. But Africans, they're not real. They're not. It's not like saying to every black guy, like, do you smoke crack? It's not
Yeah.
like that. If you know
Yeah,
anything
yeah.
about Africans' cultures, they feel more at home.
Okay, perhaps
You
you're
know
right.
that's true.
Perhaps you're right. I don't think
Most white people
No,
think all Africans swing from like jungle ropes, and it's like
Africans
Tarzan. You know?
generally don't like somebody pointing to one of the two countries they know about in Africa
Yeah,
and
they
saying,
do. Yeah, they
"Hey,
do.
do you have that kind of thing going on?"
Yeah, they do because then you say like, and if you said like, my parents used to run an Ethiopian restaurant, we love the food. It says you're down with Africa. I'm
All
not
right,
saying he
all right.
identifies with the Ethiopians. He probably hates them, but like
Probably since he's
at
on the
least
other
you
side of the
understand
country.
African culture, and that means in his mind you understand what would be like okay and not okay in your house.
All
Because
right,
you know what Africans don't like?
maybe.
They don't like American
niggers.
N-words and that type of behavior. So
hate them,
You're
yeah.
kind of
They
making
do
it
hate them.
seem like that's not what's going on here.
Well, yeah, but
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
that comes
yeah.
across just through my white girl voice.
Okay, but
I
I'm
could be
saying
wrong.
if you're a white girl who also knows a little bit about, the continent of Africa, you understand African culture, right?
Yeah.
He's going to
It can't
say,
hurt.
oh, if
Yeah,
she's been around Africans for years, like she's going to understand what I'm looking for here. That's what I'm saying.
Africans are tribal. I think Grace is correct. Yeah, I think you're wrong. I think if you're like, "Oh, you're
No,
like the
all
Nigerians."
all Africans do not like black Americans who are like gangsters.
Well, no,
they
that is true.
all hate
That's
them.
true. No, that is true.
So if you
Yeah.
give the
that is
opposite
good.
point of view, they're going to feel comfortable.
That's true.
And yeah, it's true that like in and of themselves, their soccer team they think is better than the other side. Who fucking cares? They're talking. This guy is concerned about it being a safe place. He has a good job.
Well,
sounds
Grace,
like
Grace, let me give you some insight here on what he was saying here. And one of the reasons why I asked him the questions, I said, "You want to live in Southeast?" He said, "Hell no, hell no."
so. He knows
them
what's
over
up.
there, right? Because he's really saying, and that's why he started to giggle a little bit because he doesn't want to live around black people. So Ben is right.
Okay. Yeah.
Africans are not going to live around black people. Period.
Yeah.
Point blank. They want to live around
Like
white people.
Like a typical white person like you might think like, oh, it's a diverse neighborhood that he'd enjoy. He'd like hearing that. No, he's going to go, oh, hell no.
No. Yeah. No, I know Africans.
Right.
Oh, there's a lot of,
They
if
do
you say,
not
oh,
like
there's a lot of
black
like,
I don't know if- I don't know if
African
you
Americans
heard him
here, he
also
would go
say-
like, oh no, last thing I want.
Yeah, I don't know if you also heard him say, he said something to the effect of, restaurants and bars and culture and shit like that. That's basically code for it. Like, I'm not going around, in the ghetto where those things don't exist. Those things don't exist in the ghetto. Right? So that's kind of code for what he's saying there. So
Right, Race
those are
gets
like-
it. Race
I
gets it.
get that. How would you sell the place that's in the ghetto to somebody though? It's just cheaper, I guess.
Yeah,
He's saying if they don't know the
strictly
difference
about-
between
strictly
southeast and
about cost.
northwest.
Right.
Yeah.
It's strictly about cost. And so if you notice, like, soon as I got him on the phone, I knew where he wanted to go, right? Because he's African. He's not going to live around black people. They're just not going to do it. If they can help it.
So you're doing this all day, man? Like these people just hang up and it's like no communication. It's fucking annoying.
No, but if
He's
he,
gone.
see,
He
if
did.
if this guy hears John's voice, all things being equal,
Uh-huh.
if he just hears John's voice, he's going to say that is a black American man who is older and seems like a nice guy. But that's why John's saying it'd be better to have a white girl.
Yeah.
Right.
I
because
get that.
All things
I'm
being
not
equal,
retarded.
he's going to say like, this might not be up to spec, and he's got his grandkids living there or whatever, right? And it's chaotic.
Yeah.
It's just a fact. And instead of John crying about it, he's saying like, why don't I just like do better marketing?
Should I answer with a Valley Girl voice like, "Hi, I'm so excited to get you into these apartments." My Lauren.
It's selling. So do
Try to
whatever
get
you like.
try to get the asses in the seats instead of caring about whether you come across as racist. Who fucking cares?
I don't care. I just think that it's super awkward. I think you were wrong.
Well, you'll learn how to do it over time.
Are you from Africa? It's such a stupid thing. Ugh. Anyways.
No, I was saying do a specific thing about Nigeria and fufu. And people do like to hear, like, even some as stupid as fufu. Like, not a lot of Americans know what fufu is.
Okay. Point
It's
taken.
not like saying
Yes.
to any Asian person, like, do you do karate? I get it. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But, like, if you can pull out anything, then do it.
Once Grace told Ben at the casino, load
Here's
up the
another
arcade,
view of that
boy.
bedroom right there. You may be able to see it from that side right there. Not sure if you can see it. But it's like lights hanging down over the bed. You see that?
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
It's pretty slick, yeah.
Sweet auntie, sweet auntie wants to help. She says she's got the Midwest white girl sound. We could do it. We could do a battle.
Hey, anybody bring me a renter. Anyone could put an ad on Facebook. You bring me a renter, I pay you a commission. No doubt.
Yeah, that's right. Why not?
Galt Properties. This is Grace speaking. How may I assist you?
Yeah, you get as I say, you can advertise on Facebook. Let me show you how I advertise. I can show you that.
Sam I am says, "Are you calling from the jungle? Are you in a hut right now?"
No, I'm telling you, a lot of white people think that stuff. Remember that guy John who used to work for me? He was like, they all live in like they're still swinging from the vines. I was like, dude, that's not true. There aren't even jungle is a very small part of Africa, but whatever. He was just like.
So you see this to the right where it says under marketplace, you see all these people that call in right here, message in. I mean, you could do that just the same. You could create an ad on Facebook, put your phone number there.
Can I see the actual ad you have up?
Let me see if I can share it. You don't think
there's going to be a problem though? Like, let's just say I was to make an ad for this that I'm never actually going to see them in real life, and I'm going to have to say like, hey, say hi to this random black guy I know. He's going to introduce you to the place. Isn't that going to throw them off?
No, you just say, I got a maintenance man there.
Oh. No, but who's going to introduce them into the rooms?
Nobody. Everything's automated.
Oh.
It would be totally normal for a white woman to send a black man if there's a problem to fix something.
No, that's
question
true.
That.
I'm
A nice black man comes and fixes something.
If we have a handyman to come by, if you have any issues.
I was asking who's going to let them into the rooms, but if it's all automated,
it's self-checking and everything. Yeah. Self-checking. Damn, do I have any ads up here? I thought I had some ads. Where are they? I gotta have something because
selling. Don't you go to selling?
Yeah, I don't use Facebook on the computer that much. Seller dashboard. Oh, my listings.
Listings. Yeah, that's what you want.
All right. I just thought I saw it. Maybe. Oh, here it is. There's only one. I need to renew this one. Renew. And you see, this one only has 27 clicks. The other one is 75.
That's tough for Facebook.
I have some on my phone as well.
Urcole De Stefano says, yeah, I live in a black community. Not a whole lot of black handymen. They need a white guy to show up to get anything actually done, it seems.
Well, John's the exception.
At least, and he followed it up, at least in any reasonable measure of time.
You could get people
You
through
see my
your
Hispanic
channel.
over here. I send my Hispanic man through there sometimes.
Maybe, yeah.
You could just have a little widget on your channel. If you're traveling to DC, let me know. And I got a great connection.
All right, John, I feel like I've invested pretty solidly so far. I'm hooked. But now I gotta get you, old man, to download that Discord app, because this is how you're going to get in contact with my guests. Almost everyone
Discord.
uses Discord.
I think I have Discord.
Well,
All
why
right,
don't
you
you
gotta add
offer?
me on
Well,
Discord
Grace,
then.
he offered you a commission. Why don't you offer him something first of all to set it up, and then a cut when it happens?
Well,
I would
I
say
don't
a
have the
1/3
money
cut.
to pay him right now, but a 1/3 cut if it's me, him, and another guest
Well, what
on
about
the show of all
$100?
the donos.
What about $100 if he sets it up? If he sets it up legit, like
Sets up
at
what?
least an hour to hash it out, like the beat.
If he gets a conversation with Lauren De Laguna for
Yeah,
an
where
hour?
she shows up for an hour and he moderates. And I would say that you would tell John, go ahead and take her side. Like just like kind of be mostly on her side to keep her from blipping off.
Yeah.
Right?
I would
no
agree,
problem.
yeah. But I'm not 100. He said commission. I say we do commission too. Get the interview.
All right, one
and
third
then
of the chats.
We'll see however many super chats we get, a 1/3 split after the 30% cut that YouTube takes. I'm totally fine with that.
Yeah, okay.
I'm literally totally fine with that. I don't
Okay.
even,
Well, shouldn't he get more of a cut if he also is going out and getting her?
yeah, if he wants to take 50 and me and Lauren both get 25%, that's fine.
Yeah, that seems good. Or 40, 30, 30. What about that?
Trying to share something with
Yeah,
you. I can't
40,
think.
30, 30. Sure.
He gets an extra 10% finder fee
All right.
for setting it
So
up.
he'll get 40. Yeah, sure. He'll get 40%.
Then you each get 30.
Yeah.
That seems good.
I'm trying to share with you a video that we had. Can't seem to find it though, but nevertheless, whatever. Anyway. Yeah. You can. Oh, did I show you my? Oh, I showed you my face. Oh, let me show you the Facebook ad. I showed you. I just updated it. It could be better. Where is it here? And so what I do is I just list it in all these different groups, right? Schools in need housing, blah, 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 blah. A lot of black people homeless, so I put it in their groups too. So you see Howard University, DMV, queer housing, right? Here's the queer housing,
Yeah, you got to post, you got to advertise, yeah.
right? See, look, this is, all right. See? This is my ad right here.
Yeah.
And so it's just more or less the gist of it, Grace. It's very, very simple. You
I
just
get it, yeah. I get it.
it. I'll pay you, it's not like super chats. I'll pay you up front. As soon as they pay, I'll pay you.
Who handles the complaints?
That's on me. They don't even have to know your real numbers. And you say, hey, if you have any issues.
So you're saying it's straight marketing?
It's just marketing.
It's straight marketing, yeah. Someone
So
said
it's
queer
like-
housing. Queer housing. Queer housing. Here's QPOC. You're a POC or QPOC. You can get QPOC
Queer
housing.
Person of color.
Yeah, queer person of color. There it is.
Yeah, that's easy. She's got all the tools she needs. But you got to give her the amounts and stuff, right? What you're willing to take.
Yeah, like the prices.
Yeah. So get them on the hook. And then, again, most of the Northwest places are the same price. Most of the Southeast places are the same price, except for the private bathrooms. That's the only really distinction. And then we started to weed them out by how much money they have. Right? We give them a discount. They can pay 2 months up front. Right?
Yep.
The goal is no one's paying like they used to pay anymore. You heard the one guy on the phone. He said, I get paid every week. Okay. That means you can pay your rent every week.
Right.
You get paid every day driving Uber and DoorDash, pay your rent every day.
Well, but but you're going to give her an upfront what for the first month, or like as long as the guy lasts?
Just a commission, right? We would come up with a fee, like a percentage,
right?
And it'll slide up the more you you get them to pay clearly, right? Or you get paid more. Like a couple weeks back, let me see. Maybe I'll play a video for you guys. Let's see if I can play with these videos.
But I mean, it would be the same commission if they were just staying for 2 weeks as if they were staying for years.
Yeah, well, because
you don't sign leases anyways.
No.
Right, just to get him in the door.
Right. Let's see if I got one. Let's see. Let me see if I have one calling in. Oh, hey, can I play this? You guys mind? Listen to this. This is very instinctive, Grace. Listen to this.
All right, I'm listening.
Northwest, the area isn't bad for me. The budget, I would say roughly like 1,000, maybe 1,200. I don't really know what the prices are looking like in the places that you're kind of showing me. I get different price ranges when I'm going through Facebook Market. So if you'd be able to provide those for me, that'd be great as well.
Going around the middleman here with Facebook Marketplace. That's what she just mentioned. Yeah, our place is a full serve. It's like furnished and everything. Clean and all that stuff out for you.
That's good.
And typically they charge either weekly or bi-weekly for the rent. The good side is they don't charge deposits. The downside is is rent's due weekly or bi-weekly. So you say you had a boyfriend, he coming with you, or he gonna stay with his sister? She gonna let him stay with her? I want you to listen to this guy.
Yeah, we travel together.
Okay, all right.
My only concern is you said bi-weekly.
Yeah, weekly or bi-weekly. You get a little bit better deal if you get a little bit better deal if you pay more upfront, like bi-weekly. You can only muster a week. It's a little bit more expensive.
How much is it usually bi-weekly if it's not per month?
It depends on the room. It depends on the room. But we have a lot of rooms available. So rooms with private baths, rooms without a private bath, rooms with 2 rooms in one.
Okay.
Yeah. What I do is I send you some pictures. You let me know what you're interested in. It's a little bit more than $1,000 though. Is it just you? Does your boyfriend work too, or is it just you?
A little bit more than $1,000 for 2 weeks in a room.
Hold on. I want you to do this. Okay, hold on.
So we can get out of this hotel living.
Oh, you live in a hotel.
I work at the Apple store, so I do have a consistent income bi-weekly. The only issue is the fact that the time that she had kicked us out, it wasn't the week I was getting paid, which was fucked us up. It was literally last week. So we've been kind of hunting for a place ever since. My biggest thing is being able to just put a deposit down first, because checks are bi-weekly. And the only...
See, I don't even charge deposits. Yeah, I help them out a little bit. I want to hear where she says she don't want to live around black
anywhere is having that deposit. So I know I get paid this week in the place.
At some point she says,
first,
I don't want to live around black people.
Which was fucked us up. I do have a job. I was shocked that this got.
She just told you to leave.
Literally, she didn't like that. She felt like she shouldn't be able to touch anything in the house because it was her home. We didn't like that. I don't do that bullshit. So she didn't like that, and she kicked us out that same night. We had nowhere to go. Literally, all our stuff was with
locked
us.
The doors, and she just told you to leave.
Literally, yeah. She said, "Pack your stuff and get the fuck out." We packed our stuff and got out, and she locked that door right behind her.
And that was your fiance's sister. Damn.
Yeah, it's really crazy. The whole family is shocked at the sister because he has 6 sisters, so all of them are really crazy.
Let me get that bullshit. Somewhere she says they don't want to live around black people. I think this is it.
That's
here it is.
Just you got.
Yeah. Yeah. So you saying you living here in DC now?
I was. We had to move back down to Montgomery County, but I don't mind the Northwest. Southeast is just too ghetto for me. I definitely would not live on Southeast. But Northwest.
How the hell is a neighborhood ghetto, huh? Good Southeast. What you mean?
That's where the shit go down. Everybody know about Southeast. What? If you don't know, then you playing oblivious.
I be all day, every day. All day, every day. But yeah, so that's her. She said she don't want to live around no black people. She black. I ain't living around no black people. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. And she living in a motel. She homeless, and she still ain't willing to live around them. And so that's kind of the thing every day.
And she's saying that to you, a black landlord.
Yeah, man, I'm right. But you can't let her live in Northwest, right? Mm-hmm. Even if she got the money, because She just came out of a house of conflict where they raising hell and shit like that, and they're gonna bring that with her.
And
You
she'll
can do that in
lie.
Southeast.
She'll say no way, but she will. That'll
Right, she can get live over here in Southeast. They
Yeah.
get live over here. You know, they raise hell, but you can't. I can't put them in Northwest raising hell.
There's
So
none?
that's kind of the
Yeah.
game that you have to play, right,
Yeah.
with the people. So that's how it works.
One sec. It's all
Mhm.
done? Aren't there a few more in there? Oh. Sorry, we just ran out of cigarettes.
Oh, anyway, so that's how
Um,
it's played. Grace.
Yeah, I get that. The black people
Pretty
know
easy, right?
black people know better than anyone else that black people can be awful to live around.
Right, they you know, and they'll tell you sometimes. Well, they won't tell you, but they'll definitely tell.
But you're saying you won't allow this woman access to the fancier rooms, even if she was to pay more, because you
No,
can
no, no, you
tell
can't
what
do
kind
that.
of person she is.
Right, because see, as I say, I don't do credit checks. My credit checks are over the phone, and so she just told me something that would not show up on the credit check application. And what was that? That I just came from a hell of a household. I'm living in a motel. I'm homeless.
Yeah.
All that trouble she gonna bring with her again. And
So
you have to-
even if she was paying you like, yeah, I totally get it. Yeah.
the thing is, because she's gonna run away other people, and
Right.
I get more Airbnbs in Northwest.
Right.
And that kind of problem would cause me to get a low review, someone fighting in the other room. People are
Sure.
going to write me a bad review for what she did. So
Right.
try to avoid that as much as possible.
I totally get it. Yeah, I totally get that. So you're saying she would appreciate a white female voice to say like, but what do you like?
Now, here's the interesting thing. A black woman probably is not going to appreciate the white female voice as much as a black man will.
Probably, yeah. But didn't
saw
you
how
say you wanted
flirty
me
he
to?
got? You saw how
Didn't you-
flirty he got. You saw how flirty he got with the with you when you started talking to him. He got very flirty. He
General Dave, John. I'm just.
I hear you, Joe Dave. I know you hear me talking, right? Give me a minute. But you saw how soft and how less aggressive his voice got over the phone when you were talking to him. I'm talking about the African guy, right?
Yeah. No, I get that. I get
Right.
that. Yeah.
Right. So that
Yeah, I can hear you, Dave.
Okay, hold on, little honky girl. John, I just want to tell you that next time that we have one of these full panels and
you might have to
everything.
turn your mic on, man. I can hardly hear. Maybe it's me.
Yeah, turn it up.
Okay, I'm gonna log back in.
No, I
it's
hear you
good,
loud
it's
and clear
good.
now. We
Okay,
hear you
all
loud.
right, John. I'm just letting you know we didn't already. I'm just sitting here listening to the way you just cool around white people calling you nigga and monkey and joking around and all that other shit. I'm just letting you know that when we have our discussions, don't come and start acting tough and talking all this shit when we get back to our discussions. That's all I wanted to say. I'm just listening to the rest of this while you laugh and get disrespected and all of that. You a goof.
Who called him a nigger?
Man, you want to hear somebody call me a nigger? Let me see if let's see if I can find a video of somebody come on here calling me a nigger. What was her name? Shatterika? Remember Shatterika? Anyone? Remember Shatterika? This was an old black ass woman we gave some money to one time on the channel. Shatterika got on here and just cursed us out. And no one got up, came in and I got this. Listen to this shit right here, Grace. So you do experience shit like this from black women, right?
Yeah.
This
They're
is
the
what you'll
nastiest
experience
ones
from
of
black
all.
women. This is what you will experience from black women.
Tell her to accept the Cash App. She's got
Someone
a
says you
10.
need to accept the cash out there. Okay, so we gave this black woman some money and she may have called back in. When did she call back in? And she called back in and cursed everybody out. I don't know if I have it here, but she called back in and cursed everyone out.
Yeah.
And so that is kind of like how if you have an encounter with a black woman, like yesterday, Grace, you know the encounter with a black woman I had. And I'm gonna
What?
show you, baby. I can tell you, I can show you. Oh man, I meant to show you. I meant to show you guys this yesterday, but I didn't. So I'll show it to you now.
Wait,
give me
can
1
you?
second.
Okay.
I'm gonna show it to you now. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I have to share
yeah.
my screen because I got a picture of the woman that I want you to interview.
All right. So this is what I saw yesterday Grace. I went into one of the properties, and look at that. Right? You see that? You see
The
that?
diaper.
You know what that is?
Mhm.
You know what that is?
A diaper.
Yeah, that's a diaper. And I said, well,
Yeah.
damn, there should be no children in this home. And so the other day, so I see the diaper outside on the ground, and I go to the woman and I say, hey, I told you not to have that baby in here, knock on the door. She opened the door with no but t-shirt and panties on. I mean, bra and panties on, like always. Man ain't there. They snuck the baby back in. And I played the video of the nigga. Y'all remember when the nigga called in and I called that nigga and I said, hey, man, you got a baby in here. He said, we're going to get rid of it. You know, I remember them motherfuckers, they going to get rid of the baby like a piece of trash.
I don't think I was there for that, but yeah, I've heard. I've seen the text.
So when you deal with black women like that, you're gonna have a real serious attitude. It's gonna come through over the phone, no matter how your tone of voice is gonna be. You understand? And
yeah,
so
I'm
damn
sure, and
difficult.
they feel intimidated, but
Right, so
also
do it-
soothed by white women.
Right,
Now,
right,
speaking
right.
of white women, you're telling me how to deal with black women. Can you share my screen, please? Because it's time for me to teach you how to
show
deal
me
with
this.
white women.
You're talking about, okay?
Okay.
Oh, she's nice looking. Yeah, she's nice
This
looking.
is Lauren De Laguna. She is a 29-year-old Jewish woman from Florida. And I want you, well, half Jewish, yeah. I want you to get her on my show, and you can do the main interview. Okay, I want you to get her on your side. She likes nice guys. You're a nice guy, no offense, but like you're chill. She likes chill people. She feels like she got screwed over in a recent interaction that me, her, and Keemstar had together.
She plays the kind of good girl who's
Yeah.
like super nice, but also she's. You ever heard of the term Jap?
Jap?
Jewish American princess. You ever heard that?
Okay, that's new.
It's kind of like it's a term for a certain type of Jewish girl who's like spoiled. So she's super rich, but I think she's always been told she's in the right. So she really likes affirmation. So that's a good way to hook her.
Yeah.
You just keep affirming her. Don't ever question what she's saying until you can get her to talk with Grace, and then Grace can do that.
Yeah.
But she leaps at the idea of being affirmed publicly in where there's been like a girl fight.
Yeah.
So
So
if you
my
can-
channel just
that's
got
your marketing.
monetized, but
Okay.
even without monetization, like we're pulling like $150, $200 a stream easy.
Okay.
And that's without guests and without monetization. Just got monetized. So I think if you could hook this now, this is literally all I'm asking you to do. Make a Discord account. On the stream, I will give you a 40% cut of the donos. Okay, so you'll be making money from it. It'll be worth your
And
time.
you can tell her she'd get a 30% cut too.
Sure. And you can even
Okay.
have her on your streams first just to warm it up and
All right,
talk
damn.
to her a little bit.
Hold on 1 second, Grace. Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah. Who is this?
Yeah, how you doing?
Who is this?
Jerry.
Airbnb,
Jerry,
Jerry?
guest from Airbnb.
Man, you know
Yeah.
you slept with that woman the last time and told that woman you worked for me or something last time you was you remember that shit? You slept with that, you remember you slept with that fucking woman in my house and told that woman, that fat woman, you she thought you worked for me or something. You remember that shit?
Oh, that crazy woman?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Nigga, you hear that
Yeah.
crazy ass woman asking me for a free night, thinking that man, my lady, she wrote an Airbnb message or something, talking about she done fucked somebody in the house. And my lady was like, who she fucked? She thinking she fucked me. And I had to figure this shit out. Like, you fucked her ass.
She wrote an Airbnb message? Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah, she was like, yeah, I get a free night because I fucked this nigga. And I'm like, what nigga you fuck? My lady was like, what nigga she fuck? And nigga, that was you fucked him.
Oh my god. Yeah, I didn't find out. I didn't find out she was a cuckoo till after that.
Man, Mark, you almost got me in some trouble on that one.
that. See, you never know some of these people. Right?
Yeah, god damn, boy, you got me fucked up on that
That was an easy slip in, but didn't realize she was cuckoo to right after.
Boy, you got your good one on that one. You got your some free pussy out of pussy with the room. Hey, what's up, man? You back in town again?
Cool.
You back in town again?
Yeah, I was trying to. Yeah, yeah, because I ain't see. I ain't see this place. I'm trying to figure out because I ain't see no room or nothing.
What address is it? Oh, don't say the address. Hold on. Let me look at it. Hold on. Hey,
don't say the address.
Yeah, I'm gonna send him. Is Northwest? Okay, all right. Let me see. You know, check-in is at 4:00, right?
Yeah.
All right. I seen. You know, you're gonna get it at 4 p.m. You're 2 p.m. You get the code.
I was trying to see.
You trying to check in early?
No, but I didn't see the place. What place it was? What it looked like?
One of those pictures in the ad?
No. That all that picture showed was like a little area of a room with a couch.
Okay, shit. Maybe they ain't update the ad, or maybe I don't know.
That's all it showed. It ain't show nothing else. It ain't show no TV. You know what I'm saying? It show. I gotta show my. It ain't show no TV, no bed, nothing.
Man, you done stayed with us so many times. You know it's fucking bed. All is set up the same shit, right? Let me see which one you booked.
I didn't even know who it was. I'm just looking at the picture.
Shit, you saw the name on the listing though. You know who it was. Hey, but look, I'm gonna send it to you in a minute. But you know, check-in ain't till 4:00. You need early check-in.
I mean, probably because today's my birthday.
All right. I'm gonna send you a request for the check-in and everything, and you know they're gonna charge you a little extra for the early check-in. You know that, right?
Let's see what's up.
All right. Hey, just hit me back. Yeah,
from 2 o'clock?
No, check-in at 4. But you
said check-in at 4 though.
Yeah. What time you want to check in?
All right.
What time you want?
Yeah, but send me what everything set up is, man.
Yeah. You know what it look like. You know all the shit. It always look the same, man. Bed, TV, sofa. Bed, TV, sofa.
And is the same spot I went to over in Northwest?
That's what I think so. Yeah, one of the spots up there. It's the same setup. You know how all this shit look. You know, I stayed everywhere. Yeah. All right. So Grace, this motherfucker right here just called in. See, this is why you have to keep these blacks in Southeast, right?
Yeah.
It was a kind of mentally retarded lady in my house. Blubberous lady. Lord have mercy, blubberous. And he tell the lady that he worked for me, sleeps with the woman. He thinks she got a free night room. And he gone the next day. She calling me right into the Airbnb app like, shit, I don't fuck for a night. And my lady looking at the message like, who she fuck? And I had to figure out like who was in the house. And he fucked that. I mean, that's technically rape. Is that right? That's rape, right? But anyway, nevertheless.
The retarded person?
Yeah.
I think so, I guess.
You know, you could ask Lauren. She's a lawyer.
Yeah, that is true.
Back to this lady, Laura again.
I think it depends how retarded they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
John.
Go ahead. Back to the lady right here.
Well, you don't need to know much. Okay, here's the thing. Okay, there's a whole controversy already. There's a whole timeline. I'll get all the clips and everything. This is literally all I want for you, and I promise this will be worth. It'll be worth it. It'll be worth it for your show. Okay, you don't. There's no money right now, but all you need to do is just. I can give her Discord DM. I can even type out what you want to send her. Just set like a nice picture of yourself on Discord, and then just say like, "Hi, Lauren. My name is John Galt. I've become aware of the controversy between you and Keemstar and the Thorpes. I host a small channel, but it would really mean a lot to me if you would come on and do a quick interview with me, and I could hear your side of the story."
Yeah.
That's literally it. She will say yes. That's literally it.
I got the Discord on my app. I guess I already had it. It's on my app. Yeah, on my phone.
And then just have a real. You know what a softball interview is? Just like a real softball interview.
Yes.
Yes. Don't challenge her, and then Grace will react to it, and then we can set up a debate. And here's what we learned from Law Cow Lives. A great way for everyone to make money is you have people use super chats to say whose side they're on. You know what I'm saying? And so like the more support, even though it seems like people would see right through that, they totally fall for it. And I think you could make a lot of money doing that because people like to take sides and they like their voice heard and their opinion heard.
Yeah.
And
what do you think?
I don't even care if people,
What do you think about the problem that OPC Don said? Lauren fans have probably already sent this to her.
But what is the negative about it?
She's gonna say this is a Thorpe setup. I'm not doing it. It would be the
But
negative.
it's a setup in which like she can say her side and make money.
I agree. Maybe she won't care, but she could have come on Rejects before, and she doesn't. That's
Is she
also a
that
setup for her
stupid to not
win.
know it's your platform though? Like,
No, she knows Rejects is my platform. No.
Okay.
What you would be saying is like, look, I know Grace hosts this show. She gets a lot of viewers. Let's be honest, more viewers than I get. Would you want me to moderate something between you and Grace on the show?
And I'll make sure that your voice gets heard. And I've heard a lot of support for your side. There are a lot of people who support her side. There'll be people who come on. She can have her own guests come on to like prove whatever. I'm not saying how are we deceiving anybody?
I mean, all you can do is try it, right?
Or not.
Oh, we're not deceiving anybody. I'm just saying like maybe having John as a kind of like lube would make it something that works for everybody.
I completely agree. John, what's your Discord username?
Shit, I don't even know what it is. Grace, let me see.
If you're on the app, you go down to.
Give me 1 second.
It says you on the bottom right corner.
All right, let me open it up again.
Yeah, I gotta go. Yeah.
You. Shit, it just opened up something else. Give me 1 second.
Whole lot of effort just to ask Lauren directly. I'm not opposed to asking Lauren directly, but I actually think that it would be better to work John Galt into the show as a whole because we need a neutral third. Even if Salvo was supposed to join me or not, we need a neutral third party because me and Salvo are going to be the shit talkers, and you can't just have a hostile.
We
host,
have a difficulty
you know what I mean?
in that we want to make a show where people feel comfortable coming on and being themselves, but it's too tightly associated with us. So
Trying
a
to
great
open
way
it
to
up.
do that is to have someone who isn't that tightly associated with us, who can reach out to people and bring them in, and they can feel like it's a neutral space.
Yeah.
I thought I had an account. I guess it's the Urban Landlord, but I guess I'm not logged into it. Let me see if I can log into the proper account because this looks like just a placeholder account. What do I want to disable?
Women have never and will never be comfortable around you, Ben. LMAO.
That's right. I'm a dangerous man, and that's the way I want it to stay.
Guys, we have a great Rejects episode up for today, by the way.
What are you going to be talking about?
Nah, it was so funny. This guy. Hey, we got our first super chat ever. This guy Keemstar freaked out because I rated his chat, and then he started like admitting that his new shows are failing, and then he was saying like to his haters, he was like, "Just let me fail, guys, let me fail." He lost it. It was great.
I'm trying to see how I log into this shit.
Help me out, John.
The fuck did I do here?
There's not much. I mean, do you know the email you use to log in?
You could share your screen, but I don't know if you feel comfortable.
Shit, I forgot which login I used. I forgot which login I used. What the fuck do I need to do? Restore the account?
No, probably you just have to. If you don't know your username, you can just put the email in that you used to make an account, and it'll send you your username.
Okay, all right. The email in here. Let's see. Shit. All right, let me get the verification.
Yeah. It's easy. I'm not even asking you to join like Discord servers. Like Discord is literally like it can be a cesspool, but like it's a great way to be able to contact people because I swear to God, almost everybody.
Give me 1 second. Shit, I think I have another one. That's the one I rather use, the proper one. I just need to log into that one. All right, give me 1 second. I'm almost done here. Just got to verify
No
this
rush.
email. Here it is. Verify email. There. Okay, open Discord. Okay. And you can send it to me at the email on the channel. I should be able to get it right here. It's John Galt Presents. That should be it.
If you just tell me your username, then I can add you.
The username.
John-
shit, I don't.
Yeah, what's the
It's just
username?
like some generic ass username.
Okay, just tell me exactly what it is. I can help you from there.
I guess I could change it, but it's placeholder 8079.
8079.
Yep, all lowercase. And it probably
Okay,
doesn't
I just
matter,
sent
but
I just sent the friend request. Do you see it? It'll be in the notifications bar. Grace Meredith or whatever.
No spaces, no underscores.
No. Got it. Okay, yeah, I got it. All right.
Hey, let's go. Hi, John. Okay, perfect.
Oh, were you talking to me through Discord?
Yeah. Do you see how to get to the messages? Go to the section on the bottom that says home.
Yeah,
It's on the
right here.
left.
Oh,
And
yeah, I
then
see
all the way
messages.
at the top left, there should be my profile picture.
Oh, yeah, right,
and it
right,
should
right.
say 1.
Right. I see. Oh shit. Okay, you can talk through there. Huh, interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
So this is how
way
people
better.
do their streams on Discord.
Yeah, because some people they just stream like what do you call it? Voice chats. Instead of StreamYard, there's a thing called a voice chat, which is essentially like StreamYard. Because it's a bunch of people who
But
can
don't they have to use OBS?
yeah, generally
to
they,
stream
yeah,
it?
they use
It's a little more
OBS, yeah.
complicated.
A little more
Oh.
complicated than StreamYard, yeah.
Most people use Discord to like when they're not streaming to like talk about the stuff they want to talk about.
Yes.
Oh, I see. What you're
So
saying.
like
Okay.
big channels will have it. Sometimes smaller channels.
Yeah.
But I see like
It's like a-
Grid makes you go through Discord to get on his show.
Yes.
That's because he uses OBS.
Oh, is that right?
You can
But
do
what-
more. You can do if you use OBS and Discord. There's more like options of what you can do. You can have a lot more widgets like timers and things like that. You can. What else can you do?
Because I use Streamlabs.
Yeah, I know. StreamYard is kind of it's considered boomer. I mean,
It's
Well, I mean,
like an
I use
Apple
Streamlabs.
iPhone compared to a Android.
Yeah, when I use
Yeah.
like when I do like single shows, I'll use Streamlabs. When I do like when we're up here, then clearly we're going to be doing. So I'll use like Streamlabs like here.
if the scheming involves helping boomers log into Discord. Oh yeah. StreamYard, Streamlabs is essentially like OBS.
OBS. It sits on top of
Very
OBS,
similar.
right?
Yeah,
I think it basically sits on top of it from a software perspective.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
of course. John knows about software.
All right, so
Are
let's
you
get
gonna
this
put the
rolling.
message-
What do you want me to do in exchange? Okay, so if I can get you to change your profile picture, your name, and send a message to Lauren, what do I have to do in return for that? What do you want me to do? Post an ad on Facebook?
No. Do we just see what you do? Well, you talking about for the? I mean, that's for your own financial benefit. The renting the rooms. But I mean, so it's kind of separate to me. I see them as two different things. So I mean, if we get the lady to interview us, then we go from there. You just format the message, whatever.
But
you
he
wanna
should
say.
he should change his name, right? Because he's not.
Yeah, you got to change the name to John.
Oh yeah, I'll change the placeholder name, right?
And a nice picture
My
too.
placeholder. Okay, yeah, I'll put a better
Yeah.
picture up there.
All
Yeah, I
right,
don't even know
hold
what
on.
picture. there.
Yeah, your black tie picture. That's a really nice picture.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
a
yeah,
good one. That is a good
Alright.
one. Okay.
But he can't talk to Lauren until she friends him, right?
That is true. Yes.
But couldn't he go into your Discord? Is she in there?
Let me see. That would work if she's in there. I forget if she's still in there.
Is she in your Discord?
She was. I don't know if she still is. At Lauren. Nope. She left.
She's probably in Loud Cow Live's Discord. Oh, but you have to pay $10 to get in
Yeah,
there.
he'd have to pay to get in there. Also, I don't know if she's in there. Let me see.
Doesn't she have her own Discord?
I have never heard of her having one.
Oh.
At Lauren. No, she's not in Lolcow Live either. So there's really no way except for the friend request.
To add it, okay.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. I got a couple of Airbnb. Airbnb. Oh, shit, I didn't mean to call them. Yeah. So I'll do that. Give me a second. I'll get it done for you there.
All right. No rush.
If we could, like, I think the sooner the better, because the beef is, like beefs get old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say,
I
like,
mean,
if what works for you, does it matter which day? Like, could be Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
I mean, whatever works for her. I can make myself available.
Yeah. I would suggest you talk to her first, and then we have her on the show. But whatever works.
Well, even if you have her for a
for the
softball
clout.
interview, she'll bring people over. You'll get good views for it.
Yeah. Oh, Lauren is in Ava's Discord. Thank you, OPC Don. Can you please DM me an invite link to Ava's Discord server? Oh man, I'm gonna have to run. John, do you know what a Discord server is? She has a Discord link in her YouTube page. Okay.
A Discord server is
Ava
like
the G.
a channel on YouTube.
It's like a Facebook-
So
Facebook
you can
group.
talk directly with her on, Ava, right? Ava's Discord without her having to friend you, because a lot of times people, they just won't recognize your name, they won't friend you, and you can't start a conversation. So that's a way of skipping through it.
Invite invalid Yeti Life. I might be banned, but I think that her.
Well, you can give it to John and see if he can open it.
Okay. Ava's Discord server invite.
Oh, it says invalid invite.
Yeah, but that's for me. It might be
Oh,
valid for
okay.
him. I don't know.
All right. Ask her if you got it.
Oh, you can't log into her Discord.
I might be banned. I don't remember.
Or
but
it might be just a lousy.
see the link I sent you. Does it say join this server or does it say invalid invite?
Let me see. Oh, yeah, it says invalid. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So she has an old link there. All right. OPC or somebody else can send me the invite to her server. I'll send it to John. Let me get rid of this. Delete.
Yeah, invalid invite. Yeah.
Yeah.
We see going to sing like a song.
All right, well, I gotta grab some cigarettes and get ready for my next stream. But I think this is a great collab.
Yeah,
send me the videos and pictures and stuff on. Send me that stuff on Discord. It's way easier to share information on there than messages.
Because
Everything
John,
gets
once you
so
get Lauren going, you could get he knows Ruby, right? You know Ruby.
Yeah, he knows her.
Yeah, I think Ruby. Yeah.
We
She's
could
been up
get
here.
all of those haters up through you. Would be
Yeah.
great, and we'd all make money.
Be perfect.
And I think there's going to be a lot of attention on it because a lot of people that Lolcow won't talk to, we can talk to. But I think he doesn't want them talking to us unless it's negative.
Which I don't care
So if
about.
you lean towards them and away from us,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Then they won't have to risk their relationship with, you know what I mean? The
Yeah.
Lolcow channel.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because we don't care. You know us. We don't care. We don't really care whether we get a fair shake in an internet debate. We just want the content.
Right. Yeah. No, I totally get it. I know what your motivation is. Yeah, it's fine. I'll get the Discord up to date. I'll update the name and the picture.
Yeah, and then we can communicate way easier on there, anyways, rather than just
Yeah.
streaming or calls.
Yeah, that's
All right,
fine.
Discord's
That's fine.
fun too. Discord could be fun. You could waste a lot of time on it, but
Yeah,
it
so I
could
hear
be
that.
fun. Back. It's a lot more laid back.
People can
Yeah.
send you information. It's way. It's
Yeah.
like it's
It's like a
better
little
than
secret.
just being on stream,
Yeah,
in my opinion.
All right, John. Thanks.
See you
buddy.
later, John.
Hey, thanks, Grace. Thanks, Ben.
Bye.
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. Anyway, I know you guys have your opinions or thoughts, but they're okay with me. Anyway, it's midday. It's actually 12:30 on the East Coast here. 38 people in the audience. That was Ben and Grace. Ben and Grace. I was going to do a stream today, but we got a little carried away about H-1B visas, and I'm tempted since I'm here by myself. to just do it alone. You tell me what you think. You tell me, you think you want to hear about H1Bs? You want to talk more about what the Thorpes we're talking about? Either way it goes, let's step into a commercial and we'll get right back to action.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should.
Yeah, I guess I will. I might as well get into the H1B thing since I'm here right now. We have about 2 hours left in the stream. I might as well discuss the H1Bs. I'll look through the comments first. Let's talk about Lauren's. Damn, they took the picture with her. Someone put her name in the chat. I'll look her up. Armand said, I love to call the customers. Hey, yo, it's every day, Armand. Every day we get calls in here from guests, potential guests and current guests, I guess you could say. John, if you were to profile your standard viewer, who are we working with? That's interesting. Every now and then I look at these subscribers. I would say, what is it? Demographic 25 and up, probably 25 to 65, primarily male, domestic, maybe 10% or less international viewers. Just depends on the day, I guess you could say. What do you think? Give me your feedback on what you think. Lauren De Laguna, okay. Give me your feedback. Showtime, 8D7. What do you think of the demographics of the show? I'd be interested in hearing that. What would you like to hear more of to then a demographic that you think is a different demographic? If you have some thoughts, so I'm always interested in feedback there. I love the calls. You want to buy my house and rent it out or what? No. John's down with the content. This is half baked, even for the Thorpes. I don't know why you said it. You mean the idea of interviewing the lady, Lauren? What's her name? Lauren De Laguna. She's a very nice looking lady. She shows up in a lot of Miami IRL streams. Lauren versus Stanley would be a good debate. She is. Oh wow, she's a lawyer. Okay, I did not know that. I've never heard of her. Before this, she may be above my head in terms of interviewing. And then plan is simple. We get the slow lord is, I really detest that term, honestly. I probably spent a lot of time trying to go against that whole stereotypical term of a slumlord. I don't like that. John, Ava. Yeah. I don't have a problem with Ava. And click this, click that. This is interesting, but I got to hit out. Okay, kiss me. Anyway, guys, I think we'll get into a little immigration topics for the next 2 hours. I guess we have 27 people in the audience. Anyway, I was going to do an immigration stream, and I guess I'll do that here now. So let me pull up a couple of things that I noticed about immigration, and we'll do that here. Where is it? Where did I pull up my things about immigration? Okay, the first thing here is, let me share my screen. And here's the first thing I'll play for you here. Second. I think this is it. Yeah, I'll start off with this right here. This is Jared Taylor.
I wouldn't have ever see your face, and what I want to ask you is, am I your enemy? You're not subjectively my enemy, but what you are promoting will lead to the disappearance of my people and my culture. And I will tell you this, it annoys me tremendously when I'm told by some immigrant or a child of immigrants that the only reason my country is worthwhile is because people like them have come here. It's as if to say, my ancestors built a dung heap, and I don't doubt your goodwill, but your goodwill is objectively going to lead to the oblivion of my people. I'm sorry, there is no other way to see it.
And that was Jared Taylor expressing a lot of the same sentiments that you see here in America today. And I noticed this. Let me see if I can find it. And here's the next clip I'll play for you. And I think what he is expressing is kind of the sentiment of someone talking like this to him. And here's this guy speaking.
America is, celebrating. America is becoming more diverse. America is, celebrating our diversity, and our diversity is our strength. And we are seeing that diversity in academia. We have seen that in businesses, and now we are seeing that in politics. And which is really important. Which is really important that we focus on and celebrate our diversity because it is the diversity that has made this America as great a country as it is.
Diversity has made this country as great as it is, but interestingly enough, these people don't want diversity in their countries. India for India, China for Chinese, Pakistan for Pakistanis, and on it goes there. And he spoke about it. Let's see what he said again, just to get it right. And he said,
and which is really important. Which is really important that we focus on and celebrate our diversity because it is the diversity that has made this America as great a country as it is. America is becoming more diverse. America is, celebrating our diversity, and our diversity is our strength. And we are seeing that diversity in academia. We have seen that in businesses, and now we are seeing that in politics.
And that is very true. It is very true that we are seeing it in education, diversity. And what is coming out of the diversity in education? We're seeing this. Center for Immigration Studies, low immigration, pro-immigrant, more foreign student fraud at Lehigh University. I think Lehigh is in Pennsylvania. DHS needs to investigate the capacity of all schools to verify overseas documents. What? The documents? Interesting. More cases of student fraud, foreign student fraud, have come to light at Lehigh University, raising serious questions about the extent to which American schools in general have the capacity, the ability to stop criminal foreigners from gaining admission to the United States by way of their universities. A case involving an Indian national who had received a full ride scholarship and was exposed only because he admitted to his extensive fraud on Reddit was the subject of an earlier CIS report. New fraud perpetrated by 5 foreign students from Ghana has also been identified, exposing serious flaws in Lehigh University's vetting process. Their blatant frauds not only gained them access to the United States, but also resulted, let me make this bigger for you, also resulted in hundreds of thousands of dollars in scholarship funds. The 5 Ghanaian students are currently facing criminal prosecution for forgery and theft. My goodness. Diversity in education. A central question is whether this fraud is particular to Lehigh University. In other words, is Lehigh the only university subjected to this fraud, or is it more extensive? Does it extend across all universities in America? Or whether this same type of fraud exists within many foreign student programs and universities across the United States? The facts of these cases indicate that this recent fraud has been uncovered not because of some serious effort by the university, Lehigh, or DHS to stop the fraud, but rather because the Indian students stupidly and publicly admitted to the fraud, and because the age of one of the Ghanaian students triggered a school officials to take a closer look at applications as discussed below. Most likely, if the Indian student I'm gonna lose the page. Most likely, if the Indian student had not proactively admitted to his fraud, and if one of the Ghanaians was a couple of years younger, all of this fraud would never have been detected. And here is a video about this in the news. Oh, shit. Oh, the sharing the screen. Here we went.
Falsified nearly everything from his high school.
Oh, let's play this again.
Truth was uncovered. Walter.
That's right, Sarah and Brian. The young man at the center of this case went to great lengths, coming up with a fairy tale version of his life to receive a full scholarship here at Lehigh University. And local investigators say he almost got away with it. Aryan Anand's web of deceit started unraveling after he wrote an anonymous Reddit post entitled, "I have built my life and career on lies." And Northampton County Assistant DA Michael Weinert says the Reddit moderator who flagged that post might not have known who to notify, but for a critical mistake made by the author.
The defendant only had one other university that he followed, which was Lehigh University. So the moderator actually reached out to Lehigh to give them a heads up.
By the time Lehigh University police investigators zeroed in on Anand, they had determined that he falsified nearly everything from his high school transcripts to his family history. He even provided a phony death certificate for his father, who is still alive and well back in India. In fact, his fictional account of himself was so impressive, Lehigh University granted him a full academic scholarship.
It was difficult to really verify these things. And I think that's a great work by Lehigh and their, police force to be able to really dig deep and find out all this was false.
The 19-year-old was arrested 2 months ago on a string of charges, including felony counts of forgery and theft of services. Anand faced the prospect of 10 to 20 years in prison, but at the behest of university officials, his punishment consists only of expulsion from the school and deportation back to India. Meanwhile, we spoke with a few Lehigh students, most of whom say the punishment fits the crime.
Probably didn't understand the extent of the situation. At least that's what I like to think.
He did steal a lot, and that scholarship could have went to someone better. But I think Lehigh made the right decision.
These guys don't know the half of the scam that he perpetrated. We'll hear more about the
Also,
scam.
the university is not requiring Anand to repay the $85,000 in scholarship money he was granted.
Not requiring him to repay it.
The 19-year-old is currently in the custody of Immigration and Customs Enforcement. He will expectedly be deported within the next 2 months. Reporting live from Lehigh University, Walter Perez, Channel 6 Action News. Brian and Sarah, back to you.
Quite the web of lies
a
that
little
he
bit more detail
spun there, Walter. Thank you.
into the crime that he actually committed. And a YouTuber went into more detail. She explained it here. Oh man, he really pulled one over on these people.
Indian student fakes success, strikes plea deal, faces deportation. Breaking news. Aryan Anand, the 19-year-old Indian student, has reached a plea deal with US authorities after being charged with falsifying records to gain admission to Lehigh University in Pennsylvania. Anand, who used fake documents to secure his place and a full scholarship for the 2023-2024 academic year, will be deported to India as a part of the agreement. Anand's deception came to light after he posted on Reddit detailing his fraudulent activities. His admission was cancelled after it was discovered that he faked his father's death certificate to obtain the scholarship. The university acted swiftly following the revelations leading to Anand's expulsion. On June 12th, Anand was arraigned by Magisterial District Judge Jordan Kinsley, who set bail at $25,000. Anand pleaded guilty to one count of forgery and was sentenced to 1 to 3 months in Northampton County Prison, which his defense attorney, Molly Haydorn, described as a time-served sentence. Anand has been released to the custody of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, and must return to India under the plea agreement. Lehigh University chose not to seek restitution of approximately $85,000. Anand's fraudulent scheme involved creating fake documents, including a false senior school certificate examination, and using a fake email to impersonate a school principal. He was charged with second-degree felony forgery, tampering with records, theft by deception, and theft of services. For a detailed breakdown of this case and its broader implications, stay tuned to our channel. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Immigration
And this guy here, he not only got a free education, but he also was able to convince them to give him one free ticket back to India every year. They asked him to pay for food. They gave him a free ride, everything except for the food. And he made up a fake death certificate of his father, wrote them back and said, hey, can I get the meals now because my father's died? I mean, this was a hell of a scam pulled off by this guy. And it really shows you that the universities have the money. They could have given that to an American student, but they chose to give it to this guy instead, a foreigner. And you have to wonder, so that is the educational incentive to increase this migration. And so where is the money going to? And you see something like this. The University of Chicago Dean of Admissions pulled in $825,000 last year. You wonder why college tuition is out of control. Well, that's part of it. But the other part is that these are a lot of foreign students that they are being told to wrangle in because many of the foreign students are able to pay full freight. So I imagine that this administrator was paid partly based on his incentive of bringing in foreign students to the university, the people that are able to pay full freight. You can see that right here. College has been a massive money grabbing scam for over 30 years and getting worse every day. And you think about a guy just performing admissions, making $800,000 a year at the University of Chicago, and on it goes all across universities in America. A total waste of money. And it's really just a grift here. But I think this is partly funded by the immigration school racket. There's no way he could pull in this kind of salary if he were dean of admissions and the bulk of the students. If we didn't have this number of foreign students coming into the school system here with the foreign money, I like to call it hot money. Here's Steve Bannon here, and he's talking to, everyone's talking about more or less the same things here, and you'll see Bannon.
Graduate, foreign student. Why should Americans?
He's picking up on it. And a lot of people are picking up on it. This is a multi-level scheme here. From college graduates, the universities are in on the scheme. The educational, the industrial companies, and the corporate autocracy, as I like to call it, they're in on the scheme. And here's Bannon speaking about the educational scheme over here.
Why should an American citizen, his family's been here 5 or 6 generations, that can go to college, get a degree, and is smart enough, why should they have to compete against the world on the territory inside the United States? It's not fair. Until Silicon Valley, until these places have, 20% African American and 20% Hispanic, I'd like to put an exit visa on every college graduate, foreign student that graduated from college here in 30 days to leave and go back home and help make their nation great again. And we shouldn't take any foreign students in community colleges. That should be.
They say no foreign students at community colleges, or foreign students at community colleges? That's weird.
For American citizens, particularly for African Americans in in Hispanics. They're never going to get up the economic chain unless we do this. You're not going to get folks into high value added post-industrial jobs based around artificial intelligence or coding or anything like that until we make the engineering schools and computer science schools available to them. And right now we don't. This is the reason. It's not about intelligence. It's about access to opportunity. This is why Silicon Valley has virtually no African Americans and no Hispanics. It's de minimis. They have to compete against the whole world for those jobs. And this is one of the reasons you're seeing the seething anger is that people aren't getting good jobs. And one of the reasons they're not getting good jobs, they have to compete against the whole world here in the United States. It's simply not fair.
Simply not fair, as Steve Bannon says, and I tend to agree with him on that. This is simply unfair for many American citizens to have to compete with these people, particularly when you factor in the amount of fraud that's being perpetrated there as well in the workplace here. And here's another Indian visa fraud issue here, not in America, in Australia. I would imagine the same kind of thing applies here. Looks like I lost my connection. Make sure I'm still here. Make sure. Yeah, I think I'm still here. Let's play this video here. Oh, you can't hear it. Oh shit. Sometimes it does that. Let me stop it and share it again. I don't know why it does that sometimes. Anyway, let's see. Let me know if you can hear this again.
High school. In this part of regional India, nestled between Punjab and Haryana, dreams take flight. Here, villagers use planes and ornaments to celebrate young people who've gone abroad.
ਕਰੀਬ ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਪੂਰੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਤੋਂ ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਸੰਗਤ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਆ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਸਾਰੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਸ਼ਰਧਾ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਚੜਾ ਕੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੰਮ ਬਣਦੇ ਆ ਤੇ ਖੁਸ਼ੀ-ਖੁਸ਼ੀ ਆ ਕੇ ਸ਼ੁਕਰਾਨਾ ਫੇਰ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ.
Barely out of high school, they take up English coaching classes, hoping any of the thousands of migration agents here will help them get to countries like Canada, the UK, and especially Australia. 19-year-old Brinjal received her enrolment certificate for a private college in Adelaide last December.
सभी को ये था कि ये एक्साइटमेंट थी कि अब तो वीज़े का वेट है, मतलब कि अब तो जाने की, मतलब कि वो सबको ये था कि भाई ये जाएगी तो फिर मतलब कि पैकिंग के मतलब कि जो बैग बुक थे वो लेके आ गए थे.
Her migration agency, World Visa Advisors, assured her they'd done everything right. She passed her English exam, completed her medical, and paid all the required fees.
इनका भी ये रिस्पॉन्स था कि वो यहाँ बाहर जाके कोई अच्छा काम करे और अपने पैरों पे खड़े होकर, मतलब कि हमें भी आगे कोई अच्छा रिस्पॉन्स मिलेगा कि हम भी आगे कुछ कहने लायक है आगे गांव में भी, शहर में भी, भाई हमारी लड़की ने भी कुछ किया है, मतलब कि ऑस्ट्रेलिया जाकर भाई.
Brinjal was due to start her business diploma in July, but as the date got closer, she still hadn't received her study visa from the Australian government. So her brother Ajay visited the World Visa Advisors office in Chandigarh, a 2-hour drive away.
ताला लगा हुआ मिला तो उन्होंने नीचे वाले ने बताया कि जो ये है ये तो 15 दिन से यहाँ से ताला लगा के जा चुके हैं.
ये तो बहुत बड़ा फ्रॉड हो गया हमारे साथ, बस दिन अच्छे नहीं था ये.
Brinjal's father, Satpal, is a farmer and he drives a cab to make ends meet. Satpal says he took out a $13,000 loan against his farm to pay for his daughter's education.
11 महीने का टाइम उसने दे रखा है, 11 महीने तक पैसे देंगे ठीक है, नहीं तो उसके बाद फिर अपना बिजली का.
Ajay filed a complaint at the local police station, where he says the officer in charge told him all the documents they'd paid for and received were fake. The police allege the same agency has duped scores of families across northern India.
कोई जी रहा है कोई मर रहा है कोई मतलब नहीं किसी न किसी का बस पैसे खाने थे अपना खा कर एक पास हो गए
हमने 9,20,000 रुपया दिया था टोटल उनको.
We went to the World Visa Advisors office in Chandigarh. Looks like the whole place is abandoned. We've also made multiple attempts to call the office and their advisors, but couldn't get through. Police have arrested some of the agents and have told 730 the alleged fraud is worth at least $1.2 million.
ये लगा कि जो मेरे सपने थे वो सब चूर हो
An air of desperation runs through cities like these in northern India. Young people are dissatisfied with their work opportunities and want to leave, and they're willing to place their trust in just about anyone to get them out. In the first half of this year, this police station alone has heard complaints from families who have been scammed out of $4.5 million in immigration fraud. In July, a father from Punjab died by suicide after his daughter was given a fake admission letter for a different Australian college. The woman declined an interview but spoke over text.
It is very painful to lose a father, and he was very upset because of the fraud done with us.
Last month, the Australian government announced a cap on international student enrolments. The federal government's also more than doubled the student visa application fee and introduced higher English proficiency requirements. The rules were introduced to curb net migration and stamp out fraud in the industry. India is the second largest source of international students in Australia.
Australia is making it difficult actually. The student want to go over there, they want to get an exposure, and if they love that country, it's good for you.
Sonia Dhawan is the founder of a popular visa company in
If they love their own country, it would be better for them too. If they stayed in their own country and love their country, that would be the optimal outcome. But they want to love some other country. And that's not working out very well for them. Maybe the gangsters in their country, but not for the rest of the laymen.
India. She says she's seen a steady drop in students across her 73 branches.
Australia is having a problem onshore. They are not able to control the students who are coming over there or the people who are coming over there on other visas. They're not able to control the students who are switching the colleges. So they're not able to control the problem in their own house. So they are started cleaning the offshore actually.
She believes the
Isn't it
changes
normal?
could fuel a rise in unethical practices by migration agents in India.
So I think this will increase the more fraud. When the thing is in a scarcity, it's always
I mean,
good.
that's a hell of a comment about your own culture. Is that if people strengthen their laws, it's just going to cause them to be more unlawful. I mean, that's luckily Australia is on an island. It's separated from these people. It doesn't have to let any of them in, and particularly for people who are more likely to be more unlawful as you strengthen your laws. They don't want to abide by your laws. That's basically what she's saying here.
Going to create a curiosity, and the curiosity will give up money to the wrong people.
A spokesperson.
The drive to leave India must be very strong. It must be much stronger than it is to live there. And that is the problem that I think the Indians need to solve instead of exporting their people. Solve your own problems. It should be a pox on their house to have their own citizens escaping by any means necessary, even by fraud. That's the problem that I think they don't want to resolve. They are okay with sending their people out as opposed to fixing the problems that are causing their own people to want to leave their homeland.
Person from the Department of Home Affairs said the student visa regulations are intended to ensure that only genuine students are granted visas to study in Australia. I reach out to Pringel's family again.
India is a much bigger country than Australia. Why don't they have universities that will make Americans and Australians want to go to school there? If they're creating all these engineers and things like that that we can't create, why isn't there a desire to go to their schools and learn how to really become one of these great Indian engineers? That would seem to make sense to me.
Because I want to know more about the Australian college she was supposed to attend, called Willows Institute in Adelaide. Does that college know about the alleged migration agency fraud? I'm not sure. I jump online to see what I can find. And I haven't been able to find much. There's a stock standard website, a Facebook page with 20 followers, an Instagram page with 0 posts, a couple of negative Google reviews, and there's not much on the owner. I dig out names of the company's directors. I don't have many details for the current director, apart from an address in South Australia. I also try a bunch of listed phone numbers, but they all ring out. Then I finally get someone. One of the directors is calling me back, so let's see. Hello? The former director refuses to answer questions about the company and says he doesn't know why it was registered before hanging up. You started the website and you started the company, and we've got people alleging that this is... There wasn't much more I could do in New Delhi, so I asked my colleague in Australia, Ange Danellen, to visit the Willows Institute office in Adelaide. But it's empty. She visits the home of the current director.
Hello? Oh, hello. Yes? Hello? Is Dilpreet Singh here, please?
An associate tells us Dilpreet Singh's not home, but gets him on the phone.
The ABC's spoken to dozens of Indian international students that say they've paid thousands of dollars to study at Willows, only to learn they were not offered real visas or study courses.
Mr. Singh tells us he bought the business less than 2 months ago and that our questions come as a surprise. He agrees to answer via email.
I reviewed all the complaints and found Willows Institute is not associated with any of these kind of activities. If whatever is claimed by your organisation is happened to be true, then we are victim of this scam.
7:30 contacted the
Dilpreet Singh, like a Gupta.
National Regulator for the Vocational Education and Training Sector. A spokesperson revealed Willows Institute was subjected to a compliance audit after receiving a referral from the Department of Home Affairs in May last year. Its registration was then cancelled in June this year due to the seriousness of the issues identified and in order to mitigate the risk of any further harm. The regulator has also received a complaint indicating that Willows Institute may not be genuine. In his email, Mr. Singh rejected this claim, telling 7:30 that Willows Institute was legitimate and that it's challenging the registration cancellation at the Administrative Appeals Tribunal. It's little comfort for the victims back in India who've already lost their life savings.
झूठे फ्रॉड को पुलिस क्या नहीं कार्रवाई कर रही है? डंडे लाओ इनका, घेर का क्यों खाएंगे किसी के पीछे? मारे तो खाएंगे, हमारे पैसे वापस आने चाहिए।
money long gone.
हाँ, फिर हम उसको भेजेंगे बाहर, फिर बाहर भेजनी है जरूरी।
It's still going to send her abroad somewhere. And they have no hope in their own country, in their own people, to build up their own country. That's really a shame. Like, if I get my money back, she going somewhere. Got to get the hell out of India.
ऑस्ट्रेलिया ही भेजेंगे।
Australia. And there is that. There is some, some suggestions on the for fixes. And here's one of the fixes that's coming out of. It's being reported by American Renaissance, but I'm sure it's being affected by a lot of people here. Reported by a lot of people. Investors push H-1B wage floor fix for white collar outsourcing here. Pro-migration groups have begun pushing a wage floor to fix the public anger over their discovery that the H-1B program uses low-wage Indians to sideline millions of ordinary Americans. So now it is coming to the forefront that low-wage Indians, they used to, they say, well, we're only getting the best ones, you know, the electrical engineers, nuclear scientists, and shit like this. But now this is an acknowledgement that low-wage Indians have been used to sideline millions of ordinary Americans. And so that is an interesting, I guess you could say it's an interesting acknowledgement that companies have been utilizing low-wage immigrants to take advantage of Americans here. And damn, did I lose the article? Give me 1 second. I'm going to actually pull up the article in 1 second. Let me copy this headline. A lot of times Portia likes to get the... give me 1 second. That's that. And so, as you can see here in this article, immigrant investors push for a wage floor, which means they want to raise their wages. Let me make sure the screen is showing. They want to raise the wages for people making more. So, in other words, only bring in people, and I think they have a salary here. The proposal will raise the wage floor for a subset of H-1Bs from 60,000. And let me make that a little bigger. From 60 to 100,000. Man, 60,000 is like basically nothing in America. And so this is an acknowledgement that they were bringing in many, many low-skilled Indian labor at 60,000. Is that really worth it? We educate people here in America to bring in people from third world countries to make 60,000. Do we really need to bring in people to make 60,000? So their proposal is to raise this wage to 120,000, but otherwise leave the uncapped outsourcing program unchanged. It's always a caveat there. Let's see what else they're saying here. The wage floor proposal was floated December 29th after a week of fierce online debate about Silicon Valley's use of low-skilled Indian college grads. On and on, finding a change that capacity reconciliation is key. The wage floor was endorsed by the president of Forward.us, which is a leading lobby group for West Coast investors. Very interesting indeed. And here's the original article here coming out of Breitbart. And let me see if there is a source article that they refer to. But anyway, so a wage floor is one of the things that they are proposing now to mitigate some of the debate about bringing in H-1Bs. And it says those multiple programs annually import more than 500,000 cheap foreign white-collar workers into jobs that will otherwise have helped young Americans build their skills. Who knew it was 500,000 cheap foreign white-collar workers coming into jobs here in America? It's kind of amazing there when you think about that, the sheer number of that. And we talked earlier about how the sheer H-1B visa program is all of scam, and we led off with this right here. And I'll see if I can. Well, I did. I shared my screen with you, and give me 1 second. Yeah. And so here was a job interview that I received earlier today. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. So this was a job message I received about a job from an Indian company, and we looked up the Indian company today. And I heard someone say that this was just a resume farming or something to that effect. And I tend to agree with people. And I've read that there was something to that being done where they collect a lot of resumes and stuff like that. And so here is an example of an email that I received this morning. You know, I've told you guys that I am a software developer by trade. There is what I've done most of my life. And so here is an email received by received by me this morning from an H-1B company. And I'll let you take a look at the email here. And we went through this, but for those of you that are new to the audience, just now saying this, hope you're doing well. Tried reaching you, could not connect. We have multiple openings with TCS clients in various locations. Would appreciate if you would respond to this email. So you can see that there, right? So this is the email. that they are, basically soliciting me for a job interview. And so the first thing that should become interesting to you is that the company, they're offering me a job with a company named TCS. As you can see that there in the email, she says TCS, but her company, she doesn't work for TCS. And I'll see if I can share that with you here. She does not work for TCS. She works for Okaya Inc. And her name is Shika. Let me see if I can maximize my screen. And so you see her name is Shika. And she works for Okaya Inc. And one thing you also notice, she didn't even write the email to me. Right? She didn't write this email to me. And she wrote this email this is an email to a large group of people. And she's from Shikaya, Hugo Wawawa. And her email is this company here. So anyway, so let's get into the message. Hope you're doing well. Tried reaching you, could not connect. Nothing personal about this, right? Nothing personal about this. She says, we have multiple openings with our client, TCS, in various locations. So I always just overlook these emails because I know it's just like resume farming. Would appreciate if you could respond to this email. If you could look, there's like a space between the comma on each side. So it's just poorly written. With updated resume and the best time we can connect, we'll share calendar invite and take from there. And you can see again, there's just space in between the period. Happy to connect. Shikwa, blah, blah, blah. And so again, if we go and look at this company here, and I think I have it up already. And well, here's the company that she's consulting for. This is the company that she says she has a client for. And the name of the company is Tata Consultancy Services. And she's asking well, here's what they do. Overview, Tata is here, leading the way. We build great futures, industries. You can see the industries here that Tata provides services for. And here's some of the services that they provide. Data analytics, cloud. So these are the companies, this is the company that she's looking to fill a position for. And these are the services that apparently they do, platforms. These are the platforms apparently that they have. And let's see what some of these platforms are. Look like they have an ERP on the cloud. Let's see what they have here. Managing complexity on the cloud. So it looks like they built out an SAP system here, so on and so forth. But this is the actual company that she is doing the hiring for. And you can see that there's probably the job that she sent me is for right here somewhere. Let's see the Americas. Let's see if we can find the job that she wrote me about. They have but you see top of the list is India. And so some of the jobs here, you can visit a career page. But anyway, so this is a very large Indian company that does basically outsourcing. And so this scheme, the way the scheme works is this: these type of people call you, they're not really looking for you, but they're doing the obligate work of reaching out to American employees before they fill the actual position with an Indian employer. And so she reached out to me, and here is her company. Here is the website for the company that she actually works for. You see the name of it is Okaya. Commitment is our passion. Services, what they do is talent acquisition and tech solutions. So these are like backfield type positions there. Workforce, direct hire. And you'll see on the company, the About Us, what they have here, very simple website, as you can see here. Nothing extravagant about the website. Again, very simple, based out of New York and in Noida, and corporate alliance, so on and so forth. And what they do is talent, job openings. I'm going to see if they About Us, their leadership team. We discussed this earlier, but for those of you just joining, here's the leadership team of the company from the lady that just reached out to me by email. You can see that here. Gupta, the chairman, Gupta, CEO, And I think there's one more Gupta coming up. That's right, the director. The chief operating officer is again Rakesh, and Deepanshu to round out the leadership team there. So this is the company that actually called me to fill a position with this company here, TCS. Right. So that is how the immigration scheme is played here. And again, this would be a pretty good paying job here. And I also received just another email just a few minutes ago. Let me see if I can share that one with you as well. And it is right here. Let me see where it is. Let's see. There's another email here. And here it is here. And you'll see it's kind of the same format is happening here. If you notice, this is again job psycho developer, New York, on site full time. And again, what's his name? Oh, this is another guy, Okaya. He's from Okaya too. So they're not even in cahoots with each other. They're just sending out spam emails. Again, same company, right? Two different people though. Remember the first? Neither one of these people may exist. For all I know, this could just be fake emails. And here it goes. They're just sending out emails, right? Again, same thing. It's the same email. It's probably the same job, right? And this is just how the scheme is working. This one is a little bit more detailed than hers. Maybe they updated the Mail Monkey or whatever, MailChimp. And this is it. This is Akash. See what he looks like here. And this is this guy here, Akushik. You know what we should call him? Should we call this guy? See what he see if he's even fucking real. I bet this motherfucker ain't even in the United States. Let's see what he says. Let's call Kushi. I wish I had an Indian up here to call this motherfucker and call him with from an Indian. We're gonna call this number. Let's see, 1631. Oh yeah, 631 705 9053. Kushi. Akashi.
Your call cannot be completed as dialed. Please check the number and dial again. Announcement
that
for.
Number don't work. Well, I guess I gotta call these other numbers. 631-267-4883. Let's see if he's real jobs.
Thank you for calling Okaya Infocom. If you know your party's extension, you may dial it now or continue to hold and someone will assist you momentarily.
You're being connected.
All these jobs, nobody can answer the damn phone. Ain't that about a bitch? All these jobs, no one there to answer the phone. Okay, I see. All right. We're calling back again. I see the extension in there. All these people there, nobody answer the phone. I mean, surely they got some kind of fucking scan coming in. What's this extension? 18.
Thank you for calling Okaya Infocom. If you know your party's extension, you may dial it now or continue to hold and someone will assist you momentarily.
You're being connected.
Get a shiver in the dark, it's raining in the park, meantime. Down on the river, you stop and you hold everything. A band is blowing Dixie.
Damn, he just sent me an email. What happened? He must have left his desk. God damn. Akashi 69. Gupta. Nobody answered the phone these days. All these jobs. Nobody answered the phone. Fucking amazing. Fucking amazing. Nobody answers the phone these days. It's really amazing, isn't it? Here's another one from let's see who let's see who is this with. Let's see. Does he even mention? This guy just wrote me. He says he's from Akashi Gupta. Gupta. From Quantum World IT. I wonder where Quantum World IT is. Quantum World Ashu Gupta. Quantum World. You see, Quantum World. Let's see what this guy's talking about. Let's see. You ain't gonna believe. Oh, no. Let's see. And so here's the website for Quantum World. The recruiter that just called me. The one that I just shared my screen with. This is Quantum World, people. I know it takes a long time, but it's a little bit better than the last website. I give it that. And so about us, let's see, our management. We'll call one more of these goops. Take a little while to load. Quantum World. About us. Let's see what they got on their About Us page. Let's see. Welcome to Quantum World. About us. Workforce Solutions. Where's their team? They don't show us their team. Our management. See if they show us anything about their management here. I'm sure they're in India as well. But this is a software company I never even heard of before. And there's so many of these now that this is what it's like getting a job in America today for many of the software developers. It's just not the environment you want to work in. You seen your man in India service. Who is that you're referring to? Look at the people that are coming up here. We got Rakesh, Ashish. And again, these are all fake companies that are, more or less resume farming. This guy, he doesn't even list a phone number. Like this shit, this must be very frustrating for people that are looking for jobs. Look at this. No phone number. No phone number to call. Look at that shit. Usually, wouldn't it be in the signature? Look at it. This is some software filled in this template. And wherever there was a null or empty string, it just entered NA. This is fucking ridiculous right here. And this is, and I get so many of these. Yeah, there probably are scam sites. Indeed, there probably are scam sites. But again, this is the recruiting world in software today. You have to dig through all this bullshit. People calling you. Oh shit, we got a phone call here. Give me 1 second, man. Hello? Hello,
sir. How's it going?
Yeah, how's it going?
Hello.
Yeah. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, how's it going? We were trying to see if we can get that basement room booked with you. We were the ones that saw it yesterday.
Okay.
Talked to you over the phone.
Oh yeah.
A couple things. Can we do a down payment, because we really want to see it first?
Yeah.
Before like we really fully commit. I know you said like you had some renovations, but you were going to be done with them.
Yeah. I'll be there a little bit later today. If you want to visit there, it's not finished yet, but I'll be there a little bit later today if you'd like to come by.
What time later today?
Probably about 4 o'clock. Does that work for you?
4 may work. I may be like running late and maybe come in like between 4 and 5, if that's okay.
I'll tell you what, we do a FaceTime when I get there, and if you want to secure it at that point with payment, I'll give you the code. If I'm not there, you can get in everything, front and back, close everything.
Well, actually, so I'm speaking on behalf of my cousin, who's been like, this is his phone. So he's going to be actually flying, and I was going to go in and see it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'll do a FaceTime with you. If I get there and you're not there, I'll call you. We do a FaceTime, and then if it's suitable for you, you can put a down payment on it, and then I'll give you the code so that when you get there, you'll be able to get in and take a further look.
Oh, so there are no like tools or anything like yesterday? Because I know you didn't let us in yesterday because of some tools. Or whatever.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to be going there, and I'm going to, I'll be able to secure everything, and then, I'll feel comfortable letting you go in, with no one's tools or,
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, so let's do this. I'm going to text you from my number because he's going to be on a flight. So you're not going to be able to use this number.
Yeah. Text me from your number.
I'll text you from my number, and we'll coordinate sometime today or this weekend or whatever, may work, or FaceTime or something.
Yeah. What I do is, as I said, when I get there today, I'll call you to do a FaceTime if you're available. And you wanted to come by as well to take a look today, correct?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be ideal. And I'm able to probably do it by 4, but sometime between 4 and 5 would work just fine for me.
Okay, so if you're not there, as I said, I'll send you the code like last time so you can get in, and then you can get in.
Okay.
Right.
Oh, all right. Yeah, that definitely works. Okay, so I'll text you from my number.
Look, I'll do the FaceTime with you, but I can't give you the code. If you're gonna do it, you gotta go ahead and pay for the room. Because I'll FaceTime with you again. But if it's kind of a security thing, to be honest with you, letting people in and out, particularly if I'm not there. So that's kind of the thing. You understand? So if you can meet me there,
you're gonna let us see it first or not?
Well, yeah, I'll FaceTime with you, and if you can meet me there while I'm there, but they kind of have a hard, because you're in the basement, a lot of sensitive things down there, and so they don't really, it's kind of a security thing, to be honest with you, because you have access to the entire house once you're there, and you kind of can understand the security issues there, right?
Sure, that's fine. I mean, okay, so let me get this straight, because you just told me you're gonna meet with me if you can. If not, you'll give me the code. Now you're saying you're not gonna give me the code, and I would have to be there only if you're there.
So I'll get there. I'll be there from about 4 to 5, right? And I'll be willing to like FaceTime with you and all that, right? But if you want to get into the basement, and you can't meet me while I'm there, they're probably going to want you to pay the security, because letting someone enter the basement versus a room, there's a lot more security to that, because all of the heating, electrical components, stuff like that, access to the entire house through the basement. So that's the thing, man. If you can meet me there, that'd be better. Otherwise,
that's fine.
Otherwise,
if you can make sure that you're there till 5, that would work. Like if you can work with me on the time, that would be good.
Otherwise, what I can also do is just send you the Airbnb link, and then you could just book it by Airbnb for a day or two, and then however you decide. If you miss me, and then you could do it that way as well. Yeah, one of the two.
All right. Well, so I'm gonna text you from my number, and then we'll coordinate in a couple hours. Sounds good.
Yep, sounds great. Thank you. Yep.
All right.
Mm-hmm. All right, so that was that. All right, 11 hours in, 20 people in the audience. Guys, make sure you support the channel. We had Stanley J overnight until the Thorpes ran him off. I'm gonna grab a little something to eat. Give me a minute.
Feel like I should go. feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should.
Yeah, anyway, thank you guys all for supporting the channel. Thank you for being here today. What's today? Friday afternoon. We're a couple hours into the weekend, the first weekend of the new year. Man in India service. Abiola, what do you mean by that? They all kind of have services there. I'm not sure what you mean by that. The time zone in India. Let me see. When I used to work with them, I think they'd be in bed by now. They'd be off work. Let me see. Most of them would be in Bangalore, India, and Chennai. Let's see what time is it there? And we see they're probably off work. Yeah, it's 12 o'clock p.m. there. Yeah, so they're probably in bed. That's probably why none of them are answering the phone. And I would say, let's see, Chennai is probably the same thing. I think it's Chennai, yeah. Yeah, 11:57. So clearly those people are not at work right now. Maybe they'll call me back tomorrow. Oh, here's a guy calling. So many people calling. You never know. Anyway, back to the show. Yeah, so 12 o'clock p.m. in Chennai. And so there you go there. Let's get back to it. So anyway, so many of these Indian scams. And, you know, it's kind of one of those things that I swear that it really drove me out of software. I just dislike working with all the Indian people and dealing with the Indian contracting companies and stuff like that. And I imagine for the younger people who are trying to get into the software business, it makes it a whole lot much more difficult to deal with that. And we covered some of the companies here. One of the companies was TCS. There's another one called HCL out of India. HCL Technologies out of India. And here you are here. And again, I've worked with all of these companies over the years. And you can see HCL, they all kind of do the same thing. They all have these like little services that they provide. And you can see their client list here. Their client list is probably somewhere here. Let's see. Where is their client list? See, where are their partners about us? Let's see. Leadership of HCL. Again, it's the same thing. Kumar is in Rakesh is in Rajesh. And again, it's the one token white guy there. Yeah, maybe two. The senior vice president, commercial, growth officers, stuff like that. But by and large, it's a largely Indian company. And many of the developers all the way down the ranks are going to be Indian guys. And it's just didn't make for the type of environment that I enjoy working in. So I'm much rather work with the people here. Anyway, so that was pretty much my discussion about immigration today. Hey, what do you guys, before we get out of here today, what do you guys think about the Thorpes? My proposition to Grace and Ben's proposition to me regarding the log cow show. I'm curious to know what you guys think. I don't know. The lady was very attractive. I'm not sure what she's about. Someone said they saw her on IRLs in Miami. I'm not quite sure about that. And if she's doing all that, she's probably not going to be interested in coming on here with me. That would be my take on it. But you guys may know more about her than I do. Anyways, very interesting. Very interesting. Monkeys up. Dang Nixons. You say don't do it? Why do you say don't do it? I'm curious to know why you're the only one that's spoken out. Why do you think don't do it? You know, I had an interesting thought. Here's the thought. Let me see if I can find it here. It was about the guy in New Orleans. Let me see if I can pull up a picture of him. I'm going to pull up this one video. Orleans shooter video. There's one that I saw that stood out to me. And he had a suit on in that video. He's a real estate agent. Videos. Maybe I go on Twitter. Let's see if I can find it on Twitter. Does anyone know the video I'm referring to? It's when the New Orleans shooter was on. He was speaking in the video. New Orleans shooter. What's his name? Sam Shamsuddin. Let me see. What is his name? I found something interesting about him. See if I can find it. Yeah, we'll start with this. Why don't the Black Americans adopt this guy the same way they adopted Kamala? He looks blacker than Kamala. I mean, look at some of these pictures. There's a video of him. He even sounds like a black guy. Let's see if I can find him. What's it? Shamsuddin. I mean, he looks just like a random black guy. Where is the picture of it in the video? I know I have it. It's amazing just how they can make Kamala black, but the blacks don't want to accept this guy. Why not? What's the difference between this guy and the other guy? While I'm looking for it, let's play this video here.
It's just because we have a different idea of there's any problem with it at all. We think that it's just because we have a different idea of what it means to be a child, which can be tracked historically. But now, if the situation has changed, we'd say that the general principle in Islam is, you know, you can do what you kind of want, so long as, I'm not going to say you can do what you want so long as you're harming. You can marry whoever you want to marry, so long as it doesn't cause them harm, physical and psychological. So, for example, if I marry a 100-year-old woman, or sneaker, if you marry with your tank top a 100-year-old woman, and you get involved with her intimately, she might die. I mean, she might have some kind of health problem. So we would say that, well, if you were to be intimate with a 14-year-old or 13-year-old who's got huge hips and huge breasts and huge body, I mean, quite frankly, we would say it's not going to have the same effect medically. I mean, no one can make the argument. But in these countries where we live in now, one is legal and one is illegal. So, in other words, you can't marry a 100-year-old woman, but you can marry that girl that's you can't be. You're a pedophile if you go for the girl that's got the hips. And once again, pedophilia is very relative.
You heard it from the horse's mouth here. Pedophilia is very relative. And here's the guy speaking. I mean, he looks just like a regular black guy. Black guy should have.
Now live
Why aren't the blacks?
Texas, and now live.
Why aren't the blacks adopting him as being black? You ask any black, is he black? He's blacker than it is. He's blacker than Kamala, but the blacks don't want to embrace him. I wonder why not.
Texas, and now live in Houston. And I've been here all my life, with the exception of traveling for the military, where I spent 10 years as a human resources specialist and IT specialist, where I learned the meaning of great service and what it means to be responsive and take everything seriously, dotting I's and crossing T's to make sure that things go off without a hitch. So I've taken those skills and applied them to my career in Texas, and now live in Houston. And I've been here all my life, with the exception of traveling for the military.
Well-spoken black man. The black should have they should embrace him. It's interesting how Kamala's black, but he's not. There's not much difference between the two of them. But Kamala's black and he's not. And here's a video here. Man, it's fucking crazy in Chicago. We got about 45 minutes left, so I'm going to end it out with my Twitter stream here. Here's a woman in Chicago here.
White roses when I specifically asked for. The gardeners have planted white roses when I specifically asked for red.
We could always paint the roses red.
Apparently she was, I can't hear the video, but she said she was shot. Stop trying to make everything Chicago's more dangerous. So in one video, she said, stop trying to make everyone think Chicago is more dangerous than it is. And in the next video, she was shot 4 times in downtown Chicago while waiting for an Uber. That'll make you change your heart. You know, here, I thought this video was very interesting. And I'm going to let you guys hear it.
Some of my cousins were celebrating my loss. When I go online, like one of my cousins, I can't speak his name, but like he messaged me that the day after I lost this last fight, some of my cousins were celebrating my loss. They were all celebrating my loss. And he sent me a video of them in a place where we were 15 years ago, this small circle in Danun, where it's a slum. Like when you call it, it's like a slum. And these cousins of mine were celebrating my loss. And do you know how much that eats you? Yeah. Because all I try to do is better for everybody. And I might not directly help you, but like maybe I build a well for the community, and then one person gets angry that why did you build the well? It's closer to this guy's house, not that person's house. Right. Someone will message you and say, can you give me 5,000? Where will I get? People think that I'm in the UFC, I'm a millionaire. I'm not. Maybe one day I will be, but like it's the reality that I'm not, and I cannot afford to do that. And imagine if you have 20 people coming to you and saying the same stuff. When I go online, like one of that I'm not, and I cannot afford to do that. And imagine if
it's Ryan Clark. That's Ryan Clark right there. I bet it hurts him in his heart to hear the truth. He's turning into such a social justice warrior, I think. But I'm sure that's Ryan. Is that Ryan Clark? Anyone know it? That's Ryan Clark right there, right? The former Pittsburgh Steelers safety or something, right? I think that's what it is. Anyway. They said this looks like a hate crime, but it isn't. Here we are, New York City. Nostrand Avenue here in New York City. A city couple crossing the road, and boom, here it is. Ran them over, but they say it's not a hate crime. NYPD said it is not a hate crime. They say it's a potential, but I think they've all now said this is not a hate crime. Are still working to determine the extent and whether anyone was seriously harmed. They're asking the public to identify the driver. Okay, damn, the driver kept going. What? That's amazing. If the driver kept going, damn, that's a crime in and of itself, right? It should be, right? Anyway, and there is that in New York. Let's see, cut the Bluetooth off. There's that in New York. Did I lose my page here? So back to my Twitter stream here. I had a couple of things in Twitter stream I was going to cover. Oh, I want to show you guys this. Get your feedback on this. It's not there. It's here. I ain't gonna talk about that shit. I don't want to talk about that either. I was gonna do an age stream. You know what? I'm gonna give you a little snippet of what I was gonna do in this age stream right here. Give me 1 second. But before I even do that, I'm gonna play this. Yeah, this is Kerry Mullis.
Is a body of evidence that can be analyzed.
The inventor of the PCR test. Anyone ever seen this video before? This guy, I think he won a Nobel Prize for creating the PCR test. Here he goes.
Believe that HIV causes AIDS? You don't believe that? I mean, it's just a word, but it's a very, very important distinction. I think that that's why it's become a very emotional kind of thing, because people actually, they get personally committed to what really is a body of evidence that can be analyzed, by lots of people. And at this point, there's so much of it out there, nobody can really analyze it, all of it. but nobody can write a review of it that says HIV causes AIDS because of this. You know, if a postdoc were to write a review of the literature that showed without much doubt that HIV was the cause of AIDS, that guy would be famous. Now there's 100,000 guys out there who had the opportunity. 10 years has passed. We've been waiting for this star postdoctoral fella to distinguish himself forever and get a lifelong grant from Tony Fauci, but he hasn't shown up. No one has bothered to write a definitive review. Any journal would take it. That right there proves that HIV does not cause AIDS by induction.
Then what have we seen in the photograph? Have we photographed AIDS? Do we have AIDS in a test tube? Because if we haven't proven HIV causes AIDS, then can we show that what we're calling HIV is an actual organism?
Nobody has actually purified HIV. There's no little bottle of HIV anywhere on the planet that's just got HIV in it. They have cell lines that they think that it's growing in. There are a lot of people that think it's not even there at all. But I mean, I wouldn't doubt that it's there. I think anything you can imagine is there somewhere, you know, but whether it's there or not is not the question. The question is, does it do anything with regard to these set of diseases that we've now called AIDS? And it's such a tangled web of madness by calling all those things AIDS, by just making it more and more and more complicated to figure out what causes what. See, it's like, that's not the way science works. It's a real bizarre thing.
And that was Kerry's Mullis, the guy who he created the PCR testing. And someone said in the chat he died right before COVID hit. Give me 1 second. I'm going to play another video. Matter of fact, I'm going to play that now.
At this place called Specialty Laboratories in Santa Monica. I was just a consultant there. I came in about 3 days a month, and we were working on that. And at some point, we needed to re-up our grant from the NIH to work on that, and I had to write it. And so the first line of that was, HIV is the probable cause of AIDS. And I wrote that, and then I said, well, I need a paper, some kind of scientific paper, to reference that statement. Because when you make a statement like that, that's like a fact. So you need to say, here's how come I know that, right? You put a little 1 if it's the first statement you've made, and then you put down at the bottom of the paper, you have a 1, and you say, here's a paper by somebody that describes why that statement's true, right? And so I said, well, what's that? Let me think about, what is that paper? Who do I go to for that? And I looked around, I asked a couple of virologists at that company, and they said, no, you don't have to reference. I said, I have to reference that because I don't know where that came from. How do I know that? And it turned out that nobody knew it. There wasn't a scientific reference, like a paper that somebody has submitted with like experimental data in it and like logical discussion and said, here's how come we know that HIV is the probable cause of AIDS. There was nothing out there like that, nothing.
Into a test, which he really had very, very strong objections to. And I agree with him. Oh, he was brilliant, a genius. And he was a very decent human being too. And he was as funny as he could be and down to earth. Anybody could approach him and talk to him and communicate with him, which was wonderful. You know, it's much, and you get
talking about also, why is it controversial?
Okay. All you have to do is, I wrote an article called The Tyranny of Dogma.
Yes.
And it explains a lot about this. Things are controversial. There are two ways to be controversial. One is if it's an open, healthy democracy in society where you get arguments going. And people on various sides can at least have a voice, all right? And they may not agree on things. That's one sort of controversy there. And I saw that when science was still healthy back in the 70s and up till the mid 80s. You know, you could have these wonderful impassioned arguments and debates, but you didn't hate each other. You know, at the end of a conference or a talk or something, you go out and have a beer together. So there was no animosity there, but they could be controversial in the sense that you're challenging a theory or something that been around for 100 years, and finally you're disputing it. You're advocating something else. That's obviously controversial, but you can talk about it and you can argue it. Then there's the current controversy that started certainly in the mid 1980s. You can give a date to it, April 23rd, 1984. And since then, science died. It died in the 1980s, and that free and open discourse and debate was killed in the academic world and in the professional scientific world. And now we have dogma. And that's where the authorities or the people high up decide what is true, what cannot be debated, discussed, argued against. And if you bring up arguments that go against that dogma, then that's the controversy. The difference here is like the current controversy is like one hand clapping. You only get one side, the authoritarian side in the media and from Anthony Fauci and people like that. That's the difference. Controversy is not a problem. It's a healthy thing. It's when you have controversy and you're trying to kill off all the voices that want to challenge dogma. And for a healthy world, a society, science, any institution, you need free discourse and debate and discussion. You don't have to be right. It's not important that you're right or wrong. No, it's important that you're sincere and you argue fairly, you know, and then you work out over time. That's what we're missing now since the mid 1980s.
I mean, isn't science actually about being wrong?
We're almost always wrong. I tell people, you know, a lot of people confuse science with engineers and technologists. They think we're pretty much the same. You know, we had all those famous scientists working on the atomic bomb during World War II. More than 90% of those people would not have worked on the atomic bomb. The scientists I'm talking about. It was primarily an engineering project at that point. You can tell the difference between scientists and engineers. When an engineer fails, the planes don't fly, the bridge collapses, or the radios don't work. I mean, it's easy. You don't have to be an expert. It's very difficult to know when a scientist is right, a scientific theory is right. Even for us scientists ourselves, it's very difficult to know. Sometimes it takes years, decades, centuries, or millennia to ask these scientific questions before we ever sort of zero in on an acceptable explanation for something, and then you're not absolutely certain that it's going to hold up. Science, the scientific results or conclusions are always provisional. They're always subject to change, and they always change. Engineers solve problems. Scientists ask questions. The best scientists ask the best questions, and our answers are almost always wrong. And that's even been documented.
Which is the exact opposite to, say, religion, which is what Carrie Mullis was saying in that same interview, that, you know, science has become very sort of religious. You know, the priests are now telling us what is true and what is not true.
That's right. I call it dogma. It's the same thing. Dogma is something that cannot be challenged. You cannot ask questions about it. Nobody speaks up. If you speak up in opposition to the dogma, you are a heretic.
Let's be heretics.
I left Abbott Laboratories in September 1980. That were in North Chicago, Illinois. I was one of two brand new PhD chemists who were hired to set up the diagnostics group in the chemistry group in the diagnostics division there. And so I had 2 full years there, and I learned a lot about the corporate inside business. And I got fed up a little bit with these large companies, and I also got tired of the cold in Chicago. And I had an opportunity to set up my first little company in San Francisco Bay Area in September of 1980. And I took it. I left Abbott, went across country to the San Francisco Bay Area, set up my company, Enzyme Systems Products, and spun it off into what was it, Prototech. I've had so many companies over the years. Prototech for an arthritis drug that we developed. And there were academics, academic scientists, corporate people like me and physicians and scientists, we get together once a month at the University of California at San Francisco for a seminar. One of us would give a seminar. And then after that, we'd go out to a Chinese restaurant. And that's why we really got together. And we socialized. What other people are doing, what's going on. That's when I guess most or all of us started hearing about this odd thing that was happening to gay men primarily. Didn't even have a name in the early days. Didn't even have a name. It later became, because it was primarily in gay men, all the way through the 90s, it was almost exclusively in gay men. And AIDS was 9 out of 10 AIDS cases through the 90s were still male, most of them the gay guys, and IV drug users. And so then they first called it GRID, gay-related immune deficiency. That wasn't politically acceptable at the time, so they changed it and they called it AIDS, acquired immune deficiency syndrome. And that neutral designation then sort of opened it up to everybody. It wasn't just restricted to gay men, even though gay men were primarily the ones that got it. So we would all talk about that, once a month at these things for 4 years. And we all wanted to work on it one way or another, because I distinctively remember thinking of it as my Andromeda strain, that science fiction book and movie, the Andromeda strain, this thing that came out from outer space, and it was an infectious agent and it could kill you. And so here was this AIDS thing. It was only going after gay men, causing these weird diseases that almost none of us chemists and scientists ever heard of before. I know a lot about them now, but like Kaposi sarcoma, pneumocystis carinii pneumonia, cytomegalovirus, all these other sorts of things, and they were only happening to these gay men. So we wanted to work on it and cure it and win awards and get carried on people's shoulders and stuff like that. I was in my 30s then, hotshot scientist like all the other people were just about. And then April 23rd, 1984, 84 was an election year, and Ronald Reagan, it was his first term in office. It was almost finished. And they didn't want AIDS to become a campaign issue. They were afraid the Democrats would turn it into a campaign issue because Reagan had not said a word about AIDS his first term in office. So then the Secretary of Health and Human Services hastily put together a press conference on April 23rd, 1984. And at that press conference, this is what U.S. policy became at that press conference. AIDS was contagious, sexually transmitted, caused by ultimately a retrovirus that Robert Gallo was going to talk about, started in Africa and was 100% fatal. That is still U.S. government policy to this day. Sexually transmitted, caused by a retrovirus, and all the rest of it. And the other thing was, at that, Margaret Heckler was the Secretary of Health and Human Services, promised that there would be a vaccine in 2 years.
Where have we heard that before?
All right, we've been waiting 37 years and there's still no vaccine.
Still no vaccine for AIDS. I didn't even know they had promised a vaccine for AIDS in 2 years, but yeah, I guess they didn't work it out.
For HIV. And all of those things are dogma. You cannot challenge any one of those things. And if you do, if you're like Peter Duesberg, the world's authority on retroviruses, which HIV is.
Anyone ever heard of Peter Duesberg, by the way? I first heard of him during the COVID epidemic.
When he started criticizing it in public in an invited article in 1987 in Cancer Research, he was like a legal document, point for point for point, how retroviruses in general, HIV in particular, could not cause any disease. And nobody challenged it in the scientific literature. Nobody wrote a letter to the editor or published another paper saying, Peter, wait a minute, hold up, you're wrong or something like that. No, never happened. And I can tell you, in science, that's a tacit admission that you're almost certainly right because we don't have an alternative for it. Unfortunately, the government was really, really concerned about it because it became dogma, remember, in 1984. So there was a letter passed around all over the government, went all the way up to the White House, concerned about this news.
You just heard what he said about Peter Duesberg here. Peter Duesberg never believed that AIDS was a real virus. Peter Duesberg thought that AIDS was a virus that afflicted gay men primarily because of I want to say it was because of the anal sex, the bacteria, stuff like that would have been involved. And so he wrote this paper, as the guy just mentioned, challenging people to AIDS doesn't exist. And the guy saying, in the scientific world, you challenge that to prove that point, but no one ever challenged his point that AIDS didn't exist. He said it was dogma to even talk of AIDS not existing because so much federal funding was involved in it. And so Peter Duesberg was later more or less dispatched. They may have even taken his license to practice or whatever. He definitely didn't get any more funding.
He lost all his funding.
There you go.
He was one of the youngest members, maybe even the youngest elected to the National Academy of Sciences. He would have won the Nobel Prize had he not spoken out on HIV. He was really, really close at heading for that. Since that paper came out, he's never had another grant proposal. He's 84 years old. Point for point, how retroviruses in general, HIV in particular, could not cause any disease. And nobody challenged it. In the scientific literature, nobody wrote a letter to the editor or published another paper saying, Peter, wait a minute, hold up, you're wrong, or something like that. No, never happened. And I can tell you, in science, that's a tacit admission that you're almost certainly right, because we don't have an alternative for it. Unfortunately, the government was really, really concerned about it because it became dogma, remember, in 1984. So there was a letter passed around all over the government, went all the way up to the White House, concerned about this Duesberg fellow and this story. And he lost all his funding. And he was one of the youngest members, maybe even the youngest elected to the National Academy of Sciences. He would have won the Nobel Prize had he not spoken out on HIV. He was really, really close at heading for that. Since that paper came out, he's never had another grant proposal. He's 84 years now, and he's even been rejected in certain mainstream journals. Literature won't publish any articles from him. He's humiliated, vilified, unfunded, everything you can do. And that's one of the world's leading scientists of the 20th century.
This guy saying he was one of the leading scientists of the 20th century, but he wouldn't go on with the AIDS scam, and the government basically boxed him out, and he had nowhere else to do research anymore.
Then when I started questioning this stuff in 1985, this before I even knew who Peter Duesberg was or anything, it was very clear to me that AIDS was not contagious. Here we were, had 5 years of AIDS, and it was still limited to gay men in certain blocks of San Francisco. And I tried to point out to my colleagues, the ones that we met once a month where we could talk about anything, and I was pointing out that HIV is very smart. It knows whether you're gay or straight, rich or poor, white or black, or what zip code you live in, and nobody would talk to me. Never happened to me ever in my life. You get around a bunch of scientists. As you can see, I like to really let it come out. I just can't shut me up. That's the way most scientists are, at least historically. We like to talk about what we know. It's interesting. We like to share it. And these guys would not talk to me. I lost friends. I lost collaborations. And the best collaboration I had going was with a parasitologist. The most fruitful, let me put it that way, was a parasitologist. And in order to keep our collaboration going, we mutually agreed not to talk about AIDS. Isn't that weird?
That's very weird.
And I was as mainstream a scientist as you could be in those days, but that was like my red pill. Something's really wrong when scientists can't talk about something. So I spent the next 37 years of my life trying to understand what's going on. And that's why I met with Peter Duesberg, joined up with him in '96. We worked on AIDS a lot, published a lot of papers, started working on cancer, published a lot there. And I became collaborators or colleagues with scientists and physicians and journalists around the world who were also asking these questions. We even had an organization which still exists, Rethinking AIDS.
Yeah, I know. I've been to the website.
Right, and in those days, the 80s and the 90s and the most of the 2000s, the early 2000s, it sort of disappeared off the radar. There was unless you lived in Africa, people are trying to drum up an AIDS scare there. Or if you're gay men, of course, there's all this focus, all their ads and everything about take your antiretroviral drugs, prevent HIV infection, all these other sorts of stuff. But it was very, very contained to these small groups of people. And they were really sort of bought into it. And it was just their way of life at that point. The rest of the world totally ignored it. It was not an issue. But during that period, but by the way, Anthony Fauci, who is one of the chief instigators and criminals that we are dealing with today, actually started in November of 1984 at the NIAID, became the director of it, and is still there. And he basically built the infrastructure during the 80s and 90s, of AIDS. He built that infrastructure, which is behind the control of the world right now. Certainly, virtually all of the institutions in government in the United States. I mean, really, all of them. And I didn't know that until this COVID stuff. I knew he had the health stuff covered, control, grants and stuff like that, and the health stuff. But Lord, he was involved with the Defense Department and with all corporations and all sorts of things. That we didn't know about. I didn't know about until the COVID stuff, and now it's being exposed. It's coming out there. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is going to have an extraordinary book. I'm helping him edit it a little bit right now. Can't talk about it, obviously, but it's supposed to now come out in November. And it is such a revelation. It's the most extraordinary thing I've ever read in my life. I have a PhD in chemistry and degrees in chemistry and biology from Georgia Tech. And I've worked in the pharmaceutical biotech world for almost 2 decades. Most of it was my own companies. I worked at, as I mentioned, Abbott Laboratories there in the late 70s, and some others. And so I know a lot about clinical diagnostics, pharmaceutical, drug development, that sort of thing. I have a lot of experience in that. I've worked on arthritis, emphysema, parasites, cancer, and AIDS. And I've published on all of those things, except the emphysema. I didn't publish on emphysema. I guess that's good enough unless you want to know more. But that's what I did professionally. And what I did, I've been outspoken against HIV hypothesis since 1985. And even more so over the years. I was the first president of Rethinking AIDS. We've been going around a long time. David Crow, great president of Rethinking AIDS, died last year. He was a great guy. Tom DiFerdinando is the new president. He's an excellent president from this group. And we're now putting obviously almost all of our energy and efforts and understanding on this COVID scam, which it is. I don't pull any punches.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah. And so I was back in 2000, I was one of the advisors to President Thabo Mbeki of South Africa and his AIDS advisory panel there. I've written about that and that article. I've talked about it in that article, Tyranny of Dogma, which is on my website. And that's getting a lot of play now.
Yes.
I was asked in Italy back in, I guess it was around 2010 or so like that. I forget what it was. There was a annual or biannual conference, Democracy and Science and Democracy. Had two approaches to it, and it was a great one in southern Italy. And I was invited once to speak about the AIDS stuff like we're talking about right now. And there was a fellow there who was an editor, sadly I don't remember his name, of a periodical, and he asked me, he'd never heard about this story before, so he asked me to write an article about AIDS that wound up being The Tyranny of Dogma, and it was published in a quarterly. And of course, it didn't get very far. It was a fairly academic journal. Almost nobody had heard about it and stuff. But now, because of the COVID, it's starting to get picked up. People are reading that article and they say, "Oh my God, this is just like what we're going through right now with COVID." And so that little article, I'm glad I wrote it, because that's historically it sets the stage and helps people when they want to know what was behind where we're at right now. I sort of pointed to that article.
I think that's enough of that. Anyway, I think he kind of gets the point through that I wanted to hammer home is that You know, I've worked in biology lab. I was a biology major. Back in 1994, I did PCR testing day after day after day after day in New York City, Hunter College. And we never used PCR testing to diagnose anything. We always use it to replicate, amplify, and so we could study something that we knew was there. We were not injecting it into something to see if it made something sick. And I think that's what you would really have to do with a virus. You would have to isolate that virus. And that's what you would do in replicating it. You replicate it and then you would isolate it. And then presumably you would inject it into some healthy cells and see if it were to kill it. And that would be how you would ascertain if a virus is indeed deadly. But as you heard Carrie's Mullis say earlier, there is no vial of AIDS anywhere. No one is ever isolated. And the same thing applied for COVID. And even if there were a vial of AIDS, no one has ever injected AIDS into anyone and or into any healthy cells and saw that alone made them sick. So anyway, very interesting point of view here. And here's what's going on in America, the United States. I guess it's the
delegates elect and the resident.
I have a parliamentary inquiry. I note that the names of the representatives from the Americas Samoa, Guam, Northern Mariana, Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, and the District of Columbia were not called, representing collectively 4 million Americans.
That girl mad as hell. You know, and when I ain't get a chance to speak, none of us got a chance to speak. Sister girl mad. Look at that look on her face. What do they call it? A resting bitch face? Is that what they call it? Is that what they call a resting bitch face right there? Look at the look on her face. Sister girl got the wig on her head sideways, I guess. And she mad as hell. Let's see. Oh, she's just very angry indeed. Make sure I have my screen resting bitch face. Eh? And listen to what she said, what she's saying here.
Million Americans. 4 million Americans from the Americas Samoa, Guam, North. I have a parliamentary inquiry. I note that the names of the representatives from the Americas Samoa, Guam, Northern Mariana, Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands.
She even put on a fucking that Puerto Rico. And she, do you? I know what she's saying here. Maybe she'll explain. I won't spoil the movie here.
And the District of Columbia were not called, representing collectively 4 million Americans.
Stand up, nigga. Stand up. Stand up. Come on. Y'all better stand up for Sister Girl when she get mad. Wait, everybody get up. Everybody get up. Get up. Everybody better get up. I ain't done yet. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, collectively the largest per capita of veterans in this country.
Does the gentlelady have a parliamentary
I
inquiry?
asked why they were not called. Have some respect. It's not going to take.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I asked why they were not called from the parliamentarian, please.
Delegates elect and the resident commissioner elect are not qualified to vote.
You ain't qualified to vote. You're a delegate. You're not a representative. Your country, your territories, Puerto Rico, DC, Guam, Samoa, you don't get a vote on everything. Tell her again, Mr. White Man. Yeah, teach these niggas the rules.
Delegates elect and the resident commissioner elect are not qualified to vote.
Say what? Tell her.
Delegates elect and the resident commissioner elect are not qualified to vote.
Why not?
Representatives elect are the only individuals qualified to vote in the election of a speaker. As provided in section 36 of the House Rules and Manual, The Speaker is elected by a majority of the members elect voting by surname.
Body and this nation has a territories and a colonies problem. What was supposed to be temporary has now effectively become permanent.
Man, these people. Everybody deserves a vote. Everybody's supposed to vote. It's clearly against the rules. And she done made all these people jump up and clap for her with her resting bitch face. They just want her to go along. Maybe they don't know the rules. But she's not going to accept no for an answer, is it?
We must do something about this problem.
Right now. We must do it right now.
That these 4 million.
Right now. Do it right now. And the blacks and the Pops and the Samoans, they all clapping. We are a voice. There you go. Oh man, that was beautiful. We all have a voice. Run it back one more
I
time.
have a parliamentary inquiry. I note that the names of the representatives from the Americas Samoa, Guam, Northern Mariana, Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, and the...
Oh, wait a minute. So they were trying to say Representative Johnson does not have the votes to be elected speaker, second vote expected. And I guess they really wanted to put him over the top. He was already leading here. Okay.
District of Columbia were not called, representing collectively 4 million Americans.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, collectively the largest per capita of veterans in this country.
Does the gentlelady have a
I
parliamentary
asked
inquiry?
why they were not called. Have some respect. It's not going to take...
Have some respect, she said.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I asked why they were not called from the parliamentarian, please.
Delegates-elect and the resident commissioner-elect are not qualified to vote. Representatives-elect are the only individuals qualified to vote in the election of a speaker. As provided in Section 36 of the House Rules and Manual, the speaker is elected by a majority of the members-elect voting by surname.
Body and this nation has a territories and a colonies problem. What was supposed to be temporary has now effectively become permanent. We must do something about this problem.